I don't know, baby. It's a Joe baby. Right here on the Morning Roast with not Bronte Hill, but Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky. He's back, baby. And we got a hell of a show to get to today. We got 49ers, Lions tonight, Levi's Stadium. We got some Dub Nation action over the weekend. Bad loss to the Clippers. Great bounce back for the Warriors and one Jonathan Kuminga. And you're not gonna want to miss this take that Joe Shasky brought up to me before the show even started about Jonathan Kuminga and Stephen Curry. It's gonna blow your mind. We'll get into that. Giants, they get Corbin burned, if you will, over the weekend. But we'll start here, Joe Shasky. Good morning to you. I hope you all had a happy holiday season. And we got New Year's coming up tomorrow, New Year's Eve. But before that, we were talking about In-N-Out Burger before the show started. You said, Spadoni, you got to come in with your take. And my take was you got to get chopped chilies on your double-double. I didn't think it was that much of a hot take, no pun intended.
I never even knew that was available.
Have you ever been to the condiment area where they have the chilies just there, the peppers?
I just do the pump.
You just don't even look.
I don't even know.
It's out of sight, out of mind for you. There's chilies. There's just these little chili peppers that you can get. You can add them to your burger, just chop chilies, add them on there.
I mean, you can't just drop an In-N-Out comment like that, like there's a secret menu, and then start the show. I was like, what is going on here? So I'm looking it up right now.
You're a California native, Joe Shasky, and it doesn't matter if you're from L.A., Monterey, or San Francisco. You should know about your In-N-Out secret menu, like through birth, right?
I mean, I just usually just get it.
The moment you're conceived in California, you know the secret menu of In-N-Out Burger.
No, the only secret menu I was ever aware of, and believe me, we will get into sports because there's a secret menu for the 49ers tonight.
Whoa!
But, I only knew about Jamba Juice's secret menu, and that was one of my smoking days, you know, and you get like the Starburst.
Yeah, the gummy
Jamba
bear
Juice.
or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I didn't even know about this chopped chili thing. Normally I'm in the drive-through line, so I don't like going in anymore. You know, I'm just too lazy. And, you know, I want to get it and go.
You got wiser.
I want to be able to smash multiple burgers and not feel the, insecurity of it.
Well, and you have a kid now, too. So it's just like, I'm not taking my kids out, doing that whole thing. Yeah, well, it is for me. I got 2 kids and a bunch of problems.
So I'm going to try the chopped chilies tonight.
There you go. You go double, okay. Or if you're feeling really hungry, you go 3x3 animal style. Add the raw onions with the additional caramelized onions.
Okay.
If you will get a little more crunch in there still. Yeah. And then you get the chopped chilies in there. That's the way to go. And by the way, shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. It's also sponsored by Joe Shasky, First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky for the next 4 hours right here on 95.7 The Game. We got a lot to get into. As Joe Shasky mentioned, we got Lions, we got Niners tonight. Lomas Brown, former offensive tackle, played for the Lions for over 11 seasons, and is their current radio color analyst for 97.1 The Ticket, our sister station out in Detroit. It is an Odyssey station. He's joining us at 9:20 for a breakdown and a preview of this matchup. And we brought up In-N-Out Burger because I was sitting next to some people yesterday, Joe Shasky, when I was eating at In-N-Out Burger in San Carlos. And I just overheard the conversation. I wasn't eavesdropping or anything. Thank you. And they were just talking about, we're going to Levi's Stadium tomorrow. I can't wait. I was like, they're going to an event. Oh, Levi's. Okay, yeah, it's the game tomorrow. So they're going to the Lions game, and they had like a Midwest accent kind of. So I was like, okay, they're probably Detroit Lions fans. And they was like, wow, yeah, this is a new stadium. We've never been here. Oh, Candlestick. It was so hard getting out of there. The ingress, egress. The people, clearly Lions fans that have been to Candlestick before. And they were just so excited about going to Levi's Stadium.
Really?
They were so excited that it was like, this is a brand new stadium, basically. It opened back a decade ago. It was like, and I was just like, should I tell them?
Should I tell them what?
It doesn't feel like a brand new stadium.
Well, it's 10 years old. This is the 10th year.
Right? Like 10 years is a long time. I wanted to tell them in regards to all the new stadiums that we've seen, whether it comes to SoFi Stadium, Allegiant, Mercedes-Benz. It just, I'm not saying that Levi's is bad. I think it's actually grown a lot more on me as the years have gone. It actually has like somewhat of a soul now, given all the playoff history that's taken place. They're undefeated there in the playoffs. Never lost there.
Hey.
There is something to be said about that. But tonight, Joe Shasky, this is where the Lions season ended at the earlier part of this calendar year. It's where, and they feel like they choked it away. And for the most part, they did. Like the Lions had no business losing that game with the lead they had. Dan Campbell does Dan Campbell things. I think people they're going to overanalyze it and say, you know what, Dan Campbell was overthinking it. No, they had the right play calls dropped. It was dropped. But momentum's a funny thing in sports, and that cost them, and they lost the game. I think they're going to go out for blood tonight, though. What they saw yesterday in regards to their own divisional rivals, the Green Bay Packers and Minnesota Vikings, and Sam Darnold just, I mean, you said it before the show. Is he having a Rich Gannon-like resurgence?
It's incredible.
He wasn't as old as Rich was when he had his resurgence at an MVP year, but he just looks like, is this going to be the Sam Darnold we're going to see going forward? Just, he looks incredible. But if you're a Lions fan watching that yesterday, and if you're Dan Campbell, Jared Goff, and go, oh, okay, yeah, next week you got Sunday Night Football, we're going to play for the number 1 overall seed. Okay, yeah, we're going to show everyone today why we're the best team, not just in the NFC, but in the National Football League.
I think that Super Bowl loss, the way it happened, we have just completely forgotten about that NFC Championship game. It feels like a lifetime ago. The difference in that game, if we go back to it, everyone's going to bring up the Ayuk catch, which was amazing. The difference in that game for me was the inability of Jared Goff to be able to move in the pocket and make a play once he had to kind of reset his feet, and the ability of Brock Purdy to scramble. And if I look at this year and one of the big kind of wow, what's going on with Purdy? He scrambled this year and he's ran for some yards, but he hasn't been able to make those throws down the field like he has in the last couple of years. And I look back at that game and it's like Debo was on fire. Ayuk's making plays. Christian McCaffrey had a big run in that one. Nick Bosa was an absolute menace. I don't even think he registered a sack in that game, but he was an unbelievable menace. Trent Williams was playing pretty admirably against Aiden Hutchinson, and the fourth down defense for the Niners was suffocating, even though Reynolds dropped 2 balls. Special teams was actually good in that game, and they wiped away that deficit in seconds. That third quarter is one of the great third quarters in Niner history, and it just feels like it's lost in time because of the way you lost in overtime to the Chiefs.
It's one of those things, right? And I'm not comparing it to the Warriors in 2016, obviously, but you forget about all those playoff series. There is something about that Oklahoma City series, we remember it and it's great and stuff like that, but also oh, well, it doesn't really matter, right? Because he ended up just losing the whole damn thing. So there's nice moments involved in there, but especially with a franchise like the San Francisco 49ers, how'd that happen to, let's say, the Detroit Lions, who don't have any history of the Super Bowl? They've never been to a Super Bowl. That's one thing. That's them getting to an NFC championship last year. That was their high watermark. Them having that lead, no one's going to forget that. If they never win a Super Bowl in our lifetime or the next 30, 40 years, that's what they're always going to remember. Getting that so close. They had that lead and it's just they choked it away. That's what they remember. So that's why I think they're going to come out with their hair on fire tonight.
The Detroit Lions hadn't won a playoff game on the road since 1957 when they beat the Niners at Kezar.
It's unbelievable.
It's one unbelievable. Of the craziest with Dick Night Train Lane. Yes, that's a name. That's a real name. Go look him up. It's
the level of ineptitude when it comes to teams in the NFL. It's the NFC, it's the Lions, and the AFC is the Browns. Those are the two teams where it's just nothing can go right for them.
Absolutely nothing. And that's why, what they did this year was remarkable, to come back and basically clinch the number 1 seed with 2 weeks to go. I mean, it's pretty. Now I know they have to win next week, but it's pretty incredible the season that they've had. Going back to the Niner thing from the NFC Championship game, because I think the Niners have a lot to play for. We'll get to that at some point. But when I think about some of the great plays in 49er playoff history that get lost, the Christian McCaffrey run in Philadelphia, we don't even think about. We literally don't even think about it.
You were there.
Because of the Brock injury. And that's just a play in the middle of the game. But he broke 1,000 tackles and was just absolutely spectacular. I think about a lot the Kaepernick comeback in Green Bay when it was the frozen tundra and the ground is literally brown and Frank Gore sets that block and they set it up to get a field goal with no time on the clock and Harbaugh's wearing 7 different pairs of khakis. I think about that amazing game against the New Orleans Saints. It was our first playoff game in close to a decade. The entire place is standing. You have the Pierre Thomas hit by Dante Whitner. That was with the Vernon Davis post. All great moments.
I've never cheered harder for the 49ers than that day against the Saints because I could not stand Drew Brees and Sean Payton as a combination.
I hated that.
Yeah, me too.
They should have won that game. If Jimmy Graham goes down at the 3-yard line, they win that game. They just hang on to it, ice the game, kick it out. It was spectacular. And for Alex to do that, given who Alex was at his point in his career, for the Niners to do that with that drought that they had for so long in the playoffs, it was the first home game since 2002 or whatever it was. in the playoffs, 0-3 against the New York Giants. Like, there was a lot of things converging there. But all of those ones, like, there was a reason why we've stuck and we've remembered those. Like, I brought up that Alex moment to Vernon Davis. That's Vernon's high watermark for his career. That's Alex's high watermark as a 49er. That final 5 minutes. And it sticks and lives in infamy. Why does the Steve Young play with Terrell Owens stick in infamy for so long? Because it took us forever to get through the Packers. And it ended up being Mike Holmgren's final game. And he was a local guy. And we finally beat him with the Packers. And Steve finally got the best of them. And T.O. had dropped 1,000 balls. And it felt like there was the arrival of T.O., at that particular moment. Him crying and Mariucci embracing him. And so many guys for the Packers having that be their final Packer moment. I think that this Detroit Lion win for the Niners in the NFC Championship game was a special win. I just don't know how we're going to view it in 10 or 15 years because I can't get over not knowing the overtime rules and losing to Mahomes.
Right.
We had that game. And now I look back at this year and this weekend of football that was going on. And it was a great weekend of football, Joe.
Oh, my God.
I couldn't really enjoy it because, like, my Niners aren't involved at all in the playoffs. And it makes me so tremendously sad.
You know what makes me tremendously sad, as you were saying, overtime rules of Kyle Shanahan? Some of these coaches, and that was my main takeaway over the weekend, Raheem Morris, not knowing you have 2 timeouts. Zach Taylor, what are you doing? Just ice the game. Take a knee. Rush it for a yard. I know your running back, Chase Brown, went down. And he looked like he's blew out his knee. I don't know what his status is right now, but it's just Joe Burrow had to win a game 3 different times. He had to win a game 3 different times and won against the Broncos to keep their season alive. By the way, Bo Nix, he's been impressing me. He's been making me eat my words over in the season where I said you can't trust a quarterback that's been in college that long and is not a doctor. And Bo Nix, but so shout out to him and the Broncos. They're going to be a playoff team. I think they're going to be a playoff team. Now there's still a lot to be played for this weekend. I think they're going to do it. Chargers, they're in. It's going to be interesting to see the seeding wise, whether it's going to be the Bills playing them, the Ravens, what have you. But it does suck that we're at this stage, and it's so much fun to watch all these different machinations happening. And the Niners just aren't. What do they have to play for? And you're going to tell me something they have to play for because I'm struggling to see a silver lining here, Joe Shasky. Shout out Bradley Cooper and Jennifer Lawrence, silver linings playbook.
So let me give you the silver line. And I think everybody's been viewing this a little distorted. I think we're obsessed with our players, and I get it. They've retained all your favorite players, and I understand that, and you like those guys, but you also have to get younger. I'm looking at some teams around the league. And look, these are one-year wonders, so we'll see if they're sustainable. Washington had the number 2 overall pick last year.
Certainly
Now,
did.
they nailed the quarterback, it feels like. We'll see if he can back the year up that he had this year, right? C.J. Stroud is learning, and Brock Purdy is learning. It's really difficult to be great year in, year out, right? But when I look at Washington, they traded away all those defensive players that we knew. Montez Sweat, Chase Young. Mm-hmm. I can't really name a defender on their team, casually. And their defense is pretty solid. They've got Terry McLaurin on offense and one of the Robinsons, one of the 1,000 Robinson running backs.
They still got my boy Deron Payne. Shout out Alabama.
Okay.
It's a sick name.
Jared Allen.
Yeah.
Josh Allen, whatever the guy's name, the defensive lineman from Alabama. But the point stands that I think most casual football fans couldn't name too many Washington defenders. They moved off all those guys, and they feel like this is the weakest version, at least in their heads, because of the money and how they're going to move going forward, and now they're a desirable location. They've got a lot of picks. They feel like this is the weakest version of our team right now, and we're going to be better moving forward. I look at a team like the Broncos, who you referenced, and they're going to probably make the playoffs. They ate a ton of dead cap money with Russell Wilson, and they've kind of bounced back, and they figured it out, and they're actually having a great year. Mm-hmm. When I look at the Niners situation, we can move a guy or two that you all like. I don't know who it is. Maybe they keep Debo. Maybe they move Debo. Maybe they keep Trent. Maybe they move Trent. But it's not like everything's barren moving forward, and they can't overcome this. They have to draft well. They have to be smart with their money. They have to get guys back who have been injured, CMC and Brandon Ayuk. But you can turn things around in the NFL. 7 weeks ago, I thought Bryce Young was not an NFL player. Now I'm like, you know what? Maybe he's middle of the pack. Things change quickly. Now, the quarterback's got to play better. Yeah. The head coach has got to kind of shake some things up. They've got to nail this draft. They need young players to continue to develop. But as I look around the NFL right now, and I know it feels really bleak, and I'm sad that the Niners have basically been mathematically eliminated for a month left to go in the season, they can get right back where they need to be in one offseason. I'm looking at the Eagles, and they look like a completely different organization with a lot of the same guys from last year. A couple of tweaks.
Yeah, no, it's a great point. That's Joe Shasky. I'm Joe Spadoni filling in for Bonte Hills, the Morning Roast. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text the Comcast Business text line. And good morning to all you just getting off work and ready for work, getting ready to do whatever you got to do. New Year's plans. If you're traveling, please travel safe. It looks like the wet weather's going to stay away here for a little bit, so we don't have to worry tonight about Jared Goff v. Brock Purdy in the elements, because I don't think any of us really wanted to see that tonight, Joe Shasky. I got to laugh about it because
it trickles a little, and all of a sudden ball security is an issue.
Oh, no.
It's just, I mean, come on, man.
You just have to laugh about it at this point, and it's something to monitor, I guess. No Charvarius Ward. He's not going to be playing due to personal reasons in this game, so no Charvarius Ward, obviously no Trent Williams. So we'll monitor all the injuries and what have you and relay any information if any players are going to be out. 888-957-9570. But the biggest takeaway over the weekend, and we'll get more into the Niners. We're not done with the Niners here, but want to maybe just lay the foundation for a conversation we're going to have really deep dive in the 7 o'clock hour, because Jonathan Kuminga is having maybe his best, and it's a mini stretch here, but his most impressive, to me at least, Joe Shasky, 2-game stretch, even in a loss against the Clippers. I am seeing a decisive, I am seeing a energetic, enthusiastic, a willing Jonathan Kuminga these last 2 games that gives me a lot of hope for, if he stays on this team, that is, a lot of hope for the future of the Golden State Warriors. What were some of your quick thoughts on the Clippers game and that loss, and obviously the comeback win against the Phoenix Suns before we hit this break?
Well, Friday night, no Steph, no Dre. I'm not surprised there. It's just, Steph doesn't look right. Everybody, everybody's afraid to say it. He's still one of the greatest players of all time, but he hasn't looked dynamic. And if you watch the game on Saturday, he made a ton of mistakes. We've sat for the last 5 years and just ripped to shreds every role player and every other star not named Steph Curry. And I'm not here to rip Steph Curry. He's one of my and everyone's favorite players of all time.
Most beloved Bay Area athlete of all time.
He's the greatest Warrior ever.
Yeah.
But we can admit it. He's played lousy this year. And to me, it's not about just making and missing shots. To me, it's horrific shot selection in specific moments and just absolutely atrocious passes across court. If I watch another Steph Curry cross-court pass, my head's going to explode. And that brings me to Jonathan Kuminga. We have been crushing the kid. Let's give him his flowers. I want to celebrate Jonathan Kuminga today. And I'm telling you right now, in about 40 minutes, I'm going to give you an opinion on Jonathan Kuminga.
40-minute tease.
I'm serious.
I know you are.
Because I think I've been afraid to say it out loud, and I think Warrior fans who are actually watching games, if you are watching games, I think you're going to hop in this boat, and you're going to take this journey with me, all right? I am ready to say what no one is ready to say, and I think we've been viewing the Warriors situation completely different. You got to build around Steph. You got to do everything you can to squeeze the last ounce out of Steph. There is no version with no trade, Giannis notwithstanding, that makes this team a contender this year. Be realistic, Warrior fans. That trade doesn't exist. You're chasing fool's gold. I got a Kuminga thought. I can't wait to tell everyone.
You're chasing pyrite, a.k.a. fool's gold right there. That's Joe Shasky. I'm Joe Spadoni. 888-957-9570. By the way, those Golden State Warriors, as Joe Shasky's talked about, they take on the Cleveland Cavaliers tonight at Chase Center. Coverage of that starts right here on 95.7 The Game, your home for Golden State Warriors basketball. 6 o'clock with Warriors Live. Tip-off at 7 with the voice of the Golden State Warriors, Tim Roy, who, by the way, television Timmy on Friday. That was interesting. I enjoyed that.
It was good.
Obviously, Bobby Fitz came back the next day. We love Bobby Fitz. I mean, come on, how can you not love?
I live with these people. I love these people. They're part of my family.
He's part of our family, the great Tim Roy. So it was great hearing him on the television side with Kalena Azubuike, but nice to get him back on our airwaves tonight against the Cleveland Cavaliers. Cavaliers, by the way. Kenny Atkinson, obviously former assistant coach of the Warriors, now their head coach in Cleveland, 27-4. The quietest 27-4 that you've heard in a long time, because I get it. It's Cleveland. Donovan Mitchell's awesome. He's great. But it's the Cavs. Do we really buy it? Well, we'll see, because last time they played the Warriors, I think they were up by 50 after one quarter, it felt like, because that was a beatdown. 888-957-9570 is the number. More of this conversation will pick up on the other side. It's going to be brought to you by Safeway.
Dub Nation, it's Ron Adams. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7, The Game.
Oh, what's up, Ron Adams? It's actually Spadoni and Shasky today. Joe Spadoni filling in for Bonte Hill. This is the Morning Roast, though, and we love to hear Ron Adams. I love when we play like hip-hop or some like gangster rap with Ron Adams behind it. It just goes even harder on the rejoin, as far as I'm concerned. And good morning to all you just getting off work, getting ready for work, enjoying your holiday weekend. You've taken a couple weeks off. If you're back to work, if you're hitting the grind, whatever you're doing. If you're driving around listening to us on the free Odyssey app, we appreciate you. Download that bad boy. It is awesome. You can take us wherever you need to go. You can also find your favorite podcasts like Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys with our very own Sam Lemon and Joe Shasky. New pod coming out in regards to Corbin Burns. We'll get to that a little bit later on the show. Awesome. Can't wait for that. And by the way, if you download the Odyssey app, you can take us wherever you need to go to watch and listen to all your Warriors games. Tune in for Warriors Live today, by the way, at 6 o'clock, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. We've got Warriors Future Focus coming up in a second. Real quick, though, because Adrian Hayward's been hanging on for a second. We were talking about 49ers and if they'll be right back into it next year, obviously. Not playing for a playoff spot this year, but they are playing potentially the number one overall seed in the NFC, the Detroit Lions, who met you last year, well, technically this calendar year, but last season in the NFC Championship game tonight at Levi Stadium. What's going on, Adrian? You're out in Hayward. You're on with Spadoni and Shasky. What you got, man?
Good morning, fellas. Happy Christmas. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year's. I got a little question for you guys. Did you guys watch that Bengals-Broncos on Saturday?
Oh, yeah.
If yes, in that fourth quarter and overtime, I was blown away by the quarterback play. Both these guys under pressure making all the throws. And the whole time I'm thinking, man, why can't I have a guy like Bo Nix or Joe Burrow who threads the needle, fourth down, pressure's in his face, scores a touchdown or throws a 65-yard bomb. I've never, ever seen that as a 49er fan. I'm 32 years old.
Adrian, real quick, and I'll let you finish. I don't want to cut you off. Are you telling me you'd rather have Bo Nix right now than Brock Purdy?
Oh, definitely.
Oh.
Definitely. Did you not watch that game on Saturday?
It was a dynamic game.
Did you not watch the playoff run last year with Brock Purdy? I mean, we're talking about, the NFC Championship game and him coming back and all that. Like, I just think, and thank you for the call, Adrian. I appreciate you.
I'm not ready to say goodbye to Brock Purdy.
Simultaneously,
though, there is a big, not Bo Nix, but there's a Grand Canyon gap between Joe Burrow and Brock Purdy. Okay, that's a fair one. And look, I'm just telling you me. I have sticker shock. I know it was like, don't mark it. Just because your brother buys a $3 million house doesn't mean you can afford a $3 million house. And you should buy a $3 million house. What's your income? Where do you live? I mean, do you need 6,000 square feet? What if you live alone? I have a lot more questions. And so, just because somebody else in Jacksonville made a ton of money doesn't make that a good deal. And that doesn't mean that that's how I have to operate. And so I treat the quarterback salaries and everything the same way I do all the other positions. We jumped the gun on the Christian McCaffrey deal. And you know what? Christian is kind of skated this year in terms of criticism. We got bent over on the Bosa and Ayuk deals and Trent Williams deals, and they bit us in the back. Does Purdy deserve a pay raise? Absolutely. But am I in some crazy rush to give him $60 million a year? No, I'm not. I'm really not.
Brock Purdy, by the way, and Bo Nix are the same age. Just wanted to throw that out there.
Well, look, it's Bo Nix's first year. It's the same thing I said about C.J. Stroud and Brock Purdy last year. Do it again. That's the NFL. You know why I know that Burrow's good? Because he's done it a few times. You know why I know Lamar Jackson's good? He's done it a few times. Yeah. Josh Allen, etc. All these guys that are one-hit wonders. Jaden Daniels is a great example. He's having an amazing season. What an amazing year this guy's had. He has breathed life into an organization that in your lifetime, you don't even remember them being good.
No.
They were a powerhouse.
I remember them being decent with London Fletcher and Santana Moss.
That was a shell of what they were.
Exactly.
With Art Monk.
Correct.
And Gary Clark and Charles Mann. These are names I don't know if you know.
No, I know because the Raiders beat them in a Super Bowl, by the way. Cliff Branch cooking Art Monk at 35, 36 years old.
Mark Rippon and Doug Williams. No. And so this was an organization that was dead for years. And Jaden Daniels breathed life into it. Simultaneously, I'm like, all right, Jaden, you got to do it 2 years in a row.
Just like C.J. Stroud we were talking about last year with the Houston Texans, who were one of the worst. If they were the worst team in the NFL, 1 year turnaround, DeMeco Ryans their head coach, just like this 1 year turnaround, Dan Quinn, and shout out Adam Peters, obviously former executive with the San Francisco 49ers, and Bob Myers being a part of that collection too. Bobby Myers actually hitting on a number 2 overall pick, it would look like, with Jane Daniels seemingly going to win the Offensive Rookie of the Year, although I think Brock Bowers is probably the best rookie of the season, but he's not a quarterback. And as we know, if you have the best quarterback during a rookie season, he's going to win the Offensive Rookie of the Year award, just like Kyler Murray over Josh Jacobs. I'm not bitter or anything. 888-957-9570 is the number. We got Warriors Future Focus here in a couple minutes, Joe Shasky. Any thoughts on the 49ers, though, real quick, against the Detroit Lions?
Well, one thing that, yes, with the Detroit Lions, we'll get to that. But, like, just big picture on the Niners, like, if I just said to you, Joe, what is the almost exact correlation statistically for an offense to making this year's playoffs? What would that be? Would it be touchdowns? Would it be passing yards? Would it be rushing touchdowns? Would it be sacks? What do you think that number would be? Like what that stat might be?
Sorry, Sam was in my ear. Say that one more time.
All right, so I'll just say this. Teams that rush the ball well on offense are almost all making the playoffs. I'm going to go in order. The best rushing teams in the league.
Okay, yeah.
Eagles, Ravens, Commanders, Bucks, Packers. Now the Cardinals are in there, all right? Lions, Colts are in there. Bills, Steelers. Go right down the list. Falcons, Niners. Okay? That's your rounding out your top, 11, 12 teams. Almost all of them are playoff teams.
Yes.
All right? And so now the Falcons had an opportunity to get into the playoffs, and they kind of blew that. Obviously, the Colts got eliminated yesterday. But there is a direct correlation to where if you can run the ball, you can set up play action, you control the clock, you get field position. Like there's so many things that are valuable. You let your defense get their breath on the sidelines. And I look at the teams that are kicking butt right now. And this is the thing the Niners hung their hat on last year. We run the ball well. And this year they started off really well running the ball well. And they had a decent record. And it kind of went to crap. And so they need to get back to running the ball well. Is that just, hey, put CMC back there, draft some linemen, and you're good to go? I don't know. I would still draft more running backs. The two that you had this year, Jordan Mason and Garendo, they both went down. I need guys that can stay healthy because I can't bank on another 17-game season from CMC. So the Niners have got to get back to running the ball well. When I look at the Detroit Lions and what makes them so special, it's that offensive line and that's that run game.
Yeah, no, and they lost. Well, we thought he was going to be out for the year, but David Montgomery, obviously. But they have Jahmyr Gibbs is back. Like the depth on offense is something to behold because defensively we got the injury report coming up at 7:50. He can just say, yeah, the Detroit Lions are injured on deep. Like, yeah, right? It's just their entire defense feels like just absolutely shelled. Obviously, Aiden Hutchinson being the biggest one that they lost. Thank you, John Sterling. But yeah, to your point, the rushing stats this year, and it's actually crazy to look at it too, and we'll get to Warriors Future Focus here in just a second, but just the teams that are fighting just to get into the playoff picture, like the Cincinnati Bengals, the fourth worst rushing team, just if you're going by rushing yards per attempt, or per game, I should say. 94 they're averaging on the ground. 94, it's the fourth worst in the NFL. You look at a team like, surprisingly, the Los Angeles Rams are not very good either, although you don't expect that because Kyron Williams has actually had a phenomenal season.
Yes. Well, they run a lot of, and this is what I would say, them in Seattle run a lot of short, controlled screen passes, which act like run game plays.
A lot like what Tom Brady and the New England Patriots would do as well.
Those two do that.
Yep, absolutely. Let's get right into it, though, Sammy. We got the Warriors Future Focus we got into. It's the future. All right. Yeah, and we'll get back into the 49ers. Obviously, they take on the Detroit Lions tonight, and we'll have all that for you. And Lomas Brown, 9:20. He's going to join us, obviously, radio color analyst, I should say, for their 97 won the ticket out in Detroit. So get his thoughts on that. But right now, it is time for the Warriors Future Focus. And is Jonathan Kuminga the real future for the Golden State Warriors? Well, he will be if he keeps these dunks up like he had on Saturday.
Trip by Kuminga. Waters has it. Pass to Kuminga. Reaches back and gets it and glides home. Two-hand slam. Jonathan Kuminga. 195. Credit Waters with a nice lead pass.
And credit Tim Roy, who had that call right here on 95.7 The Game, and that was the Warriors Future Focus. Just like we love the future of the Dubs, Peralta Community College District encourages you to love your future too. Go to peralta.edu and apply today. I think I still have, Joe Shasky, my Peralta. I think I have it right here. My Peralta student ID right here. There you go.
Oh, wow.
There you go. This is probably like a decade ago. Peralta Community College District.
You still have that?
Well, maybe you get some student ID discounts with certain places. Still.
Get in museums.
Mm-hmm.
You ever seen Rodney Dangerfield Back to School?
Yes.
Like
The triple Indy?
Spadoni's going back to school.
I'm not that old. Please,
I know,
Rodney
I'm
is like
teasing.
60 in that.
I mean, I keep my student ID to get in museums and discounts and stuff like that. I mean, why
Yeah,
not?
right? I have that one, my SF State one still.
While I was writhing in pain with like a food poisoning, Michelle and the little guy went to the Academy of Sciences, and they had
Awesome.
a great time. Michelle paid for one of those, whatever they call the yearly passes.
Yeah.
You know, and
Season memberships.
There was something, whatever it is.
Membership.
And he had such a great time.
They're awesome. And they still got the albino alligator there, too. That thing's sweet.
yeah.
Like, never moves. It was just chilling there.
It's all about the frolicking penguins.
the frolicking penguins.
You know,
Great.
I'm gonna call an audible.
Omaha.
I have something to say about Jonathan Kuminga. No, and look, and I'll be at the forefront saying that my opinion has gone full gamut. I've done 180s, I've done 360s, I've done 540s. Shout out Tony Hawk. I've done all of it when it comes to Jonathan Kuminga, and kind of we all have. And you know what? We owe this man an apology. And Warrior fans, you gotta open your eyes. If you are actually watching games, what I'm gonna say is almost inarguable. And on the other side, I'm gonna explain it, and we're gonna get right into Jonathan Kuminga, because to me, the biggest revelation of the weekend for the Bay Area was Jonathan Kuminga has arrived, and we need to give this man the flowers that he deserves.
And that's what's coming up on the game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Bay Area. This is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Bonte.
Thank you, Jonathan. May I call you Jonathan? Johnny? I don't think he likes Johnny. Spadoni in for Bonte Hill alongside Joe Shasky here. We've had a great time already. It's only 45 minutes into the show, 47 minutes of the show. We're having a great time. Talking Dubs, talking Niners. We'll get into some Giants later. But Joe Shasky before the break had just an amazing tease. And before we get to that, I just got to make it known that this segment is brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. And by the way, Golden State Warriors are back in action tonight at Chase Center, taking on the best team in the East, at least record-wise, the Cleveland Cavaliers, who are 27-4. Coverage of that starts right here on 95.7 The Game at 6 o'clock with Warriors Live. Tip-off at 7 with the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy, Joe Shasky. And by the way, 9:20 today, Lomas Brown, radio color analyst for the Detroit Lions, as the Niners are playing the Detroit Lions at home at Levi Stadium. So we got Niners, we got Warriors, we got a full spread tonight on a Monday. I can't wait.
I'm a 42-year-old man, all right?
Okay.
42-year-old man that has been a Warrior fan my entire life. I call the Depression-era Warriors, like, one of the, like, that really was the separator. Like, were you a diehard Warrior fan when the team was walking in the desert with no water and no vision and no mirage and no hope from 92 through whatever, 2007?
So we got Bible, we got Great Depression, we got everything right now. That's how bad it was for the Golden State Warriors at one point.
I mean, the high water mark for me was a season of Antoine Jameson, Gilbert Arenas, and Jason Richardson, sprinkled in with some Troy Murphy later on. You know, like, so, like, that was the We Believe was like the pinnacle of being a Warrior fan. Making the second round, knocking off Dirk. So I say this with great perspective, okay? When Steph Curry arrived, I never thought he would do what he did, right? I never thought the Warriors could get past the second round in the playoffs, okay? Me and my boy Mikey C would say every single year, if we just made the playoffs, if we just made the playoffs, in a sport where half the league makes the playoffs.
Yeah.
Okay? The Warriors weren't just a bad team. They were one of the worst run organizations in the history of the planet. It's ironic that we're talking about the Detroit Lions today, because in many ways, the Warriors were very equivalent to what the Detroit Lions were for so many years. Now, they had Wilt, they had Rick Barry, my dad's favorite player, Rick Barry, right? And Chris Mullin was my favorite player growing up. For a time, it was Latrell Sprewell. And I felt like anytime they had something good, they ruined it. I loved Monte Ellis. I thought it was crazy that we were trading Monte Ellis for a guy with a microfracture injury in Andrew Bogut. Boy, was I wrong. All right? Opinions can change. I appreciate everything Steph Curry has done. I never thought they'd get 1 title, let alone 4 during the middle and the height of the LeBron era.
Yeah.
Now, people can quibble and say, oh, it's the Steph era too. No, but you know what I mean. No. All right, it's been a LeBron era. And for the Warriors to not only win 1, but 4 during smack dab the middle of this man's dominance, who's one of the greatest players in any sport ever, is not just remarkable, it's one of the craziest things this planet has ever seen.
It's hilarious that you're saying all this right now on the television screen behind you, not to distract you or anything, but there was just Stephen Curry talking and winning his MVP. It was funny. It was ironic. Shout out Alanis Morissette. It was just as you were going through all that. But yeah, to your point, it's one of those things that when you look back on, the stories aren't going to do it justice.
No.
Just like you and Bonte always talk about the golden age of the San Francisco 49ers. I wasn't alive during that time.
Yeah.
So a lot of my friends that are Niner fans that are watching them now, it's like, that's great. That's awesome that they won in the 90s and that they have this history. And Joe Montana, you know, if he's not the best quarterback ever, he's the second best quarterback. That's awesome. But I never got to see that. So all I've known is heartbreak in my time. Just like our dads watched Rick Barry back in the day and won. It's like, oh, I've seen them win and stuff like that. So to me, but the appreciation factor, I think, and, you know, the finality of a run, and you're kind of seeing it now with Steph and the Warriors. Not to say that they're washed and they're horrible, and it's, you know, we saw that with the Dirk Nowitzki Mavericks, the Kobe Lakers, Tim Duncan at the end there. It ends at one point, and the Warriors aren't there yet. Maybe as championship contender, but they're still a playoff contender, but they're in this kind of weird twilight zone that fans, I just don't know. I don't think they know how to wrap their minds around how to root for this team right now.
Because it's not a video game.
Yeah.
And that's been my biggest issue. And I'm glad that you brought up the 49ers, because I'm going to make two comparisons to the Niners and the Giants. The Niners, throughout their entire tenure, when they were great in the 80s, Bill Walsh's whole mantra was, I want the best of you, and I'm not giving you a contract 1 year too late. I would rather you play one good year with someone else and then start to decline, as opposed to me overpay and then you decline on my dollar.
I want you at your best, not at your worst.
They made contingency plans to bring in Steve Young for a reason. Well, they had doubts when it comes to Joe Montana. And look, Joe Montana's the greatest player in 49er history. Maybe it's Jerry Rice, but I'm going to say it's Joe Montana, okay? I'm not bitter at all about the Steve Young championship. Steve Young's probably my favorite 49er of all time because of his story and his journey and what he meant to me. I loved the way the Niners operated because we're always turning the page to the next guy. Do we love Ronnie Lott? Hell yeah, we love Ronnie Lott. He played for the Jets. He played for the Raiders. Mm-hmm. He went on. Do I love Roger Craig? Hell yeah, he played for the Vikings. He played for a bunch of different teams, okay? Joe Montana went on and played for the Chiefs. The Niners tried to keep it going, all right? When I look at the Giants, my favorite player of all time was Barry Bonds. They won immediately after he left. Not just a little. They won a lot. And I love Barry, and it breaks my heart he didn't win more. And I to this day, am frustrated to a degree that they never paired him up with anybody as close to as good as Jeff Kent post the Jeff Kent leaving the Giants era. And I get frustrated. But you know what both those organizations did? They continued to draft and try to find the next great players to put the team in position to win. All right? The Warriors, for the last however many years, have been trying to find suitable guys to take the mantle from Steph Curry and Clay and Draymond, and it's been difficult, and it's really hard, and there's no guarantee you ever find those guys. But I will always defend them not exhausting all their resources to bring in a bunch of journeymen. Like, every company in America is trying to build their thing for the now and the future. Every great dynasty, like the New England Patriots, were building for the now and the future. They didn't just stop drafting and developing players. Part of drafting and developing is those guys are on cheap contracts, and it's actually beneficial for your organization. And homegrown players are more beloved, which brings me to Jonathan Kuminga. And I think we viewed this whole thing wrong for months, myself included. Shame on me. Jonathan Kuminga should be getting the torch from Steph Curry. We should not be trying to trade this guy away. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Shame on all of us. It's not his fault. He's the best draft pick since the Draymond, Clay, Steph Curry days. I love Kevon Looney. Kevon Looney's a role player. Kevon has been a great warrior. But in terms of passing the torch to someone, Jonathan Kuminga is the guy we've been waiting for. And yes, it's a little bumpy, and it's going to be bumpy moving forward. But there is no trade scenario that I see that's realistic that makes the Warriors champions with Steph Curry as the lead dog right now. I love Steph, but watch the games, people. Have you been watching the games? He's not the same. Get on my back. I will carry you for 75 nights a year. He's just not that guy anymore. Now, Jonathan Kuminga, in the last month, has surged. Ever since everybody wanted to trade him for Cam Johnson and this guy and that guy, Jonathan Kuminga, we should be planting our flag on as the next guy that we're building around post Steph Curry, not trading him away to run for the 6th seed to try to chase some fake title that's never going to happen. Jonathan Kuminga deserves his flowers, and we need to celebrate him. And I'm done trying to trade him away. If anything, this organization should be trying to empower him. Draymond, get out of the way. You're playing the 5. You're playing 20 minutes a night. Steph Curry, you could still be the main thing that everything moves around, but we are going to run stuff specifically in certain situations for Jonathan Kuminga. Stop trying to marginalize him, and let's prop this guy up.
888-957-9570. You just heard it from Joe Shasky right there, ladies and gentlemen.
Tired of it.
Is it time to build? The time is now to build around Jonathan Kuminga, is what you're saying, Joe Shasky.
No, what I'm saying
you build
is
around him. No. You have Steph,
yes,
and you're not moving off Steph. Stephen Curry's a made man, but you're seeing the decline. Yes. You're seeing the writing on the wall. The future is youth with the Golden State. It always is. No matter what. You're not going to get better as you get old. Yes, LeBron James and Stephen Curry are amazing. They put on a show on Christmas. It's awesome. That's not happening every day.
No.
They're having LeBron just missed a game this weekend because he had a tummy ache. Steph's going to miss games because he has knee tendonitis. Like, these guys are old. You can see the writing on the wall. Now, the Lakers, they have Anthony Davis. They have a guy that's 30, 31. They are a parent, right? The Warriors, you have Jonathan Kuminga still. You have Andrew Wiggins is 29. He's not 30 yet. You have pieces here to still build around post Stephen Curry to be excited about. Why are you trying to move off of them for a 50-year-old Jimmy Butler? Now, if you have a reason why, I want to hear from the callers here, 888-957-9570. Do you disagree with Joe Shasky? Do you disagree that, you know what, no, Jonathan Kuminga is not the guy to be building around? I want to hear from you too. Or if you agree with Shasky, same thing. 888-957-9570 is the number.
I want to hit people with like the reality check. Don't just box score watch the games. All right. Does Kuminga make a lot of mistakes? Yeah. He's a young ascending player who's going to make mistakes. Why is our tolerance level at 0 for this young man? We need to be more tolerant of his mistakes. Draymond's making mistakes left and right. Now, he does winning plays as well, and so does Kuminga. Kuminga has made a lot of winning plays. And this isn't about a 30-point game in the loss on Friday night. This is about what I've been watching for a month, okay? Now, a month doesn't make you a great basketball player, but we can see where this is going. Steph Curry, since the calendar has turned to December, how many 30-point games does Steph have?
Oh, man, that's a game show music. 1?
3.
Wow.
How many does Jonathan Kuminga have since December 1st?
4?
3.
3. Wow.
Number 3.
Now, is points everything? No, but this guy gets to the free throw line, which they failed to do since Durant left. This is a guy
12 attempts on Saturday.
What?
12 attempts for him at the line.
He's dynamic.
More than the entire team combined.
The reality that Warrior fans need to come to grips with is this team is not a contender, and that's okay. You can still have a lot of fun.
Not a championship contender. They can make a playoff. They can
Absolutely.
They may win a series potentially.
But I'm not trading Jonathan Kuminga for Jimmy Butler, Cam Johnson, for some fake attempt at a title that's never going to be realized because the team is not good enough. A team built around a bunch of 36-year-olds is not getting out of the box. All right? Now, I'm not saying that you'll ever win a championship with Jonathan Kuminga, but as an organization, this is the young player that you need to be empowering to hand the baton to, not this year, but down the line, not trading him away. Why are we so quick to crush this guy? And then he has a great game with Steph and Draymond on the floor, and he's the guy who closed that game out.
Well, he's
the guy.
That's the one that's most encouraging for me, Joe Shasky, because it's one thing to do it and have a 30-burger on, going back to In-N-Out, a 30-burger on Friday against the Los Angeles Clippers when you don't have Steph and you don't have Dre. It's like, okay, you're the guy. But when those two come back and those two need their touches and Draymond Green needs the ball in his hands and Stephen Curry needs to get up 22 shots and only going 9 from 22, 4 of 13 from beyond the arc, like to have that performance off the bench and not bat an eye, it does feel like he's turned a corner both in his maturity on and off the court. So much so that the head coach, Steve Kerr, has taken notice.
I just think he's turning a corner. I just think he's seeing the pictures well. He made a play late in the game where he swung the ball to Draymond, immediately pinned in for Steph, and Steph got a 3. He didn't make it, but that's the play where you have to recognize Steph's your teammate. You know, you see he's cutting through the lane, swing the ball, and go set a screen for him. And those are the type of plays that if he makes, you know, and he's doing what he's doing, getting downhill, getting fouled, getting to the rim. Now the mix, the blend of Steph, Draymond, JK, now it starts to really get powerful. And I'm so impressed with JK. It just feels like he's turning a corner, and he played so hard last night and again tonight. The rebound at the end just before he got fouled, he came out of nowhere along the baseline to make that play. I think he had about 7 boards in the second half. He was fantastic, man. This is exactly what we're looking for, and it's fun to see him, deliver.
And that was Steve Kerr, obviously, after the Golden State Warriors 109-105 victory over the Phoenix Suns on Saturday to improve to 16-15 on the year, 8-7 at home. And you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Lomas Brown, Detroit Lions radio color analyst, joining us at 9:20. Obviously, the Warriors back in action tonight against the Cleveland Cavaliers. We got a lot to get into when it comes to Bay Area sports right now. Corbin Burns Spurn to the Giants potentially, going to the Arizona Diamondbacks. So much we're getting into. But right now, the focus is on Jonathan Kuminga, the future of the Golden State Warriors. Joe Shasky. We got Oreo Cookie and Robin San-Bruno on the line. Real quick, to you guys, your thoughts on that, Joe Shasky. Kuminga's turning a corner. And the fact that Steve Kerr is saying that's significant. Because it feels like if I'm someone on the outside looking in, or even if I'm a Golden State Warriors fan, it felt like constantly Kuminga was just always doing it. In Steve Kerr's eyes, it wasn't enough. Whether it's him, whether it's Moses Moody, whether it's sometimes it's Brandon Pajemski, like the young guys could never do enough in Steve Kerr's eyes is how it felt.
And to the fans.
And to the fans.
And the fans were spoiled. And the tolerance level for young players was out of control. And look, I'm raising my hand. I have been guilty of this as well. But like, let me do the exercise. Since the 2012 draft, when I felt like Warrior fans were just so excited, Harrison Barnes, Festus, Draymond Green, and Kuzmic, a different Kuzmic, okay? This is who they've drafted. Kevon Looney, Damian Jones, Jacob Evans, Pascal, Jordan Poole. Now, Jordan Poole has an argument as the best draft pick. Jessup, Nico Mannion, James Wiseman, Moses Moody, Kuminga, Guy Santos, Patrick Baldwin, Brandon Pajemski, and Quentin Post. Outside of Jordan Poole, it is head and shoulders. Jonathan Kuminga is your best draft pick. And I love Kevon Looney. He has been a really good player. He's a role player. Like, he's not going to be a frontline player. He's a role player. I love him. I think he brings a lot to the table. This is the best draft pick in 12 years, potentially, and people just want to kick him at every single turn and never want to empower him. I'm tired of it. I am done questioning him. And there's a whole Draymond aspect to this and the positions and all that. We'll get to it, but let's get to the callers. This is the guy we should be handing the baton to down the line, not trying to trade away in the trade machine.
Oreo Cookie out in Oakland wants to join in the conversation. 888-957-9570. You can hit us up via call or text, the Comcast Biz text line. What's going on, Oreo? You're almost Bedoni and Shasky on the Morning Roast.
Hey, what it do? Yeah, man, you guys are right. Shasky, you're totally right. Kuminga has finally come into his own. It sucks that he had to go through the media to finally get some playing time, but I think that's what it is. It was just he had to get consistent, and he had to be on the floor. Having said that, Curry and Kuminga are the only two that I would not trade. Number one on my list is the champion of change. I don't see him changing. He's going back to the old him. His body language to me is weird. It sucks to me, man. He complains about every single call. Give me a break, man. That's going to go down to the youngsters. That's setting a very bad example. He's been doing this so much. Number one on my list to get out of here is that dark cloud that keeps hanging over us. With him gone, I think we'd have a better culture.
You're talking about Draymond Green. Well, there's a whole Draymond Green element to me when it comes to Jonathan Kuminga. Draymond at the beginning of the year was trying to force Kuminga to the three because he knew that if Jonathan Kuminga plays the three, then Draymond conceivably is playing the four. And then he can have TJD at the five. Dre, I'm sorry. The best version of the Warriors, you're the five. It sucks. Yes, you can't be a 30-minute-a-night guy. You're not, though. Your body's already breaking down. Draymond is a 19 to 23 a minute a night guy at the five. At the five. Kuminga's your four. Look at the spacing. And when you have TJD on the floor with Kuminga, your spacing isn't as good because Draymond wants to handle the ball at the top of the key. He's kind of like a point center, point forward, which is fine. But Draymond needs to acknowledge this is him suffocating Kuminga is why this team has failed to take the leap forward and why Kuminga hasn't. You can even play the sound from the beginning of the year.
I will. This is from October 3rd of this year on why Draymond Green does not think Kuminga can play the powered forward position.
I think he's a three. It's always been my opinion. That's going to change. That's not going to change. I think, to play the four, it requires a certain skill set. So oftentimes people approach the fours if it's not a position. You think I can just move a guy there. No, it's a position that you have to know how to play. It's like, you never hear, you don't think anybody can play point guard. The four is the same thing. It requires a certain skill set, a certain knowledge, a certain understanding of that position to do that. He's never done it. Can he adjust and learn that? I don't know. Can a receiver learn how to be a quarterback in 2 years? So,
That analogy is completely different to me. Like, don't even compare playing receiver to playing a quarterback. It's just not even close to being a 3 or a 4. Jonathan Kuminga is 22 years old, and the guy has so much raw talent in his little finger compared to a guy like, I'm not going to say Draymond. Listen, the physical attributes of a Jonathan Kuminga, yeah, if I'm a Draymond Green, it might be hard to switch that at times, but I'm not putting any limits on what Jonathan Kuminga can and can't do at this point. He's shown to be, at times, your best player this season.
But this is, again, it's a self-serving comment at the beginning of the season by Draymond, which I get. I get his point of view. And to be fair, Trayce Jackson-Davis has played great basketball the last week. Yeah. The best basketball, I would say, of his career. But, like, to me, their best version, and I'm talking about close games, okay, is, Dre, you're the 5, dog, and Kuminga's the 4. And that's what it is. And it's ironic to me that the David Lee thing, where Draymond replaced David Lee and David Lee became kind of marginalized and had to accept his fate, that's kind of what's happening to Draymond. It's funny how the league works like that.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, Joe. You're on fire. Your closing lineup ideally is what?
Wiggins at the 3, Kuminga at the 4, Dre at the 5, I got Curry at the 1, and then that 2 oscillates between Schroeder, Buddy Hield. I think maybe it's GP2 depending on defensive subs. I think that 2 spot, because that's their biggest hole right now.
It is.
But the 2 spot is kind of up for grabs.
The inconsistency there right now, and Dennis Schroeder
hey, look, he had a big 3 the other night.
He had a big, great. I just the totality of what I've gotten from him right now, it's tough.
They needed a win though.
Yes, they did, and I'll give him this because we had Anthony Slater join us. What was that? Thursday, Friday, Thursday? You were here Thursday. Thank you. Our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider and covers the team for Athletic. We love Slates. He was saying give it some time. And Schroeder talked about this to an extent too, and we'll get back to the Kuminga conversation in a second. Robin San-Bruno will get to you here.
Can't wait to hear what he says.
But he's saying, listen, I had to adjust to LeBron. It took some time. And when he did adjust to LeBron, we saw it with the Lakers in that series against the Warriors a couple seasons ago. He was a difference maker. He was hounding Steph Curry. He was hitting big shots. He was getting to the lane. He was being a distributor of the ball to LeBron, to Anthony Davis. He was huge in that series. So I'm going to give Schroeder some time to adjust. It's hard, whether it's a LeBron, whether it's a Steph, specifically in this system where it's so damn unique and so damn Steph-centric. Trying to find that balance is tough for a guy like Schroeder, whose game is predicated on having the ball in his hands.
Right now, the second best player on the Warriors has been Jonathan Kuminga.
Yes.
Wiggins, maybe the 3rd.
Wiggins at times, I will say, because Wiggins has been playing well. He did not have a good game on Saturday against the
But he did a lot of little things.
But he did a lot of little things. And defensively, he is always there. And I know his IQ is always going to be there week in and week out.
And you know what the Warriors did in the entire second half, which I was like, finally, they're like, we're going to put Plumlee out on Kuminga. Everyone get out of the way and let Kuminga go to work.
Yeah,
like that's the modern NBA. Is at times you do have to isolate the mismatch.
Absolutely. Rob, San-Bruno, Rob? What's going on, Rob? You're on with Spadoni and Chesky. How you doing, man? You have a good Christmas?
I'm doing good. How about y'all? Great Christmas. How about yourself?
Oh, man, doing so good.
That's right. Well, look, the last 2 games, I watched the last 2 Warrior games. I wasn't doing nothing at the house, so all I did was watch sports. Look, man, it's time for Steph. It's time for Dre to take a step back. All right? It's been proven. I mean, Kuminga can do everything. I watched him. It's like he was getting to the free throw line with no effort. Like, we're over here passing the ball, all this passing, causing turnovers. No, sometimes you got to get the ball to your best player and let him get to the hoop. And that's exactly what he did. He got to the hoop. He the last 2 games, and he coming off the bench, which is an insult to me, and he's still giving you 30. And it's not a hard 30. He getting to the line. He getting to his spots. In a league to where it's a small ball area, to where usually the big 5 men and back in the day is a 4 man or a 3 man. It's small. You got no rim protection. If you got a guy who can get to the hoop at will, and you don't have a guy who can, you're not playing teams that can protect the paint. Outside of Gobert, I mean, Jokic ain't protecting the paint. Nobody, outside of Anthony Davis and Gobert, nobody in the league protecting the paint like that, or Jared Allen in Cleveland. So, and my thing is like this. It's time for Steph to realize, look, you're not that guy no more, pal, and that's fine. Jared Jack had to realize that. Monte had to realize that. It's your turn, Steph. Steph, it's Kuminga's turn now. Steph, if you're a great player, you adjust how you play. Dwayne Wade had to adjust for LeBron James. Kareem had to adjust for Magic. So at the end of the day, it's up to the Warrior fans and Steve Kerr to realize, look, It was fun with Curry. Curry can still be that guy, but he needs to be a number 2 and find ways to work around Kuminga. Same with Draymond Green. Kuminga is the stud right now. You can't convince me to trade him for anybody else. You're not going to find a better player than he is.
I totally agree.
Thank you, Rob.
Any trade scenario where you've got Jonathan Green, you're giving up the better player in long term to me. And I look at this, and he brought up something that the NBA, the regular season. Now, we're not talking about playoffs. The regular season. Who can go every night?
Mm-hmm.
And I just look at our old bodies. I don't know who can go every night.
That's a good point. 888-957-9570. We're going to take a quick break. Come on back. Is Jonathan Kuminga, is Kuminga untradeable at this point? Joe Shasky seems to think so. I'll give my thoughts on the other side. 888-957-9570. And that's what's coming up on the game, sponsored by Save Mart and Lucky California.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Dub Nation, it's Lindy Waters. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Bonte.
Thanks, Lindy. Spidonian for Bonte Hill alongside Joe Shasky. 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text. Give your thoughts on the program. Been talking Niners, talking Dubs, a lot of Dubs, and why not? It's the time now to really buy into Jonathan Kuminga. Has he turned a corner? Steve Kerr seems to think so. Joe Shasky thinks so. The time is now to build around him. Is he untradeable at this point? Got to plant your flag. 888-957-9570 is the number. And be sure to download the Odyssey app, 95.7 The Game. Thousands of other stations and millions of podcasts are free on that Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, other great podcasts like Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys are all available. Follow your favorite teams like the Golden State Warriors, and you can find all the games on there for free. Again, did I say it's free? It's free. It's awesome. It's amazing. And you can catch interviews like Steve Kerr, who joined Devone and Lone Neal last week right here on these airwaves on 95.7 The Game. Lomas Brown, former Detroit Lion and current radio color analyst for the team, joining us at 9:20 to preview Niners Lions. We'll get back into that game at some point today because it may not seem like a big game for the 49ers, but there are still a lot of things to play for when it comes to this team and some of these players. And obviously, will the Detroit Lions be playing anyone tonight? That's another thing because tonight might not really matter for them. It really doesn't in the grand scheme of things because next week when they play the Minnesota Vikings on Sunday Night Football, it's win and you get the number 1 overall seed. And if you don't, you fall all the way back and you're going to have to be on the road in that first round. So massive implications there, but also massive implications tonight for the Golden State Warriors because I want to see them coming off this win, Joe Shasky, going up against the best in the East and a team that quite frankly embarrassed you. They just embarrassed you last time they played in Cleveland, Ohio, the Cavaliers. What they did to you wasn't even a game. I literally turned it on. I remember it was a Friday night. I had the kids, Benny and Nora, we were leaving Target, and I turned the game on. It was R.C. Davis on our airwaves, and I was waiting to hear the score because it was halftime. And he kind of mumbled the score because it was so egregious. Like, yeah, Warriors down by a lot. It's so-and-so to so-and-so.
It was like 90-40.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. I was like, they're down 40 points? Yeah. It's something like that. I was like, oh my God. So, yeah, they need to play for some pride at the very least tonight on their home court.
Well, and I think Jonathan Kuminga needs to continue to play well. That's important against a very long athletic team with multiple bigs that are very, very good defensively. Obviously, you got the young man drafted out of USC.
Mobley, yeah.
And then you've got Jared Allen. And so this is a team that gives them fits. And Donovan Mitchell traditionally has given them fits. So, this is a big one. I just think that everyone's afraid to acknowledge where this is going. And what I mean by where this is going, it's like, Steph's going to be Steph until the eternity of time. It's like, no, Father Time is undefeated. All right? And very few people get to throw their last pitch, throw their last touchdown, hit their last walk-off in the way Jordan did against the Utah Jazz.
And even he came back for a season with the Wizards.
That's what I'm saying. John Elway was not the same player at the very end, walking off with his finger in the air after the 2 Super Bowls.
Correct. Same with Peyton Manning, also finished with the Broncos in the Broncos uniform.
And no one's saying that Steph can't be great occasionally from night to night. Like just the other day, he had 10 assists and 1 turnover. He was brilliant, amazing. But the days of him carrying this organization on their backs to a decent seed and then having enough requisite energy to then drag them through the playoffs, I just think those days are over. And I look at the Warriors right now and I say to myself, all right, look, you're not a championship contender. And that's okay. I know we only want to win championships. We won 4. It was amazing. It would be fun getting back into the playoffs and letting Jonathan Kuminga, let loose in a real playoff series so that he has something to build on from there. Does that mean I stop working the trades? No. I'm always trying to land somebody somewhere. What I'm saying is these Cam Johnson for Kuminga deals, these Jimmy Butler for Wiggins and Kuminga, what are we doing? No. I got to figure out who Jonathan Kuminga is. Okay, and then I'll figure out how much money I want to commit to him. But eventually down the line, this is the guy I'm passing the baton to. We're not there yet. No one's saying this is Kuminga's team, Curry's marginalized. No. This is still Curry's team. I'm saying every now and then, 1 out of 3, 1 out of 4 times, Clear it out and let Jonathan Kuminga go one-on-one with someone. And let's let this guy go downhill. I watched Curry the other night, and again, it was a bad night, but he had 5 turnovers, and like 3 of them were atrocious. And then he took some early shot clock, what I call heaves. And prime Curry could get away with that because he was so spectacular. He's not at 100%.
It's emblematic of the season he's going to have. On Christmas night, he had an amazing performance against LeBron James and Los Angeles Lakers. He was awesome. It was vintage Steph, vintage LeBron. Again, I use the word vintage. It's not like that anymore on a day-to-day. Exactly. Both LeBron and Steph missed their neck. Oh, I think LeBron played, but he missed the one after that with a tummy ache or something like that. Or he had the flu. A flu's going around, a stomach flu. Joe Shasky, he got sick. Yeah. It's going around. Be safe, by the way, people. Use the hand sanitizer, all that sort of stuff. But yeah, like that's emblematic of what it's going to be and what it's been this season. He'll have a great game one day. He might, if it's the front end of a back-to-back, he's going to miss that game, and then you don't know what you're going to get after that. Like, it could be another good game, or it could be kind of a pedestrian game. And I think we're just so accustomed to him being great all the time that we've forgotten just how much this wear and tear it gets on. It gets on Steph. It gets on LeBron. It gets on all these players. It got on Kobe, Tim Duncan, Dirk Nowitzki. When you're that talented, but you have to shoulder the load, not just physically, but emotionally too. Like, just think about the last couple seasons, what Stephen Curry has had to deal with, Joe Shasky. The Jordan Poole punch, Klay Thompson, like dealing with all that drama. Draymond Green, Steve Kerr, Bob Myers moving on. You bring in Mike Dunleavy, all with Joe Lacob as your owner. And who wants to win more than Joe Lacob? Not a lot of people. And he will put your money where your mouth is, but he demands excellence out of you too. So there's pressure built into every single thing he does to that. It just is a matter of time for when the emotional part starts hitting the physical as well. And we're seeing it this year. And we're not saying he's washed. No. We're not saying he's cooked. But it's refreshing to see a young guy kind of help out the older guy finally and being consistent in Jonathan Kuminga. It's refreshing to see. So when people try to tell me and tell you like, oh, but we need to, the time is now. The stock's never higher in Jonathan Kuminga. No, we're seeing it with Steph in real time. So you want to bring in Jimmy Butler? That might be the same thing. Like, who's to say Jimmy? Who's to say Jimmy Butler, right when you trade for him, and the next year he doesn't start getting knee tendinitis?
He's 36.
You don't think that guy has wear and tear on him? Talk about the load that Steph's been shouldering. You kidding me? There's literally a meme of Jimmy Butler exhausted. That's a meme.
Who we equate with Thibodeau, who runs people into the ground, we want to get on this last leg, who also wants $60 million.
And if there's another name out there that I'm missing that you want to go trade, like Sam Lubman last week.
But I want Vucevic.
Okay.
So like, this is a good example.
That's not going to take Kuminga.
What?
That's not going to take Kuminga.
But that's my point. See, to me, the move for the Warriors is get another big. Trace is really starting to play well right now. Like, this is where I go to like people. I'm like, hey, we got to watch games now. We can't just talk narratives and big picture and like, are you watching games or are you not? Because when I watch games, you know what I've watched this year? Of the 31 games played, Steph is 10th most games played on the Warriors. He's played 25 games.
That's interesting.
Okay. Do you know who's suited up in every single game, basically, except for the 2 they had knee tendonitis? Jonathan Kuminga. All right?
Durable.
He's the second highest point scorer right now on the team by just a small margin over Andrew Wiggins. But we would all agree Andrew Wiggins has been given more opportunities in prime situations than Kuminga this year.
Correct.
And
I've been impressed with Andrew Wiggins.
I have too. He's had a great bounce back.
Yeah.
But so you're telling me in these trade scenarios, you're probably going to have to surrender Kuminga and Wiggins, who are your second and third most reliable players right now?
That's a no-go.
What are we doing?
What
are we doing?
Well, and
we're chasing our tail.
I would like to know, because if you don't believe at 888-957-9570 that anyone's untradeable on this team other than Stephen Curry, I would like to know why and for who. Like, what's the direction? If you are making a trade with Jonathan Kuminga, what's the direction? Sam Lubman last week brought up a guy like Zion Williamson. That's interesting to me. But at the same time, you just mentioned a guy being healthy, and Jonathan Kuminga, for the most part in his career, he's been healthy. And I don't scoff at stuff like that early in someone's career. I think that could be such a big detriment. And it's rare for me when it comes to any sports. When a guy's dealing with so much injuries at the start of his career, whether it's baseball, whether it's basketball, whether it's football, it's very hard for me to just not look at them through they're an injury-prone guy. Through that lens, an injury-prone lens, if you will. Jimmy Garoppolo, at case in point, hurt a lot.
Yeah.
Even early in his career with New England, hurt a lot. And it was just a pinky. It was just a hand thing, right? But it was always something. And whether it was an ankle, whether the ACL, you can't predict stuff like that, but the shoulder, stuff like that. Some guys just will never get it. And with Zion's case, like, the weight is also an issue. We talked to Nick Friedel, our Odyssey NBA insider. That is a real thing.
That's a red flag for me.
He was just at the Smoothie King Center and watched them play, and he said it looked like he gained a lot of the weight back. And Nick was saying that it's disappointing to see something like that, because you see the talent, the raw ability, and to watch a guy eat away his career like that sucks. And that scares the hell out of me. Oh, but if he gets in our culture and he gets in our system. Yeah, but no. Sometimes a Jamarcus Russell is just a Jamarcus Russell. And you know what? Maybe people don't like that comp because Zion's done a hell of a lot more in the NBA than Jamarcus has. But don't get it twisted. Jamarcus Russell, and who played at LSU and played in the state of Louisiana, by the way, one of the most talented players in the history of the sport. The guy was a physical specimen that could throw the length of the football field. He had some mobility. He could do it all. It was the up here, though.
Yeah.
And just didn't care. Like, that's the thing to me. Do you care? I know Jonathan Kuminga cares. When he makes comments,
I totally agree
like
with you.
when he says, I want to be like Kobe, and he has that picture, I want to stay in this Golden State Warrior uniform for the rest of my career. People laughed at that. Warriors fans were already ready to ship him off when he made those comments. What was it, a year ago, 2 years ago? He wanted to be a Warrior for life. You know what? That means something to me if I'm a fan. In the day and age where the young guys, like a Jonathan Kuminga, want to just go be buddy-buddy or because they grew up watching LeBron move from team to team. They grew up watching Kevin Durant move from OKC to the Golden State Warriors, to the Brooklyn Nets, to now the Phoenix Suns. Like, they watched some of their favorite players bounce around. But for him to say that Kobe was my favorite player and he stayed on one uniform his whole career and I want to do that in Golden State, that means something to me if I'm a Golden State Warriors fan. So yes, I would like to build around guys like that instead of a guy like a Zion Williamson.
It's the guy has done very little wrong, and yet he has been one of the most scrutinized players that I can remember in one of my local team's jerseys. It's kind of wild to me. It's wild to me. And look, has there been times where I've been frustrated with him? Absolutely. Absolutely. Did I love him pouting in the playoffs a couple years ago? Not really. I didn't love that at all. I didn't love what he said about the coach at certain points.
It was an immature, but he was an immature player at that point.
Absolutely. And he was also in a tough situation.
Correct.
Which I think also we all can relate to doing something that we regret.
Scottie Pippen famously sat on the bench because he didn't like a play call and he wasn't getting the ball in a playoff game.
I know.
Scottie Pippen, one of the greatest players of all time. Like, imagine he did that today in today's day and age of social media. He'd be eviscerated.
I mean, Cam Ward's being eviscerated for a meaningless game. Oh. It's an exhibition game, and he's being eviscerated for leaving the game
where the
early.
Trophy is a Pop-Tart microwave.
I mean, you fight on the sidelines in games like that.
Toaster. It's a toaster, not a microwave.
But I think a large part of the Jonathan Kuminga conversation also revolves around Draymond and, in particular, Steph Curry. And, I look at Steph Curry, it's like, all right, so 2020, 2021, he averaged 32 points a game. That was remarkable. An absolutely remarkable season. And then he got back up to about 25 and a half. Then that was the year they won it all right? And then almost 30, 29.4. And that was the year that they lost to the Lakers. Last year, down to 26. This year, and it's a 25-game sample. This is not a 5-game sample. This is a 25-game sample. It's about a third of his season. He's under 23 points a game. That's his lowest since he was 24 years old. That's 12 years ago. And I think that a large part of how we have to view this is that this is not prime Steph anymore. All right, now, is he still great? Of course he is. But the other night is a great example. He had the around the back shot, one hand, as he's floating, running,
incredible,
and throw it in. And it was a highlight that everyone saw online. But if you watched the game in the final 6 minutes, Jonathan Kuminga willed them to a win. Yeah. Draymond Green had a big stop. You know what Steph did? He clanked a couple and turned it over.
5 turnovers for Stephen Curry.
And I think 3 were in the fourth quarter.
Yeah,
and I'm not saying that Curry's done and he's fit. No, what I'm saying is
by the way,
the guy just he doesn't look right this year. Yeah. And I think that any conversation about who you trade and what you're bringing in has to start with acknowledging that Steph is not one of the top 5 players in the league currently. It's okay. It happens.
Steve Kerr, after Saturday's win, after the game, on how important it is that Kuminga had this 2-game stretch.
That's a big deal, that's what great players do. They stack together, multiple games, and so we're going to stay with this rotation. With him coming off the bench, it allows us to get our defense set with Draymond and Trace, and then he comes in and plays with both of those guys. That gives him the space he needs at the 4. But we closed tonight with him at the 3 defensively with Trace and Draymond, and that would be ideal if we can get to that point where we can play him at the 3 and the 4. But I like where he is, and I think our team has a chance now to rebuild our momentum. I think this was an important win.
Now, I want to pause for a second. Draymond was guarding KD late in that game, and Trace Jackson Davis was in the middle of, I believe, a career high in points, rebounds. It was maybe his best game ever. If he can continue to play the way that he's been playing,
double. Now
he's an option. Not necessarily he's in there every time, but depending on the lineups and who you're going up against, and I think a big part of this, when you don't have Devin Booker out there, it allows you to create, and this is the guy for the Phoenix Suns.
God, do they miss him?
No question. But it allows you to play combinations that you can get away with. And I think you can get away with that particular late game closing lineup when they're playing Mason Plumlee. And who was the other guy? Igagwe?
Okogie.
What?
Josh Okogie?
No, not Okogie, the big man.
Oh,
he's kind of funky.
Iguodaro? The Iguodaro?
Yeah, Iguodaro.
Yeah.
They were playing him. It was him and Plumlee going back and forth in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
And so, Trace continues to play like he has, which has been a great development. Awesome. But the other element is hey, Buddy Hield is basically in an ice box right now. The guy is so frozen.
Yeah.
He's a guy that maybe you close with him. Maybe it's Dennis Schroeder sometimes. I think that there's that up in the air 5th spot can be a number of guys depending on matchups and who's on fire right now.
Well, you just brought up a guy right now, and we're gassing up Jonathan Kuminga, and rightfully so, but it just also highlights just no one else really stepping up. Like when Steph has bad games, he hasn't had great games. He had one on Christmas, which why that Christmas Day loss hurts so much, because not only did you have a great Steph game, you had a great Andrew Wiggins. Both of them had offensive explosions, and you still lost that game in which the Lakers didn't have their best player in Anthony Davis, a guy that's just been a thorn in the Warriors side for so long, and they were missing him, and you couldn't take advantage of it, which was just unfortunate. Kuminga didn't have his greatest game on that one either. But the fact that Steph did not have a great game, Andrew Wiggins did not have a great game on Saturday, but Jonathan Kuminga did, and you won the game, that means something. When Brandon Pajemski isn't giving you anything offensively, when Buddy Hield isn't giving you anything offensively, no one on the bench. You had 3 other points off the bench in that game. Lindy Waters had 1 3, and that was it. That was it. Draymond Green actually scored. That was great to see. Trace Jackson Davis, obviously, to your point. So in a year where you're not getting anything else offensively from anyone, there's no excuses not to lean in to Jonathan Kuminga going forward at this point. And I'm glad Steve Kerr is not only doing it, but he's speaking on it. That's just so refreshing for me to hear as we have Steve Kerr on here, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, every single week throughout the season right here on 95.7 The Game.
And not only are you seeing Steve Kerr acknowledge it in postgame, but you're also hearing Draymond Green acknowledge it in postgame.
Yes.
He had some great sound that I'd love to play here.
By the way, did you see Draymond Green getting after Buddy Hield?
I did.
In his past, just absolutely crushing him on the hot mic.
I didn't know who he was yelling at on the broadcast, and then everybody said who it was. And yeah, it was pretty interesting.
Yeah, and Buddy Hield kind of shaking it off, shrugging it off. Are we sure Buddy Hield might not be in a trade package?
Well, who knows? He's in.
Is he allowed to be traded? First of all, is he allowed to be traded?
That
I think
I have
he
no
is.
idea.
I think he is. We'll get in on that.
I don't know.
But that's an interesting, because I could see some other team, maybe a contender elsewhere, that might need a 3-point shooter. And just hypothetical, keep in the back pocket.
Well, the Moses Moody, to me, feels like he's so gone. It's not even. And I don't want to do this.
What's going on with his knee? Yeah, is that
an
injury?
Did you see on Friday night? He hurt his forehead, as in his ego, because he tried to yam one late in that game, and he got rejected so bad. He doesn't pass. He comes in, he's just shooting and shooting.
And I get it, though, because he needs to try to get his at this point, right?
I mean, they're in a tough spot. Going back to the Draymond and Kerr and Steph, they're acknowledging in postgame, but to me, they're deferring on the court late in the game. And when they cleared out, they're like, "No, you take it, JK." And because that was the matchup. Sometimes you have to play the matchup late in games. And when they all deferred to him on the court and they let him attack the rim, it was like, thank you, finally.
Especially going at the bigs, which Steve Kerr talked about as well after the game on Saturdays. Kuminga matching up against those bigs on offense.
We're trying to do that. I think what I like is that he's not settling for the 17-foot pull-up. He's trying to get to the rim, and then if it's not there, he's kicking it out. And then late clock, he's one of the few guys who can create a shot, or that's where that mid-range shot comes into play. So I just think the process is better overall for him.
Got to trust the process. Shout out Sam Hinkie. And the Warriors will be playing the 76ers in a few days. Hey, I got a lot of love for Sam Hinkie, all right? He was doing what we all knew needed to be done, and he got Joel Embiid, a Hall of Famer, all right? So miss me with that era of being trash. You guys got Joel Embiid. Still haven't gotten to conference finals, but it is what it is. But the Sixers are playing a lot better. And this is actually a key stretch for the Warriors, not to find out if they're like contenders or pretenders. It's still a long season. But to get out of this, you want to build some momentum right now, because the last thing you want to be is hovering around 500 for so long, because then you just feel like a lock is a play-in situation. Right now, if the season ended, you are a play-in team, Joe Shasky, and this season is just so, like, I'm looking at it right now. The Lakers are 5th seed, and they're 3 games ahead of the Phoenix Suns that are the 11th seed. So, like, anything can change right now. The Lakers can go on a little mini losing streak, then they're back at 500. Warriors can go on a little mini winning streak. It's going to be mired and muddled here. Lakers, Clippers, Nuggets, T-Wolves, Warriors, Spurs, like Suns, all those teams. It's just the West is nuts. By the way, you look, maybe we take a minute or two and just the 12th seed right now, the Sacramento Kings. See what they did over the weekend? Firing former Warriors assistant and was the head coach, obviously, Mike Brown of the Sacramento Kings. Fire him in favor of their guy, De'Aaron Fox. For those of you who don't know, De'Aaron Fox, a Rich Paul and a Clutch Sports client, was a little disgruntled with the vision of this team going forward, the situation, and they're not playing well right now. They're 13-19. And Vivek thought it was, the owner of the Sacramento Kings thought it was the right idea to fire the head coach in favor of their star player, De'Aaron Fox. Doug Christie, come on down, former assistant, former player for the franchise, and now the interim head coach. What did you think about that? Real quick, before we get back into Jonathan Kuminga, the Kings firing Mike Brown and trying to empower De'Aaron Fox, who made a boneheaded mistake the game before Mike Brown ended up getting fired late in that game. It was a low IQ move from De'Aaron Fox, and there's been a lot of low IQ moves from a lot of Sacramento Kings players, and to put that all on the head coach, I thought was laughable. To fire a guy in which brought you close to the second round, brought you to any relevance that you've seen the last damn near 15 plus years in Mike Brown, to fire him because you're 5 games under 500 and you're on a little bit of a losing streak in favor of a guy in De'Aaron Fox, who I don't even know was a franchise player. But you've built yourself into this position. And by the way, it wasn't Mike Brown's fault. You were the one, Vivek, that wanted De'Aaron Fox and Sabonis, not Tyrese Halliburton. How's that move looking out right now?
Well, you know what I thought of when I saw the Kings situation?
Sorry, that was a lot. I just threw on your plate. I love it. There's just so much baked into that I wanted to just get your thoughts on. 2
things. Number one, boy, things change quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Think of how good Kings fans were feeling just 2 years ago when they went up against the Warriors, and they should have beat the Warriors. Like, let's call it what it is. Like, and I'm one of the few people that will admit it online. They should have beat the Warriors. It took a horrible Harrison Barnes miss, and I'm going to get to Harrison Barnes in a second, for them to escape by their teeth here. Also, ownership matters. When I see people ripping Joe Lacob, I'm like, are you okay in the head? Really? Like, Joe Lacob doesn't want to win. No, Vivek doesn't want to win. Vivek is what a bad owner looks like, not Joe Lacob. Joe Lacob, are you kidding me? His low water mark is higher than Vivek's high water mark as an owner. So, like, ownership matters, and we should be very grateful. And I know I get frustrated with the Giants at times. Giants, Niners, and Warriors, we have great owners. Vivek is terrible.
And his Q rating right now, the fact that he helped out his boy John Fisher.
Oh, that's a whole
And that's a whole nother. I'm just saying.
That's a curse, though.
It's a layer, though. And I saw Sam Esfandiari, our friend, Warriors World, all that sort of stuff, saying, you make a deal, John Fisher.
Seriously.
It's going to come back to bite you some way or another. And maybe it's doing that right now. Just, let's be honest. The tandem of Fox and Sabonis, maybe their high watermark was just the second round.
Maybe.
And you know what? That's not Mike Brown's fault.
No.
That's not his fault. I'm sorry. The team on a little bit of a losing streak. Can they be better? Maybe. But maybe just the talent isn't going to. And De'Aaron Fox, who do you think you are, man? you're like, Do you know how many players I get to in the Western Conference before I get to De'Aaron Fox when it comes to just drafting my power rankings? De'Aaron Fox doesn't come in my top 5. Maybe top 10? Are you even the best player on your team? Sabonis might be better than you, bud. Like, that's just another thing in all this. And I went back to the Tyrese Halliburton situation and just marrying yourself to the wrong person. And you're seeing that potentially right now because I saw what Tyrese Halliburton did last season. Maybe he got a favorable draw there in the Eastern Conference. But fact of the matter is he got to the Eastern Conference Finals. They won a game. They had a blowout win, I want to say, against the Boston Celtics. Did they not in that game? One, I think they ended up losing the series. But Boston was so much better than anyone else over there. But just getting there was an achievement for them.
Absolutely.
And him being a part of the Olympic team, all that sort of stuff. It was maybe the summer of Tyrese Halliburton. He was feeling himself. And I think Kings fans are probably feeling some buyer's remorse at that point, getting Sabonis and shipping him out. So just be careful what you wish for also, Dub Nation, when it comes to how things can change very quickly, to your point. And planting your flag like a Jonathan Kuminga, like I think planting your flag with a Jonathan Kuminga compared to a De'Aaron Fox, I'd much rather do. I see the high point with Jonathan Kuminga more so than a De'Aaron Fox because of what he could do on both sides of the floor. What he could be doing offensively and defensively, Joe Shaz. It's not even close to me. And they're different players. I'm not saying they're like for like guys. De'Aaron needs the ball in his hands constantly and stuff like that. But there are some parallels to what I'm seeing right now, how things could go potentially for the Dubs. And you can see it just 90 miles north or however far Sacramento is.
You know what's wild to me is like I'll see Warrior fans say things like, Jonathan Kuminga needs to earn X, Y, and Z. The way Curry and them earned X, Y, and Z. You guys do realize that like they literally traded away Monte Ellis to pave the way for Steph Curry to have full empowerment. Right? Now, and I get it. Times were different. They didn't have a franchise player. You know who the best player was at the time? It's David Lee. Right? Now, at some point, they kind of told David Lee to take a back seat to Draymond Green. And that was by accident, not by design, because he ended up getting hurt. Klay Thompson was given the two-guard spot and was allowed to thrive. Now, they brought in Iguodala at the same time that they had drafted Harrison Barnes. But let me ask you, was Harrison Barnes a really good Warrior and a good draft pick?
I think so.
You do?
I do. I think he really good might be a stretch.
Whatever it does. Yeah, I don't want to parse your words. I'm just saying, like, was he good?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so
For where
too.
he was drafted and what he gave you to the team, he's a champion. Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
All right.
Are we going to remember the ending where it was bad? Are we going to remember, like, see that we do this as a fan base,
Exactly.
right? It's like, are we going to do that with Klay Thompson though too? Like, who had a horrible ending to his Golden State Warriors career? Like, come on. Like, I can't remember just that. I think that's being fickle. But yes, overall, good career.
Yeah, and I like Harrison Barnes. Good guy.
He is.
He was given so many opportunities to take the mantle, all right, at a time when they did have Iguodala, an older player who was significantly better than him at that time. He averaged, in 4 years with the Warriors, he played 4 full seasons. Kuminga's in his 4th season. He never had more than 11.7 points per game. He basically averaged 10 points a game as a Warrior. He played 8,000 minutes. Kuminga is at like basically a half of that many minutes and averages more points per game in his 4th season. Kuminga rebounds just as well. Assists and turnovers, all similar. Now, Harrison was a better free throw shooter, and a better three-point shooter, but Kuminga takes more of them and hits more of them. And like, I'm saying, like, not everything comes to everyone equally, depending on the situation you inherit. Harrison Barnes drafted onto a team that had a role ready for him to take. Jonathan Kuminga has had to scrap for every minute he's ever gotten. And we have made excuses on why we can't play him and can't allow him to play.
Why do you think that is? Obviously, both being, and it's interesting. I've heard the comp before, but you're bringing it back up. Both 7th overall picks, by the way.
Yeah.
First round. One was drafted from where? North Carolina.
He was the Indiana Player of the Year.
Right. He had all that. He had the collegiate experience. He had the pedigree.
Raw.
He's great. Raw. Just a great role model.
Very quiet.
Very quiet, but eloquent when he spoke.
A good ball player.
Very good ball and good person.
Yeah.
Right.
A guy I root for.
Yes. And not to say, and we're not saying Jonathan Kuminga is he's not a bad person. He's young, but there are things about him. He didn't come from North Carolina. He went to the G League Ignite. Basketball wasn't ingrained in his DNA like Harrison Barnes, probably when Harrison 5, 6, 7 years old. There was a learning curve there. Yes, there's a learning curve with Jonathan Kuminga speaking to the media. There's a learning curve there. So I don't really know his personality per se. He's also quiet, but in a different way than Harrison Barnes. So there's all this baked into it. And yes, going at, like Harrison Barnes didn't go at the media, right?
No.
He didn't go to CJ Holmes of then the San Francisco Chronicle.
Because he was playing.
Well, that's the thing. Correct. Right? So it's interesting to see what if Harrison Barnes was drafted to Jonathan Kuminga's situation.
Exactly.
How he would have handled it, right?
How many guys in the league would still be with the Warriors right now who were drafted in Kuminga's situation?
Yeah.
And have been treated the way he has. And you know what's changed in the 12 years since the draft pick of Harrison Barnes? Because we did the same thing to Jordan Poole. The spoiled fan base and, to a degree, the organization and the prime players have zero tolerance for others that aren't from their equity, meaning of their status in the league. Very few guys get into their little club. And I get it. Believe me, if I was as good as they were, like you saw this with LeBron and Mario Chalmers, right? LeBron treated Mario Chalmers poorly.
I was just thinking LeBron in general. There is a part of me that, like, and people scoff at it, they hate it because of the mercenary and how cutthroat he is.
Yeah.
But there's a part of me that loves it because you know what? He just wants to win at the highest level. And if you're not here to win with me, I'm going to kick you to the curb. But Mario Chalmers, to your point, he did contribute at a high level. Just, you're not LeBron, you're not D-Wade, you're not Bosh.
No.
Sorry, you're not a Hall
But even
of Famer.
Bosh, I think Bosh went through the crucible with LeBron James.
He did.
And I think at one point in time, everyone thought Bosh was the weak link and he should be run out of town.
Kevin Love, another one.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so I just think it's very difficult to play with these mega superstars who are generational all-timers. And what's funny to me is that we have not been able to embrace Jonathan Kuminga. If I told Warrior fans pre-championships that they would have a player as tantalizing as Jonathan Kuminga, we would have been salivating for that kind of talent. We were propping up Garbo players year after year after year who were way more flawed than Jonathan Kuminga was. And I know he's not a perfect player, and he's got a long way to go. All I'm saying is that if we can't celebrate this guy in one of his best weeks in the NBA, shame on us.
What are they going to pay him? They maxing him out?
Play it out. Let it play out.
Okay.
Because here's what I would say. This is what I say. Like, this is a perfect.
That's the next conversation is what I'm saying.
But this is the inner tube season, right? So whatever he does, you sit in the inner tube, you kind of see where the river ends at the end of the year.
The river rat tube.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I love that. And you say, all right, Jonathan, like, you think you're a $40 million player? Well, $40 million players close out games strongly 9 times out of 10. And that doesn't mean scoring. That doesn't mean leading the team, but like doing the little things, griming and boxing out and getting big rebounds and taking on defensive assignments.
Closing out baseline help, Austin Reeves, right? And the other like stuff like that.
Exactly.
You reap what you sow, brother.
But this is part of the Kuminga experience that I'm telling everyone. We have to be ready for the ups and the downs. We can't just be here for the ups. You have to be here for the ups and the downs. And I think that's like, as for so many people make excuses on the downs of Draymond Green, make some excuses on the downs of Jonathan Kuminga every now and then. That's all I'm asking. Just let's be a little patient for the kid.
The coach in Vallejo, he's been patient with Jonathan Kuminga, and he's been patient waiting here.
I can't wait to hear from Coach.
What's up, Coach? You're on with
What's up, buddy?
Spadoni and Shasky in the Morning Roast. How you doing, man?
Hey, good, Spadone, Shasky, and Happy New Year to you both. And Shasky, I can't agree with you more. I don't know any player that's perfect, okay? And no matter what Kuminga does, everyone tries to find something that he doesn't do. Now, Kuminga has been great drawing fouls for the Warriors. When's the last time a Warrior went to the line 14 times in one game? And that's not only good for Kuminga, it's good for the Warrior team because he puts the other team in foul trouble. And that's a big part of basketball. So Kuminga is great at that. He played 37 minutes the other night, 1 turnover. 1. So can we put the rest that he doesn't have good handles with the ball? I mean, he's improved greatly in that. But they'll pick out, he didn't rotate over for Wiggins when Wiggins just totally went to sleep on Reeves because he didn't think Reeves would try to even take him to the hoop. So Wiggins snoozed. Yeah, Kuminga could have rotated over, but the big part of that was Wiggins because Wiggins was playing Reeves for an outside shot, and he got beat on the dribble, and he never thought Reeves could beat him on the dribble, and Reeves did. Now, Kuminga, there's, again, no one plays a perfect game. You can pick any player in history, and I could show you a weak part of their game, whether it's Jordan, LeBron, Kobe, Steph. You can always point out something weak. So I just get tired of people pointing out, oh, Kuminga didn't rotate over. Oh, Kuminga, he lost the handle. He's allowed to make a turnover. Everybody makes turnovers.
Exactly.
It's basketball. It's basketball. So I'm with you, Shasky. Let's celebrate on a historic moment of Jonathan Kuminga and the Golden State Warriors, and that's all we should talk about.
Coach, before you go, we all acknowledge how rare and how special Steph Curry is. But if you watch, and I know you watch, because that's why I want to have if you watch the games, you're starting to see it. Like, he's just, no one's saying he's not great, and he can't be great like he did on Christmas, but the days of him dragging this team through the crucible of an 82-game season and then being the vintage self, everyone get on my back at every single time, those days are starting to be few and far between. He needs guys who can go every single night, and Kuminga's a guy who can go every night.
I totally agree, and I think right along with him is Trace Jackson Davis. And they... Trace, he plays above the rim.
Yeah.
He's a good low post player. He's very strong down there. And if they let Kuminga and Trace go, and looks like Steph and Draymond are willing to hand over the keys.
Yeah.
That's what's so great.
Yeah.
Steph and Draymond is buying into it. So I wish the fans would buy into it too. I know it's hard getting off our hero, Steph, but it looks like it's a new era, and I think we should just go all in on Kuminga.
Thanks, Coach.
I'm with you. And I'm not saying trade everything to run everything that Kuminga wants. Like, no, that's foolish. But, what I'm saying is we're in a transition period. It's Curry's team. But we need to be preparing ourselves for the mantle to be passed over to Jonathan Kuminga. Is it a year from now? Is it 3 years from now? I don't know. But I think more times than not, like what you saw on Saturday night, was special. You saw Jonathan Kuminga take control of that game in the waning moments and the team back out of the way and let him do his thing. And I thought he did it on both ends.
I've been very impressed with JK and Trace Jackson Davis to this point. And I think people are sleeping a little bit because he left the game early, but he was handling Anthony Davis earlier in that game. It was a few possessions. It was 7 minutes, but he was more than holding his own. I've seen that against Anthony Davis, one of the premier, if not one of the best defenders in the NBA. And I've seen it against Giannis Antetokounmpo, who's won DPOYs and who is an MVP and one of the top 5 players in the NBA when he is on. So, yeah, I've seen him do it against Giannis and AD. I'm sold on what he could do against the big boys. All right? Now, I need a larger sample size, but I know at the very least he is capable and up to the task, one Trace Jackson Davis.
And
all right,
he's really opened my eyes.
Yeah, no,
because
absolutely.
I thought he had like a 2-week period where he was not playing well. And I would say last, what do you think, week and a half? He's been awesome.
Awesome. You know what else is awesome? Oh, I guess it's not really awesome, depending on how you view it. The injury report. I guess it's only awesome for the doctors that have to do the procedures, right? The Warriors will be without Brandon Pajemski for tonight's game against the Cleveland Cavaliers. Pods exited the Warriors win over the Suns Saturday night with an abdominal injury. Also out for the Warriors tonight is Gary Payton II as he continues to deal with a calf injury. Moses Moody is probable to play despite battling knee soreness. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. We'll dive more into the Warriors, dive more into the 49ers, who are playing a game tonight. Yes, the 49ers are playing on national television tonight against the potential number 1 seed in the NFC. How big of a game is this for Brock Purdy, for Kyle Shanahan, for Dan Campbell, and for Jared Goff, by the way, to get some revenge from the NFC Championship lost earlier this calendar year? We'll get into that. Lomas Brown joining us at 9:20. Played for the Lions, does their radio color analyst for their Lions radio network. So 9:20, we'll talk to Lomas. And we still got some Giants thoughts as well, because something took place over the weekend that's really upsetting Joe Shasky. We'll get into that. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's the Morning Roast. It's 95.7 The Game. baby. It's Spadoni in for Bonta Hill alongside Joe Shasky. Halfway home here on the Morning Roast. We've been talking a lot of 49ers Lions. They play tonight on Monday Night Football at Levi Stadium. We've been talking Warriors. They play tonight at Chase Center against the best in the East, the Cleveland Cavaliers. Coverage of that starts at 6 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game. You're home for Golden State Warriors basketball with Warriors Live. And then 7 o'clock tip with the great Tim Roy, the voice of your Golden State Warriors, who was on the television broadcast on Friday. By the way, we are going to be live and local at the Hilton of Santa Clara for this Monday Night Football matchup between the Lions and 49ers. It's going to be Mark Willard and Mark Grandy live from the Hilton from 2 to 6. It's the Mark Show. Mark and Mark. Mark that tape. The kickoff show brought to you by Habas Law. Have you been wronged? Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com, Joe Shasky.
Mark Sam Lubman. I know
Mark your calendars. That's great.
I know you're in the back by yourself today, and it's basically like
how I like it.
You're like Chewie in the Millennium Falcon, all by yourself, working all of the turrets and the guns and trying to drive and navigate. When you just have the music stop without potting down, I don't know why, it just makes me laugh.
But it's one of the subtle things because he's not on the board all the time, so he doesn't remember. Like certain intros, they don't automatically fade out, so you got to do them manually. But that's something you do all the time. It's just second nature to you. But when you got a guy doing both jobs, it's something that
some things just have to get
past.
Sacrificed in terms of the greater good of the show.
For the greater good,
kind of like the 49ers tonight.
What has to get sacrificed tonight as the San Francisco 49ers?
What is the show fade out of the Niners?
Well, no, like
as the season's fading to black, if you will.
It is fading to black. Well, it already did end.
Sopranos.
But there are things to play for.
Like what?
Well, so like for example, like obviously the easy one is Brock Purdy, right? Oh, Brock Purdy, can he play well? Like I don't even know who's playing for the.
I'm happy with Brock Purdy.
I don't even know who's playing for the Detroit Lions. Well, doesn't matter to me. Like just can you play a good game? When was the last time Brock had a good game? Like a really good game.
Boy. The Bears? Yeah, Bears, he was really good.
Okay. Was that a month ago?
The Bears stink, so I don't know.
Bears have lost 10 in a row. And look, but you know what? Point made. Like, you're right. He did. He had a really good game against the Bears. Man, it feels like that was a lifetime ago.
Right?
I mean, a lifetime ago. Like, one of my number ones, Ricky Pearsall. What are you? Can you do anything?
It's tough.
No, I'm legitimately asking the question. Ricky Pearsall, hello? I'm watching rookies make plays all over the field in every game.
We have 4 rookies for the first time in NFL history reach 1,000 yards receiving. 4 rookies. It's my guy, Brian Thomas Jr. It's my guy, Brock Bowers. Receivers, I said, not wide receivers, but I got Ladd McConkey and I got Malik Neighbors. All 1,000-yard receivers as rookies. All of them drafted. Actually, not all of them drafted in the first round. Only 3 of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
So one of them, Ladd McConkey, a guy the 49ers could have had.
I know.
Just, by the way, you just think back to that Georgia team in offense. And like people are wondering why they took a step back this season on offense.
Pretty
when
obvious.
you lose a rookie who's probably going to be an all-pro in Brock Bowers and Ladd McConkey who's going to be a Pro Bowler. Yeah, you're going to take a step back. And by the way, Carson Beck, he's announcing himself for the NFL draft. I don't know where he's going to get drafted. And the New England Patriots, by the way, a guy that they already sold on him, Drake May, who they drafted out of North Carolina this year, they're primed to have the number 1 overall pick. So it's going to be interesting to see the Raiders, the Giants, the Titans, who's going to try to trade the bag, if you will, to try to get maybe a guy that they may be infatuated with, Cam Ward or Shador Sanders. That's for another day, another conversation, just to keep your eyes on in regards to the NFL and their storylines. Because with the NFL, we were talking about the NBA, there's storylines galore. It doesn't matter. We could find something in this lost year for the San Francisco 49ers when it comes to the NFL, and we could take the whole shows with it. Like Brock Purdy, what is he playing for?
I'll tell you. He's playing to can you throw 20 touchdowns, dog? Ooh. There are 13 quarterbacks that have thrown 20 touchdowns or more. All right? And there's a lot of guys with 19, 18. Caleb Williams has more touchdowns right now, passing, than Brock Purdy. That's insane to me.
And Caleb Williams, potentially, I don't think he's going to break it, but he was on pace for a little bit to break David Carr's record of getting the most sacks in a rookie season.
Yeah.
Getting sacked the most times.
You know who else? Kirk Cousins has more touchdown passes than Brock Purdy.
Kirk Cousins.
Jalen Hurts, who has been critiqued every turn about his passing, has more touchdown passes than him. You don't even want to know. Do you know how many Bo Nix has?
How many?
25.
Wow.
How about, you want to really like, Jaden Daniels, 25. Sam Darnold has 35 touchdown passes.
You know, we were talking about it being a down year for quarterbacks. Like what? For more than half the season, Joe Shasky? And we were all saying, oh, what's the problem with the quarterbacks? What's the problem? Mel Kiper saying it's the too high safety look. We got to outlaw it. It was good for a segment here on the Morning Roast. Thank you, Mel. That's all. I'll give him credit there. Producing for us and for national media. But boy, has that tone shifted when it comes to quarterback play in the NFL. We were all up against, Brock, it's okay. It's just a down year for quarterbacks. All of a sudden, it looks like, if you missed out on a rookie quarterback in the first round this year, boy, do you feel stupid. Las Vegas Raiders.
I mean, Atlanta, if you're Atlanta, aren't you thinking, boy, maybe we make the move 5 weeks earlier and win the playoffs?
Right? Like Michael Penix, so he made some mistakes last night. It was a bad interception, but you know what? It's the second game.
Exactly.
He made more throws that I was like, wow, I'm excited about than mistakes made yesterday. By the way, if you had the over in Michael Penix passing yards yesterday, you're sick. It's 224.5 passing yards. The over-under, 223.
Sam Darnold has thrown 35 touchdown passes and been sacked 46 times.
It's incredible.
Everybody's like, he's got a great O-line. He's running for his life and making plays simultaneously. The O-line has played well, but he has 46 sacks.
People are now realizing, too, he's way more athletic than people get him credit for. He's not as stiff in the pocket like people want to think he is.
I had him all
He's
wrong.
a great athlete. He's big. He's strong.
Yeah.
He could hit stick guys if you need him to. It is like, good luck to some of these corners trying to bring him down sometimes. It's incredible as we're taking kind of a macro view of all the quarterbacks in the NFL right now. Like Sam Darnold, and the reports were coming out over the weekend, Vikings want to extend him.
I know.
Which I don't blame them for doing that, right?
There is a question like, did the Niners mess this up again? And I'm not saying I would have kept Sam Darnold and would have moved off of Brock Purdy, but like, you had him in the building. He didn't look anything like this.
No.
And now he looks amazing. Now, they're going to get credit somehow for this rehab thing, but the credit goes to Minnesota.
Kevin O'Connell, you kidding me?
Yeah,
the credit goes to this guy. What he's been able to do
with Kirk Cousins.
And now Sam Darnold, what he's been able to do to empower his quarterbacks. And we watched him on not only the receiver doc, but the wide receiver, the receiver doc and the quarterback doc, I should say. Both of them on Netflix. We watched them with the Kirk Cousins aspect and with Justin Jefferson. That's a guy you want to play for.
Yeah.
That guy is fired up. He's smart. He takes accountability. He will get after you when he needs to. Like when Kirk had that audible last year, or 2 years ago, I guess it is, and the quarterback sneak, and he's like, what the hell were you doing there? Like, why did you do that? Like, trust me.
Yeah.
I trust you. Can you trust me kind of thing? And boy, does he have a lot of trust in Sam Darnold right now. By the way, so much so in yesterday's game, they were throwing on third down when they needed to ice the game and try to run clock. They said, no, we're going to throw it because, by the way, somehow the Packers came back. I turned that game off. I was like, and then I saw late, how are they in it?
I have no idea.
And somehow they got back into it.
The Jordan Love special.
Right, exactly. That's what he does. They're a tick below the Packers, by the way, when it comes to the best in the NFC.
Well, I look at all these quarterbacks around the league and like they're throwing to a lot of different guys. They're spreading the ball around. Everybody's under duress. Offensive line play around the league is terrible outside of two spots, Philly and Detroit. It feels like.
And that goes back to college.
Buffalo as well. I think Josh Allen only has 14 sacks this year.
Yeah.
But Baker Mayfield's thrown for 39 touchdowns. And they have been all over the place in terms of injuries. There's injuries galore. So you're asking me, like, what is there to play for? Who needs to play well? Is there anything Brock can show you? Like, I got a couple guys I'm going to throw at you. Can George Kittle eclipse 1,000 yards? He's at 967, right? Can he eclipse Brandon Ayuk's 75 catches from last year? He's at 68 right now, okay? I think he's going to get both those marks. The other guy is Juwan Jennings. He's at 856 this year for yards. I didn't have Juwan Jennings having a 1,000-yard season on this team heading into the year.
No.
I'd like to see him do that. I want to see Kittle get to double-digit touchdowns, right? So this goes back to the quarterback play. Like, can we spread the ball around these last two games, and can we get some of these guys hitting these individual marks? Because I think Juwan Jennings is a guy I want to keep around for a couple of years. Is he a one? No. But I like him. He's a good player. You know, if I told you right now, Ricky Pearsall has 190 yards this year.
That's honestly incredible. How poor he's been, like in
190 yards.
You know what's crazy? I'm on the yards list, the total yards receiving list right now, Joe Shasky. I'm sure you are too. The fact that I keep having to click show more to the receiver list till I get to Ricky Pearsall. It's incredible.
Kyle Juszczyk has 142.
That can't happen. Like, that just can't happen. Can we scheme the guy just to get him confidence early in a game? Like, get him the ball. Get him early touches. I'm not saying he's your best weapon on offense. That's clearly George Kittle at this point. But my God, I know I can get Ladd McConkey the ball. You're telling me, Ricky Pearsall, you can't do what Ladd McConkey does? You're supposed to be bigger than him. You're supposed to be maybe a better route runner than him. That's what Brian Baldinger, our 95.7 The Game Insider, said. Throughout the year, he thought he was Ladd McConkey, but a little bit bigger. He's not. Like, I don't know what he is right now, and that's the frustrating part. And maybe this is just a lost season for him, and hopefully he comes back healthy next year. But as we were talking about guys and staying healthy and stuff like that, and thankfully he has stayed healthy. I mean, quite frankly, if he was hurt at this point, that would have been just like, why? You haven't really done anything.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that he was hurt early on this season, and then he gets shot, all that's like just this trickle down effect. And the fact that he just really hasn't done anything to get you excited other than that Tampa Bay game, it's just been disappointing.
You know what it
That's
reminds
just
me
the
of?
word you use is disappointing.
Yeah, no doubt. So, like, this is going way back in the 49er time machine here. Everyone's going to say, AJ Jenkins. Yeah, okay. AJ Jenkins didn't even play. Like, he didn't even suit up for the Niners. I think he only suited up like 3 games. Like, I'm talking suited up.
Yeah.
They took a guy.
He's also a way higher profile name than Ricky Pearsall. I didn't know who Ricky Pearsall was. I knew who AJ Jenkins was.
I didn't even know who he was.
Yeah.
When they took Rashawn Woods in 2004, they needed receiver help.
Yep.
Rashawn Woods played in 14 games, had 7 catches for 160 yards. Ricky Pearsall's in the Rashawn Woods zone.
Oh, no.
That's like a zone you don't ever want to be in.
No. Shout out Tony. You don't want to be in that. He ruins your zone right now.
Now, we know the circumstances, but can this guy be a factor in one of these last 2 games?
You don't want to sound insensitive, but at what point can you like break through that? It's like, okay, we acknowledge what happened, but like we can't be leaning on that all the time. And honestly, that's not fair.
I just want one game.
Exactly. And I don't think Ricky wants that to be hung over his hat either. Like, he doesn't want to keep saying like people feeling sorry for him and stuff. Because Lord knows I don't like people feeling sorry for me if I'm struggling. That's the last thing I want is people feeling sorry for me.
You ever go to the gym and it's an empty gym and you're just taking shots up by yourself?
Sure.
Do you ever end on a miss?
No.
You have to end on a hit.
Even if it's a layup. Like, I need to see the ball go through the net. Yes.
That's the Ricky Pearsall season. You've missed 1,000 jumpers in an empty gym. Just let's end this year with a couple of makes. That's all. I just want a couple of plays to end the year positively. I look at this wide receiver core. I'm like, all right, Kittle, let's get him to 1,000, even though he's your tight end. Let's get him to 10 touchdowns. Let's get Jennings to over 1,000. That might not be doable, but that'll be something I could be like, all right, you know what? In a lost year, silver lining, Juwan Jennings had a career year. George Kittle had another great year. And can I finish strong with Ricky Pearsall? Because I don't think this run game's getting you anything.
888-957-9570. What are you looking for from the 49ers tonight? Who is this game important for any Niners? Hey, Ricky Pearsall on line 1, Brock Purdy line 2, 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text the Comcast Biz text line. And by the way, you can hit us up via Twitch, Twitter, or YouTube, all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We are streaming on all of those platforms. And for a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer, Joe Shasky.
And like one more guy, and this is the other side of the ball. Hey, Nick Bosa, I know you're hurt. Like, I do. I know you're hurt. I get it. Since you're Defensive Player of the Year when you had 18.5 sacks, the last 2 years, you have 17.5 sacks. I'll say that again. You had 18.5 sacks, your Defensive Player of the Year season. Since then, in the regular season, you have 17.5 sacks in the last 2 seasons. What the hell?
I watched a guy yesterday on a dumpster fire historically of an organization, in a dumpster fire of a team, and a guy that gives it his all every single week on the defensive end side of the ball. Myles Garrett, 4 consecutive seasons with at least 14 sacks. That's an NFL record.
That's
Have
crazy.
the Browns been good during most of his tenure? No, they have not. But they've been the Cleveland Browns for the most part.
Awful.
Do you think he's sweating that? You think he cares? Do you think has his play changed at all? Like, and I am using him as a comparison, Nick Bosa, because you know what? they're both top 5 picks, obviously. Myles Garrett being a number 1 overall pick, Nick Bosa being a number 2 overall pick. Like, yeah, I'm going to compare you to Myles Garrett. I'm going to compare you to TJ Watt. And when things aren't going well around Myles Garrett, do you think he's complaining? I can't name anyone else on that. Can you name anyone else on the defensive line for the...
They had the Zadarius Smith guy. That was it.
He's not there anymore.
No, I know, but like that
he's on what? The Lions now, Zadarius Smith? Right?
Yes.
So Myles Garrett, what I saw from him yesterday against a Miami Dolphins team that was just infinitely better than Dorian Thompson-Robinson. He's just not an NFL quarterback. No. It was brutal, honestly, to watch the late game slate yesterday. I was just getting depressed watching some of the football I saw yesterday.
I had a hard time watching football yesterday.
It was just not good.
Well, I was also sad by the Niners. Like when the Niners, it's one thing if they're awful all year. It's another when they've had the year that they've had. It's hard for me to watch, for example, the Commanders last night or Atlanta. Like both those organizations, it's like life was breathed into those organizations with their young quarterbacks. Even watching the Broncos versus Cincinnati. I watched a great game. It was an unbelievable game. I struggled to watch some of these other games. Like Philly, like I love Saquon. I do. I can't stand Philly. It's hard for me to watch them. They were dead in the water last year. And for them to bounce back the way they did and for us to be where we're at, it's a tough pill to swallow.
It's hard for me. Thank you, Tony. It's hard for me to watch them in another way because I did not want to watch Kenny Pickett versus Cooper Rush. Well, that's the thing. Both of those guys stink. They're not very good. They're backup quarterbacks. Like, and to your point, that is what I'm circling tonight because I am interested to see Jared Goff versus Brock Purdy because I think they are very, very similar. I think Brock's a little bit more athletic with his legs. I think Jared has a little bit better of an arm than Brock Purdy. But I think they are very similar when I'm looking at when things need to go right for a player around them. They are the poster child for it right now. They are a step below the Josh Allens, the Joe Burrows, the Patrick Mahomes, the Lamar Jacksons. That's okay. I think Brock Purdy and Jared Goff can win a Super Bowl when things are around them. Do I think they could have a Nick Foles type of run? Yes, I do. I believe that. Can they have an Eli Manning type of run? Yes, I do. When things are around them, going well. I do think that the arm strength of a Nick Foles, by the way, was underrated, and the touch of Eli Manning are super underrated when we look back. By the way, put a pin in this just real quick. Eli Manning potentially being a first ballot Hall of Famer. Talk about jokes of all jokes. I don't give a damn if he won 2 freaking Super Bowls against Tom Brady. Look at that guy's stats. He is not a first ballot Hall of Famer. And when the likes of a Terrell Owens, who is infinitely better at his position at wide receiver than Eli Manning was at quarterback, is not getting in first ballot because of his attitude, that's a joke to me. Well, it's a joke. I'm sorry.
He's a Manning.
I don't give a damn if he's a Manning. Archie's not a Hall of Famer.
I'm with you.
Like, come on, man.
I'm with you.
It's a joke. I'm sorry.
My favorite Eli Manning stat, or one of them, is that there's those 2 runs to the Super Bowl that he had to beat Brady, but outside of those years, didn't win a playoff game.
It didn't do anything.
It's so, like, the entire career was basically made off 2 catches, David Tyree and Mario Manningham.
So you guys are talking about stats and whatnot. And
sorry, that was a little side tangent.
No, I like it.
But when I'm talking about guys that would need things to go well around them, Brock Purdy, I believe, can be like an Eli, a Nick Foles, or a Jared Goff. They can be all lumped in together.
Well,
and they
can
win Super Bowls.
Jared Goff. Let me ask you about Jared Goff.
Marin zone.
What do you guys think of Jared Goff? Like, if I threw stats at you, because I'm looking at him right here, and I was thinking about this last night. If I do the stats at you, I bet you the stats are way more impressive than you want to give it credit for, because I do dismiss Jared. I like Jared. I do. I root for him. I wanted the Niners to draft him. They won a meaningless game at the end of the year and gave the Rams a bunch of ammunition to trade up to go get him. I wanted the Niners to get him because I thought pocket quarterbacks was the way to go because Brady was winning everything at that time.
And he looked great offensively in Sonny Dykes' system, obviously at Cal, and he looked good.
And he wore 16.
And he's a local guy.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
But his career has been way better, I think, than we want to give it credit for. Just since that first year where he had 5 touchdowns and 7 picks, and it was just awful.
Oh, Jeff Fisher.
Yeah. He went 28 touchdowns, 7 picks, 32-12, 22-16, and this is when they kind of started to lose faith in him. 20-13, the injured-riddled season of 2020. First year with the Detroit Lions, basically an upstart, brand new thing. 19-8. It's better than Brock's year this year. Okay? Then he went 29-7, 30-12, 33-10 this year. He's got 220 touchdown passes in his career and under 100 interceptions.
He's been very good. He's been very good. And for being drafted number 1 overall, I know we think about in the biggest game of his career, Sean McVay and him both just got punked. It is what it is. Bill Belichick just punked him. Like,
yeah, I know.
And conversely, Tom Brady, he got punked by Wade Phillips, defensive coordinator at the time for the Los Angeles Rams.
True.
Julian Edelman won that MVP in that game. It was just, That was one. By the way, I was like going back to that. I was by myself at the old building, cutting highlights for that game for the Super Bowl. It was lonely, and we had the game on 95.7 the game. We had the Super Bowl then, and
CJ Anderson.
Yeah, CJ Anderson. It was just literally I cut like 10 catches from Julian Edelman because he had like 10 catches for 100 something. They won the game. Remember how it started off? They tried to do the Philly special play. And it was right out of Tom's fingertips. But yeah, Jared Goff, I think, has been underrated for his career.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
And I think when I look at his career, like the one thing I'll give him credit for is that the guy is kind of unflappable during the regular season in the sense that like he doesn't miss games. He's been relatively healthy. 15, 16, 16, 15, 14, 17, 17, 15. He's played a lot of games.
Yeah.
And I do think this year, more than any other, I've been very impressed with his ability to move better than he has in years past in the pocket. Yeah. When you got him off his platform, it was like done, finished, can't do it. This year, he's moved around a little more. He'll never be Josh. He'll never be Jaden Daniels. That's just not who he is. No. But in terms of being able to reset his feet, he's been a lot better.
I think we all watched that Bills-Lions game and just saw Josh Allen be Superman. And I think a lot of us were like, see, that's the difference there. Look at the stats in that. Jared Goff had like 500 yards in that game.
He was amazing.
He was also amazing. But because of his physical limitations in comparison to a freak athlete in Josh Allen, which is what he is a freak athlete.
Yeah.
Like we all look at him in a different way, which is not fair because I'm not making this compare. It's different. I'm not comparing him to Joe Montana, but it's just funny when Joe Montana had a lot of good stuff around him. When you compared him to a Dan Marino sometimes, right? And I'm sure there was a regular season game. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they never. But I'm sure there were fans out there who's like, wow, look at the difference in the arm strength and the arm talent at times. But there's subtle differences with certain situations and certain things. Maybe that competent people are going to poo-poo, but there's just, it's okay to say that Jared Goff isn't Josh Allen, but you can't win with him. And I think we're at that point with Brock Purdy to say it's okay that he's not Josh Allen, because I think a lot of 49ers fans last year saw his MVP candidacy and says, no, he's just as good, if not better. Hell, I was on these airways last year, Joe Shasky, saying, I know we're up against it. I was up on these airways saying, last season on this Niners team, I'm taking Brock Purdy over Josh Allen. Last season, because the interceptions and the fumbles of Josh, he just wasn't taking care of the football, and I saw a more decisive quarterback at times. Now, fast forward to this year. That's laughable to say.
We get new facts.
Exactly.
Like when you have new facts, if you don't acknowledge them, then you kind of sound silly. You know, at one point, I thought Darnold was garbage. He's had a great year. And I tip my cap to the guy. I do. Now, would I want to give him $60 million for the next 3-4 years? Probably not. Like I would say the same thing I would say to CJ Stroud and all these Brock last year. Do it again.
Right.
Now, that doesn't mean he doesn't deserve a pay raise this year. Right? It's the same thing I'm looking at with Brock. Like, Brock had a bad year. Can you bounce back the way Jared Goff has kind of bounced back and reinvented himself over the last couple of versions, whether it was at the end of the Rams run and his beginning with Detroit or this year in particular? He's evolved as a player, Jared Goff.
Absolutely. 888-957-9570. It'll be Goff v. Purdy tonight at Levi Stadium. And come stop by the Hilton of Santa Clara, where Mark Willard and Mark Grandy, filling in for Dan Dibley, will be at the Hilton of Santa Clara, hanging out, leading up to that game. They'll have all your pregame coverage there. And if you wanted some basketball, we got that tonight as well with Warriors Live kicking off at 6 o'clock. Warriors tip at 7 when they take on the Cleveland Cavaliers right here on 95.7 The Game. What's coming up with the game is sponsored by the all-new Honda of Vallejo. More of your calls, more of your text. Who's playing for what tonight and the rest of the season when it comes to the 49ers? We'll get into that with Lomas Brown at 9:20. Who played for the Detroit Lions and their current color radio analyst for the Lions radio network. So Lomas Brown at 9:20, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, as all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, River Islands in Lathrop. Spadoni, it's Jasky, it's the Morning Roast rolling on 95.7 The Game.
Seen ghosts.
We're not hard on Brock. Oh, thank you, Kavan. Spadonian for Bonte alongside Joe
Are we allowed to
Shasky.
play any Puff Daddy anymore? I don't know.
This is a BIG. We'll just
I
acknowledge
don't know, man.
that.
I'm just playing songs back here.
He's just who's hot, who's not. Yeah, we can't.
I got a bed of mute. I got a board full of beds back here. I'm just clicking stuff.
Oh, you sleep train, right? Your ticket to a better night's sleep. They're not even around. It's Sleep Firm now, right?
Is that what it is?
I think so. Yeah, it's not even Sleep Train.
Not
anymore.
Mattress Mac?
No,
Mattress Firm or something.
Mattress Firm. There you go. That's what it is. Sleep Firm, Mattress Firm, whatever it's called. Little Bob here. 888-957-9570. That's a deep cut for those of you who know. For those of you who don't.
6 people out there.
Exactly.
How long do you think it's going to take me to get over this Super Bowl? Ever?
Which one?
Well,
there you go. You got like a backlog of Super Bowls you need to get
Honestly,
over.
the Bay Area, 0 for 3 in their last 3 Super Bowls. You go back to the Raiders, early 2000s, getting mollywopped.
0 for 4.
Oh my
Don't forget
God.
the Harbaugh one.
Ravens.
Oh, forgot.
Harbaugh.
0 for 4. Oh, at least
Hey,
3
as long
of
as
them were
Michael
close.
James gets more carries than Frank Gore at the goal line, right?
There's been one.
See, like I said, we got a backlog of Super Bowls we got to get over.
There's
I'm
been
sorry, Shasky. That was
one
mean.
NFL MVP too since Rich Gannon.
So, Sam, how old were you in 2002 for the Giants?
9 years old,
Okay,
going on 10.
Did that World Series, like, if I bring up 2002, how do you feel?
I'll be honest, like 2002, that wound has healed when you obviously watch your favorite team win 3 and 5. That definitely helps. But 2002 hurts more for me. What hurts is 2003 because 2002 felt like a great ride. Like, awesome, this is great. We'll be back next year. And 2003 kind of affirmed that.
Yeah, they went wire to
and
wire.
then Jose Cruz Jr. drops the ball, and then the most painful moment of my Giants fandom,
09 throwing out.
Pudge at the plate.
Yeah.
That like that hurt, but then it made the pain from the year before all of a sudden expand tenfold. So 03 kind of hurt a little bit more than 02 because it was like both of them happening at once.
See, I am convinced they couldn't get past the demons of 02 once they got to the 03 playoffs. It was just like all of them
exactly.
came back.
Well, then for me, it was the next year, the Finley Grand Slam that knocked him out of the playoff, that prevented him from getting to the playoffs.
The Cody Ransom fumble at short.
That was the moment where they're never going to be able to get over these demons. And that's where it just felt like the mountain back was massive.
Well, so I'm different from you. I was older. I was an adult. I'll never get over 02. 02 is etched in my head because that core of guys never got their ring.
My dad was similar. My dad was very 02. I
Jeff
remember
Kent,
it. Yep.
Jason Schmidt, Kirk Reeder, Levon Hernandez up until that point. Rob Nen giving his right arm for the organization. I'll never get over 02. I'm never going to get over that Super Bowl. And I do feel like this year, as much as the injuries and there was a lot of things, they just played crummy. The hangover from the Super Bowl for the Niners it's just, I still have a headache thinking about it. I can't imagine being one of the players on the team.
No, I understand. Honestly, I think, and I'm not just saying this because of recency bias, this most recent one compared to Super Bowl 54, compared to what was the Super Bowl 46 or 7 or whatever, 49, the Ravens one, versus even go back to the Raiders one if we want to get, you and Spadonian
Yeah,
here.
they get blown out.
It's going to be so much harder to get over this one because it was so much right there.
I know.
There were, you take away 10 different things in that Super Bowl in February and the Niners are champs.
It's funny because if you go back to the Raiders part, because you think of the Tuck Rule game hurts more than the Super Bowl loss.
That's
where it started.
And that was a divisional round matchup. That's where it started. You felt the team was they were set up. I think they would have beaten the Rams in that Super Bowl. I just think their defense is so damn good. Rich Gannon, Charlie Garner, everything was just working so damn well. And to be in that snowstorm, that blizzard, everything. It was just different. And then you face your old head coach. There was just so much baked into it. Your starting center, he just went missing. It was just so much baked in that weird Super Bowl run. It was just odd, very odd. And then back then, obviously, they just had a week. They didn't even have the 2 weeks off. They just had the week leading up to it. And then it was just, everything baked into it was just weird. So, yeah, just going back to losses that hurt. And right, why were we talking about this? Well, the Lions were hurting when they lost to the 49ers, right? They felt like that was a game that's probably a game if they never get to the Super Bowl in this Dan Campbell era, they'll look back to that lead in that NFC Championship game. And Dan Campbell, after the game, You know, what was he saying? It's hard to get back here. He wasn't sugarcoating it. He was doing a Joe Lacob. He wasn't going to sugarcoat it to his team. It's so damn hard to get back to this place. I don't know if we can.
Well, and every year, your team, the version is different.
Yep.
So, for example, the Niners got to the Super Bowl in 2012 with the Baltimore Ravens game where they ended up losing. I thought their best chance to win it was 2011.
Right.
Where they lost in the NFC Championship game to the Eli Manning that you brought up earlier.
Yep.
That was a better defense. I don't think their offense was as good because Alex wasn't as good as Cap that year prior. But like their best chance to win it because their defense was just completely shutting teams down. It was the 2011, which is crazy because you lost in the.
I was going to say that it's hard for me to encapsulate Alex Smith beating Tom Brady, but Nick Foles beat Tom Brady, and so did Eli Manning. So you know what?
But their defense was so good.
Yes.
Like it was so good.
Yes.
The following year, they just weren't as good. They just were a little. Justin Smith hurt himself. Alden was a little off. Like their D wasn't as tight knit as it had been prior, and it all showcased itself in the Super Bowl. The hard part for me, when it just 2024 in general, as we kind of reflect on the season, it was the Niners' best chance. That was their best version. Of all the Shanahan teams, that was the best team.
And you let Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid, Travis Kelce hang around.
And you didn't know the overtime rules.
And you didn't know
there's just a million things. There's a million things. And which makes that Detroit, like the way that they got out to that lead, so crazy. It's like, what the hell happened?
Right? And
what the hell happened?
Like, it's so hard to, and sports is so funny, right? Because if you're just a casual, you're an outsider, and you could say, you know, oh, well, they were going for it there. They were being aggressive. They've been playing well all the game. That's not going to change anything. Like the Lions still have this in the bag, right? But if you watch sports and you're tapped in, and if you're a diehard football fan, it doesn't matter. Just any momentum in anything. That changed everything.
Yeah.
You could feel it. Like a casual just doesn't get those subtle differences, right? Like we all watched the Yankees implode in the World Series, not knowing the little things. Yeah, they let the Dodgers creep back into the game. Like it looked like it was done, and like, wow, are the Dodgers going to choke this series? Like
crazy.
And then all of a sudden, it was the Yankees who choked because of the little things, not covering the bag, not rushing. Garrett Cole, what the hell are you doing? Pop fly ball, center field, Aaron Judge, lackadaisical, stuff like that. And that's what it just trickles into something bigger. And that's what happened after Josh Reynolds dropped that ball. And then obviously this happened. And you knew the Niners were going to win that game.
Here's Purdy with a lot of time. Steps into it. Launching deep. Going for Brandon Ayuk. It is. Oh, he caught it off the ricochet. Penalty. Is he in? He's down to the 5. We'll see what the penalty is. What a play from Ayuk. We'll see if it stands.
There is no foul in the play. The catch was made. And the runner is down with the contact at the 4.5-yard line. First down, San Francisco.
And obviously that is Kevin Burkhardt, Fox Sports. Cleet Blakeman, the head referee, head official there. It was 24-10 at the time of that in the NFC Championship game. Joe Shasky obviously scored a touchdown there. They're just down, tie it up. They don't look back. Game was over. Like when you got stuff like that, and how many calls did we get that morning? Oh, the ladybug catch, right?
They're destined.
Destiny. Ladybug means luck. All right? They're going to win. It's a destiny. Too many things have happened this time. And who'd they face in the Super Bowl? Thanos. Reality is often disappointing.
Destiny arrives all the same.
Right? He snapped his fingers. It was over. They vanished. And it's one of those things where you're not going to get over it. But Detroit, I look at that matchup in this game tonight. Are they looking at it like a revenge scenario? Are they gearing up for this like a revenge game? Or are they going to take their foot off the gas a little bit? Knowing, and I have a hard time thinking they're going to do that because Dan Campbell, but I say that because this game really doesn't matter.
You know what
it doesn't matter for them, right? Though, Joe, like real quick, like
no, it doesn't matter at all.
Like should they be playing their starters in this game?
Well, but this is Dan Campbell's operating like philosophy. It's like doesn't matter. Like it doesn't matter that it means nothing to us. It means everything. Everything means everything, and I kind of respect it. They remind me a lot. This year's Lions team reminds me a lot of last year's Niners team. And the reason why I say that is they lost in the NFC Championship game, and they felt like we didn't give you our best swing, and we have something to prove to everyone in the league. The Niners obviously had Purdy get hurt, so it was different, but like they felt like, nah, we were actually better, and we should have won, and we're going to go out and we're going to prove it to everyone. I'm talking about when they lost to Philly, and then they spent all last year basically dominating. And this year, Detroit, with all the injuries, has dominated all year, and it does feel like they're out to prove stuff. I just look at his box scores. McCaffrey went 20 carries for 90 yards, caught 4 passes for another 42, had 2 sick touchdowns, got hit on the head. Remember, he flipped and landed on his head, had to come out of the game, and Elijah Mitchell came in and scored a touchdown.
Yep.
Brandon Ayuk, 3 catches for 68 yards. Deebo Samuel, 8 catches, 89 yards, tack on another 3 carries.
In a year where everything went right for the San Francisco 49ers, everything has now gone wrong in the following season. That's literally what it is.
Bosa had 2 sacks in that game.
But you know what?
2.
But you know what? And I know they haven't had the injuries to the extent of the San Francisco 49ers, but the Lions have had so many damn injuries too. So, like, it's
Aiden Hutchinson is their Bosa.
He's their best player defensively.
He's their Bosa.
They've lost, I can't name Anzalone, like, they've lost everyone on defense, it sounds like.
The safety.
Everyone they've lost.
I think only 3 of their starters from that NFC title game lost last January are still, like, on the team and
That's
playing right now.
unbelievable.
No, 8 guys that are new.
8 guys are, yes, 8
I know they
different
drafted
guys.
Arnold. So
Terrion Arnold at
Most of it's
Alabama.
injuries. Some of it guys obviously leave the team as well. But yeah, 3 of their starters from that NFC title game in January are still going to be on the field tonight.
It's unbelievable. And we were talking about last segment, just what you're looking for tonight in this matchup if you're a San Francisco 49ers fan. Joe Shasky, he was calling out Ricky Pearsall. Like, are we going to see anything from this? No,
I just want to see something.
Sorry, I don't want it to seem like you're going at the guy.
Yeah.
But you're calling him out in a way like, show me something.
Yeah.
Hey, Ricky, show me something. I know you have the talent to do things.
Exactly.
I've at least seen it in a Tampa Bay game. You've shown me something. You show me flashes. There's just no relationship right now between Brock Purdy and Ricky Pearsall. Your quarterback and wide receiver, the wide receiver you hope for the future. Hell, you drafted this guy in the first round when you had Brandon Ayuk and you still had Deebo Samuel and you kept all 3 of those guys. So that tells me this is the future of the San Francisco 49ers. And I need to see the future right now in these final 2 games to give me some hope going forward. Brian Baldinger joined you guys last week and talked about it.
He's got a great feel, zone versus man, where to go, where to settle, and the quarterback's got a relationship with him. I don't feel like there's any relationship between Brock and Ricky right now. Like, there's just this built-in kinetic sense between the two. The way I see even Malik Neighbors, all the different quarterbacks with the Giants, Brock Bowers, all the different quarterbacks. Like, you can see that there's this effort to get those guys the ball. They're all going to have 100 catches plus. But I just don't see the play calls, and I don't see the connection with the quarterback right now between him and Ricky. And so you go, well, what is he? And I honestly don't know. Is he truly a number 1 pick? I thought so coming out of Florida, like he was at the very bottom of the first round. But regardless of where he's taken, like, he has to have more production than what we're getting, period. When you're taking that high and you lose your number 1 receiver in IU, like, there's got to be more production from him based on just his measurables, what he did at Florida, all this stuff. And you're not seeing it. So what's my takeaway? I feel like it's just an incomplete year. Like, it's like that grade that you don't get a grade. It's just incomplete. We got to wait and see.
And that was Brian Baldinger, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, who joined Lubman and Hutchinson last Tuesday, filling in for you.
Lubman and
Bonte. Yeah, no, the greatest hair in radio. It's not even close.
Seriously.
Jake Hutchinson
A lot of conditioner
and Sam
on that
Lubman. A lot of coconut oil as well. To your point, Joe Shasky.
Hutch looks about 17 years old.
He does. He looks good. He looks youthful. Yeah. It's good. Well, he went to that trip in Japan when we joined you guys. And Jake Hutchinson, our Odyssey.
He's not
49ers
weighed down
insider.
by marriage and family and
waking up early.
Life.
Early.
Yeah, produce this show for a year. We'll see how old he looks.
Yeah, that's facts. Ricky Pearsall, out of all the receivers, and I'm going receivers right here, so that's tight ends included, he ranks 21st when it comes to receiving yards. Just some of the names in front of him. Jordan Whittington.
For rookie receivers.
He's 21st when it comes to receiving yards.
Wow. And it's not like they haven't had like the need.
Ray Davis is only 2 yards behind him. Ray Davis.
A running back. Who's a backup running back.
Who's a backup running back for the Buffalo Bills. Jordan Whittington, A.J. Barner, Troy Franklin, Tyrone Tracy Jr., Jatavion Sanders, Adonai Mitchell, Theo Johnson, Jalen McMillan, Bucky Irving, Jalen Coker. And they add in the running backs here, obviously. So I don't even care. Just receiving yards out of rookies. They're 21st. Xavier Leggett, Keon Coleman, Xavier Worth. Then you start getting into Roma Dunze, Marvin Harrison, Lad McConkey, Malik Neighbors, Brock Bowers, Brian Thomas Jr. But Brian Baldinger was saying it there. He doesn't care about the excuses. Malik Neighbors and Brock Bowers have had horrible quarterback play. I mean, horrible quarterback play this year.
Yeah.
But those offenses and those offensive coordinators are still trying to feature them. I want to see Ricky Pearsall getting featured tonight. Well, I would like to see that. I know what I'm going to get from George Kittle. I know what I'm going to get from Deebo Samuel.
Juwan.
Empower the rookie, right? Empower the guy.
Well, the other guy that I would like to see get on the field, just get on the field. Can we get Jacob Cowing on the field?
Yeah, that's another one, please.
Can I just get him on the field? You took a 4th-round pick on this guy. And then I think there's another guy who's playing for his job, Jake Moody.
Oh.
This game better not come down to special teams.
Oh, no.
You don't think he's got a lot to
No, I do.
On the line?
I do. Are you surprised?
He got the dreaded vote of confidence.
That's
from Kyle
what I wanted to get at. Are you surprised by how confident Kyle Shanahan does things?
It means nothing to me.
If you had to bet right now.
Jimmy had the vote of confidence. Trey had the vote of confidence.
If you have to bet right now, is Jake Moody week 1 starter next season for the San Francisco 49ers?
I don't even think he's on the team next year.
Wow.
I think they bring in a camp leg.
You think it goes to...
They're going to have to because they're going to need a new kicker.
Like preseason's going to matter for Jake Moody next year?
You think he's just getting cut outright?
I think he's not going to be on the roster when they report for training camp next year.
I mean, look, dude, like we could talk. He's been god awful.
You're shocked by that one.
Third round pick?
He's been god awful.
Oh my God.
And I told you about the punter. I would have clipped the punter.
That's another one, yeah. Presley Harvin.
Got rid of him.
Wisnowski?
Come on, dude. Guy's making millions.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I could pay my center that money. We need a better center.
Well, why pay your center that much money when you can pay your fullback?
The fact is, you had the Niners let a punter and a kicker go this year between Presley Harvin and Anders Carlson that have been better for the most part than the ones they still have on the roster and are paying more money to.
Whose final 2 games in a Niner uniform is it? Is it? You think what's the let me give you guys. I'll ask you guys. I'll start rat-a-tatting some names. Jake Brendel, likelihood that he's back with the Niners, not a starter, just back with the Niners
for the price point.
50-50. What do you think?
50-50. But the thing with offensive linemen, and Shanahan spoke with Tim Kawakami this offseason, unless they're a bona fide Hall of Famer caliber. Like, I know they're going to be an all-pro. Like, let's say it was like Joe Alt, for example, this year. Unless I'm getting a Joe Alt, I'm not drafting offensive linemen in the first round. That's what Kyle Shanahan said. So if he's using that approach, maybe if the center class is like deep this year, I haven't looked. I haven't got my Brian Baldinger, my Daniel Jeremiah on for centers in this upcoming draft. Like, there's one that they're going to be bona fide in the 3rd or 4th, 5th round. Like, yeah, he's going to retain these guys because of the price point.
Well, but here's what. Like, my pushback to that would be like, you took a skill position guy, and he was buried 4th on the depth chart before the season even started.
They love
on a team that doesn't throw.
But he always drafts the skill position guys in the 3rd, 4th.
Well,
so that's what I'm saying.
No,
I don't know.
Point. But for example, right now, I believe they have about the 10th pick. This kid, Genty from Boise State, is a superstar running back. Now, there's a lot of great running backs. The way the Niners want to run the ball, I know it sounds completely insane because you're spending all this money on Christian McCaffrey. Are we sure running back isn't a need for this team?
Ashton Genty. That sounds
Niners be in a good position to add him. So you think about how...
I know, it sounds insane.
That's a luxury pick.
But hear me out. Here's the hard part. Shanahan only hands the ball to one guy at any time. He never does the dual running back thing. It's always, outside of Atlanta, it's always like, nope, I'm going with this guy until he falls on his face. Whether it's Jeff Wilson Jr., Raheem Mostert, Breida, whatever, to CMC. Like, he goes with the one guy. So drafting a guy would tell me that he knows, like, CMC is, like, not for long. But, like, I told you, if you can run the ball in the NFL, like, those teams seem to do well. But I would invest in the offensive line. That's where, just today. So I threw that out at you.
Well, if you're paying Brock Purdy, which we all are under the assumption they're going to do, the first and foremost, you got to protect Brock. Like, it's really that simple.
I know.
So, yes, you go offensive lineman, you go that heavy, then you go defensive lineman. Who the hell is stepping up outside? Great. Yetur Gross-Matos has had some games here that don't mean anything. Leonard Floyd has a double-digit sack season that doesn't, like, the quietest double-digit sack season of my lifetime is going to be Leonard Floyd this year at the San Francisco 49ers. Could not care less. See you later. Honestly, you should probably just cut him right now, and he can go help a contender for this upcoming year.
Yeah.
Like, come on. Like, I need someone, and now there's rumors, Joey Bosa. Do you want to get Joey Bosa? I would stay the hell away from Joey Bosa, because you know what you're getting next year? Not one Bosa bro being hurt for a couple games, 2 of them.
They said that the Bosas might pitch the NFL to switch the new number allocations. You didn't hear about this? They want to go alphanumeric. right? So kind of like a license plate. And they want both of their jerseys to say IR1, IR2. That's a joke.
That's a 4.
That's a joke.
That's a 4.
That's a joke.
That's a 4.
Is Bosa on this team next year?
Yes. What?
I'm just asking.
Yes. What? That's the one right there.
What about Deebo Samuel?
I don't know. That's a
50-50?
That's a I don't know, dog.
60-40?
That's a
75-25?
That's a 50-50 for me.
50-50, okay.
But maybe 60-40 because I don't know what I'm getting from Ayuk. That's the biggest question part. Yeah, he's going to be back. But there was also more damage than just that ACL in there. There was MCL. They had to clean it up.
That's why I think Debo's back.
Oh, okay.
I think Debo's coming back. If I had to put the number on it, I think 80% Debo comes back.
And then when you get to the quarterback's back, and then the offensive lineman, like Aaron Banks, right? They got to pay.
So he's an unrestricted free agent. Okay. It sounds like he wants to move on.
And he's going to move on, and they're going to go draft another guy or whatever.
They keep talking up Feliciano. If Feliciano didn't get hurt this year, it's like, oh, boy.
Well, that's a guy that's also older, who has a lot of wear and tear on him.
His most action in the last 2 years has been online.
Is going at after the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah, going at, just...
Yeah,
that guy. He's a knucklehead.
How about Dre Greenlaw? Does he come back?
You need him back. But that scares me. That I am going to be that's one where that's a huge need right now. What's the free agent list looking like with linebacker? Maybe we can get into that after the season's over, getting more into the draft. That is, of anyone else, they've, and Christian McCaffrey's you've missed him. Dre Greenlaw, you've missed him. You can make the argument more than anyone. You saw in that first half against the Los Angeles Rams alone on Thursday Night Football, Joe Shasky, how much he meant to that defense.
I know.
He was everywhere. And since the Super Bowl, losing Dre Greenlaw when he ran up on the field, they haven't been the same.
Not even close.
They just have not been the same.
Attitude,
as soon as he left that Super Bowl, what happened? Travis Kelce just ran amok. Destroyed them.
They've lost all their intensity and speed.
All their confidence.
Yeah.
What
about Talanoa Hufanga?
That's an interesting one.
Because they lost a lot when he got hurt too.
Yes. Because
I kind of put those two in the same bucket, like health. I have a lot of questions on both of them.
But he's been playing better lately, I feel like. And you feel that you've seen that edge with him a lot more. The club's been there. So he dropped that one against the Rams too. It's just a tough play. He's playing with the club on. But he does bring an element of unpredictability that this 49ers offense, which has been a lot, or defense, I should say, which has been very predictable, they were lacking for most of the season. Him, Dre Greenlaw, that sense of what the hell are they going to do? Gambling, if you will. They need a gambler on that defense because they've just been so damn vanilla at times, right?
What about Javon Hargrave? You think he's done?
Yeah, he's cooked.
You think he's done?
He's done.
Warner staying, obviously.
Javon Hargrave, did he make one play with the 49ers? Can you think of one play that he made in his tenure? It was a whiff.
Actually, no. In the Detroit game, in the NFC Championship game, he made a couple of stuffs. He did.
There you go.
I know, but it's few and far between.
Again.
What about Charvarius Ward? Feels like he's
gone, which is unfortunate because I'm going to remember him as a very good 49er. He was an All-Pro. He was an All-Pro.
He was.
It's
just the poor guy.
Unfortunate circumstances, and he's probably going to be done for the year. I guess he's going through something else that's personal. They didn't say it was bad news. I don't know what that means.
No, they said I had saw something where the birth of his son.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah,
that's great.
But I don't want to.
Correct. So
that's just what I.
There's
saw.
a lot. Talk about
this team.
Just getting that whirlwind of emotions right there. If that's another birthday, he's going, oh my God, I just could not even think of it. If that is the case, congratulations. Hopefully all the best health-wise for them, the family, everything. But yeah, the price point's not going to be there for him.
I got 3 more names. And I'll go least to most important in terms of the money, they've allocated. What do you do with Jordan Mason?
Sam and I talked about that last week. I think you need to bring him back.
Running back?
You say that, but he was the best running back in football.
Hurt right away.
I think the question with Mason is not just does he come back, but does he want to come back? Because think of the season he's had. He was the leading rusher in the league before McCaffrey came back. So he kind of proved this year, I could be a 1. So is he going to be looking around to go somewhere where he could be a feature back, or does he want to come back here and get a handful of carries behind McCaffrey?
Let me give you the team that I think should be targeting him. He's a perfect Kansas City Chief.
Yeah. They got Pacheco still in a rookie
I know,
deal, I want to say.
they love those bowling ball kind of
They
running
drafted
backs.
Carson Steele, who kind of hasn't really panned out as much.
And they don't need like a legit top tier running back in that.
No, they
offense.
don't. But again, I'm very interested. I'm very interested to see how the quarterback or the running back market plays out this year.
After Derrick Henry and Saquon and
Josh
CMC
Jacobs,
the last couple years.
right? Yeah,
Josh Jacobs, great example.
Yeah, you're just seeing all that. Is it going to the pendulum going to swing back to maybe paying a little bit more? Just seeing what running backs did this past season for these playoff teams.
Is this Juice's last 2 games?
I mean, they redid his contract, right? Because he wanted to stay here. I don't know. Like, what's the fullback market's just so dry at this point.
And he wasn't happy about that either.
He wasn't, but who's paying him? Like, that's the thing. Like, who are you going to go out and play?
30% of the snaps.
Like, that's what I'm saying, too. Like, sure, like, I'm not losing any sleep over Kyle Juszczyk. I know he's been important, but that's another one of those things. And to your point, we're just jumping back real quick. They drafted Isaac Orendo, so he's probably the heir apparent. So Jordan Mason's probably gone.
You would think.
I would just have a hard time just given what I've seen this year.
No, I like him.
I would try to keep Jordan Mason if I could, if the price was right. R.I.P. Bob Barker.
I am convinced one of the biggest missteps was not finding a way to use him last year.
Yeah.
So that you could take a little wear and tear off of CMC.
Yeah.
But also they could have used a physical between the tackles running back in that Super Bowl game.
Yeah.
Just for a couple carries.
No, it's a good point.
And then last one. This is the big one. A, does he retire Trent Williams? B, if he doesn't retire, do you shop him? Do you want him back? Like, where are you at on Trent Williams?
It's a great question. By the way, do we know he's been placed on IR?
He's not going to play the last 2
He's
weeks.
done, right? For sure.
That's my understanding.
Okay.
It's right? Because I think
it's a very difficult conversation. And I'm not saying this, as radio Spadoni speak. No, I'm doing it for the effect because he is a Hall of Famer. I think you keep Trent Williams because of the money you're allocating to Brock Purdy. You're going to need to protect him. I still trust him. Jalen Moore is a backup as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
He has showed promise, but he is a backup at this point.
And gotten hurt in his short stints.
Correct. Trent Williams, prior to the season, has been very durable. He's been a very durable for the San Francisco 49ers. He has gone through a tragedy. I don't know how much of this has to do with the actual ankle or his mental health. I know he's been, he's had the knee, he's had the walker, the scooter thing, whatever.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find the word for it. Thank you. He's had the scooter. So that's baked into that. Maybe they've told him just don't rush back, take your time. But it's as much as on him as it is the San Francisco 49ers, to your point, Joe Shasky, to think about the future. And do you want to, if there is a left tackle that is draftable here in the first 10, 12 picks, because that's where the 49ers are going to be drafting, do I consider doing that? And if that's the case, do I trade Trent to a team that feels like they're a left tackle away? And do I get a second or a third round pick for him, right?
Or a linebacker.
Or a line. Like, do I trade?
Just hypothetically.
No,
you know
it's
what I mean?
a good point. Brian Baldinger, again, joined Lubman and joined Jake Hutchinson last week and talked about this very conversation.
If you said to me right now, we're going to get 14 starts out of out of Trent. If we're going to get 14 starts, because there's going to be some nicks and things that happen when you're that age, I'd sign up for the 14 starts and take them. Like, I would take what he gives you in those 14 starts, I would take that. Now, he's been, like, this is a little unusual for Trent since he's been in San Francisco. This amount of time that he's missed, he's had other ankle injuries and things. Every injury is a little bit different. But if I knew right now that I could get 14 starts from Trent, I would take it. I
just don't know how you can know that.
Right? Well, that's the thing. That's you'd have to use not this season, because this season maybe he just views his entire season as a one-off. If you're the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, listen, it was a dumpster fire of a season. All this stuff happened. All this bleep happened. Yeah, Trent might have brought it a lot upon himself with the holdout. Ayuk, the same thing. He dealt with a tragedy later on. He dealt with it. Like, there's a lot baked into it. Maybe they just need a fresh start next season. You keep him. You see what you got. You build what you have. You shore up the offensive line through the draft. We shall see. By the way, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. We're talking about offensive linemen. We're going to be joined by Lomas Brown, who is an offensive lineman for the Detroit Lions. A lot of Pro Bowls, an all-pro player, and now an analyst for the Lions Radio Network. And can't wait to hear his thoughts on the game tonight. Obviously, Warriors taking on the Cleveland Cavaliers tonight. Tip-off at 7 o'clock. Coverage starts at 6 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game. Joe Shasky.
You know, there's so many reasons why the Niners are where they're at today. It's never one thing. Quarterback play hasn't been as good. The team around him hasn't been even close to as good. Guys are hurt all over. But if I was going to say, like, 2024, what's the most disappointing thing? Well, the most disappointing thing is you lost the Super Bowl. You know what number 2 one is?
It is a year in review right now. New Year's Eve tomorrow.
You know what number 2 is? Just like in general, the whole Bay Area. Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
Just period. And I know people will say Brandon Ayuk.
Real quick, not just the Bay Area, the nation, because a lot of them drafted him in fantasy. People will just,
top 5 player in the sport.
Like me.
Yeah. Top 5 player in the sport.
He was on
quarterbacks included.
The cover of Madden. he's the cover athlete of Madden. Talking about Madden curse being in full effect. Good Lord.
If I told you were going to get basically like 3 games out of McCaffrey and then he would hurt his knee again after bilateral tendonitis or whatever the hell it's called.
Bilateral Achilles tendonitis.
I mean, come on. I mean, seriously. You were going to go, like, you gave him a contract extension after he had let's call it what it is, a really down Super Bowl by his standards.
He fumbled on the opening drive. That felt like an omen. Didn't it not feel like an omen for things? You were at the game. You're like, well, great, we fumbled.
I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. And he had 200 rushing yards this year in 4 games. 200 rushing yards and 0 touchdowns. How does that even, like, he was the best player in the sport, non-quarterback.
What's more frustrating, Chasky, is you kind of touched this a little while ago. How many times were you and I last year banging on the table saying you're running this guy too much into the ground? Like, that's the word. What's even more disappointing about McCaffrey this year is, like, we kind of saw it coming, and this team kind of had a chance to maybe avoid this reality.
Well, there's no avoiding injuries, but what you do is you put a seatbelt in place. Because, like, look, accidents do happen, but you also have to put guardrails in place to protect the guys from themselves.
They did nothing really to ensure themselves for the future.
And to your guys' point, that specific injury, the bilateral Achilles tendonitis, is because of just that, wear and tear. It's touches. That's all it is. It's not like it was a freak ACL or an MCL or a broken bone or all no, that condition is literally because of wear and tear. We're seeing it with Stephen Curry.
Yes.
That condition, his knee tendonitis, his bilateral knee tendonitis. When it's bilateral, it's in both. That's what that means. Shout out words. That's because of wear and tear. That's because Stephen Curry's been doing this for his entire life. He's been playing, Christian McCaffrey has been playing sports his entire life. Like, that happens, especially at that position in running backs. And yes, there are exceptions. Yes, Derrick Henry is a physical freak.
He's the LeBron.
Yes.
Whatever the equivalent of LeBron is in terms of his physical
He is unique.
prowess.
Guys like that. I think of a guy like Marcus.
Rare.
I was thinking of a guy like a Marcus Allen, who his game wasn't fully predicated on speed.
Nolan Ryan is rare.
Right? Those guys are rare. So, yeah, that bringing him back scares the hell out of me. But
Tom Brady being as good as he was, as late as he was, is rare.
Very rare.
You know what I mean?
And
like,
he was as slow as molasses, but his game wasn't predicated on speed, but it was those
precision.
But he was also sneaky still in the pocket. His quick set
He was
movement.
pliable.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't even know. Is it pliability? I don't know what the
Sure,
word
he does a lot of like the calisthenics and stretching and all that sort of stuff, but he was very shifty in the pocket when he needed to be. What he hung his hat on was IQ and his feel in the pocket of being able to slide or step up at the right times. And right now we're seeing that, bringing it back to the quarterback as we're talking about the running backs and Brock Purdy. That's the next step in his evolution, is standing in that pocket still, because I saw a lot of that last year. I was like, wow, he can stand in that pocket, take punishment and deliver. I feel like he's a lot more skittish this season because of that lack of trust as we're bringing it back to everything in that offensive line. That's why I need to bring back Trent Williams. I need to figure out what's going on with my right tackle. Colton McKivitz, he stinks. Let's just be honest. He's just not good in today's game. Like we're facing tonight. If I'm a Niners fan, we're facing the Detroit Lions offensive line. That's just it's stacked. It's stacked.
Oh, they're
like really that's what I'm looking at right now. When they got Amon-Ra St. Brown, they got Jamison Williams, they got Sam Laporta, who's been kind of scam Laporta if you've had him in fantasy this year. But you got Penei Sewell. You got all these guys along the offensive line. And Jared Goff, he's going to rip it tonight because of that. He feels confident because of that offensive line.
I keep going back to like August and all our predictions and everything. Brock Purdy threw 31 touchdowns and 11 picks last year. Only was sacked 28 times and threw for 4,300 yards. This year, he's almost 1,000 yards less. He's only got 17 touchdowns and 10 interceptions with 7 fumbles. 7. If I would have said these stats in August, you'd have said there's just no way. Even a down year for Brock wouldn't look like this.
You know what's funny? And he won the MVP last year, but the amount of people before the season, if we pulled it, and he might win the MVP again this year, the amount of people before the season started, if you just put out a poll question, Brock Purdy or Lamar Jackson for San Francisco 49ers quarterback.
Is it a local poll?
Yes, it's a local poll, but that just goes to the fan base and how they shifts.
Yeah, no,
it would have been It would have been 70 or 80, 20, 70, 30 in favor of Brock Purdy. Do that now; it's not even close. Lamar Jackson,
like 90 to
might be
10.
3-time MVP. By the way, real quick, and we're going to get to 60 seconds of Celebrini here.
17 touchdowns.
It's unbelievable.
That's
because
the Alex Smith zone, the Daniel Jones zone.
We were comparing those two quarterbacks last year because they were the top 2 MVP candidates. And just one of them just looks like a tier above, and that's not going anywhere anytime
Lamar's
soon.
a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Yes. It's unbelievable. And it's okay that Brock Purdy's not on that level, but he needs help everywhere else. And right now, if I'm going to pay him, help me on the offensive line. Speaking of help, the Sharks got a lot of help with Macklin Celebrini and that draft pick because the 49ers are going to have to nail their draft pick as well. And I'm excited about Will Smith. And then we're not getting
Is he
jiggy.
number 2 or number 3?
It's Will Smith. Well, he was out last year, so this is technically his first year.
No. I mean his jersey number 2 or 3.
I think he's number 2, right?
Well,
2. I thought. Okay, I know it's single digits.
Let's get jiggy with it. Thank you, 60 seconds Celebrini.
Yeah, so Sharks, it's not going well for them. They've lost 7 straight since coming back from their most recent road trip. But things go pretty well for Macklin Celebrini over this past weekend, starting with Saturday night, where Macklin did get the Sharks on the board. It was their only goal of the night in a 3-1 loss to the Calgary Flames. Here is how it sounded.
Drive it hard around for Wenberg. Nice maneuver there, getting away from Peltier. Celebrini scores! Macklin Celebrini with the one-timer. We're tied at 1.
Randy Hahn with the call on that one-timer. Beautiful slap shot there by Macklin. Friday night, though, was the real cool play. I don't know if you guys saw this. Celebrini does a little push pass while sliding on the ice. Push pass to Will Smith. Smith does this sweet behind-the-back pass to Celebrini. And, well, let's hear how Randy Hahn made the call.
He'll give it away to Celebrini.
Again, another takeaway by Celebrini. Look at the effort.
Here's Celebrini. Saved by Hill. At the side. They score! Will Smith.
We'll play through that horn right there. But yeah, no, the sweet behind-the-back pass from Smith to Celebrini. Celebrini's shot ricochets off the goalie. Smith takes the rebound, fires it into the net. Just, that's what it's all about when it comes to the Sharks this year. Spadoni, what did I say last week? There's no wins and losses with the Sharks. It's wins and lessons. Don't worry about the losses. It's about wins and lessons for the Sharks.
He's a philosophizer now, Joe Shasky. That's elite level analysis right there with 60 seconds of Celebrini. 60 seconds of Sam Lubman, to be quite honest. And it's great every time.
We need more than 60 seconds these days because Macklin's doing so much.
Are you a 1-minute man?
No, we're going at least a minute and a half.
And we might do that next with Brian in Palo Alto, who's on hold. We'll get to you, Brian, before we talk to Lomas Brown. And that's what's coming up, sponsored by Bay Area Fast Track.
What up? This is Turtle Pie Turtle from Frisco. If you're anything like me, you're getting hella roasted every day on the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Yay!
Spinoni in for Bonte alongside Joe Shasky. We got Lomas Brown joining us here momentarily. Offensive tackle, played for the Lions for 11 seasons and is their radio color analyst in Detroit for 97.1 The Ticket. And that'll be courtesy of the River Islands guest line. And by the way, don't miss the kickoff show brought to you by Habas Law from 2 to 6 at the Hilton of Santa Clara with Mark Willard and Mark Grandy. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. We're going to get to Brian in Palo Alto here in a second. Joe Shasky, this has flown by. We've talked Warriors, we've talked Niners, and maybe last few minutes I'll get your thoughts on the San Francisco Giants and what took place over this weekend, or I should say what didn't take place for them. As you said, there was a certain signing that was going to be a lock that you told me last Thursday. Maybe it was a Drew Lock. Actually, Drew Lock looked pretty good yesterday. So I'm not even going to make the Drew Lock joke because it just didn't come to fruition. But
that's pretty lame.
Yeah, thank you, Clay Thompson. You know it's not pretty lame? It's our boy, Brian in Palo Alto. What's up, Brian? You have a good Christmas?
Yeah, man. Good holidays. All good. Life is good. How about you guys?
You can't complain.
I feel the same way. Watching my son play more with the wrapping paper and the stuff that had nothing to do with the actual gifts, more than the expensive gifts that I bought him. Cracked me up.
Yeah, it was a great holiday for the kids, wasn't it?
It always is. God, we're so lucky.
Yeah, I think, kind of a bummer watching all these, teams playing in meaningful football games. And a joke to one of my friends was, well, pitchers and catchers report when. Which is like the most ironic statement ever. But
just sell.
Yeah,
they just fire everybody.
The question is the hard part is, I don't know where the Niners go for, I think there's sort of an assumption with a lot of fans of, hey, tough year, injuries, Super Bowl, Super Bowl hangover, but they're not in a good place. And I don't really know where they go from here, because who can you really hang your hat on? They had so many big money guys not perform this year that were either hurt, looked over the hill, and underperformed. And, McCaffrey, I don't think can you say that McCaffrey is going to be a bell cow running back moving forward? I don't think you can.
Yeah.
Will Ayuk ever be the same receiver again? We don't know that. It's certainly a long ways out. And we sit here and we blame Brock. I mean, you look at all these teams playing yesterday and you're like, yep, they have better weapons than Brock. Yep, they have better weapons than Brock. Yep, they have better weapons than Brock. There's almost no, you have Ayuk's out, Debo's washed generally. Pearsall's a bust.
Kittle's a baller still.
George Kittle.
Would you agree? Kittle's
Kittle. Yes, Kittle's still a good player. Yeah. Great. So you have a functional, a good tight end, not the best tight end in the NFL anymore, but really good. And that's not. What do you do? I don't know how you fix it. To me, I don't see any evidence Pearsall's the real deal. None.
I agree with that. But here's what I would say to you. This is what you do. So, I want your opinion on this. This is what I think you do. I think you move some of the parts that we're talking about. This is where I think I'm not afraid to move Trent Williams. I get whatever you can. To me, I think you got to walk out of this draft with 12 of the 12 picks in the top 5 rounds. I'm dead serious on that. I think you have to reset your entire roster in terms of the skill positions. I'm with you, but I do think you could find those guys. There's lots of running backs and there's lots of wide receivers in this year's draft. I think it's doable.
Yeah, but I think I don't know that you can say this is a team that's chasing an immediate Super Bowl anymore.
No, that I think is
and if
out
that's the case, I look at, Bosa, sorry, but Bosa's, his stock's down for me in a pretty significant way this year, not to mention his ridiculous political antics, which are embarrassing, but the fact that the guy was on a milk carton all year.
7 sacks.
What could you get? What could you get for Nick Bosa? Could you get a first-round pick for Nick Bosa?
Yes.
Oh, that's an interesting question. Thanks, Brian.
Ones. I personally believe you get multiple ones.
888-957-9570. On the River Islands guest line is Lomas Brown, offensive tackle, played for the Lions for 11 seasons, and is their current radio color analyst for 97.1 The Ticket as we go behind enemy lines.
God, that's such a bad intro. I love you,
What?
Sam.
That's so badass. Come on, bro. We got an intro song, WWE style, for Lomas Brown, like he's stone cold Steve
I
Austin.
wait for Joe Shasky to make the better one then.
Yeah, there
I
you
will.
go. There you go. Lomas.
What's up, Lomas? Know how to use a
He's
computer.
joining us courtesy of the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands and Lathrop. What's going on, Lomas? How you doing, man? Did you have a great Christmas? Happy holiday season?
Yes, it was great, Joe and Joe. I had a wonderful time. Got a chance to go down to Miami, visit with family. Now we out on the West Coast getting ready for a battle tonight with the San Francisco 49ers.
Let me ask you about last year's NFC Championship game, because you guys returned back to Levi's, and I was sitting in the stands up in the end zone, and I'm thinking, wow, like Detroit is just bringing it. They're faster. They're better. They're the better team, period. Like that's what I saw through the first two quarters. And I think the Niners were lucky to only be down 17. And then that third quarter happened, and it was still a game in the balance in the fourth quarter. A couple balls go your way. Reynolds catches a couple passes. Like that's one of those losses I didn't know if any team could recover from. And not only have you guys recovered from that, you guys have had a monster season. Looking back on that NFC Championship game, what's the point for you that is the hardest to get over?
Yeah, man, you're right. I just got through watching the game again just to kind of get refreshed with a lot of things, just to kind of see if there's some things that we may use this year that we I just think the biggest thing for us is that we kind of lost our identity in the second half. I mean, if you think about the first half, we came out pounding the ball at the 49ers, and that was in the run game. We really established the run with David Montgomery. Of course, Jameson Williams, he scored on the run, a reverse run. So I thought the blueprint was there for us to continue the same blueprint that we had first half, which was to establish the line of scrimmage and continue to run the ball and eat up time. And it just really didn't happen in the second half. And that's kudos to San Francisco making the necessary adjustments they needed to make.
Lions radio color analyst Lomas Brown joining us here on the Morning Roast. Spadoni and for Bonte Hill alongside Joe Shasky. And, you know, how long have Lions fans been waiting to dish out this revenge? As soon as you saw that schedule release, Lomas, was this circled for a lot of Lions fans? And I get it now. It's kind of interesting, right? Because this game, it's not, I don't want to say meaningless, because that you know, the players are playing for something. Brock Purdy's still playing for something. There's pride factor and stuff like that. But as soon as, you know, yesterday's slate ended, it's Sunday Night Football. It's next week, Vikings, Lions for the number one overall seed in the NFC. Did tonight's game lose a little bit of its luster, or is there still a revenge factor for Detroit here?
Oh, no, it's got to be revenge factor here. I mean, I feel that way, and I didn't even play in the game last year. So I know those guys in that locker room, and we still have a lot of guys in that locker room that were part of that game last year. They have to feel some type of way. And the reason why is because this week leading up to this game, you have to watch that film. So you get to sit back and watch that film of what happened in the NFC Championship game. Whether you played good or bad, you have to take that medicine. And I think a lot of it is still stinging with these guys in Detroit. And I think the revenge factor will play a lot. Even with the coaching staff, I think the revenge factor is going to play a lot with this team tonight.
Whenever like a team loses the AFC or NFC championship game, sometimes you just get snuffed out, right? Like, for example, when the Niners lost to the Eagles, you know, Brock Purdy went down, but I thought the Eagles were one of the best teams in the league that entire year. I thought even winning on the road was going to be difficult. I don't know if the Niners win that game or even win in the Super Bowl, but there's other times when we lose and it's like, yeah, not only should we have won that NFC championship game, we should have won the Super Bowl. Do Lions fans and the players themselves feel like they should have been the team playing the Kansas City Chiefs and that they would have won that Super Bowl?
Absolutely. I mean, we felt like it was a lost opportunity, to be honest with you. I mean, think about it. You up 24, you up about 17 points and going into the second half of the NFC Championship game. You were going to face a team that we had beat earlier that year in Kansas City. So you had a sense of confidence if you would have got to the Super Bowl that you had the opportunity to beat a team like Kansas City. So, yes, it definitely seemed like a missed opportunity last year. And coming into this year, the thing was it's Super Bowl or bust. I mean, I think, and it may not be a failure for the fans back in Detroit, but I just think for the organization, the guys sitting in the locker room, those coaches and everything, if we don't get to a Super Bowl, I think they're going to look at it as a failure.
Wow. I know you said you watched back the game. I did too this week, and I was reminded of how good Brock Purdy was with his legs in that game.
Yes.
Let's see, you're saying yes. And I also noticed how, and the Niners fans are very familiar with Jared Goff. He played in Marin Catholic, played at Cal. We wanted him. He goes to the Rams. We watched him there. Last year, when you move him off his spot, he just isn't as good of a passer. I feel like this year, and I don't watch as closely as you, but he's been better in terms of resetting his feet and throwing across the field. Whereas Brock's kind of regressed in the scrambling aspect this year. What are your big takeaways from these two quarterbacks from where they were last year in that game to where they are now?
Yeah, Joe, I agree 100% with you. And the one thing that you're going to notice about Jared now, he'll pull it down and go get the yardage. Jared has used his legs a lot more this year, and not just to get out of trouble or to buy time. He's used his legs to pull the ball down and go get that first down or go get the necessary yardage that we need to get. So that's the biggest thing, like you say, that I noticed in Jared. And I just think the thing with Brock Purdy, not having his weapons around him, you could tell that kind of really affected him. Where I've seen in some of the games he played early, he looked a little indecisive. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't just drop back 1, 2, 3, get the ball out of his hands, or drop back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and get the ball out of his hands. He seemed like he's scanning, he's searching. He's not just letting it go like he did last year. So that was one of the biggest things. And I'm quite sure it has something to do with, like I say, him missing a lot of personnel on the offensive side of the ball this year.
And we're speaking with Lomas Brown here, former NFL offensive tackle, played for the Lions for 11 seasons, and current radio color analyst for the team on 97.1 The Ticket, our sister station down in Detroit. And Lomas, you're talking about just, missing pieces on the offensive end. Talking about missing pieces on the defensive end with this Detroit Lions team. Like, I gotta laugh. You just gotta laugh to hide the pain, right, Lomas? Like, I'm looking at I'm looking at it right now. Aiden Hutchinson, IR. Kyle Pecco, IR. Aleem McNeil, IR. Wingo, IR. Rodriguez, IR. Anzalone, IR. Kaminsky, IR. Derek Bonds, IR. Carlton Davis, IR. It just goes on and on and on. How have they been able to... I'm not going to say, because you missed those guys, obviously, but how have they been able to right the ship, if you will, and be in a position to play for the number 1 overall seed at home next Sunday in Detroit? How have they been able to weather the storm with all these defensive injuries?
I think Aaron Glenn has done a marvelous job of doing that. And I think the thing that we do that we're a lot better at this year is we're a lot better at disguising some of our pressure looks. We're a lot better at doing that, so you don't really know where we're going to send pressure from. Sometimes, we'll line up and show it to you, but a lot of times it's disguised. They timing it up very well. Sometimes we'll show pressure and won't come with the pressure. So Aaron Glenn has done a marvelous job of just changing things up, using his personnel that he has, too. Like you say, Ifeatu Melifonwu, we just got him back, a big safety that we could have used all season long, and that's kind of helped Brian Branch and Kirby Joseph out. So you're right. It's been a war of nutrition with our guys on that side of the ball, but Aaron Glenn has done a great job. And I think the guys that have had to fill in, they've done a great job of filling in for some of those big-name guys that you mentioned earlier that we don't have. So it's been a collective effort, but I give Aaron Glenn all the credit in the world.
And to his point, Shasky, Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson, the offensive and defensive coordinators, both going to be head coaching candidates probably, you would assume, this offseason. So, Dan Campbell are going to have to deal with something that Kyle Shanahan potentially has had to deal with, losing those top coordinators and still trying to be a contender.
Oh, without a doubt. And, I'm hoping that, and we know, they've been after Ben 2 years. Aaron Glenn, like you said, is at the top of a lot of lists. And then the thing about it, like you just said, with what Coach Shanahan has had to deal with, not only do you lose coordinators, but you lose assistant coaches that may go with the coordinators. You lose top office personnel people too. When you're a good team, a lot of teams come poaching. You got the vultures flying over trying to get these guys. So we know that this team is going to look totally different next year. That's why this is the year to get it done. We have to get it done this year because we have the right pieces, the chemistry. We got everything in place right now, besides, the injury factor. But everything else is in place for the Lions to get to a Super Bowl and not just get there, win the Super Bowl.
Lomas, watching that game last year, the two matchups that I couldn't get over in real time. Watching it back, it was a gladiator battle on both sides. Penei Sewell versus Nick Bosa was just unreal. And then watching Trent versus Aiden Hutchinson. I loved Aiden coming out. I thought the Trayvon Walker pick in front of him was crazy, and he just fell in your guys' lap, and he's been better than I ever anticipated. Losing him, I thought, was going to just wreck the defense. He is such a great player. He's more agile than Nick Bosa, but he's relentless like Nick in that sense. How big of a loss individually just has he been? Because he's such a great player.
Yeah, it was huge. And don't forget, he's a hometown kid. So a kid that played at University of Michigan, a kid that played high school football in Michigan. So he was a beloved figure for us. So not only was it crushing for the team, I think it was crushing for the city of Detroit because of what this kid meant to us. And you were so right. I knew the one thing as a young player, the one thing that was going to get Aiden over the curve as a young player was his hustle. The guy, every play, he plays every play like it's his last play. And I know I used to hate going against guys like that played to the whistle each and every play. And that's what you're going to get out of Aiden. And then the other thing with that is that it became infectious for the rest of that defense. When you sitting there and you watching this guy play at this level and give this kind of effort, it's automatically going to make you want to do the same thing. And you seeing guys pick it up. John Comiskey, another guy that's been on IR that we've missed all year long. We have some guys that really followed Aiden and really, really kind of emulated the energy, the effort that he brought to the game. So it was huge. It was huge for us. And I give the guys in that locker room a lot of credit for being able to get over that injury and continue to win and play the way they have been.
Talking to Lomas Brown here, Lions radio color analyst for 97.1 The Ticket out in Detroit. Lions, Niners tonight, Levi Stadium. It's going to be rocking. It's going to be exciting. And I look at this Lions team and I look at the rest of the NFC, Lomas. How do you shake it out? Like the one team, I'm not going to say fear because you don't fear anyone, but you respect their game. But the one team that gives you pause that could be stepping in front of the Lions come playoff time is who?
For me, it's going to be the Minnesota Vikings. Even after what happens on next Sunday when we play them for all the marbles, that's who worries me. Everybody was talking about, well, it should be Philadelphia. No, Philly doesn't worry me like that. It's Minnesota or even Green Bay that would worry me more than the Philadelphia Eagles. Why? Because they're divisional foes. They know us inside out. It's always a tough game when you go against your divisional foe. And it's always hard to beat a team 3 times, especially if we beat Minnesota next week, which I expect us to do. It's always hard to beat a team 3 times in 1 year. So to me, I'm more worried about them than I am the Philadelphia Eagles.
You guys have drafted such a great team, and you've acquired such a great team. Like the Jared Goff trade, I know Stafford won the Super Bowl. It's been a great trade for you guys. Just a great trade. You trade down, you still draft Gibbs, you bring in Laporta. Amon-Ra St. Brown has been an absolute monster. Penei Sewell is one of the best tackles in the game. Who's the best player on this team right now? I know that's a tough one. It's kind of a moving target. But if you had to like lay it down, and you got obviously a character in Dan Campbell that everybody kind of likes, and he fits that town. But who's the number one star on this team right now?
So I'll give you two answers. One, coming into the season, my MVP of the team was David Montgomery. That was my guy. To me, he was the cog in that engine that made it work. Man, he really was. Now that he's been out right now, I probably would have to go with Jahmyr Gibbs. And the reason why I'm saying that is because of the load that he has to carry right now. Not only in the run game, but he has to carry it in the pass game. And not only in the pass game, think about it, pass blocking too, which is one of the hardest things for running backs to do. But he's been doing a great job of picking up the inside blitz when he's had to do that. Of course, he's a weapon, like I say, in the passing game, and he's been a weapon for us, a hard-running, hard-attacking guy in the run game. So to me, I would say right now it's Jahmyr, but preseason, going into the season until he got hurt, my MVP was David Montgomery.
We'll get you out of here with this one, Lomas, and we appreciate the time. Your overall thoughts on Brock Purdy, the season he's had, coming off an MVP caliber season last year. You lose Brandon Ayuk. There was a lot of drama in the offseason, Ricky Pearsall, all that. The guy gets shot. He hasn't had his rookie wide receiver. Deebo Samuel's been hurt at times. Like, it's just been a crazy year. And your thoughts on the 49ers quarterback who's going to be expecting a payday after this season?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to. I really do, because, again, the burning question is, if it's not him, then who? I think you guys still have Trey Lance or no, I
gone.
think he's moved on.
Yeah, he's in Dallas.
Now. Yeah, so if it's not Brock Purdy, then who? I mean, he's shown that he's a high-quality quarterback. He's shown that he's a quarterback that can lead you to the Super Bowl. He does all the right things. He says all the right things. He seems to be a leader in that locker room. So I don't think him. Again, the year doesn't look like it looked last year, but we know it's a lot of reasons for that. So to me, I think you pay Brock Purdy. I don't know if you reset the market and do stuff like that, but I know you have to pay them the average of what some of these guys are making. So why not? Why not pay the guy? Because he's proved to me, and I think he's proved to hopefully San Francisco, that he's the quarterback that can lead you guys.
Lomas, hey, we appreciate the time, man, and you have a great call tonight, all right?
Thanks, guys. Take care.
All right, that was Lomas Brown, who joined us on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop? And he was great. That was a lot of good stuff there. And just, I think about the Detroit Lions, Joe Shasky, and we got about 10 minutes here before Fast Five. But when it comes to a year in review and just storylines in sports, is there a better storyline than the Detroit Lions? Like last year, we were talking about the Niners being a team of destiny. I don't know if there was a single person that was rooting against the Detroit Lions last year. And really this year, quite frankly, that's a franchise that has just been synonymous with losing all of our lives, both of our lives together, Joe Shasky. They had a cup of coffee with Barry Sanders, maybe in the playoffs, and they've had great players like Barry Sanders and Calvin Johnson and Matt Stafford.
Megatron's one of my favorites
right?
of all time.
Of all time. One of the greatest.
I drafted him every year for 10 straight years.
And he was awesome, but they never did jack.
I know.
And it's just one of those franchises that was just synonymous with losing. Cleveland, the Raiders have been that. Like, I was rooting for the Lions. Like, everyone was rooting for the Lions.
Did you watch Tim the Toolman Taylor growing up?
It was a little before my time, but I've seen reruns, and I know Tim Allen, yeah.
Home Improvement.
Yeah. I call it Tim the Toolman Taylor. Like, that's just what I know it's called Home
Jonathan
Improvement.
Taylor
Tool
Thomas.
Time, great show.
Yeah.
Tool Time was the best. But, like, he was America's dad. You know what I mean? At that time. And
Still is. He's came up with another sitcom lately, I think, too.
Yeah, he would always wear the Detroit Lions sweatshirts, the crew necks and stuff. So, yeah, I always had a soft spot. And they played on Thanksgiving, and they were the lovable losers. I'm rooting for 3 teams. 3 teams heading into this just to win it right now into this playoffs. If my Niners are out of it,
and they are,
it cannot be the Eagles. So I have got to be rooting for the Vikings or the Lions or whatever, like anyone that's not the Eagles. And then in the AFC, I'm rooting for Buffalo and the Baltimore Ravens.
Anyone but the Chiefs, basically.
Anyone but the Chiefs.
Okay.
I feel like we're just rooting for 2 teams to not win it.
Basically. Well, and I don't want to root for the Rams. Like, I don't want the Rams winning anything.
I feel like, Lions, Bills, Ravens. Those are like, if those 3 teams
honestly,
win.
If teenage me found out that I was actually really liked watching the Packers play, because they have a lot of young players that I like.
See, something about the Packers, they're a tier below still for me.
No, I agree with you, but I'm saying they're a team, you know what they remind me of? Oklahoma City 2 years ago, 3 years ago. That's what they remind me of.
Jordan Love's just been inconsistent this year. Like he's tantalizing and he got paid, and I still think he's a very good quarterback, and I would have paid him again if I was obviously the Green Bay Packers. But when I saw him yesterday, even Sam Darnold outplayed him. Jared Goff outplays him. Like Jalen Hurts, like these other quarterbacks in the NFC, they feel like a tier above him at times.
He's been very up and down.
Correct.
I would have
and you know, he had an awesome second half last year, and he played well for 3 quarters against the 49ers last year, and it just wasn't enough in that divisional round. Obviously, he got an awesome wild card weekend in Jerry's world. So, yeah, honestly, there's not a team I'm like outwardly rooting against. Like Kansas City, it's just I'm so numb to the Chiefs at this point. It's just like I'm already psychologically conditioned to think they're winning it this year. Yeah. So like that's just whatever for me. Harbaugh and the Chargers are fascinating. That's a team that I think could make some noise potentially. I think they don't have enough offensive weapons. I get it.
I don't think they have enough offense. Yeah.
But would I be surprised if they played the Chargers in week 1, the wild card weekend, and beat them? No, I would not be shocked, because you know what? The Ravens are a team that loses in the playoffs under Lamar. I'm sorry. It is what it is. I'd be shocked by the Bills if they got upset in the first round for sure. But for the NFC, I don't think there's anyone rooting against the Lions. And I thought it was interesting. I kind of stumbled upon that as we were talking to Lomas Brown, who was great. And you can find that entire interview on the Odyssey app or on YouTube. We are streaming live on Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Dan Campbell potentially losing both of his coordinators. like that's going to be a thing we're going to talk about. Okay, Dan Campbell, it's great. Your message is awesome. Can you be a Mike Tomlin, a guy that's not fully in charge of the offense or the defense? Can you do what Kyle Shanahan's been doing? Sirianni, right? Who pivoted after last year, still made the playoffs, but lost Steichen and lost Jonathan Gannon, and it was hard for him to get back. Now they got Vic Fangio, and they got my guy Kellen Moore. So is Dan Campbell going to have a step back? And Lomas Brown seems to think they got to be all in this year because they're going to take a step back next year.
Do you remember Lomas Brown as a player?
No, again, before my time. I was born in '93, Shasky.
So I always knew who he was because of cards. We used to do the trading cards, and you'd get these like Pro Bowl, NFL Pro Set cards, and he would always be in it.
He played for 18 years.
You know where I remember him the most? It's not even the Lions, just because of the era. I remember him as an old Arizona Cardinal, as an old man. He was much older at that point in his career, and he was a badass even then.
Right?
I'm talking like late 90s. Like that's what I remember him as, and he was sick.
I'm looking at his stats right now, and obviously
I want to say he was like a 5 or 6 time consecutive, not like spread out.
7 straight Pro Bowl.
7 straight.
But he was 5-time All-Pro.
Yeah, he was
so
sick.
It's 1-time first team and 4-time second team. How is he not in the Hall of Fame?
The early 90s.
That's a joke.
The early 90s Lions had so much talent.
I'm sorry.
Herman Moore.
He's 5-time All-Pro. That's a Hall of Fame career.
Scotty Mitchell, Rodney Peete. I know those guys stink, but they had talent.
I mean, I should have talked to him about this.
Barry was so sick.
Again, doing that thing where you should have talked to your point, they had a lot of good talent.
Like, they did.
I'm sorry, Lomas Brown's not in the Hall of Fame, and he was a 5-time All-Pro, but Eli Manning's going to get in first ballot, and he was never an All-Pro. Come on.
That's how it works.
It's a joke. It's a joke. I'm sorry. Okay, well, we got a couple minutes here. Let's go to her. It's the reigning, defending, roaster of the year. No, you leave it up. Pop that back up. Come on. Thank you. We're in the zone. Not the Twilight Zone, just the zone. We got Tony in Oakland, courtesy
Tony.
of the River Islands guest line. Hey, Tony, you're almost Spadoni and Shasky. How you doing?
Good morning. Well, what I wanted to say is Sam didn't like my other idea about bringing in Florida State coach since they're 2-8 or whatever, 2-10 or whatever they are. But that guy, Aaron Rodgers still has it, but it depends on who he's with. Imagine if instead of Goff, Rodgers was with Campbell. Could you imagine how good that combo? Because you got to get the stuff. So for all the roasters out here, this is how you get in. This is how a team gets in. You got to watch that trailer of Ford versus Ferrari.
Oh.
You know why? Because it's really mystically done, and you can feel the background. He says, how do you get the perfect lap? And he says, do you see it? And then you can feel it, and they got the music, and you can feel the divine in the background. The objects get small. So, and tonight is Campbell, so I can't wait to see what happens here, because it will be a stark contrast between Campbell and our coach, right?
Yes.
Thank you, Tony.
You brought up Aaron Rodgers. I've done a lot of scrolling the last few days on Netflix, HBO Max.
Reigning roaster of the year, by the way, Tony in Oakland. And Ford vs. Ferrari is a good movie. Christian Bale,
I gotta check that out.
Matt Damon. There's a lot of good famous people. It's very good. It's a historical movie.
You're
based on true events.
When you go on any of these apps, they know your algorithms.
Yes.
And it'll be like top 10 or whatever. And I don't even know, is that top 10 in the country or curated for you? I don't even know.
People's just opinions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just top 10.
Number 2 for the last 4 days, and I refuse to even click on it, is this Aaron Rodgers thing on
Number 2.
Yeah, it's not even in my algorithm.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
I know exactly what you're talking. I have no interest. She was talking about Aaron Rodgers.
It's Enigma. It's called Enigma.
The trailers were enough for me to I saw a clip of him when he was on the ayahuasca and he's having his trip, so to speak, and think of the most ridiculous thing you can imagine Aaron Rodgers doing. Yeah, I
think he wants us to all think that he's this very eloquent and interesting person.
Smarter than he is.
But he's just not. He's just kind of a jerk.
He's not interesting.
He's just kind of a jerk. He deflects, but he's just not a good leader. I actually lost a lot of respect for Aaron Rodgers, the player, seeing his lack of leadership these last few seasons. I can't think of a player that's hurt his own legacy more within these last twilight of his years than Aaron Rodgers.
James Harden and Russell Wilson
James Harden
are below him.
No, but I never thought James Harden was a great leader.
No, that's true. That's a great point.
And I don't question Russell Westbrook's, he tries.
No, Russell Wilson.
Oh, Russell Wilson. Okay.
Wilson, not Westbrook. Did I say Westbrook?
You might have, and I
meant Wilson.
But Wilson, no, that's a good one. But I think he's actually had a resurgence with Pittsburgh here, where I've had a little more respect for him. And I thought maybe way more less of the Broncos after that. But the Broncos obviously come back, Champagne, what have you. But Aaron Rodgers is just the Pat McAfee stuff, the calling out people, the people in the industry after, what are you doing? The freaking Raiders have the same amount of wins as you this year.
It's crazy.
The Raiders have the same amount of wins as you this year. And you've been there, Aaron Rodgers, the entire season. You stink. You stink. I'm not putting you in the top 5 of quarterbacks ever. Sorry.
I mean,
I might have before this Jet stuff. Definitely not now. And I've actually had a tremendous more respect for what Tom Brady did into his 40s at this point than what Aaron Rodgers is doing. He's cooked. I'm not touching him out the 10-foot pole.
You know what the worst part about the whole thing is? All those people that overdrafted Breece Hall.
It's time for Fast Five. That's what
Am I wrong?
No.
Just win, baby.
See ya.
I mean, the amount of people that told me to draft Breece Hall, I was like, no, I'm not drafting anyone from the Jets. Not even Garrett Wilson, to be honest with you. Because I didn't know what I was going to expect from Aaron Rodgers. And you know what? They didn't expect much. They stunk. It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five, where we give our final thoughts on the show. Brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Joe Shasky.
All right, 2 quick comments, both regarding the Philadelphia Eagles. First one, Saquon Barkley is having one of the greatest seasons of all time. I don't know where it ranks. I don't really care where it ranks. I just appreciate him as a player. He's a badass, and I'm really happy that he's on a good team, because the really, really, really good players that their bodies get destroyed on crappy teams in football, that kind of sucks. We just hit Rod. We were just talking about the Detroit Lions. Barry Sanders and Calvin Johnson, both retired early, were all-time greats. All-time greats. I want to see what Saquon's going to look like on a legit team in a deep playoff run. This is cool for him. He's awesome. Second thought on the Eagles, and I know it's final thoughts, so last one. Eagles, go to those jerseys. Those throwback
Number
jerseys.
2.
I hate the Eagles. Those jerseys are flawless.
The Kelly green.
They're incredible.
Or the Hunter green, whatever they call it.
I don't care what they are. Whatever green that is, whatever the silver pants, everything about it with the black outline, they're perfect. They're perfect jerseys. Go back to them.
All right. Real quick, Sam, I just want to intervene here. Saquon Barkley, 2,005 yards rushing. Eric Dickerson, 2,105, 1984. Most ever.
Yeah, less games.
Eric Dickerson, though, said he would acknowledge it as the record, even if with the extra game, he wouldn't be happy about it. He's not rooting for it to happen, which I respect.
Less carries.
Less carry. Would you still acknowledge it as the single season? Would you have to?
It doesn't. These things don't matter to me. Yes, like in terms of how many games he played. Like Jerry Rice, do you know that he broke the touchdown record in a 12-game season? 23 touchdowns in 12 games. No one ever talks about that. And when Randy broke it, it was in a 16-game season. So whatever. It is what it is.
I mean, Brock Bowers doing it as a rookie tight end, breaking Mike Ditka's record of 60-plus years.
Exactly.
Ditka did it in, 14 games or whatever it was? So, yeah, it's different.
I also don't think football holds their records that way. Like, we don't, like, if I said to most football fans, who's thrown the most touchdown passes? I'm not sure people know.
It's not like baseball
Manning,
where
right?
they're just...
Peyton Manning, 55 with the Broncos?
Oh, you're talking about single season.
Yes.
I'm saying, like, career.
Oh, Tom Brady?
Brady.
Right?
See, we don't even. That's what I'm saying. We do this for a living.
It's the opposite of baseball, where like the records are so hallowed. Like, can you like it? Just the Roger Maris thing. People want to put an asterisk on his 61 because his season was a smidge longer than Babe Ruth's. Like, it's very
yes, and it is Tom Brady. 600. It's not even close. 649 touchdowns. Drew Brees is the second most, 571. Peyton Manning, third most, 530.
God, I remember it was a big deal when Brett Favre broke that record,
right?
Like 15 years ago.
There you go.
My final thought is. It's about Cam Ward in Miami. Listen, he had one of the great seasons in Miami Hurricanes history. I'm very glad that I got to see Cam Ward play.
Dan Lebitard says
I'm happy with
Dan
Cam
Lebitard
Ward.
of Miami. He says is the greatest quarterback season ever for University of Miami.
No, absolutely. There's no doubt about that. But like him deciding to sit out the second half of the Pop-Tarts Bowl. Look, I don't like it, but I get it. It's just the reality of college sports these days. The bowl games, it's unless you're in the playoff bowl games, they don't matter. I mean, the lower tier bowls for like those group of 5 schools or whatever.
It's an exhibition.
Like, but yeah, I mean, those are big for those schools, but like schools like Miami, it's not a big deal. That's just the reality of it. And, there was once upon a time where like, these players, they wanted to play in this bowl game because it was like their last chance to kind of represent their school. But Cam Ward, he was only there for a year. Like, Miami does not mean as much to him as other guys do. It's just, this is the reality of college football.
He played for Washington State last year.
And the Incarnate Word. No, it's his third team.
Wait, what?
And the University of the Incarnate Word.
That's not a place.
It is a place.
That's Turkey Tech University. Is what I call that.
That's a real school. I believe it's in Texas.
Played? How many schools did Penix play for?
But to your point, it's a lot.
How many schools did Bo Nix play for?
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're doing now.
Yeah, it's just the reality. It is what it is. It's a bummer. I'm not thrilled about it, but I'm still going to watch. So, whatever.
My final thought is R.I.P. Jimmy Carter, 100 years old. That's a life well lived. And you know what? If at the end of the day you live that much life, and what people can say about you is you are a good person, that's a good life.
That's
right there.
my goal in life.
That's like, honestly, at the end of the day, if someone just says, "What can you say about so and so who lived their life?" He was a good guy, and that's, you know what? Was he a great president? Was he this? I don't know. Good guy. That's great. I would like to be known by that when I meet my maker. 888-957-9570 is the number.
I feel you, though.
To start lining
you,
them up for Evan Giddings, who's filling in for Dale the Guru Johnson, alongside Matt Steinmetz. That was Fast 5, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. We'll be back tomorrow. Niners, Lions tonight from Levi Stadium. And also Warriors, Cavs live right here on 95.7 The Game. Coverage of that starting at 6 o'clock with Warriors live. Tip off at 7. Have a good day, everybody.
No, I think he's back Thursday.
We sure?
I'm pretty sure.
I got
Pretty
nothing.
sure Goo's back Thursday.
I got nothing.
January 2nd.
Not Tuesday.
Stein and Giddings in the house. Let me tell you who else is in the house. Jonathan Kuminga.
Well, he's a chase center.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, all you guys. Trade him. Go ahead and trade him. Woo! Back-to-back 34-point nights. Carrying the offense in the fourth quarter of a game against the Suns. Man, he's been terrific, Evan.
Stein, have you ever seen a show called Malcolm in the Middle?
I've heard of it, yes. So I've heard of it. It's
there's
about
a famous meme
guy
that is
named Malcolm.
Yeah, and he's a middle child. There's a famous meme that's circulated from that show in which a kid is standing over him.
Is it the Spider-Man one?
No, not the original Spider-Man. But he's got these big old ears. And he says, "The future's now, old man."
Oh, boy.
That's the way that I felt after watching that game on Saturday. I mean, watching back-to-back games, I should say, on back-to-back nights. Jonathan Kuminga was sensational this weekend.
He really was. I mean, he played terrific on Friday against the Clippers and followed it up Saturday with a great game against the Suns. Suns are playing without some guys, but Warriors needed a win, that's for sure. And, I mean, I'm just watching Jonathan Kuminga the last two nights, and I'm thinking probably what a lot of people are thinking. Why would you trade him? I mean, why would you trade him? Is there really a player out there that could come onto this team right now and impact it greater than Jonathan Kuminga? And maybe there's a few who might, but my question would be, is it really worth it? Is it really worth it? Kid's 22 years old, and I get it. The timing may not be perfect in terms of coordination with Curry to both be at their primes at the same time or in their primes at the same time. But just because Jonathan Kuminga doesn't quite fit on Steph Curry's timetable, I'm not sure the right move is to move him for somebody that you think can dramatically alter what's going to happen this season. I don't see it. I'm not trading Jonathan Kuminga for a Jimmy Butler. I'm not trading Jonathan Kuminga for a Vucevic, for a Levine. We can go down the list of players, and I think there's going to be more players that I wouldn't trade Kuminga for than I would.
I mean, that's the kind of performance that makes the Warriors this summer. It makes you understand why they were hesitant to involve him in moves. And the interesting part is going to be the restricted free agency and his contract situation because, and look, he's had a roller coaster ride of a season. Odds are he's not going to have 35 or 34 and 10 every single night, but I mean, he's 22. He is 22 years old, and the whole timeline thing, it's like if he plays like that, even semi-consistently, maybe you do think about the timelines matching up a little bit more. I wonder what people came away from the weekend thinking about Kuminga with the 34 on Friday against the Clippers, which was kind of necessary, right? Curry and Draymond didn't play. But then on Saturday against the Suns, when he was the best player on the floor, and that floor had 3 Hall of Famers. That floor had Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Kevin Durant. And he outplayed KD in a game that the Warriors really needed.
Yep.
I mean, they're still 4-12 in their last 16. Like, they're still not playing good basketball. But that was the first time that I saw Jonathan Kuminga be the best player on a floor with Curry on it and another number one on it. He looked like the number one that the Warriors envision him being. And that's, to me, a massive step in the right direction.
And I'm looking at this game from Saturday night, and I have a question for Warrior fans, and that's when's the last time you were down? Let's say, when's the last time the Warriors were down 10 points in the fourth quarter of a game? Steph Curry goes 2 for 9 in the final 12 minutes, and the Warriors still win the game. I mean, that's kind of what's been unheard of. And in an entire year where a lot of the talk has been Steph Curry needs more help, Steph Curry needs more help. Well, he got plenty of help on Saturday, and the Warriors ended up coming up with a win.
Curry was the help on Saturday.
Exactly. And, maybe, tongue-in-cheek here, but maybe this timeline thing, what's really happened is that Curry couldn't hold on to his prime long enough to wait for Kuminga to emerge like this. But seriously, Kuminga was absolutely terrific. Draymond Green shows you the impact he can make if he puts the ball in the basket, which he did a little bit on Saturday. And the Warriors get a much-needed win, and they stay over 500. And now they got a tough one tonight. They got a tough one tonight against the Cavaliers, who are, what are they, 27-4?
Yeah, they're the best team in the NBA.
And they got good guards. They got good big guys.
They're healthy.
So tonight's going to be a fun game. But let's give out that number and start the conversation at 888-957-9570. We'll obviously get into a little bit of that 49ers-Lions game tonight. Rematch of the NFC Championship last year.
They have to play it?
They do. It's a big game for the Lions. So the Lions have a game that they need to win.
And Grandy and Dibbs are going to be live at the Hilton Santa Clara starting at 2.
Nice. So
lock in for that.
Yeah, if you're down there going to the game, go say hello to those guys. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors lose on Friday to the Clippers. They were down about 20. They made a run, got it to, I think, about 3. Couldn't get over the hump, and then they come back the next night and beat the Phoenix Suns, albeit a shorthanded Phoenix Suns team. But look, how you feeling about Jonathan Kuminga right now? And I don't usually do this, but where's Coach in Vallejo? He's got to be on cloud 9 right now after Kuminga played like he played. But I thought all things considered, it was a much-needed win, and it came in a perfect way with Kuminga following up a great game. That's the other thing. They rest Steph and Draymond on Friday, and Kuminga's playing a back-to-back, and he clearly has as much energy as anybody out there. So just a great weekend for Jonathan Kuminga. And my question to Warrior fans is, if your mind was set on moving him to get Steph Curry help, is it still there? Is it still thinking about moving Jonathan Kuminga for Lord knows what?
Well, look, you could take the weekend and say, oh my God, his value is through the roof. And his contract value might also be going up as well. So the next month is extremely important. And I did see, I think, a small faction of fans on social media Saturday night saying, all right, well, now's the time to sell high on Kuminga. I'm sorry, I'm not there. And I wonder how many people have actually flipped sides and jumped onto the side of the fence, which is, you can't move this kid. I've been more on that side than the other. I know that, I've thrown out the Butler thing or some of these other, there's big players. But to me, that was always like, well, if you are going to go get help, these are the best players available. I'm sorry, I don't want Jonathan Kuminga in that deal. Unless you're getting a player that is better than Curry, I can't give up on the potential of this kid because there's nothing right now beneath the age of 25 that has me excited about Warriors basketball except for Jonathan Kuminga. And now it's actually becoming a position where when he plays a lot, he's helping them win. And that's the most important part about Saturday night is that, he kind of checked every single box. He scored. He was efficient. He defended the best player on the other team. And he was their most impactful player down the stretch of a game that they won and that they needed to win. They've been reeling. They have been searching for W's in different ways. And while I think that people didn't foresee Kuminga being maybe the reason why they would potentially break out of a rut, and look, they play a good team tonight. Their schedule doesn't necessarily soften until Thursday when they get the Sixers. But that is for everybody looking for the turning the corner moment. That definitely felt a lot like it.
I don't disagree with that. And earlier in the season, it might have been 2 or 3 weeks ago, Jonathan Kuminga had a real good game against Houston. Then he kind of, I don't even want to say he disappeared a little because then his role changed a little bit and the minutes got a little more scarce. But I do agree. If you watch the Warriors play, this weekend in a game against the Clippers and then following it up against the Phoenix Suns. There's a lot to like. And the bottom line to my way of thinking is if this pipe dream of a fifth title for Steph Curry didn't exist, nobody in the Bay Area would be dreaming in a million years of trading Jonathan Kuminga at 22 years old. But I'm interested to know how Warrior fans think after the weekend that was with Jonathan Kuminga. 34 points on Friday, 34 points on Saturday, and the Warriors get a much-needed win against the Phoenix Suns. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll get into some Warriors. Again, they play the Cavs tonight. We'll get into some Detroit Lions, San Francisco 49ers. But, man, if you thought about trading Jonathan Kuminga last week, you can't tell me you're still thinking about it, are you? 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Plus, that segment also sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. No, but you put a cow in front of me and it's ready, I could milk it.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Warriors. They won a game on Saturday. They beat the Suns. Why does everyone want to focus on no Booker, no Nurkic?
Oh, no Allen.
No Grayson Allen. That's about it, though, right?
They had Ryan Dunn.
He's not bad.
He isn't.
Not bad. Not bad. But the best player on the floor, Jonathan Kuminga, best player on the floor over the weekend for the Warriors. He had 34 on Friday. He had 34 on Saturday. And the trade deadline 5 weeks away. And the theme of this Golden State Warriors team from the offseason is they are trying to make a big deal. Lacob's talked about it. Kerr's talked about it. Dunleavy's talked about it. And a big deal at this point would almost have to include Jonathan Kuminga. But my question is why? Why would you do that right now? Why would you trade a 22-year-old who is beginning to emerge and it's plain for everyone to see? I'm out on it. I'm out on it unless we're talking about a transformational player.
Jonathan Kuminga is the big deal. And I just find it funny that this is kind of what we've been waiting for. And whether you feel like it's been suppressed by the front office or by Kerr, or whether you think that Kuminga is raw and hasn't been ready, he looks ready now. He looks ready as a player that should be featured, that should be played 35 minutes a night for a team with two aging superstars that are still pretty damn good. And Jonathan Kuminga looked like he was the best player on the Warriors over the weekend. And that's what we've been waiting for. That's what fans have been clamoring for. Kuminga supporters have wanted, or even Kuminga detractors haven't been able to, really look at and say, well, this is the reason why we should keep him. Over the weekend, it was, I know Los Angeles might not have done much for people because we had kind of seen it before against Houston without Curry and Dre. But I saw something over people were talking about how, Kuminga can't play with Steph. And we talked about it, Devon and I did on Saturday on Warriors This Week. It's like, well, he can't play with Steph. If you can't play with Steph, if you can't play with Draymond, you can't be a Warrior. Well, the night after, I think Kuminga looked pretty damn good. In fact, he was the reason why they went up early. When he came out, the Suns made a run, and Kuminga dragged them to the finish line. Now, I don't know if he can do it every single night, but the fact that he did it, that is something we have not seen before. And so now I'm less inclined than ever to move him because I want to see more. And there's a month before they have to make a move.
Right.
And anything before then, including Kuminga, to me, would be extremely premature.
Yeah, and the other thing about Kuminga is a lot of times we talk about the things he can't do. But, man, there's some things he's doing that nobody else on this team can do. When it comes to playmaking, for example, I still think he's got a long, long way to go till, he can do things like put the ball on the floor and kick out and put the ball on the floor for one dribble and hit an open man. But the one thing he's been doing, I think, for, at least half this season is he's been making more right decisions of swinging the ball when he has to swing the ball, or just making the simple pass to give a guy a wide open shot when he might not have one. And I think it's coming for Jonathan Kuminga. I think he's slowly but surely really finding himself. And, over the course of the next 2-3 years, it's going to be up to Jonathan Kuminga to get better at those things that he doesn't do great. But there are a lot of things that he does that he can do better than any other guy on this team. And one of it's get to the line. And we're starting to see him make some more free throws.
And big ones.
Still not automatic, obviously. But I do think he's closer to a 75% shooter from the foul line than a 60% shooter, which is kind of where he is right now. I don't even know what his number is, probably 63 or 64. But he has some skill that nobody else on this team does. And I'm just, I know a lot of times people think I get too caught up in the future. But, man, I'm watching this kid now. What's he going to be like in 3 or 4 years?
What's he going to be like the rest of this season?
Or that?
What's he going to be like the rest of this month? And that's That's also selfishly what I love watching about young players. It's like you can see in real time the steps that they make. And could it have come faster? Maybe. But I'm more inclined to believe that the reason why he's at the point where he can do what he did on Saturday against the Suns is because it has taken time. But in reality, it really hasn't. Like, it's been 4 years with the Warriors, or 3.5 now, whatever you want to call it, but he's 22. He's still in the infancy of his life and of his basketball career. He should be a senior in college. He should be a rookie in the NBA who's played 2 or 3 years in college. So the fact that he's beginning to take this leap, and I think more importantly, forcing the hand of Kerr, of the Warriors, to give him this stage. And look, he's technically not starting, but he's playing big minutes.
Right.
And they need him to play big minutes.
I feel like, I don't know if it's been over the last half a year, the last year, but when you say we're starting to see it before our eyes, I completely agree. I mean, Jonathan Kuminga started out raw, and then Jonathan Kuminga started showing you what he can do, but it just came in the context of a game where, it felt like he was just running up and down. What I'm getting at is what he's been for the Warriors, at least over the last month, is a guy who's now impacting winning. Like, he's been impactful in at least 3 to 5 of their wins in the last, maybe almost all of them, since they've started out 12-3. So I do think that we're seeing him grow before our eyes. It's not just about having a nice game anymore. It's about having a nice game and being a big, big factor as to why the Warriors win games. And that's what he was Saturday, especially to have done it on a night where Steph was not very good. At least in the fourth quarter, he wasn't. And he turned the ball over a fair amount in the first half. So I absolutely see Jonathan Kuminga making strides. And I think it's impossible for a fan to have watched him and think, he's still kind of the same player. No, he's not. He's gotten better. There's no doubt.
Yeah, and look, these things it's going to continue to go a bit up and down. Like, odds are tonight the Warriors are not going to beat the Cleveland Cavaliers because they're really good. Can they? If they can, I think a big reason is because of Jonathan Kuminga. Like, Curry didn't play particularly well in the fourth quarter against Phoenix. He had a guy that could bail him out. And that's something that we've been asking for. It's like everyone's wondered who the number 2 next to Curry is. Well, on Saturday, Curry was the number 2.
Yep.
And so maybe the question hasn't become, where's Curry's running mate going to come from? It's Curry's looking for a player that can help carry him at times. Curry's still going to have magnificent nights, and he's going to drag you to the finish line like he did against the Lakers, and he's going to have awesome games, but he's also going to have some down nights. And that's been my biggest concern about the Warriors is when Curry's not playing well, who's going to do anything? A couple of games ago against Indiana, Curry did not shoot very well at all. Kuminga was good in that game, but he wasn't good enough to beat the Pacers. Over the weekend, and I know the Suns were compromised, but Curry wasn't great down the stretch of that game, and Kuminga was good enough to win that game. You have to find a way to win games if you're going to get out of this play-in area, and if you want to be a top 6 seed and give yourself a chance. And that's probably what hit me and has hit me over the last, I would say, maybe a couple weeks with Kuminga since he's been given these big minutes, is like he gives them a chance. And I think Steve Kerr's starting to recognize it because Kuminga's forced him to recognize it. And when those, like the play that Kerr called out after the game, I think it was probably example A for a lot of people, is like the lights turned on. Minute and a half left in the game. Kuminga gets the ball on the corner, has a wide open shot if he wants it, but the play's for Steph. And he throws it to him, immediately sets a screen. Curry gets a wide open 3. He doesn't make it, but it's like that's a play that he doesn't make even if it feel like 2 months ago. But he's starting to get it in real time, and the game is slowing down. I mean, he was walking down Zubats on Friday against the Clippers. He had open shots against the Suns. Even middle, the kind of mid-range jumpers that Kerr was talking about him not taking. Like, Kuminga is starting to realize that his confidence might actually match his ability. And that's the fun part about it, because he was unafraid to go at Durant defensively, offensively, And he took over that game, man.
From the 408 on the Comcast Business text line, it's 2 games, and now we love Jonathan. Come on. I'm not sold yet. We saw it in the Houston overtime game, but I still have some doubts. He needs to improve. I agree with every single thing you said. He needs to do all those things. But to give up on a 22-year-old who's beginning to show the ability he has that other players don't have, I just don't think the Warriors need to send him anywhere. And again, the big question is, do you move Kuminga for somebody who can be ready-made right now? And I think what we saw is, Jonathan Kuminga, for at least here and there so far, can be that guy. Obviously, he's going to be more of that guy over time, but man, how can you not love where this kid's at right now? 888-957-9570. Let's start out with Leroy in Oakland. What's going on, Leroy? How you doing, man?
Hey, good morning, Matt. Good morning, Evan. Man,
yes, sir.
You guys are on fire already, man. You guys are awesome. Hey, I just wanted to say real quick, like the first 10, 15 games for the Warriors this season, I remember all I was hearing in the news was Jerry Stackhouse, Jerry Stackhouse, Jerry Stackhouse. Being able to get these guys to really buy in on the defensive end. And after those 10, 15 games, we didn't hear his name anymore. So I just want to bring up Jerry Stackhouse's name again, because I think as Jonathan Kuminga starts playing well on both ends of the court, because I always thought the Warriors needed a defensive closer as well, right? And the other night against Phoenix, Jonathan did that, man. I mean, he was awesome defensively, and I always thought that when you play great defense, it helps your offense. And so I was never one for, being a guy that wanted Kuminga going. I always thought he could run alongside Steph Curry. Matt, I always wanted Jonathan to play the number 2, right? And I think he is to a certain extent, like he's playing the number 2 from the 3 spot. I look at Jason Kidd and I'm going, why don't you have Doncic play power forward or center and let him play point guard from that position, from the center position, from the forward position? So I think Kuminga can do that, right? And I just love what Jerry Stackhouse is doing with them, getting them to buy in on the defensive end. And, hey, if he can be that defensive closer, because we've had a lot of close games, but if he can be that defensive closer along with, scoring those points, man, I love it. So keep it going. And, hey, Matt, he had 5 assists against Phoenix.
Yep.
He had 3 assists against the Clippers. He needs to up that a little bit, but I see that getting better where, he's going to drive and kick and be a playmaker. So I want to watch his assists tonight, man. Get those assists up, maybe 6 or 7 assists tonight. And I love what Jonathan is doing right now. He's got to keep on proving it, but they got to be patient with him. He's coming from the G League, and maybe he took a little time to develop, but he's developing. So we're just wait and see. But definitely we got to wait and see. But I like what I'm seeing from Jonathan Kuminga.
Appreciate it, Leroy. Hey, there's a pretty good rookie in the league right now playing for the Lakers.
I'm sorry.
Dalton Connect.
Yeah, he's fine.
Who would you rather have, Connect or Kuminga?
Kuminga.
No kidding. It's not even close. But they're both 22. Or
I thought Connect was like 32.
Connect might even be 24. I don't know. But I'm agreeing with your point about, this is a guy who would just have come out of college had he played in college. And
he's 23.
23 is Connect, and Kuminga's 22. I'll take Kuminga any day of the week over Connect. And Kuminga's younger, so you got to look at it that way. Steve Kerr was talking about Jonathan Kuminga after the Phoenix game. Take a listen.
I just think he's turning a corner. I just think he's, he's seeing the pictures well. He made a play late in the game where he swung the ball to Draymond, immediately pinned in for Steph, and Steph got a 3. He didn't make it, but that's the play where you have to recognize Steph's your teammate, you see he's cutting through the lane, swing the ball and go set a screen for him. And those are the type of plays that if he makes, and he's doing what he's doing, getting downhill, getting fouled, getting to the rim. Now the mix, the blend of Steph, Draymond, JK, now it starts to really get powerful. And I'm so impressed with JK. It just feels like he's turning a corner, and he played so hard last night and again tonight. The rebound at the end just before he got fouled, he came out of nowhere along the baseline to make that play. I think he had about 7 boards in the second half. It was fantastic, man. This is exactly what we're looking for, and it's fun to see him, deliver.
All right, that was Steve Kerr after the Phoenix game. This from the Comcast Business Text Line. Don't jump the gun too fast on Kuminga. Wait until teams start to actually scout him. Yeah, that'll come too. But it's all part of the process.
What you want.
Exactly.
Because if you're scouting or preparing for Kuminga, then your game plan isn't centered wholly around stopping Steph. Like that's the whole point. That's what we're talking about. That's what people have been asking for, I would say, since they won the championship. It is a number 2 or perhaps a player just as good offensively that can take pressure off of Curry. So the 4-1-5 is absolutely correct. Yeah. And that's where the next step in Kuminga's progression or development as a playmaker will have to come. But that's what you want. You don't want teams throwing up 5 numbers on a whiteboard and just circling Curry over and over and over and over again. You need someone else that can take pressure off of him. And I have no doubt that tonight, Kenny Atkinson, who is very familiar with the Warriors, has obviously seen what they've done the last 2 nights. They got some pretty good wings.
You think he's got something for Kuminga? Kenny A?
But we're going to see it. I think that teams are going to be forced now by Kuminga doing what he's done to game plan for him. And that ideally should also allow Curry to have a little more room to breathe.
From the 530, Connect ain't asking for 40, though. Touche. He's not.
Well, I think yet. That's where the next step of the, kind of the apprehension is. It's like, what is he worth? And I don't know, man. I think watching Joe Lacob mid-court getting up and cheering and smiling as much as he has for what feels like the better part of a month and a half at home, I find it very difficult to believe that he's inclined to move that player.
Me too.
That he wants to trade Jonathan Kuminga.
Me too. Let's go to Schuler in Virginia. What's up, Schuler? How you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Going well.
Yeah, I'm kind of with the guys on the, on the text lines. I think Jonathan Kuminga, he had a couple, good games, one versus the Clippers because, it was no Steph, no Draymond. He had to be that guy.
All right.
And then, then versus Phoenix, he had another good game, but, I make an argument that, we trailed most of the game, and I make an argument that if Booker's in that game, I think we lose that one. But, yeah, that's why I think the Warriors are kind of hesitant to give him that contract because they need to see Jonathan Kuminga play. Jonathan Kuminga hasn't played any meaningful basketball games. When it gets to playoff time, we got to see what he can do when it comes down to playing actual meaningful games that actually count. And I still feel like the Warriors, they don't have the talent to go up against the top teams in both conferences. So I still think the Warriors still need to make a trade. I feel like you can get Vooch or Cam Johnson without having to give up Kuminga. Because I'm not saying give up Kuminga in any trade. I'm not saying that. Yeah, keep Kuminga. That's fine. You keep Kuminga because he's improving. Yes, he is improving, but he has not played meaningful basketball. So just pump the brakes on it.
No, Schuler, I got you, man, and I'm kind of with you, but. Here's the way I look at it, is that any player's got to go through a process to become, let's just say, a star player in the NBA.
A 1, yeah.
Or even a 2. Because I'm still not convinced Kuminga can be the best right now. But this is what I mean. I don't know what the kid's going to be at 26. But I do think that what we're starting to see is he's growing. There's there's no doubt he's growing. The games, you said it, slowed down from a little bit. The threes are more relaxed and are more open. The drives are more controlled and he's finishing. The mid-range looks good. He looks like he's got unbelievable confidence when he's matched up against a bigger player. And look, he's going to have setbacks and he's going to have high turnover games. And then there's probably going to be games where we want him to rebound more. But he's on an upward trajectory. And when you look at this team, how many players can you say that about? And how many players can you say are progressing at the rate he is? I would say none. And so that's why, the one thing I've always thought with Kuminga, and I think people tried to maybe give him too much too soon, but I've always thought you got to be real careful if you move him, because we are looking at a player who's is this his 5th year or 4th year? Fourth year. He's in his 4th year, and he's still only 22. And that, to me, is very exciting, irrespective of Steph Curry and where he's at. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Mike. Mike's in Oakland. Hey, Mike, how you doing, man?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Good morning.
Yeah.
My thing is with Kuminga, and this is what I've been looking at for a long time. He lacks intelligence as a player because he hasn't had a real long enough time to learn the game. So that's the reason why he's inconsistent, in my opinion.
Right.
I see growth in him, but I also see inconsistency in him. So I don't want to say go out and give him a bag, because like in the Western days when they talk about fool's gold, this could be fool's gold. So you got to show me a little bit more consistency. And if he can do that right there, he can earn a bag. And I mean, if he plays hard the rest of this year, he don't have to score 34 points a game, but if he's in somewhere between 20 and 35 per game, he'll get that bag. He get 9 rebounds, 5 assists consistently. You got to pay that man. So he's got to be like an old slogan back in the day, like Smith Barney used to say. We earned it. He got to earn it.
Nice.
Man. We ain't going to give it. Thank you, fellas. I appreciate you.
John Houseman. It was,
excuse me?
We earn it. We earn it. You never saw this? E.F. Hutton?
No.
I think. Well, no, E.F. Hutton was when people talk. When E.F. Hutton talks, people listen. They make money the old-fashioned. Oh.
They don't have a lot of people nowadays that just have 2 initials as their first name. Like, how many people do you know is just, J.B. Bickerstaff? How many people are just known by 2 letters? They don't have any
J.D. Vance?
F. Scott Fitzgeralds anymore.
John Houseman. They earn money the old-fashioned
way.
They earn it.
You think he's going to earn it?
He's earning it right now.
He's got 50 games left. That's the other part of this, too, is we're still not even halfway through the season. So people are right. And I think over the next month, the Warriors will have to make a choice. Because I think if you're not going to pay him, I think you do kind of have to trade him to get something back for him. But I'm not doing that now. I'm not making that choice now. No, hell no. You got till February 6th. And especially if he can help you win some games in the meantime, you can make that choice when you need to. But to the caller's point also, I think if they could get a player like Cameron Johnson without having to give up Kuminga, they would do it. But that's who the Nets wanted. And if you're asking me now whether the choice was correct to move Kuminga for Cameron Johnson, I'm saying you're idiotic if you made that move 2 weeks ago.
Well, and the other thing now is, do you put the shoe back on the other foot and say, well, let's try to move Wiggins for somebody who we can pair with Kuminga and Draymond and Steph? 888-957-9570 is the number. Jonathan Kuminga, have you come around? Those that want more help for Steph Curry immediately. Jonathan Kuminga gave you some help. Gave you some help immediately. Is it enough? 888-957-9570. That segment brought to you by Safeway.
Stripped by Kuminga. Waters has it. Pass to Kuminga. Reaches back and gets it and glides home. Two-hand slam. Jonathan Kuminga. 195. Credit Waters with a nice lead pass.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. Jonathan Kuminga, big night, big weekend for Kuminga. Bigger night Saturday, though. When you score 34 in a loss and you score 34 in a win, it's a monumental difference. It just is. You know, I'm a little different, Evan.
Yeah, we know.
A guy gets 30 in a loss. Who cares? You lost. You lost. Nice effort. Tip of the cap, but that's it. Now you get 34 in a win. Now that's something to talk about. Mm-hmm.
So you can't do anything good if you lose a game?
The good never outweighs the bad in a loss. How about that?
Yeah, I don't always subscribe to that.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's where we differ.
Hey, by the way, I got to give a shout out. Can I give a shout out?
It's your show.
I got to give a shout out to the Kezar Pub.
Oh, now that you do know that's home court for me, right? Dude, I lived across the street for 2 years.
I do know that because we were there one night and we went around the corner to your place at one time to check out the interior. But so yesterday, I was going to golf yesterday. It was raining, and I was like, yeah, you know what? I got my daughter home from London, and she's a big Liverpool fan. The Liverpool Football Club.
Mm-hmm.
So we find out that the Kezar Pub's a big Liverpool bar. And sure enough, I found myself waking up yesterday about 8 o'clock, taking a little drive into the city for a 9:15 Liverpool-West Ham start.
Oh, yeah.
And thank you to Cyril, the owner of the Kezar Pub, and all the Liverpool fans. It was raucous. They have songs, they have cheers, and they've got Mo Salah.
Yes, they do.
He's my favorite player.
No, you can't have him because he's mine. Well,
I'm just getting to know the Liverpool squad.
Yeah, but you do this to Guru all the time. I have a team, so you can't have that team. It's your daughter's.
Wait, you like Liverpool too?
Yes, I love Liverpool because of Mo Salah.
Wait, tell you what.
No, I was late to the party.
There's another team in Liverpool. They're called Everton. Why don't you like them?
Because they stink.
Oh,
but they've also been around for a long time. But that derby is interesting enough, only for a fan of the Reds, because Liverpool is awesome because of the best player in the world right now. And his name's Mohammed. Yeah.
All right.
But you can't have that team. That's your daughter's team. You can't hop on the bandwagon.
You're allowed to share with family.
No. You have to go through at least a couple of down seasons, which is what Liverpool fans have experienced, in order to then join the bandwagon. Like, you can't just be showing up to Kezar Pub and getting Irish coffees every weekend now. That's not going to work.
I think it might.
We'll just invite you.
I was welcomed. I was welcomed in there by the Liverpool fans. I appreciate it. Let's get back to Jonathan Kuminga. He's pretty good right now. What are you going to do with him? There's only one thing to do.
Trade him.
Water him. Nurture him. Feed him fertilizer.
Let's watch him
grow. It's very simple.
Well, the seed's already begun to sprout.
Yes, it has. So you don't want to chop it down now. You don't want to prune it. Why would you prune? There's no need to prune.
Well, you got nothing to prune now. You're waiting for the root. Everything that's happening.
No, he's blossoming.
No. It's all happening underneath the surface. Like, you know that trees, sometimes the roots are longer than the actual tree itself. It grows down before it grows up. And so the foundation's been laid. But now we're finally beginning to reap the benefit of the fruit that is Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a player blossoming right in front of our eyes. So why not just move him now, huh? That's what everybody
just
wants.
Just uproot him.
Yeah. Nick's in Berkeley. Hey, Nick, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great, man. Hey, happy early New Year's.
Yeah.
I just want to say, man, that all these teams are trying to like sucker us all the time to trade players and stuff like that. And since this is California, I wouldn't say, like blooming. I would say more like budding. We got to give them some fertilizer. We got to, make him grow. But I was just saying, Kuminga, man, he's a beast, man. Like if Curry's the number 1 ranked player on the team, who is the number 2, 3, 4, 5 ranked players? And why would we trade somebody that's probably one of our top 5 players? We need a big goon, because if you look at these games, man, we've blown leads. And why have we blown leads? Because we keep trying to do this fast break stuff. Like when we have a lead, we need to like milk the clock a little bit more, get like a little half court set now and then. But we need a big goon that can post up and then kick it back out. You know, kick it back into him and kick it back out. Then shoot those threes, man. You guys on a pick when the center has the ball. I mean, it's like, man, come on, man. Like stupid passing and sloppy play also has cost us about 4 or 5 games. So with those, if we had 4 or 5 more games under our belt as victories, where would we be? And I'm just saying we got to be more disciplined, and we need a big goon down low. We need an enforcer, man, like a Bill Laimbeer type.
Appreciate the call. I don't think there are any enforcers in the NBA. Steven Adams?
Amen Thompson is an enforcer. I mean, Yusuf Nurkic threw a punch. And fighting's back in the NBA. I don't know if anybody noticed in this last week, but it's okay to throw people to the ground now. Dude, I'm just like, people wanted it. You know, you guys always throw that. Things were better back in the day. We missed basketball when it was physical. And now all I'm reading about this week is about how we got to stop fighting in the NBA. Like, Nurkic got 4 games, I think he was suspended for. Najee Marshall got suspended for 4 games for a punch last week. Tyler Hero gets torn up, you know.
Don't you see what's happening?
What?
This is the invisible machine that lies behind the NBA. And it's 2 things are happening now.
Do tell.
They know, meaning Adam Silver in the league knows, that the league right now is hard to watch. So what you're seeing is a PR blitz from Durant, from LeBron, from Redick, from Kerr, from all the big players. Oh, no, guys, we have a great product here. We need to celebrate it. So they're trying to use PR to get people back into the game. And then the second step of that is to, for about a 2 or 3 week stretch, have some fights. There'll be some fights.
Is that going to bring viewers back?
Yes. It won't hurt.
Well, it's going to hurt Tyler Hero.
Well, but at least that'll cause people to believe that the NBA players care more if they're fighting. That's the way I like that.
A lot of people hadn't heard of Amen Thompson.
That's true.
Until this weekend.
John in Hayward says Kuminga is not a keeper.
Oh.
John in Hayward. What's up, John?
Hey, fellas. Early Happy New Year. How you guys doing?
Dynamite.
Back at you.
Okay, great. So here's the deal. This is a contract year, so contract players do what Jonathan Kuminga is doing. But having said that, having that aside, there's only 3 players in the association that are averaging north of 8 free throw attempts. That's Anthony Davis, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and Antetokounmpo. These are all A-class players. They're worth max money. So Kuminga, he's averaging, like around 5 free throws a game. It's not the misses. It's just he needs to get the attempts to slow down the game a little bit, give his aging star some rest, breathe. It's just the pace sometimes, it goes into your favor. You break the momentum. You start getting the other team in foul trouble. Anyways, he's only attempting 5. Since he started out as 3, he's inclining very, very slowly. I know the NBA life, we need to be, forward with him and make sure he grows, but, it's fast. It's a 10-year career tops, at your peak. So what do you guys think? He's not worth it, He's
What's he not worth?
Max money?
Maybe 2.5 times the minimum salary, which is 11.9. So give him under $30 million per year, 6 years, and let's go.
All right, let me do that math real quick. He's probably going to get more than that.
Well, but that was the hang up this summer, right? Is the Warriors wanted to keep his price tag at around $30 million. This was according to Anthony Slater.
Yep.
And Kuminga wanted something closer to 35 or above. I think he probably saw himself the moment that Wagner got paid $200 million as that level player. And the only thing in Kuminga, or maybe it's just his camp's mind, was the fact that he hasn't been given the runway to show that he's that player. And because of necessity, I mean, the Warriors have needed him. That's the other part of this, too. It's like, I do think a big reason why he's played as much as he has in the recent weeks is because it's like they're out of choices. They're out of options. And that's the reason why people have also wanted the Warriors to make a move. It's like, what else are you going to do? But I think Kuminga is beginning to change their minds about whether or not they're going to move him. And they might be changing the Warriors' minds about how much his price tag actually is. I think the Warriors made a good choice this summer. You know, I don't know what you generally think about restricted free agency signing. Typically, it means, we're not all in on a player, and it generally means that players might be going somewhere else. But in the new NBA, with the aprons and kind of the apprehension towards big salaries, the Warriors might basically have played this the way they want to, which is someone else will make the decision for them, and then they can choose whether they want to pay him. That'll be in a couple months, but
I do wonder how that's going to go if the Warriors don't trade Kuminga and they finish the season with him, and now he's a restricted free agent. Now, they can still just sign him and agree to a contract with Kuminga, and he can play for the Warriors for the next 3 or 4 years. Or another team can offer Kuminga a contract, and then the Warriors can match it. The issue with finding another team is another team doesn't want to do that unless they know they can get Kuminga for the. In other words,
teams don't just drive up the price tag. Just
exactly,
it's not monopoly.
Trades
are hard.
Thank you. But it's also, let's say a team wants Kuminga and they'll say we'll give him 4 years, 150, which is a little under 40, let's say. Well, then the Warriors just go, yeah, you know what, we'll match that. And then the team that actually offered him that contract, they're stuck in limbo until the Warriors end up deciding whether they're going to match it. So usually those teams are leery of making an offer for a player, knowing that they've got to have their hands tied for a day or so until the Warriors end up making their decision, which probably would just be matching under, I would say, 90% of the situation. But the other thing is, he's talking about Kuminga's free throw shooting, and I'll just give you the last 6 games: 10 free throws, 4 free throws, 9, 8, 14, and 12. So Jonathan Kuminga has been getting to the line the last 6 games in a big, big way. And the next step now is to start knocking down 3 or 4 every single time.
Well, but he didn't do that on Saturday. I mean, he's 8 of 12.
Right.
But he made the 2 biggest free throws. And that's something that I don't remember him doing before. Getting to the line in a crucial situation, I think they were down, 100-99, and they got to get 2 free throws, and he puts them up with both. After he had bricked 2 earlier in the quarter. So he probably was, and I think he admitted it, like he was nervous going to the free throw line. Those were 2 big shots.
Yep.
And he made them. And that has, even when he's played well, that hasn't always been the case. Like, on Christmas Day, he didn't play a good game. He missed a big free throw down the stretch. He might have had a defensive lapse. And those are going to happen, but the game on Saturday, we haven't seen before. And that's what's encouraging. It's like, yes, he still needs to continue to do it and build and play more consistently, but he hadn't done it before. And I think that's what's encouraging, because the Warriors are also in a place where, I don't think that there's a game-changing player out there that's all of a sudden going to take the Warriors to where fans believe they can go, or at least some of them, which is, deep in the playoffs. And so you also have to weigh, it's like the potential of the player that just put up 34 in back-to-back games versus a player that can help you maybe win a playoff round, or, maybe even just help you get out of the play-in. It's like if you trade that guy for, let's say, Cam Johnson, and Cam Johnson helps you, and you lose in Game 7 of the first round of the Western Conference playoffs, like you're stuck.
Yeah.
And that's who you are. And I don't know if the Warriors want to give up the potential of what Kuminga could be for the reality that they're not even one of the best 6 teams in the West.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I mean, maybe it's as simple as the war.
I think it'd be different if there was an alpha player level that was legitimately available.
The other thing that may be coming into play here, and it's probably not going to sound great, is maybe the Warriors started the season with the philosophy of trying to keep Steph's window open as long as possible, and maybe after the first third of the season, maybe they realize that that's unrealistic. And if they think it's unrealistic, then why in the world would they trade a guy who's probably becoming their second best player right now and might be their best player next year or the year after. Let's go to Tommy. Tommy's in Georgia. Hey, Tommy, how you doing, man? What's going on?
I'm doing pretty good. How you guys doing?
Doing well. Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, all you.
What's up?
Come on, Tommy.
I think all this trade Kuminga talk is just crazy talk. The kid is playing out of his mind because he's getting consistent minutes. For the first time in his career, they're playing him over 30 minutes a game. That's why he's producing the way he's producing right now. When the season started, Kerr had him playing 20 minutes a game. Very inconsistent minutes. So you can't produce. A young kid can't produce like that. You produce by getting playing time. That's how you improve. Now they're giving him those minutes, and he's showing he's reaping the benefits, or the team is reaping the benefits of that. So all they just trade him is crazy talk. He is an asset to the team and also to Curry. So, I mean, that's all I have to say, guys.
No, I'm with you, Tommy. And I'm looking at his playing time over the. I'm gonna work backwards. So the last 2 games he played 34 and 36 minutes respectively. So he's playing as much as anybody. The 4 games before that, 28, 30, 23, 28, 30, 36, 36. So there's no doubt that his minutes have gone up the last, 8, 10 games. And I think they're also finding out that in order for them to be at their best, he's got to be some kind of a factor. And you can't have a player who's capable of doing what Kuminga's doing and not at least giving him a chance to do it every game. Doesn't mean he's going to have 34 a night, but if you have a guy who can get you 34 on a given night, then you got to give him a chance to be a big scorer every time he takes the floor for any game. That's the way I look at Kuminga. And listen, the one thing I've kind of said is, well, Steiny, do you think he's a number 1 down the line? Meaning, can he be the best player on a really good team? I don't know. I still have some doubts about that. But we're not there yet anyway. We're not. It doesn't matter if in 4 years, if you're not sure now whether in 4 years he can be that player. All I know is right now he's probably playing the best basketball of his career, and he's impacting winning more than he has at any point in his career. So why in the world would you not just go with this and see what happens and look to make a move outside of Jonathan Kuminga?
Well, I also think people are comparing him to what we've seen, which is, all right, can he be a number 1 for a dynasty? Like, probably not. But that's what we've watched for the better part of 15 years. It's Steph Curry, who is an all-time generational player, and I think comparing Kuminga to whatever you believe that is, like, that's unfair. And the reality is, and I think for most NBA teams, like, that's the question they have to ask themselves. Like, people, I mean, is LaMelo Ball a number 1 for an NBA championship team? I don't know, maybe not, but he's a damn good player. Cade Cunningham is coming into his own in Detroit. I know that they're hurt now, but the 2 young guys in Orlando, Banchero and Wagner, like, can those young guys, because Scotty Barnes, can those players that are in Kuminga's class become, and I know LaMelo's not, but can they become number 1s for title teams? It's like, probably not. Odds say no, but that doesn't mean that you give up on them because they're not that caliber. Like, just because the Warriors don't have the heir apparent to Steph, and I still have doubts whether Kuminga can be that player or not, doesn't mean that you just ship them off. I don't know. At least that's where I come from. And I don't think that, I don't know. It's like, because people don't see light at the end of the tunnel after Curry's career, that, well, we just need to ship off everything because we're going to suck anyways. It's like, I don't think that's how you can really run a team. In 5 years doesn't matter. Well, yeah, it does when you're 12 and 70. Like, that does matter.
I mean, the way I would look at it is, instead of saying, well, we need to answer the question about whether Jonathan Kuminga is a 1 or not 3 years down the line.
I don't know how we even answer that question.
Exactly. I would rather just say, well, let's roll like we're rolling. If a trade presents itself outside of Kuminga, we'll absolutely look at it. If a trade is proposed involving Kuminga, we'll take a look at it, but it better be a doozy. But I would say, to me, what would be more of a, I don't even know if it's a sure thing, but what would be wrong about, in 2 years, let's say Steph's at the end of his career, Draymond's at the end of his career. Now all of a sudden we're like, man, we got a player in Kuminga. Well, then that's when maybe you try to go get a number one in free agency. Maybe in 2 years, Anthony Edwards is available. And you start thinking about, what about Edwards and Kuminga? Well, that sounds a lot better for the post-Steph Curry era. Can you get a big-name free agent in here after Steph leaves where you have money to spend, and then you have a real nice twosome with Kuminga at 25 and maybe a player who's a bona fide star in their prime at 30.
I mean, it's a small sample size, but you're starting to see a player that can not only help you in the future, but the biggest question was, can he help you now? And I know it's a couple games, but he's helped you win games now, presently, and he's not a finished product yet. So to me, trading that or giving up on that decision it's premature, and I think it's I don't. The last thing that I would like to see is Kuminga going to a place and becoming something that he could be here, and
right.
It's like that would be my worst nightmares, that the Warriors are stuck in the future with nothing, and this guy is out here helping a basketball team. Because, and again, it might be prisoner of the moment, but when he plays 30 minutes or more this season, the Warriors are 3-2. That's 5 games, but he's helping you win. I don't even know if he could do that last year. So he's beginning to put it together, and I feel like after that game, I just don't understand why the talk is, and the 757 is chiming in, trade him now.
Right.
I don't know why the takeaway from the weekend is, well, now's the time to trade Kuminga. Maybe someone can help me with that.
I mean, I think the answer would be, well, his value's probably never been as high as it's been right now. That would be what they say. But I'm
well, do people, it's going to go down? I mean, what if he puts up 30 points, and they might lose tonight to Cleveland? What if he scores 30 tonight? Like his trade value also could get higher.
That's true. I mean, the thing I boil it down to, and it's pretty simple to me, is when I look at the Golden State Warriors team, I actually don't think they're a good offensive team. I think if everybody's going to load up on Steph Curry and Steph's going to average 22 a game, well, Wiggins has been inconsistent his whole career. They don't have any other, Jonathan Kuminga can score. That's the one thing he can do. If he plays 30 minutes, he's going to run into 18 points by accident. So if scoring is something that you need, and I think this team needs it. I mean, hell, we've been talking about getting Curry another running mate now for the last 2 or 3 years. And I'm not saying Jonathan Kuminga is that guy, but Jonathan Kuminga is clearly a number 2 option in terms of scoring. And so that's another thing where if you were to give him up now, well, you better have a guy brought in here who can score at least as much as him or more than him. And I'm just looking at what's his 38 right now? He's per 36. I'll bet it's pretty good. What's he averaging per 36 minutes? It's 23 a night. That's pretty good. 888-957-9570 is the number. 415 says, what's happened to Slow-Mo? Hell, what's happened to Moody, too? I got to ask my guy, Evan, about what's going on with Moody. The number's 888-957-9570 is the number. I see John, I see Mona, I see Steve. We'll get to you all on the other side. Jonathan Kuminga may have had a breakout weekend for the Warriors. What'd you think of it, everybody? 34 on Friday, 34 on Saturday. Tune in for Warriors Live. Today, it's presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. That segment also brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
Oh, hey, Stain. I listen to you a lot, except when my wife's in the car. Then it's music.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
A couple things, Evan.
Huh?
So, I asked you this before the show. How long's Curry been playing? This is
year 16.
Year 16. He might have made the greatest shot of his career on Saturday night.
Oh, at the end of the first half?
Yes.
That was a horse shot that I don't even think if you're playing horse you think of attempting.
So he does it. And as soon as it leaves his hand, I'm thinking, well, that's going in. Like, there's no way it wasn't going in after he got the shot off. In case you didn't see it.
He's one of those guys that, like, the degree of difficulty as it goes up, it almost feels like, well, he's not going to take that unless he's going to make it. How many times has he taken a shot like that or a ridiculous three and he hasn't even hit rim? Like, if he takes a bleep you shot like that at the end of a quarter or a half, it's like, I don't know. It feels like it's still going in.
Incredible shot. And he knew it, too. Curry knew it. He milked it. Now, in the interest of...
And he said something to KD.
In the interest of fair play, did you also see he turned it over 4 times in the first 4 minutes of the second quarter?
Yeah, that's when the Suns made their run.
Jeez. I mean, he came into the second quarter with no turnovers, and he committed his 4th turnover with 7 minutes and 44 seconds left in the second quarter. I mean, that is a turnover run that would make anybody envious. Seriously. I mean, it was incredible.
I mean, they were up 7 and down 7.
Boom, 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 boom.
Well, and the Suns, I feel like, turned all of them into points.
Yeah, it felt that way.
Even I mean, not all of them were live ball turnovers. I think he threw one out of bounds. But it was like every single time he turned the ball over, I know, because Fitz was talking about it. It's like, wow. Yeah, every single time the Warriors give the Suns a gift, it's they're turning it into bread. I don't know.
Let's go to Steve in Fairfield. Hey, Steve, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Hey, guys. Great call. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Lifelong Warrior fan. So like all Warrior fans, I love Steph Curry. I mean, 4 championships, built Chase Center, whatever. I can go on and on. But I'm going to put the rat on the table. Okay, Steph Curry calls the shots when it comes down to that. And what's happening here is when Jordan Poole wanted to take ill-advised shots and try to be Superman, gone. When James Wiseman wanted to not set screens to get rebounds and wanted to shoot ill-advised shots, gone. When Steph looks at Kuminga, he sees the talent, but he also sees ill-advised shots, and that burns Steph because Steph wants those shots now. He's still in his prime, he believes, on the back end of his prime, and he wants those shots. So I think Kuminga's going to be a superstar. He has the potential to be a superstar, but he's not going to be here for long if he doesn't keep Steph happy because Steph calls the shots.
I don't know if I buy that. I don't know if I buy that. Now, like, Curry's a major part of what the Warriors are and probably will be, but calling the shots, I think if he could call the shot, I think Klay Thompson would still be on the team. I think if he was calling shots, Chris Paul might still be on the team. Hell, I mean, if he was calling the shots, the Warriors wouldn't have had Gary Payton II when they won the championship. If he was calling all the shots, I hear what the caller's saying, but to me it's a collaborative effort that Curry's heavily involved in, but he's not a dictator. And
I don't think if Joe Lacob loves Kuminga, then Joe Lacob's not going to trade Kuminga.
Yeah.
That's what I believe, regardless of the way Steph feels about it. Maybe I could be wrong, but I
think he appreciated him this weekend.
I would think so.
Curry didn't play on Friday, and he needed Kuminga to help win the game on Saturday.
Hey, by the way, there's a name we didn't mention, but he was key on Saturday. Dennis Schroeder made some big shots. Oh, what?
You're right. He did hit his only 3 at the most opportune moment because he was 0-6 before that.
I got to give our buddy Daryl the Guru Johnson some credit.
Why?
I'll tell you why. So he was at the game Saturday.
Oh, he was.
and he's texting.
Oh,
and
that's right.
It's very early in the game, and he texts the thread and basically said, Lacob is going crazy every time Buddy Hield does something wrong. And I was like, all right, what's he talking about?
Well, he wasn't the only one.
And sure enough, I started looking, and every time Buddy Hield missed a shot, like Lacob was holding his head. Lacob wasn't in love with Buddy Hield on Saturday.
Well, I don't think anybody's been in love with his shooting lately. Dude, he's under 40% from three. Huh?
Is he now?
Yeah. And there was one, I think from the corner that it was just like wide open, and Fitz was like, this one's got to go. And he bricked it. And it was like, well, he can't buy a basket right now. And that's kind of the Buddy Hield experience. Now I think the Warriors still need him to shoot. And when he does shoot well, when he eventually comes out of this slump, the Warriors are going to be better for it. But I mean, that's probably why he ended up getting buried in Philly. It's not because he's not a good player, but because if you're going to miss threes over a long period of time, like 8 to 10 games, then if there's better options, those options are going to play. But I don't think the Warriors really have anything but to try and trust Buddy Hield.
I mean, he's going to play every night because he's a guy you got to give a shot to too, because he can make shots when he's got it going.
Yeah, he was a +2 last night or on Saturday.
Yeah, that's
0 for 7.
Yeah. He's going to have those kind of games.
Well, he also, he does space the floor, and they don't really have a lot of those players.
That's true. Draymond Green was talking about Jonathan Kuminga after the game on Saturday, and Draymond was talking about the process. Take a listen to what Draymond said about Kuminga after Kuminga's second straight 34-point night.
James Harden, who we played last night, one of the greatest players this game has ever seen. Spent 4 years, 3 years coming off the bench. What did he turn out to be? So everyone's path isn't straight up. Steph Curry's first 4 years, 3 at least, weren't the most glamorous 3 years. And where is he today? We all get caught up in the here and now, judging everything as it happens, not give things a chance to play out. And that's just the world we live in, where everything is under constant scrutiny, and it creates that. But I just hope that he stayed committed to his process on his path to greatness. If he stays committed to his process, which I have zero doubt that he will be great.
All right, Draymond Green on Jonathan Kuminga. Now I'm looking up Harden. Harden came off the bench.
Yeah, but what did James
Harden 3 years
have to do in order to become the player that he was?
I got traded.
Yeah. So that's what I don't want to happen. Like, the Thunder could trade James Harden, and I don't know whether you think it was wrong or right. It's history.
Right.
But they had Kevin Durant and Russell Westbrook. The Warriors don't have... James Harden was the third of a core that was all about the same age. I want to say they made the finals together when KD was like 23.
And I think when Harden was a rookie, it might have been.
His first or one of his first few seasons, obviously. Russell Westbrook was still an infant at that point in his NBA career. Like, that's not what the Warriors are. So trading Kuminga and allowing him to blossom somewhere else, it doesn't mean that you also then have a KD and Russ to carry your franchise after. The Thunder didn't trade in their chips by trading James Harden. And you can make an argument maybe it helped them because it cleared the hierarchy for them. And it also gave James Harden a chance to go be his own player. So Draymond's right that a lot of players, it takes time and you can't make judgments in the moment. But if he is, and I also think they're different players, but if he is James Harden, for example, I don't want that because that means that he is going to go somewhere else and flourish. I would prefer that happens here.
Yeah, I think I'd be surprised if anybody, I'm surprised that there's still people out there thinking right now that there's a move to move Jonathan Kuminga that will be a positive move short-term and long-term.
There's so much potential there that is he going to be Curry? Is he going to be Harden? Probably not. Those are Hall of Fame players. Those are some of the greatest players to ever play. But it feels like we're just beginning to scratch the surface, and giving up on that after you've waited all this time to finally see if he can become something, to me is, I think it's just rash. And I think it's like, you better be right if you trade this kid.
Exactly. And
to be fair, you also better be right if you choose to keep him. But I think that they're just beginning to figure out that this kid can help them, and he can help them win.
I mean, the guy's played 240 games in 4 years. You're going to do all this developing. You're going to live through the ups and downs. He's going to live through stretches of playing a lot and not playing a lot. And you're going to do all this work with Kuminga and get him to this point, and then you're going to move him. Like, that to me doesn't make a lot of sense.
And moving for Cameron Johnson, like, with all due respect,
Right.
Cameron Johnson's a good player, but you're going to put all that work in to give him up for a guy who's not even going to be the number 2 option that you're supposedly looking for?
Exactly. John's in Oakland. Hey, John, how you doing, man? What's going on?
Hey, doing well. Can you guys hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
All right, good stuff. Thanks for taking my call. I think I have the answer that you're looking for, and I really feel like we've been talking about the same thing the whole time. So here you go. The reason that all the fans are saying we need to trade Jonathan Kuminga is because he does not fit into the narrative of the way that Steve Kerr operates and the way that he doesn't want to play. Jason Tatum did not fit into the narrative of how Steve Kerr wants to play. Jason Tatum was not good enough for that. Jonathan Kuminga is a great player. He is just not the type of player that fits into the style of play that Steve Kerr wants. So if Jason Tatum is not going to be that guy, and Steve Kerr is always going to the podium and saying, oh, Jonathan has to develop this, and I'm so impressed with his development. He's saying that not as a player, but as fitting into the system that the Warriors operate within. So if the Warriors are trying to win now, which they are, and they're trying to get the most out of Steph, the last caller actually nailed the point, which is Jonathan Kuminga is not playing the way that Steve Kerr and the Warriors want to play. He said it as Steph is calling the shots. I don't necessarily agree with that, but the point is correct, which is that Jonathan Kuminga doesn't fit into the system. So every time Steve Kerr goes up to the podium and says, oh, he's not ready, or he's coming off the bench, that's why everybody's saying we trade him. Because if we've been hearing this for 3-4 years and we see how good he is, then let's get somebody else who does fit in the system and has the same value.
Thanks, John. I mean,
but what if we're finally seeing him begin to fit into the system? Again, Kerr pointed out a play after the Suns game that was a system play. The play that was drawn up for Curry, where Kuminga gets the ball and in a split second knows the ball's supposed to go to Draymond and he's supposed to set a screen for Curry who's coming off for an open 3. Like, I know that it hasn't happened a ton to this point, but that's a moment where you're starting to see it happen in real time, and that is exciting to me. Maybe I am stuck in the moment, but I think that those things can happen more frequently. If you look at his shot charts from the last 2 games, I know it's 2 games, but it's all been in the paint. I mean, he had it going last night, and Kuminga took 5 threes. I think against the Clippers, he was 1 for 3. Like, those are games where he is playing with confidence and he's not shooting and he's not taking mid-ranges. He's attacking the paint, which is where supposedly Steve Kerr wants him to be. So I think he's shown that I don't look at him as this uncoachable player that can't fit into a system. I just think he's so raw and hasn't played as much basketball as some of these other guys that were in his class that it's like, what if now this is where it starts? That's all I'm saying. Right. I don't want to give up on that, because if he is beginning to get it, and we see over the next month that he can play in that kind of system, then I think that's the best case scenario.
Yeah. This is from the 925 on the Comcast Business text line. Steiny, a month ago, you were on the JK doesn't know how to play. and can't win train. I'm still on the JK isn't a star train, but come on, Steiny, pick a side. Now, this is where you need to understand the nuance. I believe that there's a segment of Warrior fans that do think Kuminga is better than he actually is right now. And I think there's a lot of fans that think he can reach a level that I'm skeptical about. However, I've never been on the move JK train because the biggest reason you would move Jonathan Kuminga, whether we like it or not, right now, is that he doesn't theoretically fit Steph Curry's timetable. Well, I don't believe that's a reason to trade him. And the other reason I don't want to trade Jonathan Kuminga is because I'll be the first one to admit I'm not really sure what he is 3-4 years from now. But I do know that what he is right now is by far, not even close, the Warriors' best young player by a long margin. And the one thing I've said is you better be really careful about moving a 22-year-old for a Hail Mary, believing that you can get a player in here that's going to transform the Warriors into a legitimate contender in 1 year. I just don't think that's realistic. And I'm with Evan. I don't want to watch Jonathan. I don't want to see a Warrior team winning 25 games in 3 years and Jonathan Kuminga's averaging 23 a night for Miami or something like that. I think that's foolish.
Well, let me run this by the people.
Yeah.
Why is it? So it's a lot of people would argue, like, all right, Kuminga, imagining him as a perennial all-star and a future number one player, like that's fool's gold, right? So let's just trade him now and get a guy in. Is that more far-fetched than believing the Warriors can win a fifth title with Steph Curry? Like, how likely is it if the Warriors trade for a player this season? And don't get me wrong, if there was a superstar out there that was available, I think this would be a different conversation. If the Warriors could get a Giannis,
sure,
or if they could get, I don't know, a top 10 player back in a trade that involved Kuminga, I think we would be here. And Shams has talked about the superstar and the second player. If there's one out there, call in and let me know. Because the biggest name that I've seen is Jimmy Butler, and he ain't it. So what is more far-fetched? Believing that Kuminga could become a future cornerstone piece, or the Warriors trading him for a rotational player that helps them get a fifth title this year? Like, what's more far-fetched? Because I think they're about the same. Both of them are pretty out there. Like, I mean, I'm not betting on either of those two realities.
See, that, and you used a word that I like a lot. Forget about us. Kuminga number one. No, I don't know what he is, but I absolutely believe that he could be a cornerstone for the Golden State Warriors in 2 or 3 years. Doesn't mean he's going to be the best player on a team, but he's also the kind of player that, you know what, in 3 years, if you're telling me he's the third best player on your team, well, now you got something. Now you really got something. So, like, that's why right now I'm not getting caught up in, well, you think he could be the best player on a championship team at 26? It's like we don't have to do that right now. What I do know is that at 26, I'll bet you he could be a piece of a championship team in some way, shape, or form. Whether that's a team's number 2 scorer or whether it's a number 3 scorer, I don't know. But I do view him as a player who can be a piece on a really good team. I just don't know exactly where he'll fit on the pecking order right now of a great team. But you can't tell me that his upside isn't incredibly attractive, especially after you've watched him, not just this past weekend, but I think if you've watched him the last 3 or 4 weeks. It's starting to become obvious to me. This is the way I'll put it. And I get it. I've never been in favor of giving Kuminga minutes for the sake of giving Kuminga minutes. But I almost feel like now we've reached a point where the Warriors need Kuminga to play like that more than like Kuminga needs the Warriors. Like they need him right now to be that player. And if he's not that player, they cannot be at their best.
Yes. And now, the next thing, like in order to beat the Cavs tonight, they probably need both Curry to be great and Kuminga to be great. And that we haven't necessarily seen. Like, we've seen them win games together, but not when they've both had it going. So to me, that'd be the next kind of, step. But again, these are steps along the road towards how the Warriors can be successful as a team. Kuminga is beginning to figure it out individually. Curry has his on nights, his off nights. They're obviously better when he's on than off. But I think even a month ago, if Curry has that kind of game, specifically in the fourth quarter against the Suns, they lose that game. And that's a step in the right direction. I know it sounds like baby steps and it sounds small, and people are like, well, I got to see it more. Yeah, but you haven't seen it before. And that excites me because we're wondering where this team can go and what they can do. And I don't see the old players, as good as they are, getting any better. Like they're going, and even if they plateau and stay the same, they're not getting better. Kuminga is the one guy on this roster that can take a large leap. And we saw it somewhat last year, but maybe this is the beginning of this season that he's beginning to take another leap. He's already above where his scoring average was last year. When he plays more than 30 minutes, the Warriors have a winning record. Like, whether he's off the bench or starting or whatever, like he needs to play. And I think he needs to play big minutes because the Warriors are better for it.
I mean, what if it's as simple as this? And this is where I'm coming from right now. And I was at this point before the season started. All right, you've made it clear. It's all about Curry. It's all about Draymond. Keeping the window open under Steve Kerr. Okay, that's fine. That was your theory going into the season. All right? But what if the honest assessment from inside the Warriors building right now is, well, you know what? Jonathan Kuminga is playing too well, and Draymond and Steph are playing too ordinary for us to get off Jonathan Kuminga for those two guys. Like, maybe what the first 30, 32 games has signaled to Lacob, Dunleavy, and Kerr is that, it might be unrealistic to think that we can still build around Steph and Draymond. And you know what? Kuminga's been so good this year, we can't possibly move him for a player to play alongside Draymond and Steph when we're not even sure how much those guys have left in the tank over the next year or two. That's another reason where the Warriors might have, maybe they've changed their philosophy a little bit with Kuminga, like a lot of fans, where you look at him right now where he's at, and you're saying, we can't trade him. We can't trade him. He's the only sure thing we have in 2025 and beyond. You know what I mean?
Well, and look, having just him might not be enough. In fact, it probably won't be enough.
Sure.
But it's better than having nothing. I mean,
right, exactly.
And I just, look, again, if people want to call in and discuss it, I'm happy to at 888-957-9570, but I don't understand how you can watch two games this weekend, specifically Saturday, and wake up on Monday and say, we should trade Jonathan Kuminga. That thought did not enter my head over the weekend, and I saw it circulating on social media. People are tweeting at me now, and it's like, I don't get how that can be your thought after watching what he did in those two games. And especially he had 13 points in the fourth quarter against the Suns while also guarding Kevin Durant. And K didn't have a great game, but it's like, isn't that what you want? Isn't that what you want to see from a player that is 22 years old? He's 22.
For a lack of a better way to say it, aren't the last two games exactly what we all wanted for Steph Curry? Now, I get it. He's young, but he's given Curry help the last two games. And I get Curry didn't play Friday. But 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment also brought to you by Lucky California. 888-957-9570. I'll get back into the calls on the other side. Don't miss the kickoff show today, and that's with Willard and Dibbs live 2 hours before the start of the game tonight. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara. Delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay. It's all presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com.
6 seconds to go. Curry will bring it to half court. Curry drifting left to 2 defenders, throws up a one-hander, and it went in! It went in! Fading left, right-hand runner. Curry with a bucket. How did he do that?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
See, that's why it's not always about, we got to win a championship. You don't need a championship to have enjoyed another unbelievable shot by Steph Curry. I mean, are you kidding me? He went behind his back, Evan. Behind his back, 1 foot, right hand, money.
Well, and he had to go around the back, too, because he kind of sliced through 2 defenders. So it wasn't an unnecessary, difficult shot. He kind of, he's had so many, I don't know, ridiculous shots, but I got to imagine when it's all said and done, that might be on the tail end of the top 10. They'll run back on NBA TV when they have nothing else to play, all these LeBron highlights, right? Top 10 dunks, top 10 assists, top 10, rebounds, whatever. That'll be on Curry's top 10, I don't know, most difficult shots.
Well, maybe. You know what? As long as we're doing that, what are some of the great shots that you can remember from Curry's career?
Well, the first and I think obvious one is the one against the Clippers, Kerr's first season.
Help me.
He dribbles through his legs, goes around the back between Chris Paul, steps back and throws up the 3. It's the one where Kerr is going, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" And then yes, he made it.
The one where he did he get Chris Paul to fall down or something on the baseline once?
So that one,
they talked about a changing of the guard. You were there.
A little lower. You were there, Ken?
I was there for that random game where he crossed up Chris Paul in L.A. I bought some tickets for my she was my girlfriend at the time, but my wife and her family. Oh. Yeah, first time in L.A. Yeah, whoop. But yeah, everybody in that arena was going just freaking out what they just saw because Curry just put him on the floor.
I guess the one against Oklahoma City, the double bang from Mike Breen.
Well, that's yeah. I mean,
how about this one? Here's the one I remember. I forget what game it was. They were playing Memphis in the playoffs. Memphis was making a run late in the third quarter. And I think Tony Allen threw the ball away and Curry stole it and made a 3-quarter, made a shot from the opposite foul line. They could have cut it to 6.
I want to say that was game 4 of the Western Conference semis in 2014-15.
And the Warriors were up, but Memphis was making a run and they chopped it from 18 to 8. They had possession the last, I think it was the last possession of the third quarter. And then he hit a shot from the opposite foul line. You know what? The Pelican shot.
I was going to say game 4, first round series of 2015 when he got buried by Anthony Davis. That should have been an and one to win the game.
Right.
I think they had to win it in overtime.
Yeah, Pelican shot to tie it over AD from the 4-1-5.
That one was ridiculous. The one about Chris Paul, though, and I hate to defend any Chris Paul situation, especially
he's a former Warrior. Stop.
Well, no, but not when he played for the Clippers. I hated him. But he did step on Steph's foot. He kind of pulled the chair on him and just floated in a little baseline. But it looked so sweet. You couldn't tell in real time. It looked like, oh, my God. When he made Rudy Gobert tap dance, I don't know if that was in the playoffs, but he had Rudy basically spinning around like he was just apoplectic.
Here's what I remember from the championship years was the finals against Cleveland where he had LeBron on the wing and he ended up driving by him left and then hitting a reverse layup.
People said he got away with a double dribble.
He did, but that's okay. It's still a memorable shot.
It's still a highlight.
Yeah.
Because it includes LeBron. No, there's a bunch of them. I mean, there's so many
exactly.
Just stupid transition 30-footers that he would take, especially in the 16 season. And they all kind of blend together. So it's hard to differentiate. I mean, he had
the one the other night was crazy from the baseline.
He had a stretch, I want to say, in one of his MVP seasons where teams didn't even want him to take end of quarter shots because he was shooting more than 0 on way too many of them. He had one against Indiana, I think, to end a quarter from 3/4 court. And the beautiful part is he did bank a few of them, but some of them are all net. Like, it's not as if he's just hucking it up and it's a prayer and he banks it. Curry would go nothing but nylon from 75 feet.
Well, how about the fact that Austin Reeves goes on that drive and scores with what, a second?
Yep.
Warriors inbound, and Curry got a half-decent look from 72 feet, and you're like, well, you got to wait till it comes down.
You got a chance. Exactly.
Let's go to Antonio in Oakland. What's up, Antonio? How you doing, buddy?
Yeah, we're doing pretty good. You know, Jonathan Kuminga, man, like he's 6'7", super speed. Obviously, and the guys that try to guard him, they kind of back up now, you know, because they fear that speed. Imagine when he gets that mid-range to go down, he's going to be unstoppable. It's kind of like a receiver, you know, cornerbacks worried about his speed and they're backing up. You know, but anyway, yeah, you can't.
And then they just take that little 10-yard out, baby. You take that 10-yard out every play.
Yeah, got to, man. And that's the mid-range right there, you know?
Exactly.
Like, man, Kuminga. Yeah, there you go. And then Kuminga, he's like a rare guy, man. You know how hard it is to find a 6'7" guy with a good skill set like that. And unless you're going to get back like a 1A, 1B guy, I'm not trading him at all. Not for a third option guy. And I'm a big Cam Johnson guy, but I'm not trading Kuminga at all whatsoever. He's all-star. Soon.
Appreciate it, Antonio. You know what? Let's put the rat on the table. Sponsored by Atco Pest Control. Joe Lacob's not trading Kuminga. He's not. He can't. He won't. I guarantee it.
You dare him?
They're not trading Kuminga. I believe that Lacob thinks about the future more than Warrior fans, and in a big way. So I don't think he's going. I don't think he's going anywhere.
Well, I think that's fair. And his face during the Suns game leads me to believe that he's going to do everything he can to not have to trade Kuminga. But like, all right, what do you give me for this? Because I've been thinking about this with Schroeder, right? Hit his biggest shot. Actually, he had two big shots. Yeah. He had a drive, I think, which either gave them a lead or tied down the stretch. And then obviously he hit the big three to put him up. What was the reason why the Warriors traded for Schroeder?
I think to get Steph more scoring help.
He wasn't a fit. They said that. They've admitted that.
Schroeder, yeah.
Schroeder.
Right.
So why is the issue with Kuminga that he's not a fit? Like, if that's what they're searching for, and if that's what they need by necessity because nothing else seems to be working, then why would you trade for a player that doesn't fit and then ship out a player that supposedly doesn't fit? Like, Schroeder can give you offense. He's, pesky enough defender, made a big play on Durant down the stretch. I don't get the idea that, well, he doesn't fit the system, so we got to get rid of him. We got to get players in here that fit the system. Like, you just traded for a guy that doesn't fit your system. And I think there's still some problems there, but if Schroeder can figure out how to, kind of integrate himself, and the Warriors can meet a middle ground, like, he can be. I don't get it. Like, the idea that he doesn't fit what they do, I think that's why they need him.
I agree.
Is because he doesn't fit what they do, and the players that do fit right now are not very good.
Did Durant really fit the Warriors system?
Oh, yes, but that's different.
But the principle remained the same.
Yeah,
and that is, with Steph and with Draymond and with Clay, they loved running their open offense. And when they went bone dry in the finals, the year they won 73 games, they realized that, you know what, even though we run this offense, it would be nice to have a guy we could just throw the ball to. And not every team has that luxury. But I look at it the same way. And I get Kuminga's not as good as Kevin Durant, but I believe there's room for all kinds of different players on a team. And the fact that Jonathan Kuminga, and what we're really saying, Jonathan Kuminga doesn't fit the system. What does that really mean? It means, well, they run a passing game offense that's a lot of read and react, and maybe that's not his strong suit. He likes to just get, fine. You can integrate that into various places during a game where it can help you. Like, it doesn't have to be all or nothing. You can use a strength of Jonathan Kuminga to patch a deficiency that the other guys may have that he doesn't.
Well, and the other on-court relationship that I've enjoyed watching this year for the Warriors has been Wiggins and Kuminga, has been those two players. Because I think like you need wings, you need athleticism, you need speed to win games nowadays. And those are the two players that profile as that. And I also think that, like someone brought up earlier, maybe a few people have, like, this is now we got to trade Wiggins. Or, we got to, I don't know. To me, I think that actually a big reason why Kuminga has taken a step forward is because Andrew Wiggins has kind of taken a step back. Like, he's still a good player, but I think he recognizes he's not going to score 20 a night for you anymore, or he's not going to get you 25 every night. Even if you need him to, he's going to play good on-ball defense. I think he's working a lot harder this season. He's clearly in a better mental space. But I also think he appreciates Kuminga taking a bigger role and taking some of the offensive load off his plate. Because Kuminga, like, I saw him on the floor against Phoenix. So he was diving for loose balls, and those are the kind of dirty work plays that you need other players around, whoever your 1 and your 2 is. And I think that Wiggins, he's been able to settle into who he really wants to be, which is a guy that can some nights really help you, but on most nights he's kind of going to be a 3. And if Curry can be that player, Kuminga can be that player to take some pressure off of Wiggs, I think that's also going to help their wing relationship, which the Warriors really need.
The way I look at the Warriors, and I do believe I think Kuminga and Wiggins do overlap a little bit. And I think it is hard for both of them to be aggressive the same night. But the way I look at it is, all right, you need Steph to get his 25, 22 to 25. Ideally, Schroeder would get you 15 to 20. And then one of these two guys, either Kuminga or Wiggins, gets you 20 on a given night. It's probably not going to be both of them. But one night it should be Kuminga. And if it's not Kuminga, then I think it should be Wiggins. Like, I give them 2 opportunities to be maybe the number 2 or number 3 scorer, depending on who's got it going. Let's go to Bobby. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Bobby is in Oakland. What's going on now, Bobby? How you doing, man?
Bobby.
Hey, good. Thanks for having me on. And,
sure.
You guys always have good conversation. Appreciate you guys being on the air for sure.
Thank you.
Hey, yeah. So, kind of the way I'm looking at it now, we could see what Kuminga can do. Without Draymond and Steph in there. I'm not saying we get rid of Draymond and Steph, don't by any other means, but you can see what he does without them. So if you look at Steve Kerr's system, it doesn't seem like it fits most NBA players today. I mean, Kevin Durant kind of alluded to that when he was here. I mean, the way NBA players play today, they read and react, basically the Steph system, is not what they're really accustomed to. Look at Schroeder. He's struggling right now. But so why not make this transition over to a system that fits more Kuminga's style, let Steph play off of that? Because what happens is if you wind up trading him, you're basically destroying your future for what you hope to bring in. And I don't think anyone we're going to bring in that's going to bring us a championship this year. I just don't see it. So let's play the long game here. Let Steph play off of that. And then have Kuminga's skill set be highlighted more, and the other players like him that come in can now thrive a little bit better rather than just getting rid of the young guys and hope that you could bring in someone for the future. So that's my thought on that.
I'm not against that. And like if you want to put it this way, I could, like, as simple as possible. Evan, would be, all right, when the Warriors were in their heyday, they ran, let's just say hypothetically 90% of their offense was open.
Yeah.
And they when they needed a bucket, they'd use 10% of calling a play or putting the ball in the hands of a certain player to make a play. But why were you playing that way? Well, because you had Steph in his prime, Clay in his prime, Durant, Draymond Green, Bogut. I mean, they could play that way. All right, now it's 5-6 years later. Steph's not who he was. Draymond's not who he was. Kuminga is a different kind of player. I agree. Like, you can't be married to this open offense at the expense of not utilizing certain players the best way they can be utilized if you're not a championship team anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and with all due respect to the Hall of Famers, this next month, it's about the younger guys. It's about Kuminga. It's about even maybe Podziemski. It's about Moody. It's about which players you want to be on this team for your future and which players you're considering trading at the deadline. And, is Kuminga going to be here in a month? I believe that he is. But
I do too.
Maybe if there's a superstar out there that emerges, maybe he's not. But I just feel like we've seen what happens and what has happened over the last year plus when you try and ride your horses that are age 35 and over, and it doesn't get you where you want to go. And so part of it is, too, the Warriors aren't left with a choice, but the younger guys look like they're beginning to emerge, more so Kuminga than I'd say Podziemski, but that's what you want, and one is better than none. I know that it's like, yeah, okay, what is Kuminga going to be in 5 years when he doesn't have Steph or Dre or all these guys? I don't know, but it's better than having nothing. And right now, the future looks very dark without someone like Kuminga in it, and that's why I don't know, man. I cannot give up on this kid, and I am glad that some people haven't been willing to admit that they were out on him, and now after the weekend, it's like, we can't move this guy. And that's kind of where I've felt most of the season. I haven't been a guy that's wanted to trade the kids or move the kids. And it's not necessarily because I think they're going to be great necessarily, but I don't think this season can be great if you get rid of them for something that's not.
And I do understand what are we worried about the future for?
Oh, Trace Jackson Davis. That's a good point, 415. He's
What's
also
that?
He's just been a lot better.
So's Pods.
Yeah.
Pods has been better since they got Schroeder. Let's go to Father Time in Napa. What's up, Father Time? How you doing?
Good. Thinking about my driver and thinking about my putter. Sitting here in the parking lot.
Give him
Where are you playing?
Morning.
Where are you playing?
I'm not playing. I said I'm thinking about it. We'll play Chardonnay probably when we play.
Nice little course. I like Chardonnay.
Friday.
Right.
Yeah, it's fine. And then sometimes we play up in Yountville just because that's where we are. So
don't encourage him.
Let's talk basketball. Yeah. Let's talk basketball. This is like one of those all-time great. I recognize that you're, it is what it is, a sports talk radio question. Should they, shouldn't they, not? Who's better, whatever. It's absolutely ridiculous, and it will not happen. You guys just mentioned it. There's no way that Jonathan Kuminga is being traded. Think about what the Warriors look like maybe 2 years from now, 3 years for certain when Steph hangs it up. It's another conversation to have. What's going to happen to Steph in the next 2 to 3 years? Is there a single player on this roster that gets you juiced, gets you excited, gets the fans excited? The answer is no, unless you like Pods diving on the floor. Jonathan Kuminga is already the face of the Warriors in many ways because he represents promise. And promise is what turns all of us on in life, right? The promise that I play decent golf on Friday is what keeps me going out. There's no way he's being traded. There's none way. If you want to talk about trades, if you want to talk about, hey, let's do what we can for Steph, who's the president of basketball operations, just ask Jordan Poole. If you want to talk about how to make it as good as you can for him, then it's then it's a Wiggins conversation. If you can put a package together and get Wiggins to Miami for Jimmy Butler, who I know is ancient. Now we're all ancient on this squad, 35 and 36-year-olds. But if you want to do that, you've got Curry, you've got Schroeder, you've got Butler, you've got Kuminga, and you got Draymond. That's a pretty good, solid, even a little bit defensive-minded, starting five. And then you deal with what you can. But that's something that lasts you 18 months, right? I mean, that's just you're really mortgaging the future. What they've got to do is figure out how they can get some pieces, because 3 years from now, if you keep sitting in the middle, if you keep winning 40, 41, 42, 44 games, dreaming about a cool, playoff run, you're going to be drafting at 15, 16, 20, and you're not getting Cooper Flagg there. You're not getting that next superstar that Joe Lacob gets. Take a look. Last thing.
What? How do you say his name?
I'll leave you with is that if you take a look at the last 5, 6, 7, 10, NBA champions, the majority of them, almost exclusively, win when their best player is homegrown. Correct? So right now, as constructed, The only player the Warriors have that could really help them win that's homegrown is Kuminga. He's 27, 7, 5, and 3 walking, and we'll take that every day. Play Kuminga. He is the future of the Warriors.
It's Father Time in Napa, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Father
Time.
Who are you talking about?
The best player in the best non-pro right now, and AJ.
Oh.
Get in the game, Evan.
Well, he's not
going to BYU.
Yeah, but he's not coming out for another year.
No, but you want to have that number 1 pick when he's coming out?
Oh, the caller was talking about 16 or 17, so I didn't know where you were going with DeBonsa. By the way, if I'm him, I'm not leaving BYU. You know how much money he's going to make?
I have no idea.
You know how much money?
How about this?
Hell of a lot more than your boy at Duke.
How about
Mensa Musa.
Sometimes when Goo does this, I come down his road, but when I do it, it's okay. Okay, so think about the championship Lakers in the 80s.
Why?
Who was their best player?
Magic Johnson.
Right. But who was their number 1 option?
Kareem.
Thank you. I think we're getting closer to the point where, like, Kuminga's not better than Steph Curry.
No.
But it may be sooner rather than later when Kuminga becomes the number 1 option and the leading scorer on the Warriors.
Well, it's interesting you use the Lakers example because Kareem was the veteran.
Yep.
Magic was the younger player.
Right.
That's not the case with the Warriors. Like, Curry is still great. Kuminga is beginning to emerge. But I do think what Kuminga just practically does is he allows Curry to do what he also does just as equally as he plays on the ball, which is play off it. And that also doesn't give him a chance to turn the ball over 4 times in 4 minutes.
Hey.
What? You said it, not me.
Well, but you're piling on.
Well, he's old. I do it to you.
I just, I mean.
You really think Kuminga can be the number 1 with Steph on the team?
Score. High scorer on the team is basically all I meant. The highest scorer on the team.
Like kind of the way Durant was the number 1 scorer when he was there, but Curry was the best player. Was the driving force.
Yeah. I mean.
Although.
I understand that may be a touch premature. But I do look at the way Kuminga's playing, and I'm starting to see a guy that can get you 20 by accident, even if he's playing 30 minutes a night. You know what I mean? He's just he can get to the line. I mean, I think I like where he's at, obviously, right now.
Well, that's why I've been waiting for Willard to just, pay up and buy me these drinks that we've had.
What was the bet?
Well, we made it talk about prisoner of the moment. It was after the first 6 games of the season, and he said something like, will anybody out there bet me that Jonathan Kuminga is going to average more points per game than Buddy Hield? And I said, yes.
Oh, you made that bet with him?
Yeah, we made it on air.
Oh, Willard, you may as well pay that one today.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And, I love Willard. He's a very smart guy. But now, I don't know if I'd be willing to bet that by the end of the season, Kuminga is going to be the number 1 points per game scorer.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for him to get there.
Might be next year, but that means you got to keep him.
But if, Guru likes to say, I cook the books.
You do. Let's
see what happens if you start with the Clippers game. So right now, Kuminga's averaging 34 a night, and Curry's only averaging 22. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment also brought to you by Lucky California.
I used a word that didn't exist the last time I was on with you.
Okay. Guru does that every day.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny and Evan Giddings in the house today. Yeah, I think he's overrated. Actually, no, that's the wrong word to use for that player.
Why are you talking about Curry, bro?
I'm not talking about Curry.
Oh.
I'm talking about somebody that, yeah, to me, it's close to, he stinks. Dorian Finney-Smith.
What?
I don't like him.
He's going to help the Lakers.
I don't like him. I for the life of me, here's what I believe about Dorian Finney-Smith. There's no player that gets as much playing time in the NBA as Dorian Finney-Smith that does less.
What?
He plays 30 minutes a night. He doesn't really score. He doesn't really rebound. He doesn't pass. He better be a great defender. And I think he's a pretty good one. But he's, to me, one step up from, who was the guy who played for the Thunder, who was absolutely horrible on offense? He's not this bad. Roberson?
Oh, Andre Roberson.
Roberson?
He's not Andre Roberson.
I know. But
who, by the way, kind of killed the Warriors the first 4 games of that series because they didn't guard him.
He's not in the league anymore, is he?
No, he's old.
Anyway, Dorian Finney-Smith, the newest Los Angeles Laker. They traded him for D'Angelo Russell.
I think, what do you give me for, I think people believe that he's as good as like Royce O'Neal, who actually got hurt over the weekend. But I think Royce O'Neal's pretty good. But you look at their numbers and it's like, all right, they're both 3-and-D guys. I think Royce O'Neal has helped more teams than Dorian Finney-Smith. Like, I was actually shocked because he was on the Mavericks team that the Warriors beat to go to the finals in 22 when they won the title.
Right.
And I just didn't remember him being very good. And I went and looked at his numbers and was like, oh, actually, he played 39 minutes a game. He shot 55%. He shot 44 from 3. And I can't remember him at all.
How many, like, what do you average a game that series?
Like 9. No, I'm serious. I'm just
9 points in 40 minutes. I mean, that just will not stand.
Well, that's why I couldn't remember him. You know, he's one of those players.
And I remember he locked people up on defense. Don't you remember?
Who?
You don't, do you? Because the Warriors won the series.
Oh yeah, he shut down Gary Payton II. No, I think he's one of those guys that the idea of him is better than when you actually see him play. It's like you see the numbers and yeah, he's shooting 44% from 3 and 10 points a game, 5 rebounds. Like that's a nice player. And you watch him, like I only watched the Nets a couple times this year, and it is maybe he had an off night, but I didn't think he was particularly good.
No.
But you know who is good? Actually, the guy they got in the trade who I like is Shake Milton.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see.
Dude, he was melting before.
Are you sure you're not mixing him up with Tyrese Maxey?
No. No, he was actually a good fill-in for Maxey. He was Melton before Melton in Philly.
Are you telling me they could have had Milton and Melton?
They could have.
Yeah.
That would have been pretty good.
Steiny, who's worse, Dorian Finney-Smith or Cam Reddish? That would be Cam Reddish.
He's not that.
He stinks.
He's better defensively than Finney-Smith.
He stinks.
He's a Curry stopper.
By the way, well, let's get to some calls real quick.
Okay.
This is an interesting one. Jason in Philly wants to start us off with Kuminga. And then I want to play this. I want to play this sound of Draymond Green. Just vintage Draymond again.
One.
What's up, Jace?
Oh, what's up, y'all? Happy New Year. Hope you had great holidays.
Same to you, man. Fly, Eagles, fly.
Stop.
Saquon to the rescue.
Yes.
You got to sit him this week, Jace.
Yep.
I actually want to bring that up about Saquon, about what you do next week if you're Philly.
Sorry, Jason.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's talk Jonathan Kuminga.
I agree. Sit him, but they're definitely going to give him a run. From all the buzz, they're going to try to get him at least through the first half.
Yeah, maybe.
But yeah, JK, I like him. He's great. Great player. Really good. Well, let me say really good player.
All right.
But he's not an elite player. I mean, I've said this before, but like everybody's getting excited about his 30-point games. when you look at the teams he got his 30 points against, who of them are bottom 15 points in the paint team, meaning that they let up a lot of points in the paint, and the other one was in a blowout. Now, that's not to knock JK. I think it's great. He's definitely getting better. But it doesn't tell me, like, this is a guy we build around. And if you look at the superstars in the league and the players that actually impact in winning for franchises, they have more than one elite skill. You know, whether it's passing, whether it's shot creation for others, rebounding. JK only has one, and that's attacking the rim. Now, if this rebounding is legit from him and he keeps his engine up, now we're talking about something. But he's still someone that scores all his points in the paint, in transition. He plays like Giannis, but unlike Giannis, he can't pass. He can't dribble in traffic, you know, and he's not, you know, virtually 7 feet like Giannis. So, you know, you're talking about a guy that's going to play like Giannis, attack the rim, and isn't affecting the game in any other place. So ultimately what we're trying to avoid is the middle, but a guy like that sounds an awful lot like Julius Randle, looks an awful lot like Julius Randle, and you're going to be in the middle 4 years from now if you don't make a decision on the future or to stay the course with Curry. And then last thing, if you're not going to build around Curry now because you want to think about the future, then trade Curry and Dre. You can't have it both ways.
That I don't necessarily disagree with, Jace. Appreciate the call. I don't disagree with anything Jace said, but he used the phrase that I don't know why we'd have to use it, and it's this. He said, you know, I don't know that you can build around Kuminga. I'm not saying I want to build around Kuminga. I'd like to keep him on the roster. I mean, if, for example, if you told me, just hypothetically, you know, in 4 years, Jonathan Kuminga could be the third best player on a championship team, the third best, that wouldn't make me not want to keep him. Okay, that's fine. We'll worry about that down the line, and we'll try to develop somebody who's our second best player, and then maybe try to sign a free agent and push him down in the pecking order a little bit. Like I don't mind. I'm not saying build around Kuminga, and I'm not saying, you know, he's the heir apparent to Steph Curry, or he's even going to be the best player on the team for a 5-year period. I hope to have him on the team, and then can we get a couple players around him that complement him, or maybe one that's just better than Kuminga? That's the way you build a really good team.
Well, I think there is some fear from fans, and I kind of get it, that, you know, he's really, the only time that he's been good is when he's been featured. You know, it's been difficult for him, and granted he's really young, but it's been difficult when he has not been, you know, featured as the number one player. So for the future, it's like, yeah, could he be the third best player in a championship team? In a vacuum, yes, because he's really talented, but could he actually figure that out? I don't know. To me, that's not answerable right now. But I think you're... Do you want to build around Kuminga? Maybe not. But can you build a team with Kuminga is the question that they have to figure out. Can you build a team with him?
And my answer would be, of course. Why not?
A title team? I don't think we know the answer to that question yet.
Well, okay, even if we don't know the answer, we definitely know the answer is not no. I mean, like, first of all, I could almost use the Jimmy Garoppolo. First of all, he's been on a championship team. Kuminga. He's got a ring. But
he does.
Yeah,
so does Wiseman.
Yeah, that's true.
So does Moody. Moody played big minutes in those.
What's going on with him?
Moody? Well, he's been hurt. He's also...
Yeah. Go ahead.
I really like Moses Moody.
Everybody really likes him. Oh, we love him.
He's an average player right now. Like, he literally shoots league average from 3. I don't think he has a particular skill that is eye-popping. And he's just a solid... He's a guy. Right now, he's just a guy.
Oh, boy. Remember when I said that to Goo? He went nuts.
Well, Goo's not here.
He went nuts.
Are you going to go nuts now?
He said he has the ha-ha. He says he's got the vertical.
No, now you're putting words in his mouth. Now you're putting words in his mouth, so I got to defend my guy.
He can create his own shot. Oh, my God.
Well, the biggest issue that Moody runs into is right now, I think could he be something better in the future? Perhaps. I think that's why they also signed him, because they're not, I don't think they're going to move Moody, and I don't know what he could fetch. But the biggest problem that Moody has is there's a lot of players on the Warriors that are just guys. And so he kind of fits into that category. To me, also the position he plays hurts him because, well, he's a wing. He's not really quick enough and good enough of a handler to be a bigger guard. And he doesn't shoot it well enough to stay on the floor. So you'd rather have Hield out there ahead of him. You'd rather have Wiggins out there ahead of him. You might rather have Slow-Mo ahead of him right now. And so he kind of gets buried in a roster that's full of a bunch of This
is from the 415, and oh boy, do I got an answer. Comcast Business Text Line from the 415. Has there ever been a player who's full of talent but doesn't perform well in his first 4 years, but then suddenly becomes really good starting year 5? Oh, yeah. I have the perfect comparison.
Larry Bird.
For Jonathan. No, he came into the league and took the league by storm immediately. No, I'll tell you the player who Jonathan Kuminga is. Not the same stylistically, but the exact same developmentally.
Is he a center?
Yes.
Is his name Jermaine?
Jermaine O'Neal. Look at the numbers. He couldn't break in for Portland early in his career. And then he turned 25, 26, and he probably became like an 8-time All-Star.
But again, what did he have to do to become that player?
Play.
He got traded.
Yeah, exactly.
He went to Indiana.
Right.
I'm trying to figure out how we don't have to trade the guy.
Oh, no, I don't mean...
All the players that we're talking about developed elsewhere than their original location. That is where it's a little bit different. It's like, I do agree that there's not a ton of players that have all of a sudden just become megastars if you haven't really seen it early. But I would also argue that there haven't been a ton of players that have been in a position where there's been no runway for them. I don't know. Like Kuminga, he's been in a unique spot.
But now he's got runway. Like
he does.
He's playing now. So anyway, let's go to Bronco Marv. Bronco Marv's in Livermore. Hey, Bronco Marv, what's going on, man?
Marv.
Hey, not much. A little pissed about Broncos losing to Bengals, but that's another story.
Hey, I tell you what. Let me tell you something, Bronco.
See it.
Bronco, let me tell you something. Nobody wants to see the Bengals make the playoffs in the AFC.
I do.
Well, I mean, none of the other teams.
Oh, sorry, Marv.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to make it, but they got a long road. So we'll see if those three things happen for the Bengals to make it.
You're right.
Hey, great conversation. The Warriors, I just coming from a different angle. Let me know what you guys think. I think Steve Kerr was perfect for the Warriors, is a great coach. And I'm glad he has Terry Stotts to maybe help facilitate a change in the offense, because all the multiple championship winners that have a system, once they don't have the great players, that system goes away. So you can look at the Bulls, the Lakers, Miami. And I think it's going to go away with the Warriors because we had the two best shooters in the history of the game of the team. And in 3 years, we're not going to have one of the best shooters. So I think getting Kuminga in, maybe Stotts can help Kerr change the offense, tweak it a little bit to feature him and some of the other players and play to their strength, instead of having a Buddy Hield or Melton or whoever run around like they're the second coming of Clay, because that is not happening. And Steph's not the same player he was 2 or 3 years ago. So there has to do something to galvanize the guys, give them the confidence to play to their best ability, not to a system that only works when you have the two best shooters in the history of the world. So how do you think Kerr can make that adjustment consistently? Because what Kuminga looks at is all the guys that were drafted with him, they're on bad teams, so they got the runway because they can play bad and score. Where him, he's going to get pulled. He doesn't know if he's starting. He's going to get criticized because he's not working with Steph or Dre. So he doesn't have the wiggle room to fail like the guys that came in his draft class. So what do you guys think?
I think you're absolutely right. But you know what? Why can't he have the wiggle room now? Like they're not a championship contender. I get why they didn't want to give him the runway 2 or 3 years ago, but it would seem like the perfect time to start giving him more and more runway right now. And I think that's what's happening.
Well, and I do agree that it's because they don't have a choice. I mean, I don't know if Kerr would be.
See that? Well, this is what I was going to say. I was going to ask you this before the break. Why is Kuminga being featured now more than ever?
For a couple reasons. I think number one, they have to figure out what they're going to do with him.
All right.
They have to decide whether or not he's going to be a part of their future, and time's running out. I think number two, because you don't have any other answers.
How about for lack of a better phrase, like
necessity?
Curry can't do it as much anymore. Like the reason they have to feature Jonathan Kuminga is because Curry isn't the player that he was. And they have to help Curry and give and take. Like, that's the part. Like,
well, he can't do it alone.
Of course not.
But he also, I mean, look around. It's like, who's going to score the basketball? Seriously. Who is going to score the ball for the Warriors if his name is not Steph Curry?
Well,
it's
you're right.
Wiggins, and it's some nights Healed, and it's some nights apparently Draymond, and it's some nights Wiggins, and it's like there's nobody else left that can do it. And a big part of the losing streak is the fact that, dude, they couldn't score 100 points in 2024-25. That's not a recipe for success.
Not in this NBA, it isn't.
No.
Let's go to Trevor in Rohnert Park. Let's talk about Kuminga playing alongside Steph Curry. What's up, Trevor? How you doing?
Hey, good. How are you guys doing?
Doing well.
Good. So the last few times I called, I talked a little bit about Kuminga and how I just not sure he's the guy to lead the team, and I still kind of feel that way. But I think a lot of people have been saying it. Consistency and patience is a key. So with Kuminga, yeah, we're seeing him go out and perform really well. How many 30-plus points does Curry or Kuminga have? How many 30-plus point games does he have in his career, though? I think they're all this year, and I think they're 4. So,
okay.
Yep.
My point is that we need a bigger sample size, and to your point, he's getting the runway now. And the reason for that is obviously, do the Warriors want to hold on to him or feature him and give him enough time to become more valuable to trade before the trade deadline? So I think with Kuminga, I guess my whole point is that I think the Warriors need to be very careful about who they put on that trading block, because I think there is going to be another move made. But is it Kuminga? Is it Wiggins coupled with somebody else like Moody? But you need a bigger sample size of Kuminga before you can say, is Kuminga this guy that's going to give you 30 points if we give him enough runway and play him every night? Or is this just what you would call a streak, right?
Yeah.
So that's my point. I don't think the Warriors should panic and move. We all talk about this year being a year where they need to make a move, right? Well, maybe if that move isn't there, I'd rather see what some of these guys have. I'm not so convinced Moody is just an average guy either. I think he's better than average, given him the playing time. But he's a tradable guy, I guess. But with Kuminga, you got to see more before you say he is going to either lead, and you can build around him. To me, he reminds me of Iguodala, to be honest. He reminds me of a young Iguodala.
Kuminga?
Build around, but it's a complementary piece.
Moody?
No, Kuminga.
Oh, Kuminga. I got you.
He's certainly as athletic as Iguodala once was.
Yeah,
I think their games are pretty different, but I mean they're both streaky. The thing he mentioned, and look, I don't know. Being an average player in the NBA is, I don't think that's a knock. Like there's just a lot of them. There's a lot of those guys. So it's hard to differentiate yourself on a roster that I think has shown that it has a lot of, average, and on some nights maybe above average players. It's hard to basically grab playing time when you're in Moody's spot. And to be fair, he's been hurt. He might play tonight. He might have to play tonight because it looks like Pods is out against the Cavaliers, and GP2 is also not going to play. He's going to miss some time. So Moody's going to get his opportunity. But, if we're talking about prioritizing younger players, to me, the one that has to be there is Kuminga. And that's really the guy that I think needs more than 30 minutes a game. I think he's shown that when you give it to him, he can help you win. And the caller's right that it's a small sample size. But, again, do you want to just kind of go back to what you were doing, which is yanking him back and forth? And they went, 3-12?
Yeah.
That's another part, too. It's like I'm not really sure what the alternative is.
The other thing with Kuminga, we talk about consistency, like game to game. And I get they don't play the same position, but if Steve Kerr looks down his bench and puts Moses Moody in the game, the upside isn't overwhelming and the downside isn't overwhelming. He's a pretty safe guy to put into a game. The thing with Kuminga that you've got to assess is, when you put him in the game, he has a much bigger upside than any of their other players, other than Curry probably. But yes, if he's not playing well, he can tend to hurt you a little more.
Like on Christmas.
Yeah, he can tend to hurt you a little more than a guy like Moody or even Gary Payton II. But you have to be willing. You weren't willing to live with that when you thought you were a title team. So if you're not willing to live with it now when you're not a title team, well, then when are you going to see what you have in this guy? And I think they've made the decision that he's going to start playing 28 minutes a night at least, I think, for the foreseeable future.
I mean, and he also can take some minutes away from, like, you don't have to play Curry maybe 35 minutes a game. That's where ideally Schroeder can also help you too. But Kuminga playing more and playing well not only takes pressure off of the older players when they're on the floor, but it also takes pressure off of the Warriors to play the older guys more than they'd like to.
Yeah, and that's not a recipe for success. And you brought this up, which I tend to agree with, is if the organization's worried about Steph Curry and the knees and his age and how consistent he can be, one of the things they can do to avoid some really bad nights from Curry, which he's had a few more of, is to rest him more, to actually not play him games. If he doesn't play 15 or 20 games a year, does that mean that the 60 or 64 games he does play, he's going to have fewer, clunkers, if you will? And then what does that mean for Kuminga during those games? All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I want to go into a different direction with the Warriors on the other side. Draymond Green with some interesting things on the way he looks at basketball. He and Buddy Hield had a little bit of a back and forth against the Phoenix Suns, and Draymond Green was asked about it. And
it was pretty one-sided.
Anytime there's great Draymond Green sound, we feel obligated to play it. We'll do that on the other side. Also, make it into a little bit about what's going on in Sacramento with our favorite former assistant coach, Mike Brown. What's going on in Sac?
Well, he's gone.
Don't miss the kickoff show today with Willard and Dibbs, 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay. It's presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com.
It's always about the show, bro.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Hope everybody's having a great holiday out there.
Well, it's kind of in between.
But still the holiday season. The holiday season.
So is it after the New Year's, it's not the holidays anymore?
I would say that the holidays extend through this week, and on Friday they come to an end.
So they start, around Thanksgiving, and then they move through?
No.
Is Thanksgiving not a holiday?
You think the holiday season starts in November?
Well, for me it does.
Well, that sounds a little...
It's a long holiday season.
Sounds a little lengthy.
Yeah, that's the point.
Yeah, I think it ends... All right, fine. Thanksgiving's... The Wednesday before Thanksgiving to essentially June 3rd this year.
Hey, real quick.
Am I off my rocker, Ken?
No, because what do you do? What's the tradition for most people, what they do the day after Thanksgiving?
That's a good point.
What do they do, Steiny?
They go get a tree.
They go get the tree.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
They shop online.
Nobody shops
Nobody
anymore.
gets a tree
That's
on that.
Cyber Monday, not Black Friday.
I don't.
Okay, well...
I start my holiday season
going
usually
against the grain.
December 10th. That's about when we get our tree.
This reminds me, I have an issue with Steiny that I'd like to bring to the air. So Steiny is... You are selfless. You do give, and you include, and you help people at the station feel like, they're involved with you in your life. So you're having some sort of get-together for New Year's Eve, and you want as many people at the station to be there as possible. And
that's not true.
Well,
I just wanted to invite everybody at the station. Hopefully none of them show up.
I didn't get an invite, so.
I gave you one this morning.
Yeah, he didn't have your number, Ken.
Didn't hear it.
I texted you this morning.
Wasn't on that chain.
Yes, you were. Evan gave me your info. Don't do that. You know what? You're not invited now.
Maybe he didn't see it. Give him time. My point is that...
text thread.
Well... And I can only imagine you didn't do this because the invitation's all done up and it's embroidered and it's kind of an online creation. It's an RSVP. So Steiny sends not a link to RSVP to this get-together, but he sends a screenshot of the picture of the invite and basically says yay or nay. But so whoever actually created this RSVP, I can only imagine it's Susan.
Sure.
She won't actually know if I'm coming or not because I haven't been allowed to RSVP.
Yeah, but I know you're not.
No, I told you it was game time. By the way, you should always have a maybe option as well. There's this app called Partyful. It's actually very nice. And it gives you updates and notifications. See, that's why if I was really going to the party and I had a chance to RSVP via your link, I would get notifications to remind me when the party started, where it's going to be.
Tomorrow at 4 o'clock. What more do you need to know?
Well, don't tell people everything. They're just going to show up in droves.
Who?
Our
listeners?
listeners, yeah.
Okay. They know where I'm at.
No, they don't.
Also, are you surprised, Evan, that he sent just a screenshot and not the actual link?
Well, yes, I am actually, Ken. I'm glad you asked that. Because he will always get on Guru for sending screenshots of things that are articles or tweets or music, instead of just sending the link to whatever he's talking about.
You know what? You're disinvited too. No, it's a classic case of funnel a bunch of invites to your coworkers.
But you didn't actually invite anybody. You just sent a picture of the invite.
That counts.
No. I need something more formal to let me know that you really care about me. I know you do.
You got an invite. Everybody got an invite.
I'll be there.
As long as everybody clears out by dusk, it'll be fine.
Thank you, Ken.
Hey, Draymond Green, he can be kind of incendiary. I don't know if you know this or not.
Bonte didn't get an invite, by the way.
Yes, he did. Him and Shasky got invites. They both got invites. So did Lubman. Hell, I sent one to Nahegian.
You seem really happy about all these
Lucas got one.
Invites you've
Grandy got one. You know who didn't get one? Chickering. Chickering didn't get one.
He'll be here, by the way.
Okay, I'll invite him in person. Hopefully he can't show.
You inviting Draymond?
No. Trying to keep things civil.
Why? You don't want him calling out people at the party like you did Buddy Hield?
It's not a WWE main event. Why would I want Draymond there?
Well, you got a big backyard.
Speaking of Draymond, This is, I don't know if anybody heard this. He kind of got into it with Buddy Hield.
Everyone heard it.
All right. Draymond, what happened?
It was needed. And we need Buddy Hield to play great. We need Buddy Hield to make shots. And we have all the confidence in the world that Buddy will make shots. But we got a post feed and you got a 6-foot guy on you, get the ball there. It's simple. We're 16 and 15. We don't love this. So do we just keep doing the same thing and sit back on our hands like, oh, it's going to change at some point, or do you make it change? I know what it looks like to win. I know what it takes to win. So as a leader, it's on you to figure out what it takes to help this team win. And if that's mixing it up with a guy every now and then, if that's yelling, then you do that. But don't be the guy that can't be yelled at. And I'll never be that guy. Teammate yell at me, great. I may say something back. Oh, well, guess what? Buddy said something back to me. We're not dictators. Just what you say doesn't go and everyone has to listen. No, he said something back. I said something back. He said something back. I said something back. Great. And we moved on. And that's how it's got to be. It's not always going to be peaches and cream. Whoever thinks that are idiots. Lost 3 in a row. And we have a turnover in a critical part of the game where we need to get a good shot. Let's get that shot. I've happened to play a lot of championship basketball, a lot of meaningful basketball. Buddy hasn't had the opportunity to play a bunch of meaningful basketball in this league. Guess what? It's our job to make sure he understands what that means. And if people don't like it, so be it. That's why they don't have 4 championships and I do.
Oh, my gosh. All right.
Kind of took a shot at him.
You think?
Basically, Buddy's played on a bunch of these bum teams, and I know what I'm talking about. So
now I got to go to Buddy Hield's career.
Okay, wait. So in case people don't know what that was in response to, so during the NBC broadcast, of which they do a fantastic job, got to reiterate that, Draymond Green was picked up on a live mic telling what we didn't know at the time because it wasn't on camera, but we found out it was Buddy Hield, basically saying, I don't know, Buddy missed a shot or something. And he said, quote, essentially, wake the bleep up or sit the bleep down.
Right.
And then he was asked by, I think, Slater, who was like, hey, I mean, the world heard you say it. Who are you talking to and why'd you say it?
Yeah, we'll get into that sound. When I heard it on the broadcast, of course, my first thought was he was talking to an official. And my thought was, this guy gets away with everything.
So,
like, you can't talk to a ref like that.
You're so assuming.
Yeah, I am.
Why?
Because 90% of the time he'll tell a ref to wake up, not a teammate.
I don't think he will curse. He's careful with the F-bombs around refs. He screams at him, but it's hard to see him mouthing like, you bleep and suck.
Draymond, can you elaborate on who you yell at and who you don't?
As a leader, you have to try different methods. Sometimes you go to a guy, sometimes you don't. Buddy, I've played with Buddy now for 30 games. Trying to learn what makes him tick, you got to try different methods. Like I said, some guys you go to, Jonathan Kuminga, I go to, and I say, hey, this is what I need you to do. Look at this way, and he'll go do it. If I yell at him, I don't think he's going to do it. He ain't going to listen. Get out of here, right? Steph, sometimes I go to him, sometimes I yell at him. He reacts to both. As a leader, one thing I learned from Coach Izzo about leadership, you have to lead guys. If you think you're going to lead a team, you're an idiot. You have to lead guys that make up a team. But leading someone doesn't look the same as leading the next guy. And you got to figure out what makes guys tick, what gets a guy going. I'm still figuring that out. To go at Buddy the way I did, we needed that in that moment. We're flat. We just turn the ball over, lock in. And that's no shot at Buddy. Dennis was at me the other day. He's been here for 2 weeks. And he was at me the other day. Great. It is what it is. Slow-mo called me out the other day. Dre, we getting punked. That's on you. Gotcha. No problem, right? Mics catch everything today, but I don't care. Because anything I'll say it right into the mic. I don't give a damn.
That was my favorite part, by the way. Slow-mo. Not afraid to call out Draymond. He said, we're getting punked. That's on you. You buying it?
No.
Why not?
I'm not buying it.
Why?
Buying what specifically? How did he, when he was thinking for the last 30 games, how he's going to motivate Buddy Hield? All right, what's the right way? What's the wrong way? What's the right way? How should I do it? How much thought did he give into Jordan Poole?
Well, all right.
Buddy Hield's played. I didn't realize this. You realize Buddy Hield made the playoffs for the first time in his career last year?
Yeah.
And he didn't play very much.
Well, he played in Sacramento for like 6 seasons. It's going to be tough to make the playoffs when you play for that organization.
Oh, let me guess, by the way. You mentioned Sacramento. Let me guess. You think Mike Brown got a raw deal like Saleh for the Jets? I bet you do, don't you? Mike Brown got a raw deal.
I think he was set up to fail.
Oh, please.
You agree with me. You just don't want to, I don't know. Is someone listening that I'm unaware of?
What are you talking about? No, Mike.
Taking it easy on the Kings?
No.
Choke artist.
Mike Brown got fired over the weekend. And
yeah. They chose the player over the coach. That's kind of how it goes.
It is, but they're not going to keep Fox anyway.
Why not?
Probably. He's gone. He's gone. No, Vivek Ranadive, the owner, fired Mike Brown. And I was thinking about this. The Kings have basically been the Warriors the last 2 years.
I don't think the Warriors have ever fired a head coach via text.
No. But I mean, 2 years ago, the Kings won 48. Warriors won 44. Last year, Warriors won 46. Kings won 46. So they're both mid-40 winning teams. And this year, the Kings struggled for the last 3 weeks. At the first sign, bye-bye. Night-night, Mike Brown.
Well, the Kings just plucked a piece of the Warriors' culture, and you could argue that that's a big reason they've been similar.
Mike Brown's part of the Warrior culture?
He was.
I'd like to be that team.
Who?
A fan of that team.
The Kings?
Yeah.
They're a bit delusional. I don't know. I mean, are you going to say that that's also why they're the Warriors?
No, I just...
How would I like to be a fan of that team? I wouldn't.
How many coaches have they had now? Let's see if I can remember some of them.
I know how many they've had since De'Aaron Fox got there.
Okay, hold on.
It's got that.
All right. Doug Christie.
Well, he's back to being the head coach, so yes.
Mike Brown.
Sure.
Who was before Mike Malone?
I'm not sure
there was somebody between Malone and Mike Brown.
I know the number. So I'll give you Malone because that's 3.
Okay.
Although I think he got fired before that.
Oh, George Karl.
That was a little further back.
What do you mean? I want to know.
I'm saying since De'Aaron Fox got there.
I'm saying since Vivek took over.
Actually, Karl might have been.
I think
Mike Malone, there's been 5 coaches after Mike Malone.
5 after Mike Malone.
Not counting Brown and Christie. So.
Wait.
You were right about George Karl.
Oh, then Karl, in 2016.
Karl's there.
Hold on a sec.
Dude.
How many guys are we missing right now if we say Karl, Malone, Mike Brown, Doug Christie? How many are we missing?
4.
No way.
Yep.
There's one big one I'm surprised you haven't mentioned. He was there for the longest. Before
oh gosh.
He also was a part of the Warriors.
Luke Walton.
There you go.
Okay.
And another Warriors guy who filled in for Walton.
No.
Yeah.
Give me the names.
Alvin Gentry.
Oh my God.
And Dave Yeager.
Oh my gosh, I forgot him.
And Tyrone Corbin.
I was going to say Tyrone Corbin, but for some reason I thought
that was
last time he coached was 1994.
Dude, they had 3 coaches in one season. Yeah, that season went well. Keith Smart. Oh boy. Dude, they've just been plucking the Warriors left and right.
Exactly.
Hey, what'd you think about Mike Malone's comments, by the way, after Mike Brown got fired? I love that.
On.
Well, Mike Malone's got personal acrimony toward Vivek Ranadive.
No cojones.
I think Mike Malone got fired when they were 9-9 one year.
It says 11-13.
11-13.
I mean, still though, he was the only guy that it felt like DeMarcus Cousins got along with.
Yeah. Listen, did Mike Brown deserve to get fired? Probably not. But if there's
he got a raw deal.
If there's one thing you can count on, it's an NBA coach getting fired, and every NBA coach then making excuses for the guy who got fired. It's like clockwork. Let me tell you something. There's no fraternity any stronger or more unified than NBA coaches. Nobody deserves to get fired in their minds. Nobody needs to be held accountable. It's always the player's fault.
Well, that's why they're not very strong, because they seem to be in rotation.
You're listening, Aaron. I mean, what's your name? Evan.
Oh, my God.
You're listening, Evan.
D. Aaron?
To 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. I'm not sure where that came from, but it is always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit.
Did you just go full Reggie Jackson right now?
Is that what he called you,
He
Aaron?
called me Eric, which honestly kind of tickled me.
Am I talking to Matt or Eric?
That was that's a legend right there.
That is a legend. I know he got the only thing that mattered to me is he got the right name right.
I was like Kuminga at the free throw line. I was so nervous.
We were talking about Kuminga and turning a corner. Let's listen to more Steve Kerr on Kuminga.
That's a big deal, you know. That's what great players do. They stack together, you know, multiple games, and so we're going to stay with this rotation. You know, with him coming off the bench, it allows us to get our defense set with Draymond and Trace, and then he comes in and plays with both of those guys. That gives him the space he needs at the 4. But, you know, we closed tonight with him at the 3 defensively with Trace and Draymond, and you know, that would be ideal if we can get to that point where we can play him, you know, at the 3 and the 4. But I like where he is, and I think our team has a chance now to rebuild our momentum. I think this was an important win.
I mean, there's no doubt that they feel like the last 2 games, and I think they'll tell you they saw it coming, but it feels like there's a little bit of a transition occurring with the Warriors. Like they're finally, maybe not finally, but they're now realizing that I don't know if pass the torch is too strong. It's probably too strong. But the days of Kuminga languishing on the bench are over. They're over. I'd be shocked if he didn't get at least, and I'll even be conservative, at least 25 minutes a night from this point on. The only thing that should keep him off the floor right now would be foul trouble.
Yeah, and I mean, to that, it's also, I think we're starting to see Kerr try to figure out like who's in his top 8 or 9. And some nights it's because, you know, Gary Payton's out or Moody's hurt, and both of those players, or Moody's in tonight, Pajemski's hurt along with GP2. But, you know, I think from that standpoint, it's like Kerr's trying to figure out who his best players are, and he's got to play them. And I don't see why anybody wouldn't look at Jonathan Kuminga and on this team believe that he's one of their top 3 or 4 players. If he has it going, he's shown that he can change and help the Warriors win. Like that's like I realize he needs to continue to do it, and sure, there's areas of his game that he can get better at, but I mean the Warriors, it's gone from the Warriors being able to win some games and Kuminga, you know, kind of being a part of it to if they're going to win games consistently, I do feel confident in saying that they need the best version of Kuminga. Like, they cannot afford for him to go back and kind of drift between the roles of role guy and starter, then featured player. Like, no, like, now's the time. And it's because of the deadline, too, but he has to get significant burn if this team's going to do anything.
Who's their second best scorer?
Curry. No, it's Kuminga.
It is Kuminga. And that in and of itself might be the reason why he's got to play more, is because they need guys who can score, and he's a guy who can get, to me, he gets more points just in the flow than any of the other guys on their team. But I mean, I think
Kerr also is starting to trust him a bit more. He has to, but I think Kuminga's made enough of those kind of small plays, the little plays, that Kerr's willing to live with some of the 22-year-old mistakes.
Yeah, and I listen, I think there's some things he can't do still, but then don't have him do those things. Yeah, 650 is right. Aaron instead of Evan. Steiny gets the little T.
That is a little T moment.
That is a little T. No doubt about it. We'll see.
Wait,
Yeah, go ahead.
do you also think because we listened to Draymond talk about motivating players and, trying to figure out the best way he was talking about Buddy, but he also mentioned Kuminga. Like, Kuminga's not a guy that you can yell at. I mean, do you think that that's a reason why, what was it last week after the Christmas game when Devone and Lowe were talking to Kerr, like he wouldn't explicitly call out Jonathan Kuminga, or he wouldn't say his name.
Right.
He said, we didn't do this. This is what we teach, but he didn't say JK. Do you think that's a reason why? Like Kerr, and I don't know if it's a place where you want to give him credit, but it's like if Kuminga actually has turned a corner and Kerr plays him a lot and the Warriors begin to win, it's like then I do think there is something to be made of like that's how you can't yell at him. You have to be you have to be more delicate with Kuminga.
I think you do, I think Kerr for the most part is. I think that, and the interview you were referring to is when Kerr, you're right, talked to Lorenzo Neal and Dan Devone, and Devone pressed him about, Kuminga not helping, and Steve Kerr, to my way of thinking, made a point of not even mentioning Kuminga's name. And I think that sometimes, I'll bet you Steve Kerr feels like he talks about Kuminga more than anybody else, because he gets asked about Kuminga more than anybody else. And I just think sometimes Kerr, I think Kerr probably has a ton of conversations with Kuminga, and this is one that if he wanted to have with Kuminga, he didn't want to say anything about the conversation in the media because it probably was somewhat sensitive. But what jumped into my mind, Evan, was, all right, so you have Steve Kerr talking about that play at the end of the night, not bringing up Kuminga. And then the connection that everybody makes in Sacramento is that Mike Brown essentially criticized De'Aaron Fox after their loss to the, was it Pacers? They lost that game? Was it the
Pistons?
Pistons. Where, De'Aaron Fox wasn't out on his man, and then he closed out late, and he gave up a 4-point play, and they ended up losing the game. And the next thing you know, Mike Brown's fired. Now, I don't think Steve Kerr would get fired if he would have said, Jonathan really messed up on that play. He had his back to the entire play. He wasn't in help, and he's got to be better at that. But I think Kerr is sensitive about Kuminga because he knows that Kuminga's sensitive about his criticism, and I think he knows that Jonathan's had a lot of up and downs in his career, and I don't think Kerr feels the need to pile on.
Well, it's also been publicly reported that that's a relationship the Warriors are monitoring. Kuminga's development. Like I believe that Kuminga is Lacob's guy. Like that's who he loves. And you said it earlier. It's like I don't think he wants to trade him. And there's not a whole lot beyond JK that I think is exciting. Again, below the age of 25, and it's like if you are an owner, and this is where I don't think that Mike Brown necessarily got a raw deal. It's like, well, you're going to fire De'Aaron Fox, or you're going to fire Mike Brown? Like, I'm sorry, one guy makes $50 million a year. I know that Mike Brown just got an extension, but teams or ownership, I don't know when they've ever shown, maybe you know this better, but like, when has a head coach ever been picked over a star player? I can't recall one off the top of my head.
Well, this is a little bit different. I might have an answer for that. Let me think about it.
Okay.
I just want to think.
And I'm not saying that that's the reason why, I don't know, Kerr would or wouldn't be here, but I also don't think it's a coincidence that Kerr's extension coincides with Curry's and with Draymond's, and then at that point they'll evaluate and figure out whether he's best moving forward. But that's a long time from now. I actually think, I don't think Kerr's handled Kuminga in the best fashion because I think his role has fluctuated a bunch, but I also think that Kerr's the kind of guy that it's like you got to prove it with the opportunities that you've been given. And to his credit, I would say, the last few games, Kuminga has proven that he deserves more leash.
888-957-9570 is the number. We can get into some 49ers on the other side. They
play today?
What's good? Oh, you know what? I just got confused by the clock. My bad.
It's time to break.
It is break time on 95.7 The Game. And it's all presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. I love you. I love you. I want to spend more time with you off the radio.
okay. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, boy. Guess what?
Yeah, I was wrong.
Well,
I wasn't wrong. There are some blind spots in my historical knowledge.
Yeah, anything pre-2019.
That's not true. It's kind of the gap is like from 1975 to like 1990.
Well, that's why you and I are such a great team, because that's my wheelhouse. That's my wheel. I got trouble brewing on the home front.
Well, I know.
No.
Because of your excuse for
careful here.
An invitation.
No.
Not on Susan. It's on you.
I just got a real troubling text from one of my daughters.
What's that?
Hey, do you have the Lululemon receipt?
Oh, boy. That's a big one.
Oh, God.
Do you?
I don't know.
Oh, God.
Dude,
those are expensive.
You think?
Yeah, I have a pair. I'd keep the receipt. In fact,
I think I have the bag up in my room.
Go right in the glove box.
But
so I keep my parking tickets too.
You got to pay those.
I know. I struggle.
All right, let's take this call. B's in San Jose wants to jump in. Hey, B, what's going on? How you doing?
Hey, Steiny, you were asking about any instances the coach was chosen over the player, and I thought of two Warriors instances that might fit the bill.
All right.
Nelson versus Weber and Carlissimo and Sprewell.
Yeah, those would fit. Those would absolutely fit. Weber traded after his rookie year. How about this one I was thinking about? What about when the Warriors fired Mark Jackson, even though Curry loved him? That was a gutsy move. They could have lost Steph Curry right there. If Steph Curry had a different personality, who knows what would have happened right there?
They could have. I wasn't covering the team like you were, but I don't remember. I don't know. Like, I wasn't super pissed about it. I thought the Warriors are pretty good, but I don't know. Mark Jackson was a really good coach for them at that time. But it was a risky move. There's no doubt about it. Moving from a guy that had won you a postseason series for the first time in a while to a guy that had never been a head coach before.
Yeah, it was a gutsy move. A couple things I want to talk about. Corbin Burns.
What about
Giants
him?
didn't get him.
Yeah. Not only did they not get him, he went to a rival. Like, that one hurts for many reasons. And not necessarily because they couldn't go out and get another pitcher, but it seems to me like the hang-up was money. And that hurts as a fan to hear that the Giants, particularly their ownership, didn't want to cough up 200 M's. But the team that you're trying to jump, not even to get to the Padres and the Dodgers, but the Diamondbacks. Like the Giants, by losing out on Corbin Burns, I would expect to finish fourth. That's true.
Yeah, we'll see. Oh, by the way, I wanted to get to about three things.
He was the only big boy left on the market.
Oh, what about Flaherty?
Flaherty stinks. Flaherty might be one of the most overrated pitchers that I have watched because he's always a name that's on the market, and I don't know, he had a good year for the Cardinals when he was in his mid-20s, early 20s, and now he's very beatable.
Can I play a piece of Draymond sound that I haven't heard yet?
Well, you have the power.
I guess he was asked about playing the 5. You know what we're talking about here?
Where are you going with this?
I don't know. It's a non sequitur, but anytime Draymond Green is quoted,
I thought you were going to ask me about something else.
I forgot. Well, I can. Just hold on. This is Draymond. I just want to hear what it's about. I'm not sure.
You know, for me coming into the season, I'll be honest, I didn't want to play a ton of 5. It's hard. And it was working. We were 12-3 or whatever we were, and it was working. When it's not working, you have to look at what works. And if that's me at the 5, like I said, I don't love it for entire games at this point, but I love to win. So, and more importantly, I hate to lose.
that's what it looks like. That's what it looks like. You got to win games. Or I told the guys we are going to get traded out of here, so we better win some games.
All right.
He said we're all going to get traded if we don't win games.
Yes, but I don't know.
Do you think he actually believes that? Like all of us?
Not Steph. I think he knows he could be traded.
I think that too.
But I don't think he
We're not there yet, though.
No, we're not. No. But we'll see.
Month away.
We'll see. Oh, I know what I wanted to ask you.
Mm-hmm.
So, The Athletic just did a poll of the best front offices in all of sports. So
American sports.
They put the 4 North American sports because we have an NBA team in Toronto and we have NHL teams in Canada. So it's not American sports.
It's 4 major
it's North American sports. Like, don't diss our neighbors to the north. We don't do that here. So it's North American sports.
Yes, we do.
I don't.
We go after Canadians all the time.
I don't.
Is that why you don't like when Draymond
exactly
will yell at players that are Canadian?
Not from America? Yes.
Is that why he yells at Shea Gilgeous?
Why do you think he yelled at Buddy Hield?
Because he's Bahamian.
Exactly. Anyway, all right, Evan, you want to play a game?
Let's do it.
Nate?
What
are the top front offices in all of sports?
All right. Oklahoma City.
The Oklahoma City Thunder are number 1 on the list. They, according to, who's this according to?
Well, yeah, you have to tell the people how this is
various
voted.
leagues, the other one is scientific. It was experts. I'm going to call them experts.
Experts.
Oklahoma City Thunder, the number 1 franchise in all of sports. Front office, according to this poll. Who else is up there? All sports.
The Kansas City Chiefs.
The Kansas City Chiefs. They are not 2. They are not 3. They're not 4. They're not 5. Not 6.
Wow.
Not 7. They're number 8.
Okay.
Owner Clark Hunt. The general manager Brett Veach. Head coach Andy Reid. The Kansas City Chiefs, number 8. Number 8.
Oh, how could I not think about this team? The Los Angeles Dodgers.
The Los Angeles Dodgers, number 2. Number 2. Chairman Mark Walter, Andrew Friedman, president of baseball ops, and manager Dave Roberts. They're number 2. Number 2. Number 3 is an NFL team, and number 4 is another baseball team. And number 4 just shocked me. Absolutely shocked me.
Okay,
because I don't know enough about baseball to ever think this was a great front office. But
now, okay, is this currently in 2024?
Yes.
Or is it based on the last?
It's got to be currently in 2024, and I'll tell you why.
Okay,
in a second.
Football team number 3.
Yes.
Oh, the Niners.
No. The San Francisco 49ers. They come in at number 10. 10 overall. 10 overall. CEO Jed York, general manager John Lynch, head coach Kyle Shanahan. They're number 10. In the NFL, though, they're ranked number 3 overall. Number 3 overall.
All right, so if they're not the second best NFL team.
So there's one NFL team above the Chiefs, and the 49ers are 3rd. In the NFL.
Above the Chiefs and above the Niners.
Yep.
Well, it wouldn't be Philly then. Wouldn't be Detroit. Baltimore?
Baltimore Ravens, number 3. The Baltimore Ravens, number 3. So we've got the Thunder 1, the Dodgers 2. We've got the Ravens 3, and then we have a baseball team. Now this one, don't.
Well, no, Ken got on my ear and said I should know the baseball team.
Yes.
Not the Dodgers.
It's number 2 in all of Major League Baseball.
Is this one I should overthink
or no? After the Dodgers. I think you got to overthink it.
Do they play in the AL?
Yeah, I'm not even sure.
They do play in the AL. Okay, thank you, Ken. Not Houston. Not Cleveland. Wouldn't be the Yankee. No way. Tampa?
Tampa Bay.
What?
The Tampa Bay Rays, 4th overall.
Dude, people salivate over them so much. Yeah, I was thinking Padres 650, but they said it was the AL.
The Tampa Bay Rays, no roof, no problem. The Rays excel at adaptation.
That is a 5.
All right. Number 5, we have our first hockey team.
The Lightning.
Who's considered the best organization in the NHL?
Hockey's a blind spot. The Sharks.
Nope. The Dallas Stars.
Okay. Oh, what? The top 10 has to be the Celtics.
Boston Celtics, number 6. Number 6. So we've got the Chiefs. I'm sorry, Oklahoma City 1, Dodgers 2, Ravens 3. Number 4 is the Tampa Bay Rays.
Jeez.
Number 5, the Stars. Number 6, the Boston Celtics, which leaves number 7, another hockey team.
This is where I'm going to need some help. Who's the most recent Stanley Cup winner?
You just said it.
Oh, Tampa Bay's breeding powerhouses down south.
The Tampa Bay Lightning, number 7. Number 8, the Chiefs. Number 9, another hockey team.
Another hockey team.
Same area.
The Panthers?
Florida Panthers.
Well, they just won it, right? Yeah.
Then number 10 is the San Francisco 49ers.
Wow. So where are the Warriors?
That's what I want to know. The Warriors tied for 32nd.
Oh, boy. Well, they were
32nd.
They were on the edge of the top 5 NBA front offices from, was it like Hollinger's poll? Well,
you want to hear all the teams
that are ahead of them?
Apparently have a better front office than the Warriors. Philadelphia Eagles, Atlanta Braves, Vegas Golden Knights, Miami Heat, Cleveland Guardians, Orioles, Bruins, Grizzlies, Lions, Packers, and of course the Timberwolves.
Yeah. Wait, what?
Seattle Seahawks, Brewers, Avalanche, Rams, Diamondbacks, Knicks, Bills, Magic, Cavs, Devils, Carolina Hurricanes, and then we stumble on to the Golden State Warriors, tied for 32nd. What do you think's going on there?
I don't know, but I'm with the 262. I might need to start looking at some real estate in Tampa Bay. Apparently, a lot of great teams down there. Good place to be a fan. What's going on with the Warriors? Well, probably what we've discussed ad nauseum the last few years, which is what direction are they going in? You know, it feels like all of their biggest and best pieces have been a part of the front office from like a decade ago.
Team that's interesting to me.
They also didn't make the playoffs last year. That is going to hurt you.
That's true.
I mean, the teams in the top 10 were either competing for titles or in semifinal matchups.
By the way, you know who could be Hall of Fame bound? Brad Stevens.
Now that's a guy I have a lot of respect for because he's somebody that recognized his shortcomings. And
he was a good coach.
He was a good coach.
He was a good coach.
But he wasn't the right coach. And clearly,
wasn't he?
He's a better fit for the front office.
I guess so.
Well, he was a good head coach in college too. No, like Brad Stevens is a good head coach, but
he is.
It wasn't the right one. Or maybe his services were better utilized in a, higher role.
To me, Brad Stevens is somebody that I would, how everybody says, well, we're monitoring the relationship between Jonathan Kuminga and Steve Kerr. I'd be monitoring Brad Stevens. I got an inkling. I know how to read people, Evan. I think you know that. And I wouldn't be surprised if
people at the ship,
they win another title or two. He's going to get the coaching itch again. That's my prediction. Brad Stevens. Well, and I would hire Brad Stevens.
Because everyone's going to give the credit to Missoula?
No, just because he's going to want to coach again, I think.
I think the reason why he might move on is because the Celtics are up for sale.
That's true.
And he might not get along with ownership the way that he did the current one. He's also going to be stuck with just some massive contracts, and not all of them might age well.
That's true.
So,
I mean, he could pull a Bob Myers.
I was just going to say, get out when the going's good.
From the 207, this is an all-capital text from the Comcast business text line. Steiny, OG Anunoby was playing for the Raptors. Yes. What do you think that's in reference to?
Well, this is where I need you to stay focused. You don't have to read that text because it's in all caps.
Oh, usually those go to the head of the line. You know what I mean?
Oh, is he talking about Draymond Green going to Canadians? I don't know.
Did Draymond get into it with OG Anunoby?
I don't know.
I know I don't remember that.
Yeah, I don't remember either. But the point is, wait, are you already looking for someone new for the Warriors? That's what I took away from your Stevens thought.
You know what?
What?
Brad Stevens, in 2 years, head coach of the Warriors, sign me up. Sign me up. It's not going to be Kerr. We know it's not going to be Steve Kerr.
You think this is Kerr's last contract?
Yes. I think he will not be the coach after next year. I think he's got this year and next year.
Well, yeah, whenever his extension is.
Or wait, is it this year,
I think
next
he has 2 more years after.
I don't know. No? I think he was a lame duck. I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
No, I think you're right, because he signed it during the middle of last season, and
that's right.
A 2-year, $35 million contract through the 25-26 season, which would be next year.
That's right.
So you think that's his last one?
Yes. Do you?
Depends on Kuminga.
It has nothing to do with him.
Yes, it does.
It has to do with number 30 and what he wants.
Well, in that case, why would he go anywhere?
No, I
actually don't think.
I don't think
Curry's got a say in this one.
Steve's absolutely done at the end of next year.
You think because he wants to, or because the Warriors want to?
I think because he's ready.
It's mutual.
It's perfect time. It'd be the perfect time.
But what if Kuminga flourishes under him?
I still think it might be time to find somebody to lead this team into their next iteration, if you were.
I mean, trying to find the new Steve Kerr would be a tall task. I don't know. Is it?
Well, first of all, they're not going to have a ready-made championship team for their next coach.
You don't know that.
You're right. Hey, let me ask you this.
Okay.
Hey, so we got a football game tonight. The Lions in the night. What are you laughing at?
I'm sorry.
No, I was just
the way you set it up is killing me. Yes, there's a Monday Night Football game.
Are you doing Warriors live today?
Yeah, I'll do pre and post tonight.
That's what I was getting at.
Yeah,
that's what I was getting at.
Willard and Dibbs and Grandy's in for Willard, live in Santa Clara.
No, let me ask you this.
They'll go until 6.
Okay,
and then I come on at
How you watching sports tonight with 2 Bay Area teams playing?
You want me to be honest?
Yeah, of course.
I'm monitoring the 49ers the same way the Warriors are monitoring Steve Kerr. I will not be locked in to the Niners as I have in years past.
I'll be locked in for 2 hours. Dobbsy.
No, actually, I'm curious. Like, that game does matter to the Lions. And I think every single game, like, let's say Purdy lights up the Lions tonight, throws for 300 yards and 4 touchdowns, and I don't know, the Niners play spoiler. Like, that'll be news tomorrow. I just don't think it's going to happen.
You don't think they're going to win?
No, I don't. Lions are falling apart, though.
Oh, my gosh.
Niners are, too, though.
Oh, my gosh. This is the one. Oh, gosh. I got to get this.
Was it the number 14?
No.
That's the amount of players on defense the Lions have on their IR.
Okay. Did you guys see the 49ers opponents for next year?
Oh, that's right. Well,
I'm going to go out on a limb
Guru
here.
sent them to us the way that you took a screenshot of your RSVP invitation.
I got it. So the 49ers got their opponents.
Yeah, we don't know the order of the schedule. We know who they're playing home and away.
I'm Now, I'm already on record after seeing this
You're not
schedule.
on record, and I told you that this was going to happen.
I am on record.
I
get it.
you.
Hey, listen.
I told
you need to be careful here. Because if you think I don't understand that the 49ers are going to finish in last place and then therefore they get the fourth place schedule, first of all, I get that. I understand that. But even with a fourth place schedule, I'm declaring this is the easiest schedule in NFL history. The easiest schedule in NFL history.
Well, that's probably not true.
No, it is. It is, because I'm saying it. Listen to the 49ers opponents next year and lay out here. I want each of these teams to sink in. Here are the home games. Cardinals, Rams, Seahawks. Falcons. Panthers. Jaguars. Titans. Bears. All right, here are the road games. These are road games. Rams, Cardinals, Seahawks. Get this, Evan, get this.
I'm here.
The Texans, the Colts, the Saints, the Buccaneers, the Giants, and the Browns. They don't have one hard game on their schedule. Evan, order the division championship.
It'll be a tough schedule if they don't have a quarterback.
Possibly.
That is Evan, meet me halfway. Who's the best team they play next year? Outside the Rams.
The Texans.
They stink right now.
They do, but you asked me to pick one. I'm picking one.
Now, I will say this. I'm not here just to hate.
Actually, based on Kyle Shanahan's record, it might be the Browns.
I'm not here to hate on the 49ers having the easiest schedule known to mankind next year. Because after all, they did have an unfair schedule this year.
They had the toughest schedule of any team in football.
They did. But
next year, they probably have the easiest, if not one of.
I mean,
well, certainly one of.
How many? 14 wins do you pencil in? 14?
Not 14 wins.
Give me what are those futures bets?
Well, actually,
I got the over right now on the Niners.
The over. Actually, I bet Vegas is pretty savvy. I think it'll still this year was 11.5.
I think so.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was 11.5 or 10.5.
I'm taking the over.
Okay, well, if it's 10.5, I'd take the over.
This is unbelievable.
Now,
I mean, the only team they're not playing are the White Sox.
No, by the way, the A's lost a series of them this year. The thing about the Niners is this is what happens when you stink. Like, the fact that they're playing that schedule might be more valuable to tank for than a draft pick.
If they don't make the playoffs next year, Kyle Shanahan should be fired. How about that? With that schedule. Let's go, Kyle.
Well, that's why it's
in the game.
Dude, if you can't make the playoffs playing those teams, we got problems.
All right, that segment was sponsored by Bay Area Fast Track. On January 1st, tolls on the Antioch Bridge, they're going to go up $1. Don't wait for the invoice. Pay tolls automatically with Fast Track. It's the most convenient way to pay tolls. Get started at bayareafasttrack.org. Willard and Dibbs on the other side from Santa Clara. And we're going to have a sub with one of them, Mark Grandy. Mark Grandy will be in for one of them. I'm not sure who. We'll tell you on the other side. Mm-hmm. Ask him if it has pop-outs. Do you know what those are?
Yeah, I'm a deer hunter. Yeah.
Sorry.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Guru. I'm here, and we're joined by Mark Willard and Mark Grandy down in Santa Clara at the Santa Clara Hilton. What's up, gentlemen? How you doing?
Hello.
What's up, Steiny?
Hello.
What's up, Evan?
Happy New Year, even though it's not quite here yet.
Yeah. Happy New Year to you guys.
Yeah.
The Marx Brothers.
Well, exactly. We're ready to rock. How you guys been? I feel like it's been a minute or 2 or 3.
It has.
Yeah.
A few hours.
You know, absence makes the heart grow fonder. And I was really looking forward to seeing and hearing from you guys today.
They're down the way.
So that's nice.
I'm looking at you on Zoom right now, Steiny.
right.
I love your new glasses. Was that a Christmas present or what?
Don't get him started.
Uh-oh.
He got in trouble last week.
Yes, they're new. And my kids like them, so I'm wearing them.
Why did you get in trouble last week? What happened?
What did happen?
Apparently you were expressive about how great of a gift they were on the air, but not off the air.
Yeah. No, it's a good gift. Good gift. And I got my Curry jersey framed. That was another gift. So there you go. How about you guys? Good holiday for you?
You want to answer that first?
Sure.
How was it?
It was nice to have a little bit of time off, go up see his family, have eat a little bit too much food, but good to be back. Excited to be down here at Levi's to get ready for a Monday Night Football game that apparently means nothing for either football team.
For anybody, but those of us who just enjoy being here. It's been a perfect holiday. Santa brought the kids tickets to see the Warriors and Suns on Saturday. That went well. Santa brought tickets for the kids to see the Niners and Lions tonight.
Hopefully this game is as good as that game on Saturday.
And some of us just need 4.5 points from Juwan Jennings, and tonight will be a wonderful night as well. So that's what we're here for.
Oh, speaking of fantasy turmoil, if I have a vendetta against the Indianapolis Colts, and the performance that they put on for my defense yesterday, and I don't know if you guys are, oh my God, -4 in a game that the other team did not need to win.
I mean, Evan, you know who should be more mad than you, though, is the fans of that football team. The New York Giants lost control of the ability to draft Shedeur Sanders yesterday, and literally now are in a group of 3-win teams, but they have the hardest strength of schedule of any of them, so they have fallen now all the way to 4th. The Patriots have control of the number 1 pick and don't need a quarterback. So that performance, wherever the hell it came from, I have no idea where that was, like how you give up 40-some-odd points to that team, but they lost control of everything come next spring, and now the Patriots can hold that pick hostage for whoever wants to come up and get it.
Niners?
Easy.
Well,
take it easy.
And
we're here in the building, Evan. Take it easy.
Okay. And one thing I've lost a little control over has been this crossover. Of course, it's brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They have the secret to losing 1 pound of fat each day. Abundant Life Weight Loss.
Shout out Dibs and Guru.
Yep. New year, but same old Steiny. Able to transition with the best of them.
Well, not quite the new year, but we're close.
Close enough.
Sometimes I'm not in on those inside jokes around the office, but I did 4 hours with Evan today, and he brought up Willard's name a couple times in reference to Jonathan Kuminga.
What I do?
I guess
am I the lead hater of Jonathan Kuminga? Do I have I don't want that label, but am I getting that?
Evan?
No, it wasn't about that. It was about the fact that we made a bet. I think it was after the 7th or 8th game.
You're going to totally win that bet. We can go get the drink whenever you want. You killed me on that bet. I sat there the other night and watched Buddy Hield go 0 for 7. He scored nothing. He scored nothing. We got to get him shooting the ball, man. We got to fix that guy, but you're going to win that bet. I'm happy to pay that off. We'll go tip one.
What was the bet again?
We have a drink on who was going to average more points per game for the Warriors this year, and this bet was made at a time when Buddy was on a heater.
Yeah,
and so and Kuminga was having a hard time even getting minutes. So I had bet him that Buddy Hield was going to average more points per game than Jonathan Kuminga this year. And I am going to lose that bet.
You are.
I'm going to lose it significantly, actually.
Good bet, Evan.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like it's less about Kuminga than is the fact that apparently Buddy can't throw a rock into the ocean right now. And
Damn.
that's been the most frustrating thing.
He is struggling. He is struggling. And in fact, we promise we have a lengthy conversation with Tim Roy today.
Hey.
Because we got a big game tonight. Obviously, the Cavs are in town. And we thought an opportunity later in the show to really do like a State of the Union with the voice of the Warriors. And that's one thing I would like to ask him is kind of in what sort of way, shape, or form Buddy has lost his way and how he can get it back. Because obviously the Warriors need as many dynamic scorers as they can find. They probably need even more who aren't on the roster right now. They need that guy knocking down threes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was obviously watching that game Saturday on TV, and I don't know where you were sitting, Mark, but Guru texted the thread early in the game and said, boy, Lacob seems to be pulling his hair out because of Buddy Hield. And sure enough, I just started to look at Lacob a little bit and felt like every time Buddy missed a shot, like Joe was holding his head in his hands. I don't know if you noticed that or not.
I did not. I did not. I was not. I'm not like a Guru, like, just like,
no, you're not.
The ostrich head where he's just like looking at it, like, watch the game, Goo. But I'll give him this, which is just that it was uncomfortable. That was not just, oops, he was struggling that night. That was one of those games that's really, really uncomfortable. He had at least 3 opportunities to sort of like set the arena on fire and missed all of those, but then also was making poor decisions with ball handling and defense, so much so that we know Draymond started screaming at him right there on the court. So I get it. That was an uncomfortable performance from Buddy Hield.
Yeah, it wasn't just missing shots. He was missing wide open shots from the corner.
Yep.
Wide open and not
then,
even close to going in.
And then taking shots that weren't there. Like when you get a 3-point shot blocked, that's just a bad decision.
Right.
That's a terrible decision. So it was poor execution. It was poor decisions. It was all of the things that Kings fans warned us about Buddy Hield.
Honestly, kind of remarkable that they found a way to win that game when they got 0 for 7 from Hield, 4 for 13 from Schroeder, 3 for 12 from Wiggins. Combine those 3, 7 for 32, and they beat the Suns. I know the Suns without Booker, but that's how good Kuminga was.
I'll do you one better. And Steph 2 for 9 in the fourth quarter. And they were essentially they go into the fourth quarter down 10. Curry struggles, and they still win the game. That doesn't happen very much for this team. So I thought that was absolutely a step in the right direction.
They won it for 2 main reasons. Their defense in the final 5 minutes was really good.
Yep.
And then to me, here is the linchpin to this young man's career. Jonathan has to make free throws.
Yeah.
Like, his game is literally built on this, and if he wants to really be a dual threat on the court, he has got to be able to knock down free throws. And in this particular game, I think he was still, 8 of 12 in the game, but down the stretch, what'd you say he was, 5 for 6?
8, 5 of his last 6.
5 of his last 6. They don't, they needed him. They needed all of them, and he needs to be able to do that, and he's starting to do it a little bit better, and I think that's a big deal.
Yeah, I got a couple things on my mind. I'm just going to throw out to you guys. Obviously, one of the I don't know greatest minds in football's got a big decision to make next weekend in Philadelphia.
Campbell?
What do you think Nick Sirianni's going to do with Saquon Barkley next week? Do you let him go for the record, or do you sit him?
Well, is it really a record if you have an extra game? I think that's the first question we got to answer.
Well, it is. It is, because that's what we do in sports. Yeah. Like leagues and schedules get bigger, and we don't hold it against guys. It's just kind of the way it works. I don't know. What do you guys think that Saquon should have the final call on that, or no?
That's a good question.
Thank you.
You know what? I would say yes. In this day and age of professional sports, a guy that good, that dynamic, I would see what he wants to do.
I would too, but I guess the coach, in this case Sirianni, it's no different with Dan Campbell tonight. You have to be willing to take the bullets if something awful happens. And that's exactly what Campbell is facing tonight. The Lions do not need this game. This game means absolutely nothing to them, which is why it was funny that Kyle Shanahan was like, it'd be great to ruin their chances at the 1 seed. Well, you can't. You can't. You literally cannot ruin their chances at the 1 seed. They simply have to win next week, no matter if they win or lose tonight. And so the opportunity to create a bye week for your team right before they head into the playoffs, to me, would be pretty alluring. But that's not the way Dan rolls. And so we'll see if Sirianni does something similar. But if Jahmyr Gibbs comes up lame, if Jared Goff gets hit high, if something happens, that you got to be willing to take what is, and in the city of Philadelphia, Steiny, my God, if Saquon went out there and got hurt, boy, that's a topic that would never go away.
Yeah, exactly. They'd be talking about that for years if they didn't end up winning it or they lost early in the playoffs.
If he really wanted to do it, I think you give him the opportunity, but no, like I'm not. If he has no say one way or another and doesn't really care, in my mind, he's not playing. I just think that there's too much risk, and there's always risk in football games. But I don't know about you guys, like. It kind of reminds me a little bit of the Warriors chasing the 73 wins in 2016 and then looking back on it and feeling like, well, that might have been a reason why we were a bit taxed down the stretch of their playoff run. So to my mind, it's like he's got 2,000 yards. He's had an unbelievable season, and I would just hate for it to be a reason why either he's not as fresh as he possibly can be going to the playoffs, or God forbid he gets hurt in the last game of the season.
It might be go ahead.
Yeah, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
It might be a thing where maybe you kind of play the time and score a little bit. If he's got only 25 yards at halftime, you don't need to push it. But if he's got 70 yards in the first half, give it to him a little bit to begin the third quarter and get him over 100 quick, and then you can take him out of the game the rest of the way. But if it's just not working early, then maybe you throw a flag and you pull him out of the game, because it seems unlikely he's going to be able to get it at that point.
Well, the thing that I thought was interesting was I heard his post game. And what I gleaned from his post game is, I don't care. I just want to win. I don't care about the record. But here's the thing. If Sirianni goes up to him and goes, what do you think? You want to play? I mean, he's probably going to say yeah, right?
Yep.
I mean,
that's what players do. Right.
He's going to say yes. So it seems to me like the only way he doesn't play is if the Eagles say, Saquon, there's just there's no upside. And then he goes, fine. But like, you're not going to get Saquon Barkley to say, yeah, no, I don't want to play. I don't want to play on Sunday. Like, he's going to want to play.
Well, I also like that Saquon did not start talking about, I think that's the other thing. He probably does have an opinion, but I think it's a really bad mistake in the National Football League to start talking about statistical achievements before they happen, because it ticks defensive players off. I thought that was really evident in the Jets-Buffalo game yesterday, that Aaron Rodgers spent all week, everyone's like, oh, he's going to get his 500th touchdown pass, and Devontae Adams is questionable, but he's like, I want to play because I want to catch his 500th touchdown pass. And the Bills were like, I'm sorry, is this a birthright that you just get to walk out and throw the ball to Devontae? So you got 0 points as a group. Like, Aaron Rodgers scored 0 points, and one of Aaron's interceptions was when they got into the red zone, and he threw it to Devontae because the Bills knew that's exactly what they were going to do. So it's like, don't be stupid and start assuming stats before they happen, because it can piss defensive players off, and then they do bad things on the field. So I get it. I would talk to Saquon about it a little bit. It's the Giants. You can probably have the record if you want it, but Evan, your point is well taken. I'll say that.
And this from the Comcast Business text line. If he was 15 yards away from the record, I think it'd be different. But he's looking at 101 yards. I actually do think that's a factor. I mean, if you thought you could get him 4 carries in the record, that's one thing. But if it's going to take 18 carries, why? I mean, he averages 125, though. It's like if he plays and he gets the ball, he's going to break the record in my mind. He hit 167 with Kenny Pickett and whoever the third stringer is going. I mean, so
I think it's kind of the same question for me. It's like, should you play Jalen Hurts? Like, probably not, even if he's healthy, to make sure he's good. I don't know. I mean, these are questions that winning teams have to deal with, and there is a team in Santa Clara tonight that does have those questions, but they're also a little bit different. Like, I think Dan Campbell's the kind of guy that it's like, if you're available, you are going to play. So I think we're going to see a whole host of Lions tonight.
Well, did you hear what Fred Warner said this week when asked about if he's going to play the final 2 games? Because there's so many Niners that aren't going to play and they are dealing with injuries. Fred said, no, I could never. For sure, I'm going to be playing. And when asked why, he said there's an integrity to the game. There's an integrity to your team that if you're able and willing, you need to be out there with that Niner red on you. I would imagine every football player feels that way, even if you have the 1 seed locked up, even if this doesn't impact where you're going in the postseason, or even if you're on a team that isn't going to the playoffs at all. They all just want to play football.
I do think there's an unwritten rule here, though, which I think we're going to see play out more so next week than this one. Like, I expect Brock Purdy to play these 2 games. There's an unwritten rule. If you've got something to protect, if you're going to the playoffs, that's different. The Chiefs have already announced we're not playing our starters. And the Broncos, that's the linchpin game in the AFC. And the Chiefs are like, we don't care. But if you're not going to the playoffs, if your team messed the year up, you play. You play. Like, you don't rest guys that didn't sort of A, earn it, or B, have something to protect. I know major injury could happen, but if you're going to get dinged up, you got the entire offseason to get yourself back. They're probably all dinged up already anyway. I'm not even saying necessarily I agree with it. It's just the way it is. If you're not going to the playoffs, you play. You play to the end.
You've reminded me that I think I want another bet off Guru.
What's that?
Didn't Guru have the 1.5 for Brock games of the remaining 3?
I would argue, Steiny, that you usually win a bet most shows, and I don't even know how you keep track.
Well, it's hard.
It's actually funny because the ones that he loses typically tend to be the ones that he's most confident about. It's actually the ones that are not perceived as sucker bets that he ends up winning. Guru has a better record than you would think against
No,
Steiner.
he doesn't.
Yes, he does. Because you don't keep track that I do.
He actually doesn't. But that's okay. What do you guys got going on today?
Well, all kinds of stuff. Obviously, we're here, and the energy is already kind of interesting. This is not surprising, but let's just say the Honolulu Blue is very well represented right now out here at the Hilton in Santa Clara. Not surprising at all. And so we'll be getting ready for that and talking out some things that are still ahead for the 49ers. But we do have that lengthy conversation with Tim Roy. We are going to get into a lot of some ideas right now as far as the Warriors are concerned. My good friend, who I grew up with and is a Bay Area guy, but he's also the voice of the Suns, John Bloom, is going to jump on. He spent years working in Detroit. So I'm interested in sort of like the mentality of a lot of these Lions fans who are here today, because, and let me test run this by you. I know this is a dynamic in my family. I wonder if you all are feeling the same way. Niner fans, are you kind of rooting for the Lions to get this done this year? Because they are the most, like, non-hateable, been through hell fan base, I think, in the entire game. There's a tiny piece of all of us that even felt bad for them last year as we came back and stole their Super Bowl trip from them. Like, are y'all kind of pulling for the Lions?
Question.
Are you pulling for the Lions?
Well, you know what? I would think that most Niner fans don't want the Chiefs to win it.
Right.
But I feel like they're the only team in the AFC that the 49er fans wouldn't want to see win it.
Yeah.
And I think the Rams are a team that the Niners fans don't want to see win it.
And Eagles.
Eagles would be a team they don't want to see. So, I think the 49er fans would be able to live with the Detroit Lions Super Bowl.
Granny, tell me if you feel this. Like, we come down here for these games all the time. And when the opposing fans in their jerseys walk by, there's that little, that angst, that annoyance that goes through the back of your spine when you walk by them. I'm getting none of it right now. I'm looking at these Lions fans. They're adorable. They're excited.
Oh, don't use the adorable
No, they
word.
are. They're adorable. They've never done this before. They have no clue what's about to happen. They're excited. They're happy. They're kind. They're not cocky. There's no swagger. They're just like, we're here wearing light blue and we hope things happen that are good. Like, they're just the sweetest little thing you ever seen. And so I have no problem with these people.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I also love Dan Gamble, and he's the easiest guy to root for in the NFL.
Person, yep.
He is a crazy person, but
Especially
he's very
in the
easy.
NFC Championship.
Yeah, in the NFC Championship game, a couple of fourth down decisions that came back to bite them for sure. Yeah, I don't feel that. I don't think a lot of Niner fans out here feel that. I think if you were to go up to Lions fans wearing a Niners jersey, the conversation would probably go something along the lines of, man, we got you last year in the NFC Championship game. Sorry about that, but you guys are going to take care of business this time, and we might be rooting for you to get it done, at least to represent the NFC.
I hope tonight is a big old the over hits type of a game. Their defense is totally beat up. The Niner defense is beat up and not very good, and it's the last fantasy football game of the year. I hope everybody scores on every drive.
What if Purdy throws 3 interceptions?
That would suck.
Can I throw this at you guys?
Yeah.
So I personally think whoever is not named the Chiefs that wins is who I want to win the Super Bowl.
Okay.
I think that the Philadelphia Eagles have the best chance to knock off the Chiefs. With that, as 49ers fans, which team would you rather see win, the Chiefs or the Eagles?
Oof.
Yeah, pretty gross.
Oh, God.
Probably the Chiefs.
I think
wow.
I think I'd rather see the Chiefs win. Yep. I agree with
Fly,
him.
Eagles, fly.
I wouldn't want the Eagles to be the one team to knock off the Chiefs.
Yeah.
I would like no one to have that mantle other than the 49ers, to be honest.
Like, imagine the winning press conference and who's more annoying, Andy Reid or Nick Sirianni?
Easy, Mark.
Take it, Steiny. You take it. No, by the way, can I back up to your premise, though? Why do you think the Eagles are the team with the best chance to beat the Chiefs?
Because I think they're the most complete, assuming that Jalen Hurts is healthy. I think they're the most complete team in the NFC.
Okay. I mean, I can see that. I'm going to be the dummy who bites off of the apple again, and I'll say the Chiefs don't even get there.
Well, I don't think they are either. So, but my point is, like, if they do end up getting to the Super Bowl, I mean, I'm hoping it's either Buffalo. I think Baltimore's got a good shot. I don't know, but if they end up being in the Super Bowl and our last line of hope is a team from the NFC.
Listen, Evan, and I'll say this, lovely Christy is sitting right here. We're going to the game tonight, and we always, as you guys know, we like to have the Super Bowl parties. And I'll tell her right now and all of you that I will do something that I almost never do if the Chiefs play the Eagles. I'm just going to get drunk. That sounds awful. That sounds like an awful experience if Patrick Mahomes plays Nick Sirianni for another ring.
I'll buy you a drink that night.
Yuck. I don't know. I just, my whole energy for this month of January is that game not happening.
Would you prefer the Rams in the Super Bowl or the Eagles in the Super Bowl?
Rams.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
with
boy.
you.
Rams.
Well, Mark, I appreciate you giving me a heads up on who to root for.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's go, Steiny.
All right, man.
You
Well,
and me. By the way, did you invite us all to a party tomorrow?
Yes, I did.
That's crazy.
It is.
Kind of.
You are the oddest party inviter I've ever known.
So I've heard.
Like, no words, just a picture of an invitation, and it just shows up on your phone.
A screenshot of
There's
an invitation.
no context. It doesn't even say that you're hosting the party.
Oh, really?
Is that your home?
That's my home, yes.
I don't even know where you live. This thing just showed up on all of our phones. It's like, this
does
is
it not
happening.
have the address on?
It has the address, but it does not say being hosted by Matt Steinmetz.
Well,
it's just an address.
Maybe I'm just a game time decision.
Yeah, it's like a speakeasy or something. Like, where are we going?
Like Guru at your Super Bowl party a couple years ago, Mark. It just shows up to the wrong house.
Totally. This is like, if this were the mob, it'd be like, are we getting knocked off if we show up at this house? Like, I don't know what that was. But
it's
anyway.
an invitation. Do with it what you will.
Well, it's very nice of you.
All right, gents. Have fun down in Santa Clara, and you're going to have fun on 95.7 The Game.
Let's go. Let's do this one more time before the calendar flips. Glad you're with us. Yep, it's Grandy in for Dibs. We've got one more football game here in Santa Clara, and we are on the scene to check it all out, but we are also heading for basketball tonight on 95.7 The Game with the best team in the NBA at Chase Center tonight. And so that is going to be interesting, and we will be all over that one as well. Welcome in. We'd love to hear from you. If you're on your way to the Niner game, give us a buzz. If you're not, you want to talk Warriors, let's do that too. 888-957-9570 is the number, and I keep saying it even though it's 48 hours early, but Happy New Year to each and every one of you, and that includes you, Mr. Grandy. How you doing? Good to see you.
I'm doing well, Willard. Good to be back with you here after Christmas, before the New Year. We get a show in and get to be down here at Santa Clara at the Hilton, getting ready on the kickoff show, of course, as we know, presented by Habas Law. A lot of fun, a lot of Lions fans in front of us, some Niner fans as well. Looking forward to this, even though, as we've talked about, it's a game that does not mean anything for either team. The Niners can only help or hurt their draft position, and for the Lions, literally nothing happens in the standings. All that matters is what happens in Detroit against Sam Darnold and the Vikings next week, which will be the first game in NFL history in the regular season between 13-win teams.
Man.
First time ever, and it might be between 14-win teams if the Lions win today.
Yeah, that one's special, and I don't know if they've announced it yet. Did they already that is going to be the flex game, and they're moving that to Sunday Night Football? I got to imagine that they're doing that. It is essentially, I won't call it a playoff game because the loser's not going home, but there is a hell of a lot on the line in that one.
You get to advance around already. You
exactly.
Get to buy.
You get a week off, and if not, you're on the road immediately somewhere else, and it's going to be somewhere difficult for sure as the NFC playoff picture comes into focus. It is the kickoff show presented by Habas Law. You've been wrong. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. With all of this football as a backdrop, though, we definitely want to start out with the Golden State Warriors because we feel like that's a little bit more pressing and on your mind, especially after the game that we saw on Saturday night. And this is what I think is the initial conversation to have right now, not just with each other, but with all of you. 888-957-9570, and I'll ask it this way. He has scored 68 points in 2 games. Where do you stand on Jonathan Kuminga? And you can answer that however you want. 888-957-9570. Where do you stand on Jonathan Kuminga? You're first up.
It's so interesting the way the conversation has shifted because I don't know how you felt, but after Friday, I felt strongly when he scored 34 in LA against the Clippers without Steph and without Draymond. I thought this guy might only be able to do it when Steph and Draymond aren't on the court. And if that is when he's at his best and he's unable to reach that level when Steph and Draymond are there with him, then what's the point of having him on the roster? If he's only doing that when your 2 best players and your 2 cornerstone pieces who will be here until they decide to no longer be here, then you're wasting his ability on this roster. But then Saturday happened, and he did the same exact thing while sharing the floor with those 2. And we can get into, I think, maybe how the Warriors shifted things a little bit and made it easier on him and or maybe leaning into his skill set a little bit more. But once I saw him do that, and again, just 1 game, and we'll see how he looks tonight and for the rest of the week and a month leading up to the trade deadline, if he's able to not score 34 points tonight, but look engaged and can help score a bucket when they need it down the stretch, when their offense disappeared, which it did, by the way, down the stretch of that basketball game again.
Sure did.
It was just Kuminga getting to the free throw line for the final few minutes. That's all it was. 1 big Dennis Schroeder 3, we get that. But it was Kuminga, the driving force behind it, while Steph and Draymond were on the court. And for all the flashes we've seen from him, we haven't really seen it that often in a moment like that, where you've got 2 Hall of Famers on the court with them who generally are the drivers of what they're doing offensively. But it was Kuminga that drove the bus on Saturday.
Well, the whole thing does feel a little bit more focused. The Warriors only played 9 players in that game. You had something in the box score that we don't normally get. DNPs. You didn't have to play everyone. Kyle Anderson did not play. Looney did not play. Moody was getting managed with the knee. Pods came out of the game, and then it became an 8-man rotation. And so you start to wonder if Steve Kerr is focusing in finally on exactly what it is he thinks is the way forward. However, even if he does that, the way forward to me, and I'll date myself a little bit. Do you understand what I mean when I say something is the Rubik's Cube?
Yeah.
Okay. Like, in other words, unless you have one of those wacko brains, this is not a solvable problem. I can look at a Rubik's Cube. You can give me silence, time, and a week, and I will not figure it out. I'm that guy that after 2 days, I'm like, we're pulling stickers off. We're just pulling stickers off, and we're going to rearrange this stupid thing because my brain doesn't work that way.
I saw a video. This guy was juggling 3 Rubik's Cubes, and he solved all 3 while he was juggling.
There are people who have that brain where they can look at a Rubik's Cube, and they're like, give me 47 seconds, and it's done. I'm the opposite. You can give me 47 days, and I'm there with, like, scissors, like, scraping stickers off and just rearranging them. I can't do it. And I really feel like that's the Warrior roster. And here's what I mean by that. There are a number of things laid out where right now you're like, oh, there's just no good answer for this. You get to the end of that Suns game, they win, and Draymond Green is having a press conference going, okay, I get it. I get it. So this works better when I'm the 5. Can't really be the 5 all the time. I'll try. But, like, we all know how that's going to end. He's going to break down. He's not built to do that all the time. And Jonathan Kuminga is a 4. But you want Kuminga on the floor. And the other way of looking at it is what you just said. You're like, okay, well, then why don't you – maybe there's a trade out there that would scratch 2 itches, right? The other team gets a young – building player like Jonathan Kuminga, and the Warriors get something that fits better. Here's the problem. Jonathan makes $7 million. You can't get crap in return for Jonathan. So
even though he's probably worth more from an asset standpoint, not from a monetary standpoint.
No question. Asset and monetary. So I look at the whole thing and I go, we got a Rubik's Cube. And I think there's maybe, and it's going to be a maybe, and you're going to have to take a shot. It's going to be risky. I think there's maybe one answer of something you could try, which I'll lay out in a second. But do you feel the same way where I'm like, the Warriors have a list of 3 or 4 things that, like, they just fight with one another. And I don't know how you figure one out without messing up one of the others.
Yeah, no, I don't know how you do it either. Because clearly, if we're running through, like, the obvious ones and who's the best group on the floor for the Warriors, like in winning time, who you putting out there? Steph's out there, Draymond's out there, Wiggins is out there, like, no doubt about it. And lately, Kuminga's out there,
right? And now Schroeder,
and then Schroeder generally. But that 5th spot is the one where you could, maybe adjust things a little bit. Schroeder not playing particularly well, though a couple of big buckets down the stretch on Saturday. But remember the group they started the season with, where they had Wiggins playing the 2 and Kuminga the 3, and then Draymond the 4 and Looney or TJD playing the 5. Disastrous offensively. They can't shoot. There's no spacing. It makes things 10 times more difficult on Steph. And while that was a good defensive group, and it still is a good defensive group, you don't have enough offensively to make that work. So if you think that Steph has to be out there, which of course he does. You think Draymond has to be out there? Of course he does. You think Wiggins has to be out there? Of course he does. And Kuminga lately has to be out there? Of course he does. Look at how he's playing right now. The only way to make that work is Draymond playing the 5. It is the only solution. But that in and of itself is a problem, not a solution. Because if you do that and you ride that too often, Draymond's not going to be here in March and April to play good basketball when it's time for the postseason, when it's time for the play-in, when it's time to even make the postseason or the play-in. That's what makes some of the early losses earlier this year. You think about the Spurs loss. You think about the Nets loss. Like, if you just took care of business in those games you were supposed to win, you could be 5, 6, 7, 8 games over 500. Maybe you could take it a little bit easier, but you're teetering on disaster right now. You need to win every single game you can, which means you're going to need to play Draymond more minutes at the 5, which then you're just hurting yourself in the future because Draymond's not going to be around or not as effective down the road when you might need him more.
So what do you do?
Great question.
And we have gone back and forth and round, and it's been called information gathering season on Jonathan Kuminga. And I think the first few weeks of that information gathering was a mixed bag at best. but now you're starting to get a little bit of a flow. This man has scored well. It's not just the 68 in the last 2 games. He is averaging about 26 a night over the last 4. That's still a small sample, but
9.5 boards the last 2 games.
There you go. And the free throw shooting 4 games in a row is north of, it's at 67% or better. That's not perfect, but that's passable. That's a lot better than the 58% that we were seeing earlier in the year. So now you're starting to get a little bit of a string, and it makes you come down this road, which is, I don't think I want to trade that guy, but I also don't think that this current group can do anything special. And over in the corner, number 30 is sitting there going, whether we can do something special or not, I demand that you try. And he has every right to do that. Whether any of you think that's stupid or chasing ghosts, doesn't matter. He's earned that. He wants to try, so you should. How do you do both? How do you serve both masters in this analogy, if you will, of Jonathan Kuminga's future and Steph Curry's present?
It's the $1 million question, and it's why Mike Dunleavy is being paid the big bucks to figure things out. It would make it so much easier, not that it was necessarily a mistake for the Warriors to not do this offseason. It would make it so much easier if Kuminga was making like $30 million.
25, totally.
It would make everything so much easier because you could just do a 1-for-1 swap, get someone of pretty good value in here, and go on from there. But if you're trying to use the Kuminga chip, which is your best asset, it is the most valuable asset that you have that you're actually realistically considering trading. You have to attach so much more to him just to get anything of any value back because he's making so little.
So, this is what we've all been grinding on, and I have come to a spot of what I would try to do.
You got the answer?
Well, I don't know that if I have the answer, and I don't even know that if it happens, I can't say for certain it will be the answer. It's what I would try. It is my best idea after grinding on this with regard to what will attempt to cover as many of these complicated bases, to get as many colors on that Rubik's Cube on each side.
Not going to solve it entirely, but we'll get close,
but
maybe.
I think we could try. And so this is what I would do coming up next. The Warriors are back in action tonight against the Cavs. Warriors Live, Evan Giddings, 6 p.m., presented by Xfinity Stream Sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. We're also sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. What would you do? 888-957-9570. Where do you stand on the puzzle that is Jonathan Kuminga? But I'll throw out what I would try to do if I were the Warriors. Coming up next, we are live in Santa Clara getting ready for the last home game of the year for the Niners. Grandy's in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs.
rim, the 9 rebounds tonight, the timely plays that he made. It just feels different. It feels like, he's figuring out how to impact winning, which is obviously the main thing. Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
That's Steve Kerr. That this time it feels different because there's a little bit of the boy who cried wolf there, right? It's like, hey, Kuminga had a good game as he turned a corner. Well, we've been around this road before, but Steve Kerr says it feels different this time. And I think that that's conceptual more than anything else. It's not just 34 points. It's how he came to score 34 points. I will agree with Steve from this point. You're starting to see, at least on the offensive end, some decision-making with the way Jonathan is attacking the basket and when he's attacking the basket. There was that comment from last week about we're not taking these stupid jumpers with 14 seconds left on the clock. But I watched Jonathan closely the other night and selecting when he was going to go to the basket and how he went to the basket, I thought made about as much sense as I'd ever seen it before.
Yeah, I think we get into a little bit of trouble, and we being all of us Warrior fans, when trying to tell Kuminga what we want from him, and the word everyone falls, not everyone, but most people fall back on is aggressiveness. We just need you to be aggressive, JK. And that's not the right word, because that's what's gotten him in trouble at times, being overly aggressive, or he gets the ball and he says, you know what, no matter what, I'm taking this to the rim. I might score, I might get fouled, but I might get it stolen on the drive. I might get the shot blocked. There was the play at the end of the game against Denver, in Denver. I know you harped on this one a lot, where he's got Jokic right in front of him, tries to go around him, gets stonewalled, and then instead of passing the ball out, tries to finish through Jokic, gets it blocked, can't even get the shot off. So it's not aggressiveness. It's not, I got the ball, I'm going to go score. It is quick decision making. It's being decisive, and it's in those split-second decisions. Are you making the right decisions? And he has more often been making the right decisions, whether it is, I've got Plumlee on me, this is my opportunity to drive past him and score. We got a mismatch over here, Steph's coming off a down screen, he's got an opening, I'm making the skip pass, I'm going to find him. It has been quicker and better decision making. That's been the biggest difference. Sometimes that results in him scoring 34 points, sometimes it results in him not taking a shot and finding the better option.
Well, and it's both sides of the floor too. Like, we are only 3 games removed from him having his back turned and standing out of bounds as Austin Reeves walked right by Andrew Wiggins for a game-winning layup with a second left to go. That's the kind of stuff that, to me, we can go, hey, he's 22. And on the other end, you can go, this is 4th year in the league. This is 4th year in the league. You are an adult. You're an NBA player. You know damn well I'm out there, barking at my son's 10-year-old basketball team at practice last week. Keep your vision on your man and the ball.
See man and ball.
It's literally the number one thing on defense. See your man, see the ball. Jonathan turned his back on the ball. The Warriors lost a basketball game in front of America. So that stuff's still got to go away. But yes, you can live with the maturation, even though it is slow at times. Look, we want to go out to the phones. Here's the best I can do. And who the hell am I? But here's the best that I can do. I think the trade target is indeed Nikola Vucevic of the Chicago Bulls. I know that they're talking about hunting for A-level players. I think he's a B-level player. But I think that's the best you're going to do. And here's why I think that it fits. It allows you to keep Jonathan Kuminga. It allows Draymond Green to not have to play as much 5 because you're getting another 5. He is someone who can take care of 2 things that the Warriors need, which is an additional scorer down the stretch and someone who can grab a rebound. This is a 2010 guy. His numbers would not be that here, but he does do both of those things, and the Warriors struggle with both of those things down the stretch. It creates a 6-man at the end of the game rotation, and so someone's going to have to sit out each night. I don't know who it would be, Schroeder, Wiggins, Kuminga, Vucevic, Draymond, Steph. But I think you can get Vucevic for contracts that you're not all that stuck to, because I think largely what you'd be giving up is a pick or 2. and you're attaching them. There's two different trade scenarios that are successful, that work contractually. One of them creates a problem with the roster spot issue that you've talked about before. You send out too many players, then you need more players on your roster, and you don't have the money to do it. But an example, GP2, Looney, Waters, and Santos for Vucevic works. If you're attaching a pick or two, Chicago might be interested. If they're not, and if that's too many players, I know this one gets a little dicey, but you could also do Peyton, Looney, and Pods. You could do that, and those financially work. I don't know if you want to give up, if they want to give up Brandon Pajemski. In this moment, I bet there's fans out there that probably were like, fine, I'll drive him to Chicago.
Who knows how the organization feels, though? They probably wouldn't want to do that.
Probably not, but there is a way to get this deal done that's centered around picks or a pick without giving up name players that you want, and he fits, and he is not a financial burden on your team going forward. He only has one more year after this year. It is for $21 million. That's workable. If you're interested in keeping and extending Jonathan Kuminga at the end of the year, you are still able to do that. Based on all of the deals that I have heard and the needs of the Warriors, I don't think this is perfect. I do think it's the best they can do.
I think it does a couple of things for him. First of all, as you laid out, it's not just a rental, which gives you a little bit more flexibility. You can either keep him for beyond this year, next year, or he becomes an expiring contract that you can trade again a year from now or 8 months from now when you're in the off season and you're trying to figure out exactly what your plan should be. He also has one particular column in his stat sheet that is incredibly intriguing, and that is 3-point percentage, shooting 45% this year.
Knocks him down.
45%. Now, it's not a terribly high number. He makes 2 per game, essentially. 4.5 attempts per game on average.
I'm in. Yeah.
And think of what that will do to the offensive spacing. Like, the reason why the Curry, Wiggins, Kuminga, Draymond, name your center lineup didn't work was because they didn't respect anyone shooting the basketball except for Steph and maybe sometimes Wiggins when he's feeling it.
Right.
If you have Nikola Vucevic on the floor along with Steph, and even if you put Kuminga and Wiggins and Draymond out there, at the very least there's a little bit more spacing, and that opens things up for everybody else. It would make life easier on Steph. It would allow more areas and lanes for Kuminga to attack the rim, and it would solve a lot of their positional difficulties that we were talking about earlier. I'm not sure that the Wiggins at the 2 and Kuminga at the 3 would still be a great offensive lineup, but it would certainly be better with Vucevic at the 5 than TJD or Looney at the 5. Only thing I would say about who they're giving up, one, you mentioned Pods. The other one I'd throw out there, even though he hasn't been playing lately, and who knows what his role is on this team and in the future, this organization, I think, would hate to trade away Kevon Looney because he means so much to this team, even if he's not playing.
I understand, and I know that hurts, but he is an expiring deal. I think with the way this Warrior team is now currently built, you're going to get a lot more nights like Saturday where he just sits there and watches the basketball game. The Warriors right now have too many lineups where there are not enough three-point shooters, and even the three-point shooters who are on the floor are night-to-night three-point shooters. And you know what I mean by that. Steph Curry can have an off night, but Steph is always a three-point shooter. Wiggins and Kuminga and Draymond are like, you might have a good night, but you're not really a three-point shooter.
Defenses are still begging Kuminga and Draymond to shoot threes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then if you're going to have someone like Buddy in your rotation, but he's a little off, like he has been now for a few weeks, you quickly become a team that is so susceptible to a big run by the other squad because you just cannot move the ball and knock down a three. The Warriors with Steph Curry can get an open look, but they don't have enough people who can consistently knock them down. To put a presence like this on the floor at 6'11", grab a rebound, knock down a three, changes the spacing for everybody else, and puts more shooters on the floor. And you also, like I said, you have a six-man core where if somebody does need a load management night or if somebody is dinged up, you have still what I would call a very viable starting and finishing lineup.
Or just matchup based.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I look, whatever they do, it's going to hurt. Like, we've been sitting here for a year talking about trading Jonathan Kuminga. That would hurt. Kevon Looney would hurt more in an emotional way than a basketball way. But look, this is where we are. Steph Curry's career is coming to a close very soon. And if you truly are going to do anything that's within your power, I think that this is it.
I'd use tonight for an example. If the Warriors had Vucevic on their roster tonight going up against the Cavs, Jarrett Allen and Evan Mobley on the floor at the same time, I mean, you're going to ask Draymond to guard one of them. You're going to ask Kuminga to guard the other. That's not the easiest thing to do.
Probably going to get bullied.
Probably.
Probably going to get bullied. 888-957-9570. Where are you on the Jonathan Kuminga, then ... trade situation? We are barely over a month away. Okay, so this is really going to come to a head here in the month of January. The deadline is the first week of February, and I don't know if you all heard, January is on Wednesday. Let's go to James, who at least was on the Bay Bridge. I bet he's off by now. Hi, James. Thanks for calling. What's up?
What's up, guys? Happy New Year's. No, I'm still on the Bay Bridge, stuck in a little traffic, but it's all good. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man. Thanks for making it.
Yeah, so I like your idea, and I can do one better. But before we get to that, there's two things that are apparent. Number one is that the Warriors, as they are not good enough to win a title. Number two, this waxing and waning of Jonathan Kuminga going into the lineup and out of the lineup, 30 minutes one night, 14 minutes the next night, that's got to stop as well. So the solution that I got had to do with Vucevic as well, but 5 players going out, 3 players coming in. 3 players coming in, Zach LaVine, Vucevic, Torrey Craig. Going out, Andrew Wiggins, Dennis Schroeder, Gary Payton II, Anderson, and Buddy Hield. I think this solves everything, and you got to go all in for Curry, and I think this does it, and you also get to keep Kuminga. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, James, thanks very much for making the call. Here's what I would say.
It's a hell of a trade.
It's a hell of a trade. I'm not going to say it's not an interesting idea, but with what you just threw out there, my immediate concern, I think 2 things. One, you stink on defense. You stink on defense. One thing that everyone wants Schroeder to show up and show his offensive side, and I do think it will come. He is a gnat. He is a little bit of a dog on defense, and they need that. And so
had a big steal late in the game on Saturday.
Totally.
Took it away from KD from behind.
Yep, and he also had another one where he forced it. There was that play where he's going out of bounds, and he threw it right off of the face of, I think it was Plumlee, somebody with the Suns. Anyway, point is I think you're losing too much defensively there. Zach LaVine, to me, is an absolute 100% non-starter in talks with the Warriors. Because he is terribly defensively. I know you want his scoring. His contract is bananas. You do not want this contract on the Warriors going forward. It is over $40 million. It has a number of years left to go. It's a game ender. It's a game ender for Steph Curry's career to me if you acquire Zach LaVine.
It's a little too much.
Too much.
A little too much. You're right about the defense as well. If you're giving up Wiggins and Schroeder, the way I view all these potential Warriors trades, and I know Wiggins hasn't been as good lately, if you're trading away Andrew Wiggins, it almost, to me, unless you're getting back like one of the top 15 players in the NBA, not that I view Wiggins anywhere near that level, but unless you're getting back a player like that and you're trading away Andrew Wiggins, I don't think you're getting better by enough to make the trade worthwhile in the first place. Like, Wiggins is one of your most important players. Even if he's not scoring 20 points a night, if he's just scoring 14, but he's taking over, he's the guy guarding the opposing team's number 1 perimeter option. I don't think you get good enough by trading away Wiggins and bringing someone like LaVine in, someone like Butler in. I know Butler can do a lot of the things that Wiggins does, but it's at a much heftier price tag, and you're going to have to give up a lot more than just Wiggins to make it work. So honestly, for me, any trade that involves Andrew Wiggins, I'm almost universally out on, because I don't think the Warriors get good enough when they're shipping out Andrew Wiggins.
I'm with you. I know right now it's probably a popular time to be like, look, as they shift their focus to letting Kuminga cook a little bit more at the end of the game, you're watching Andrew Wiggins fall into what he always does, which is just like, okay,
I'll hang out in the corner.
I'm going to coast. I'll be over here. And I also know he let Austin Reeves go right by him on Christmas night, and that's going to make people feel some kind of way. But
that's the defensive scheme they run, though. They funnel players to the baseline, and Kuminga just wasn't ready.
Kuminga wasn't looking. Yeah, so you could put it on both of them if you want. The point is, I get why people are going to feel right now like Andrew's expendable. I'm with you. I don't think he is. It's not that I'm going to say I'm not open to any deal. I just don't really see, again, I don't see it out there right now. Whoever this player is that is a $30 or $40 million type of a player that you're going to use Wiggins to acquire, that is then an upgrade over what he does on both sides of the ball. I just don't see it. Hey, to circle back to Zach. So here's what you're looking at. Zach LaVine this year makes $43 million.
But wait, it gets worse.
But wait. Next year, he makes $46 million. And then there's the worst part of it all. He has a player option. Spoiler alert, he's going to take it. A player option the year after that for $49 million. So we're here, and my ears are open. We have to be. But if you use the word Zach LaVine, my vote is no. Period. I don't care what you're sending or what you're getting back. My vote is no on anything that has anything to do with Zach LaVine putting on a Warrior jersey.
So assuming you acquired Zach LaVine in the 2026-2027 season, you would have $110 million tied up between LaVine and Curry. That's it.
That's it.
Imagine trying to fit a roster around that. And this is a Steph Curry who is not, he's amazing, and he will always be a positive player whenever he's on the court. But this is a Stephen Curry 2 years from now who's not going to be as good as he is now.
Of course. Of course.
Like, you need to avoid those contracts for the rest of Steph Curry's career, because when he's making that much, and he is the worst he's been in his career, probably at the end of his career, you need efficient contracts, not the albatross of all albatrosses.
Well, and like the other way to say it, I'm not even all that terribly worried about 3 years from now and are the Warriors perfect. I'm willing to push everything in the middle to try to do something with the remainder of Steph Curry's career. And if it means a bad year or two, 3 or 4 years from now, I get it. That's life in the NBA.
So does that mean you're willing to trade Kuminga, or you're willing to trade first-round picks, or what?
Again, I'd be willing to trade Kuminga, except for there's no deal out there for him because he's making $7 million. If they extend him and that brings a new conversation, like I think we also, that's the other thing, is don't forget how life in the NBA can change in one off season. If you extend him this off season, that becomes a contract that now you can have new conversations with if other stars do become available.
Like, think of it the way that the Jordan Poole conversation went. They signed him to the extension, and of course, and the presser after that, they said, yeah, we're excited about Poole being a Warrior for years to come, and then they turned around and traded him later on. You would not that the Chris Paul experiment went well, and they ultimately kind of wasted that contract slot that they had by not turning Paul into anything later, but you don't even have the option to acquire someone making the money like Chris Paul does if you don't extend Jordan Poole.
Correct, and I don't know who's going to become available. I know this pie in the sky. I don't think this is happening, but I use it for an example for the conversation only. If next offseason Giannis was available or whoever, then you want that.
They won the NBA Cup. He ain't going anywhere.
He ain't going anywhere. But if a player like that becomes available, then you're going to want a $27 million Jonathan Kuminga to potentially be in that conversation if that's the way you would choose to go.
Just to facilitate the trade.
Yeah, I'm not doing it now at $7 million. Like you're getting, like that's half of Moses Moody, for God's sake.
Maybe they should have just signed him to whatever extension he wanted this past offseason.
Well, I mean, time will tell on that. I support the move that they made at the time. I don't think that they were ready to do it, and they probably still aren't, especially without knowing what Jonathan was asking for. Because if he was asking for 35 to 40, that's not it. It certainly wasn't it, and I still think that's not it. Now, if he does what he's been doing for this week for the rest of the year, now we're having a new conversation, and he bet on himself, and he's going to win. But that's a conversation that we can have next summer. I don't think right now there's anything out there that makes sense that involves him because of the price tag that is next to him. But the Levine thing, again, keep in mind how that would affect even this conversation. You're sitting here wanting to extend Jonathan Kuminga. Well, can you? If you, the idea was acquire Zach LaVine and keep Kuminga. And then do what with Kuminga? With the salary that's coming for Zach LaVine? That's why the Vucevic thing is doubly, maybe even triply attractive to me, because he really gets in the way of nothing that you may want to do. It keeps your flexibility.
Yeah, and I think the Kuminga conversation and everything you laid out is true in terms of the difficulty in trading JK, because let's see if I can explain this the right way. Jonathan Kuminga, if he is available in a trade, would be one of the most highly valued assets at the trade deadline, because he's 22 years old and obviously has an incredible upside, and he's so incredibly talented, and most NBA teams out there would be interested in having him on their roster. But because he's only making $7 million, if you're talking about a one-for-one trade, the Warriors can't get a very good player back in return, because there's very few players that are that good, that are equal in terms of a value of an asset of a basketball player, that are making that little money. So the Warriors, if they're trading Jonathan Kuminga, and if it's not part of this crazy large deal, if it's 1-for-1 or 2-for-1 or 3-for-2 or something like that, the Warriors are almost guaranteed to lose that trade from an asset standpoint.
I agree.
Because you have to attach a bunch of other stuff to make the money even, and even if it was just Kuminga, say for Cam Johnson as an example, one of the other names that's been floated time and time and time again. Most teams around the league would rather have Kuminga than Cam Johnson, but to make that trade work, you have to give up more in addition to Kuminga just to make the money work. So that is why the Kuminga trade is extremely difficult. But I also think there's a world in which, if we zoom out a little bit, we can think about how the Warriors are utilizing Kuminga, and maybe it changed on Saturday, and where I can make the case, you've kind of been wasting his potential and wasting what he can do. You've been a little stubborn in your ways offensively, and you haven't utilized Kuminga to the best of his ability. And if you're not willing to make that adjustment and allow him to do what he does best when Steph and Draymond are on the court, then what's the point of having him on the roster?
Well, let's talk that out a little bit, because you said earlier that you saw potentially the start of an adjustment on Saturday night. I want to know more about what you saw. We'll get into that and the usage of Kuminga. If you want to weigh in, 888-957-9570. Where do you sit now on any ideas with Kuminga and or adjustments for this roster? We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. We're also sponsored by the San Francisco International Airport, and we are on the scene in Santa Clara getting ready for Monday Night Football and the final home game of the year for the Niners, with the Lions playoff bound in town. So we've got all that coming up in 20 minutes away. My good friend John Bloom will be on with us. He is the voice of the Suns, also spent years in sports media in Detroit. So a good guy to chat it out with. We will do that coming up around the bend. Grandy is in for Dibs. This is Willard and Dibs.
stripped by Kuminga. Waters has it. Pass to Kuminga. Reaches back and gets it and glides home. Two-hand slam. Jonathan Kuminga. 195. Credit Waters with a nice lead pass.
Bay Area, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to Wheeler and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
And yeah, hey Dibs, your picks stink. He
texted us his pick for tonight.
I know. He went into the break with a big old L, and he is coming out tonight with this, and very, very strong take that tonight the right pick is the Detroit Lions. The Detroit Lions minus 3.5. He texted us that. He's not here to actually stand on what he said, stand on what he do. But he says Lions minus 3.5. Hey, America, you know what to do. It's going to be an upset tonight inside Levi Stadium.
Oh, Niners money line is what you're saying.
Or maybe they just lose.
Niners going to win
maybe they just lose by 3. It's the kickoff show presented by Habas Law. You've been wrong. Habas Law, fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. That's Grandy in for Dibs. Mark Willard with you. We are in Santa Clara getting ready. I will say this real quick. We're looking out on the exact same tailgate that we always look out on, and there is one very, very clear characteristic to it this time as opposed to other weeks. The Lions fans are dancing and the Niner fans are just drinking. That's it. Look at these people. Look at these people. The Lions fans will not sit down. They it's incredible. White men are dancing in Honolulu blue jerseys.
On December 30th in Santa Clara. How often do you see an offensive lineman jersey? We got a Penei Sewell jersey.
Penei Sewell, yes. Well, he good. He is good. And if you want to know why the Lions are so much better than the 49ers this year, those would be my first 2 words, offensive line.
And speaking of offensive line, I know we'll get into it a little bit later on in the show when we actually talk about this football game. Who the hell are the Niners going to start on the offensive line tonight?
Oh, my God. I was reading about the names, and I'm like, who?
Who are these people?
Bob? Someone's name was Tim? I'm like, I've never heard these names before.
No
clue. Which brings to the table a very fair conversation about Brock Purdy, which we will have a little bit later on. For sure. But not done with the Warriors yet. I'm interested to know a little bit more about what you said you saw Saturday night, particularly down the stretch of the basketball game, what you saw with regard to the way the team was using JK.
So I think you got to go back a little further first. You remember the game at home against Houston, Steph and Draymond did not play.
For sure.
Kuminga scored 33.
Career high at the time.
He and Wiggins led the way, but it was Kuminga the driving force offensively, 33 points. Nearly the same exact thing happened on Friday against the Clippers in L.A. Steph and Draymond did not play. Kuminga, 34 points, a new career high. But it happened again without Steph and Draymond on the floor. And I began to notice, and I've been keeping an eye on it for a while, how Kuminga looks, not just the points that he's scoring, but it's how engaged he is, how involved he is, and obviously some of it is just opportunity-based. Without Steph and Draymond, he's going to have the ball in his hands more often and will be asked to do it a little bit more. But the 2 highest scoring games of his career, not just of the season, but of his career, happened within the last month in the only 2 games that both Steph and Draymond did not play in. And it wasn't just that he was putting up 25 shots. He got a career high that way. It was efficiency. It was rebounding the ball. His assist numbers were also up. He was making, as you were pointing out last hour, just making better decisions.
Yes.
And it seems like that is paired with when he is just playing more and given more opportunities. He plays better the more he's involved. And so my big question going into Saturday was, can he do that with Steph and Draymond on the court with him? And the answer Saturday was a resounding yes.
Yeah.
But it hadn't been in the past. And I think it's because when the Warriors run what they normally run, when Steph and Draymond are out there, which has helped them win 4 championships and has gotten Steph multiple MVPs and is why Steph and Draymond are going to be in the Hall of Fame when all is said and done. Kuminga kind of gets lost in that motion offense and the read and react and the, let the ball flow through you and make the split-second decision and find the right guy. And not like you go brainless, but like don't don't worry about it and you just kind of, make the decision that pops to mind and go with the flow and trust your instincts. That's not what Kuminga's best at. And he certainly has room to grow and to improve in that area. But it feels like the Warriors have been trying to force Kuminga to fit what has worked for them, and kind of like they're pounding, their head against the table, and it's not working, and they're getting frustrated. And I felt like for a while there's been a need for the Warriors to adjust their plan of attack offensively. Not to take Steph out of what makes Steph Steph. But when you've got an opportunity where Kuminga has an advantage, don't be shy about it. Go get it. Tyus Jones is on Kuminga in like a quasi-fast break, and he picks him up in the post. Steph, I'm sorry, we're going to run your pick and roll with Draymond later, but we got an easy bucket. Just throw the ball into him, space everybody else out, get out of the way, and let him go to work. There was a switch at the top of the key where Draymond came over, set a lazy screen, and Plumlee switched on to Kuminga. At that point, all right, everyone else space out to the corner. Kuminga, take him to the rack. Get fouled, make your free throw, split the free throws, whatever. It's a positive possession. We hadn't seen enough of that when Steph and Draymond were on the court, and I think we saw a little bit of a shift in that direction on Saturday. And if that is more consistently how the Warriors attack things when Steph is on the court with Kuminga, then I think you begin to see Kuminga's value a little bit more and how he fits around those other two guys. But if you're not willing to make that adjustment, I think you're just simply wasting Kuminga's abilities. And at that point, it doesn't make a ton of sense to have him on the roster if you're not utilizing him in the way that makes him the most effective.
Well, to me, the responsibility goes to two parties. I can gather what you're saying and the fact that the Warriors, to me, the word that comes to mind is trust. I think they're ready to do all of the things you're saying. They need to trust that Jonathan is going to do the right things with him. And the last two games have been very encouraging on that front. So that's wonderful. But there's a second piece to it to me. There's a physical aspect to it as well. We talk about the decision making, but here's the physical aspect of it. Jonathan, I don't want you to sleep. When the Warriors are not playing, shoot free throws. That's it. Eat, play games, and shoot free throws. And you can sleep if there's an extra hour here or there. It is specifically because of his skill set that I say this. He is going to be able to leap over people. He is more athletic than almost everyone. And we know damn well what NBA teams are going to do to someone who can fly and who is athletic, but is also thin and is trying to drive by people. There are 7-footers waiting for you. There are plenty of them on every roster. And my man, they are going to foul you over and over and over again. That's wonderful for you, by the way, Jonathan. That's how you can make $40 million. Because if you can make 7 free throws a game instead of 2, now you're averaging 25 instead of 20. And now we're talking about a different tax bracket. So that's his responsibility. His responsibility is to start making better decisions. We're seeing good things. And dude, you got to make your free throws. You don't need to shoot 80 or 90. You have got to be north of 70% from the free throw line. It will change your stats. It will change the outcome of basketball games.
No doubt. And I agree with you. But I also think the reality of the Warriors situation, as you were just talking about a little bit ago, and to use your same analogy, the Warriors roster right now is a Rubik's Cube. And they're not smart enough. They're not one of those geniuses that can solve it in 20 seconds or whatever the case is. The reality of the Warriors roster and their current situation is they don't have the perfect answer to everything. Nope. Like they don't. And what's currently on the roster, maybe there is a trade and Vucevic makes the answer a little bit easier, or Cam Johnson or whoever it is. But as of right now, given what's on their roster, the easiest solution, the easiest way to see a solution and to see a change is Kuminga takes a step. Like, what else is there? I mean, obviously, Buddy Hield can make more shots. Sure. Schroeder plays better. But those aren't going to be players that take you from, a play-in team to a top 4 seed. Like, Kuminga taking a leap and becoming a guy that averages 20 points a night and 7 rebounds and 3 assists and plays good defense, like, that is a jump that takes you from one bracket of team to the next bracket of team. And not that it's a perfect solution. Would it be ideal if Kuminga was the type of player who seamlessly fits in what the Warriors already do offensively? Yes, of course, but he's not. And I don't know where the solution is other than leaning into Kuminga more. And obviously, you're right. He has to make his free throws. He's got to continue to make good decisions. And if suddenly he reverts back to the old Kuminga and struggles, then okay, you got to adjust once again. But he's your best shot, given what you have right now. And I don't see any other way for them to figure this thing out and be better other than just, as the word you used, trust that Kuminga can do it, show him the trust, and put him in those best positions possible.
Trade deadline is in about 35 days, and it feels like this is it. This is it. If he's really going to earn that trust, and if he's going to be the guy that many feel like he can be, it has to start now, and he's off to a good start. Last handful of games, I think the Warriors can work with. It's time for Triples for Autism, brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. The Warriors made, count them up, 12 three-pointers Saturday against the Suns, and that's enough to mean another donation from Pettinelli to the Autism Society, San Francisco. That is the 9th donation of the season for Triples for Autism. Steph Curry led the way, had 4 triples. Draymond Green made 3. They all came in like a 2-minute stretch. Was pretty fun. Kuminga had a pair as well. Throw in a couple of others, and that is enough for another Pettinelli donation to the Autism Society, San Francisco. To make a donation to autism yourself or to get involved, we invite you to go to sfautismsociety.org. That was Triples for Autism, brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. Pettinelli is here for you, offering financial guidance and support throughout life's milestones. Go to PettinelliFP.com. We're also sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. We're out at the game. Lions fans are dancing. We'll see if that continues deep into the night at Levi's Stadium. Coming up next, my very good friend, he's a San Mateo Bearcat. This is a Bay Area guy, John Bloom, but he's also the voice of the Suns, and prior to going to Arizona, worked at WDFN and others, longtime Detroit media guy, so he understands the Lions fan base well and the situation that they're facing. Fun guy to talk to today. We'll do that coming up next. Grandy's in for Dibs on Willard and Dibs.
Spring water.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
I don't know if we've met your dog yet, Steve.
Sounds like she's a stretch 4. Got some size to her in that bark.
More of a backup point guard.
On 95.7 The Game.
Yep. Sometimes Steve Kerr joins us on the River Islands guest line, but not right now. We're going to have an even bigger guest on the River Islands guest line. It's my good friend John Bloom, who's the voice of the Suns. We're also in the midst of the kickoff show in Santa Clara, getting ready for Niners-Lions with absolutely nothing on the line at all. Let's go. The kickoff show presented by Habas Law. You've been wrong. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. Hey, buddy. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Hey, you know what? You're saying there's nothing on the line. You're speaking for yourself, all right? I mean, I'm deep into a 27-plus year relationship here with a diehard Lions fan. So I am going to the game. It's my first ever Levi's Stadium experience tonight, and I'm going to be the only one rocking Niners gear out of the 4 Blooms heading to the game.
Oh, as you know, I'm aware, but the Lions also have nothing to gain by winning this game tonight. They just have to win next week, so I get it.
It's so weird.
I know. It's so weird. And actually, because you do have so many years under your belt, sports media in Detroit, and because you live with Lions fans, can you explain to the 49er fan base what was the dynamic like for Lions fans to go through the end of the season that unfolded last year?
I rode that roller coaster with my lovely wife, Jill, and our daughters who, they root for both, though. You know, when you're a kid or you're a teenager, I guess you can get away with that, and then you just pick whichever team's hot. So, of course, they're going to be in the Honolulu blue and silver tonight. But as far as my wife is concerned and her family and our friends from Detroit, I mean, that was a wild ride that I think in the end they all look back very fondly, despite the fact that they came one step away from making their first ever Super Bowl. And we know how the Lions or how the Niners fans feel about what transpired after the fact, because I'm one of them, and I feel the way you probably feel, and a lot of your listeners probably feel about how they should have won that darn game, and we should be celebrating the 6th Super Bowl championship in our viewing pleasure over the course of our lives. But as I've talked to you before, Will, I have taken on the mentality of a Lions fan, not just because I married one, but also just working there for the 6 years that I did and doing Lions post-game shows. And this is when they were awful, but they had Barry Sanders, who was amazing and still probably one of the best athletes / football players I've ever laid eyes on. However, the futility is unmatched with regards to the Lions, and just you can't argue it. I mean, maybe Cleveland Browns fans feel like they've got a piece in it, but I feel like that argument ends after a while, and the Lions end up winning it. Now, because of last year, that has changed, and now because of how they're poised at 13-2 with what's to come and maybe a chance to get to the Super Bowl, now Lions fans are feeling a certain type of way, and I'm guessing there's going to be a fair amount of them tonight at Levi's.
Oh, God, they're everywhere, dude. We're here now. They're freaking everywhere. So, yeah, dude, wear as much red as you have because there's a lot of blue in this area right now.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. We actually did go to the Lions-Cardinals game and enjoyed the heck out of that, by the way. And there were a ton of Lions fans in Phoenix for that one. And that made a lot of sense, too. But, this one, I wonder how much of it would have been the case had the Niners still been in the mix.
Yeah, I'm sure that would make a major difference. John, we want to ask you about the Warriors and the Suns and some basketball in a sec, but I know you're not.
We do. We won that game, so we're talking about it.
Yeah, the battle of 15 and 15 teams on Saturday. The Warriors came out on top, but I want to ask you one more question about Lions fans. I know you are not one, but you close proximity to a bunch of them. I mean, this feels like a team led by Dan Campbell, who even though there is nothing to play for, and even though they're a team that has been bit by the injury bug like none other in the NFL, although maybe other than the 49ers, this feels like a game that they're still going to come out and try to beat the Niners by 30 because of what happened last year in January.
Oh, I think without question. And even for the players that weren't on that team that lost in the NFC title game, I think they've taken on the mentality, and they're going to be bolstered by the guys who were, and they're still kind of ornery over getting that close and losing that game. So, yeah, I feel like that'll still be there. They're kind of like, are Sharks going to stay away from blood in the water if they're full? I'm guessing no. These guys are built a certain way. I think that they're smelling blood in the water tonight, and they're going to go have theirs. That's my expectation.
Can I ask you a Campbell question, just because I know you've been living in Arizona for a while now, but I'm sure, this is my guess, Lions fans love the hell out of Dan Campbell for two reasons. He's a culture changer, and he did it, and he's also he's an easy cat to sort of find very engaging, and so I bet it's a total love fest. Is there 5% of Lions fans, though, who are like, dude, you're crazy, and you're going to mess up at the wrong time again?
Yeah, I don't know if I'd put it at 5. It's a great call, though, because inevitably, if you're in a conversation with a group of Lions fans, and let's maybe say there's enough of them to have 6 or 7 or more, then there's going to be one. Okay, there is going to be one. So maybe it is 5%. I don't know, but there is one. There's going to be one that's like, yeah, but do we need to go for it on 4th and 6 at our own 10? Is that something we need to do?
Seriously?
And Dan Campbell is going to do it because that's his mentality. And I think that now it's almost gotten to a point where the entire fan base has just accepted this is who we are. This is how we play. This is who Dan is. We love him, and you're right on the money with the love affair. I don't know that I've ever seen a coach that's more fit for leading a team in a city that he's leading that team in than Dan Campbell leading the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, it's been a match made in heaven. John, I want to transition. I know you don't want to talk about basketball. I think Warrior fans out here have been so distracted by their recent 2-13 stretch, 2-13 stretch, that they haven't maybe been able to see what's been going on around the rest of the league. And the Suns have kind of been in a similar boat. I know KD missed some games earlier with an injury, and right now Devin Booker is out. But for the distracted Warrior fan who has been so concerned by their own team struggles, what the hell's been going on with the Suns of late?
Yeah, it's been a mess, to be honest with you, Mark. And you look at both of these rosters coming into the season, and I think I could even convince your partner, Will, to be on my side and say, hey, look, the Suns have a better overall roster, right? I mean, would you agree with that before the season started, that you would have been?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly at the top level of it. And also in the intuitiveness of it, the fit of it. I still think the Warriors are trying to figure out their own fit.
Yes, but here's the massive difference, and this is what makes this kind of explanation, I think, easy for your listeners to understand. Far more probably easier than it is for me to explain to the Suns fans that I'm talking to on the regular occasion, and that is Steve Kerr. And that is the hierarchy that the Warriors have established. And I know they've had some change in the front office, obviously, with Bob Myers moving on, but still, there's a culture there. And forget about Riley and the culture in Miami, which it's overdone, right? There's a whole thing there that everybody in the NBA is kind of over the fact that we're just being served up culture every time we go see Pat Riley in Miami. But here in the Bay, looking at the combination of the coach and then having Steph Curry be the guy on the floor leading everything along with Draymond, who's still obviously playing a major role. And I know there's people on both sides of the Draymond Green fence now in the Bay, whereas it used to be much more one-sided there. I think there's, probably people feeling both ways on it, but he still, in my opinion, makes a massive difference for this team. All of that means that when you bring people in, like even a Dennis Schroeder in the middle of the season, who's been playing big minutes for Brooklyn and actually scoring a lot, and you bring him to a totally different system, it's going to take time. Obviously, it's not going to work right away, but the idea is if you get a guy of a certain acumen, he's got a mindset and he knows the game and he understands who is in charge here, which everybody does. I just talked about those dudes. Then they all fall in line. And when you're talking about the Phoenix Suns, you have Kevin Durant, who just got there in a trade that was, by the way, pretty controversial when it came to the fan base, because you had to trade guys who they considered twins, Mikal Bridges and Cam Johnson, and they fell in love with these two dudes like they were two of their own family members, right? And so you grew this team together around Chris Paul, Devin Booker. They went to the finals, and everybody felt attached to them. And then you got a new owner who decided to come in, shake it up, bring one of the greatest of all time, and I don't have to tell you how good Kevin Durant is, and bring him to town. But that meant reset, and that meant reset without an established coach and culture, because you got a brand new coach in Frank Vogel. You go through that, you get rid of him because you didn't feel good about getting swept in the first round. You bring in Mike Budenholzer, great feelings about a guy who was raised in Arizona, is coming back and has a pridefulness about him to try to lead the Suns to their first ever championship. But then you get through injuries and all this other stuff, and you can't rely on that established culture and system. And that's what I'm seeing firsthand right now.
John Bloom is the voice of the Suns. He also married a Lions fan. So here we are chatting it out right here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Grandy is in for Dibs. I want to ask you this, John, because you and I had the opportunity to hang out a little bit recently. And on that drive, we were talking hoops, and you looked at me and you just went, dude, Steve Kerr is so good. He's just so good. And I want you to expand on that, because this fan base needs to hear from outside of the area what you mean by that.
Yeah, I love that you threw that at me, because I have even more kind of armored or artillery to come back at you with, because we just, when they came to town and Steve Kerr was doing his pregame media, it was just before, or excuse me, just after the Territorial Cup, because, that's what they call when ASU plays University of Arizona in football. Yep. Steve Kerr, a prideful Arizona Wildcat. But, of course, I work with all these Sun Devils who, went to ASU. So a couple of them who are in our television production staff came up just to kind of give him the business on it before he took the stage and did his pregame media. And it was so playful, and he handled it in class. Then he got up, and one of the questions that he got peppered with in Phoenix was about coaching Devin Booker on the Olympic team, and how much praise he gave Book in Paris about the role he played on that team, and how he really sacrificed his own normal role to play a team role and help them win a gold medal. And Steve Kerr has an enormous amount of respect in Arizona, obviously getting some hate from Sun Devils fans, but notwithstanding, to hear that meant so much. So maybe to talk about what Steve Kerr means in other markets, I can bring a little bit of a different view to that, not just about his past and spending time in Arizona. It wasn't just in college, too. Remember, he was the general manager of the Phoenix Suns and almost had Steph Curry come to Phoenix as part of a trade. That was all part of Steve Kerr's background here. I can just tell you that what I see him doing here is, in some respects, what I just talked about, the deficiencies with the Suns and not having this culture established. I look at him and I see somebody who absolutely gets respect from everybody across the board, whether it be the foes that he's getting ready to go out and scheme to beat, or the guys that he's leading himself. And that, to me, tells me a lot about him. I felt that he was that kind of a leader when he was in Phoenix, although it didn't seem like he was all the way in. And then we learned quickly, because he was much more meant to be a head coach than a general manager.
John, the biggest story for the Warriors right now, bar none, is Jonathan Kuminga. And as someone, who on the other side watched him put up 34 points on Saturday and lead the Warriors to a win, I'm curious what you think about him, because the conversation here in Warriorland is he good enough to be a legit number 2 scoring option alongside Stephen Curry, or should the Warriors look to maybe include him in a trade that brings someone else in? I know we're coming off of the high of Saturday night where he was awesome, but what do you think? How do you view Jonathan Kuminga and what he might be able to do at his best alongside Steph Curry?
First of all, I love his name. We spell it the same way. I've never gone by Jonathan, but he does, and so I appreciate that. Second of all, if I was regarded as a finished product at his age, which is 22, if I'm not mistaken, there is no way in heck I would have ever been hired to do any of the jobs that I've gotten to do over the course of my career. 22 is just too early to completely judge a dude. Now, I know he's had a fair amount of reps at the NBA level. They also had him going and playing in Santa Cruz a little bit at the beginning of his career, more so, right? But I think it's just such a difficult task as a general manager to gauge what the return on a guy like that could be. Because, again, at 22, there still could be so much growth ahead of him. I'm not talking about inches. I think he's probably set at 6'7" or 6'8", wherever he's at. But I'm talking about as far as his basketball acumen, his IQ, and what kind of a teammate he's going to be. He's learning from some of the greatest to ever play. So all those things to me mean maybe give you a little bit more runway with a guy like that than with some other folks that might be the same age with the same amount of games played and experience, if that makes any sense.
John Bloom with us, voice of the Suns. We're also talking Lions, Niners. He's on his way to the game tonight. John, give me your view, because you've seen these teams all up close now. Handicap the Western Conference here, and where do the Suns and Warriors both fit in your mind?
Well, here's the one thing I'm curious about. Will, I haven't seen Memphis yet, and that was a team that before the season started, I was very curious to find out how they would bounce back now with a kind of reloaded roster with all the injured guys coming back. Now, they all haven't stayed uninjured. There's been a variety of them, but I do think they are performing kind of what I expected. They're better than people expected. They're going to be a problem, I think, to deal with for some of the teams. So that's maybe a team people didn't consider beforehand. Then what's happening with the Minnesota Timberwolves? There was a lot of expectations in Minneapolis after their run to the Western Conference Finals. They've taken a step back. The Suns have to be better than 500. They just have to, with the talent that they have, with the coaches that are trying to, reestablish a system. So my expectation is there's a rally there left in the squad that I work for. And then, go to the top. Oklahoma City. Is anybody going to catch them? I don't think so. I think they end up with the best record in the NBA, because even if they do confront some injuries, I think they've got enough depth in the system that they've set up. They bring guys in and out anyway. It's a fascinating growth there, and also a study, because again, they've got a ton of draft picks. What are the Oklahoma City Thunder going to do with all of that draft capital, and are they able to bring in another star to a place that nobody really thinks about stars going to play? And it's not going to be most likely through free agency. So if it is, it's going to use that capital, and then who knows how good they could be, because I already think they're spectacular. And then, I think there's the Warriors, for me, are a team that if they're in at the end and they have the health, then watch out, because again, Steph Curry is still making ridiculous around the world, shoot it with one arm without even looking at the basket shot, without even making me try to describe that stuff. Are you kidding me? That's impossible. I just feel like they are a force to be reckoned with if they've got that.
Can you reenact that call? What did you do the other night when Steph did that at the end?
I don't. I think it was gibberish, Will. I don't even. I don't even know how Tim Roy would do. It would have been better if I was in Tim Roy's position, because I could have gotten legitimately fired up about seeing something that I would get legit, instead of "Are you kidding me?" is really what the sentiment was.
Hey, really quick, John, you might be able to have some insight for Warrior fans. One of the names that has been thrown around as a potential trade target for the Warriors is Cam Johnson, who's on the Nets. You brought him up earlier as part of the squad that went to the finals. What can you tell Warrior fans about Cam Johnson, and if a trade were to go down, what the Warriors would be getting?
I'm going to tell you right now, if a trade goes down, you're going to have a whole lot of people from the desert just hating you even more than they already hate you, okay? Because that guy is amazing. We absolutely adore Cam Johnson. Actually have some layers to it, too, because his little brother was going to high school with my kids. And so we had a lot of good conversations just, throughout the time that he spent. And it was 4 seasons, if I'm not mistaken. And there was a thought that this was, the foundation of the future of Phoenix Suns basketball. Mikal Bridges, Cam Johnson, Devin Booker. And those two guys obviously part of that deal to bring Kevin Durant. But if the Brooklyn Nets are going to move on from him, I think it's a mistake for the Brooklyn Nets, to be honest with you. They've already moved on from Mikal. So, maybe they decided that they didn't want either of the twins. But he's not only a phenomenal shooter, he is a surprisingly explosive athlete. I mean, he'll dunk on a guy and it'll come out of nowhere, because normally he is one of those dudes that loves to stay on the perimeter because he's such a good knockdown 3-point shooter. And you guys have had enough of those. I don't want him to go to the Warriors.
And here we're asking for more. We're always wanting more. But all right, John, I'll let you get on your way down here. I can't wait to see you. More importantly, when Brock Purdy throws his first touchdown pass tonight, how will you handle it? Will you stay quiet? Will you respectfully cheer? Or will you turn and point at your daughters and say, in your face?
You got it. It's the last one, except for my youngest will give me the high 10 because she's got Brock on her fantasy squad in the Super Bowl right now.
Let's go.
I got my 15-year-old with me. Even though she's wearing Honolulu blue and silver, she'll be rocking with Brock tonight.
Well, I tell you what, I hope it goes the same way it did on Saturday. I love your family, but they were all wearing purple, and I was sitting right next to them, and they were so happy, and then suddenly they weren't happy anymore.
100-91, it looked great. They must have been dancing.
Yeah. All right, buddy. Travel safe. We'll see you in a bit.
Man, take it easy. Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you. There he goes. John Bloom, the voice of the Suns, spent years in Detroit sports media and joining us right here on Willard and Dibs.
Loves Cam Johnson,
Yeah, he does. A lot. I don't know how the Warriors get him, though.
Yeah, I don't know.
Do you know? I mean, the Nets have already now pulled two pieces apart.
Dorian
Finney-Smith is now a Laker.
D'Angelo Russell is a net again. He's been a Laker again and now a net again.
Yeah, can we all say a prayer together that he's never a Warrior twice?
I mean, that would be the next move. After the Nets, he was a Warrior. And then he was a Timberwolf. And then did he go back to the Lakers after that?
He did.
Was there any stop in between? I don't remember.
But there's a reason he keeps leaving wherever he goes. D'Angelo Russell, for me, and if you're a Bay Area sports fan, you will exactly know what I mean here. D'Angelo Russell's got big A.J. Pierzynski energy to me. This is like, dude, you just no, I don't like. Don't be on our team anymore, please.
Yeah, if we are arguing that Jonathan Kuminga might not fit in the Warriors style of play, then D'Angelo Russell. That was just a Kevin Durant's leaving. He's doing us the favor of making this a sign and trade. Nets, just give us whoever. It doesn't matter.
Yes.
We'll take whoever.
And it worked out.
Because it turned into
Kuminga and Wiggins, which is phenomenal. Just unbelievable that it worked out that way. And so maybe I should have fonder memories of D'Angelo Russell, because I guess his friendship with Karl Anthony Towns was the MVP of the Warriors acquiring their two wings that they have now.
And winning the 2022 title.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't win it without Wiggins, no doubt.
Very fair. All that being said, I did not like watching him play basketball for Golden State.
Well, that was also the worst season of basketball in most Warrior fans' recent memory.
All right, Brock Purdy's name just came up a little bit, and I want to dive into him next. Our 49er insider, Jake Hutchinson, is going to join us in a half hour. And I think Purdy is so interesting tonight for two reasons. I hear Niner fans say, hey, you've got Bob, Jim, and Tim playing on the offensive line. Why are you sticking your franchise quarterback out there in front of this line when the games don't matter? That's point one. But point two, I had someone say to me over the weekend, they said, are you still sold that Brock Purdy's the guy? And of course I answered without even, yes, I am sold. And he goes, then why is he playing these two games? Which made me go, okay, you've translated Brock is playing into Brock is auditioning.
Got something to prove.
I really want to get into that conversation with you and all of you. Do all of you, or do any of you, do you think that this is some sort of audition for Brock Purdy in these final two games before extension talks? And I don't mean auditioning for like 52 versus 54 million. Who cares? I'm a fan. I don't care what 50 whatever you get. It doesn't matter to me. Provided that the team still can be flexible to sign other players. The Niners aren't dumb. They will be able to do that. But on some level, is this still an audition? I want to get into that. We'll do that coming up next. Grandy is in for Dibs. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. You can certainly weigh in on that. Is this an audition to you? 888-957-957 is the number. Willard and Dibs.
95.7. You guys are clear.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's 888-957-9570. Talking it out, doing the do as we get ready for Niners and Lions in Santa Clara. Also counting you down to Warriors and Cavs right here on 95.7 The Game. This is the kickoff show presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. We want to get back and forth a little bit about the Niners, and our Niner insider, Jake Hutchinson's going to join us in less than a half hour. All of that said, we still want to clean up a little bit on the Warrior conversation we've been having, and Daryl in Oakland is on the line. Hey, Daryl, thanks for calling, man. What's up?
Hey, can you hear me?
Sure can.
Hey, so how you guys doing? Real fast, do you guys think that Kuminga's going to get at least 27 tonight against the Cavs?
Are you trying to place a bet or something, Daryl?
Prize picks or what?
No. What I'm trying to say is, do you think not only the Cavs, you think he can do that against Boston, OKC, Grizzlies, Mavs?
I don't think that the opponent, I'd love to know exactly what you're getting at. It's not like the Phoenix Suns roster is a bunch of young pups who don't know what they're doing. You know what I mean? I think Kuminga's athleticism plays against anybody if he's making good decisions.
I see what you're saying. I understand that. But you go against those top defensive teams, then let's see if he can get 30. Now, either the Warriors are raising his trade value to look at something, or he's going to get 30, and we're going to see what he's made of. So that's really my test. And I heard another caller say it's early, too early, small sample size. So those teams, he gets 30 against those, then you got the real deal there. But also, I'm thinking, off note, Purdy ain't going nowhere. Purdy going to stay there.
No, I know he's not. Yeah, you're right.
But if we're going to get back to our culture, strength in numbers, Kuminga, how many assists does Kuminga got? What is the average on assists? You see what I'm saying?
I do. But why does that matter to you so much, Daryl? I mean, Klay Thompson's going to the Hall of Fame. I think he has 2 assists in his Warriors career. That's not his role.
Oh, come on! You can't compare Klay with Kuminga.
No, I'm not. My comparison is based on the idea that a player is only being successful if he's assisting the basketball.
I see what you're saying. But if Kuminga if he's only driving this ball to the basket, and if he can dish at the same time, because he don't got no handles, if he knows what those players are, then that will really take a lot of pressure off of Curry. So, can we get his assists up while he's driving to the basket, while he's trying to make his free throws? That's what we need from Kuminga. Give me 30 against those teams I just met, bring up those assists. Hey, we're going to keep him. But that's a lot to ask for Kuminga.
For sure.
20, he's a young kid.
Well, but Daryl, he's asking a lot too. That's going to be my response every time. You're not wrong. I'm agreeing with you. It's a lot to ask for Kuminga, but Kuminga's asking for a lot. If you do want to get into a conversation for $35 or $40 million a year, then that's exactly what's going to be expected of you,
There you go. And those teams that I just mentioned, you get 30 against those, pay the man.
Daryl, thanks, man. Appreciate it. I don't know if I'm as married to how the statistics play out as it sounds like Daryl is. I don't need 30. I need Warrior basketball. I need wins. I think the Warriors are looking for this to look a certain way, and it doesn't necessarily have to be 30 points in the box score. Even for the top scorers in the league, 30 is a hell of a night. Kuminga, you'd like him to be consistent, scoring the basketball. Could he drive and kick a little bit more? Sure. There's nothing he's saying there that I'm disagreeing with. I'm much more eyes on the decisions and the efficiency that Jonathan uses as opposed to any particular column in the box score.
Yeah, it's going to sound cliche, but it's just about making winning basketball plays. And sometimes the winning basketball play is getting 20 shots up a night. Sometimes it's deferring to somebody else who has the hot hand. And the greatest example of that is Stephen Curry. I think back to when Klay Thompson would have it going, and Steph, the greatest shooter to ever walk the face of the earth, would pass over and over and over again to a completely covered up Klay Thompson because Klay's in one of those Klay modes where he's going crazy and Steph's passing up open looks to give the ball to a covered Klay because he knows that's the best winning play in that moment. When Klay's going off, get him the ball. Does not matter what else you're going to do. And for Kuminga, sometimes the winning move is to take a big man off the dribble and get to the rim. Sometimes the winning move is to say, oh, Steph's coming off of a Draymond screen on the right wing. That's where the ball has to go, and it has to go there right now. I'm going to make a strong, accurate pass. That's how I impact winning on that particular play.
888-957-9570, the number. Grandy is in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs. We are live at Levi's getting ready for Niners and Lions and also counting you down to Warriors and Cavs on 95.7 The Game. So he also mentioned in what he was saying there, Purdy's not going anywhere. I think the majority of us agree with that. We understand that it sounds like the Niners don't have too many questions about Brock Purdy and his future. He absolutely, if you look at the landscape of the NFL, there is really not much in terms of a question in terms of what he has the right to sit down at a negotiating table and ask for. There just isn't. You can feel however you want about Brock Purdy, and his agent can go Dak Prescott, Trevor Lawrence, Jared Goff, Tua. He can do all of that. And all of them are north of 50, and we've talked about how the average annual value isn't necessarily the thing anyway. I have full faith in the 49ers being able to structure this in a way that's not going to be, dragging them down for years to come. My question is much more centered on the current debate and the feeling that Brock Purdy is still, with 2 games left of his 3rd season, and he is about to enter his first ever January and February that will not end in the NFC title game. Why there are still so many people talking about an audition or approve this or approve that. I'm not going to argue with people that this year's been a great year. I'm not going to argue with people that Brock Purdy is Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, or Patrick Mahomes. I'll certainly argue that he's in the next group. We'll do that all day. And so it was fascinating to me when someone said to me, yeah, that's why he's playing these last 2 games, because essentially the Niners still need to gather more information on who he is as a quarterback.
Maybe there's like 2 different angles to this conversation because, as you said, he will be on the Niners roster next year, and he will be the team's starting quarterback, assuming that he's healthy, Week 1, 2025. Maybe there's a contract dispute, and maybe he holds out. That could be the only thing that I would see that would keep that from happening. But he would be the Niners' choice to be their starting quarterback. But assuming we're not arguing about that, I think there's a legitimate conversation to be had about, well, this game tonight, Monday Night Football against the Lions, and then Sunday next week against the Cardinals down in Arizona, both teams that have been eliminated from the postseason, by the way. Or you could say his performance in that game might impact the contract conversation this offseason. If he comes out against the Lions and throws 300 yards and 3 touchdowns, doesn't turn the ball over, and is being blocked by a group of nobodies, and he turns that into a great performance, that could have an impact. By the same token, if he throws 3 interceptions and fumbles twice against this Lions defense, who has been giving up a lot of points lately because they have none of their starters available practically, that might also be have an impact on the offseason contract conversation. So I'm not on board with this being an audition for, is he still the Niners quarterback of the future? But it's certainly going to have an impact, positive or negative, if he has an extreme performance one way or the other, what the Niners might be able to make the contract negotiation ultimately end in this offseason.
Do you feel that way truly? Like, do you think that, I get how we look at life. Do you think the 49ers do that? Do you honestly think that one football game, whatever it is, I mean, maybe if it's the Super Bowl, I guess, but do you think that one football game...
This is just one football game, though. This has been a half of a season of pretty bad football.
I don't accept the phrase. I know it's less than what was expected. I know it's been underwhelming.
He's thrown, 17 touchdowns this year?
17
Half
touchdowns, 10 interceptions.
Year?
Do you know that, right now, Matt Stafford just won the division. Brock Purdy's rated higher. Jordan Love has everybody eating out of the palm of his hand. He's the 13th ranked quarterback in the league. Brock is 14th. And this is just in terms of rating. And they've played the same number of games.
He's the 14th highest ranked quarterback in the NFL.
Which is not wonderful, but it's not
barely top half.
But it's not. That doesn't make you, quote, pretty bad.
It also doesn't make you worth $55 million a year.
It does when you compare him to the other people around the league and add in that Patrick Mahomes is the 16th ranked quarterback in the league, 2 behind Purdy.
Yeah, but if Purdy signs a deal equal or similar to what Trevor Lawrence got or Dak Prescott got, guess what? He's making more than Patrick Mahomes is.
Absolutely, because unfortunately for NFL teams or for people who care about this stuff, that's how it works. Patrick hasn't signed a deal in years, so everybody's going to fly by him. There's tons of QBs making more than Patrick and more than Josh, and obviously they are nowhere near as good. I simply look at this and I doubt that the San Francisco 49ers, the multi-billion-dollar organization that they are going to make massive decisions about their future based on what they see over these next 5 hours of our life, especially when it's a football game that quite frankly, it doesn't matter for either team. Both teams are dealing with all kinds of absences. I think that it's likely that we're all having a conversation that the 49ers aren't.
Maybe, but it's not just about this game. It's about what the season has been as a whole. And the season, as you laid out, hasn't been terrible, but it's been nowhere near what it was last year, whether that is Purdy's fault or the injuries around him, and it's probably a little bit of both. Purdy hasn't been as good, but he also doesn't have the team around him. This isn't just, all right, these next 3 hours going to determine if we're willing to pay Brock 50 or only go up to 40. But it's a piece of the pie of what the whole season has been.
That's the suggestion. If somebody says he's playing because they're still trying to gather info and they're still trying to audition and decide if that's what they want to do. Real quick, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Granny, look, I'm not going to climb the mountain of trying to tell people that this year was something that it wasn't. But here's what I will kind of offer to everybody. And I saw Albert Breer tweet this out yesterday, and I totally agree. There are 4 quarterbacks in the NFL who are, quote, different. Just put them over here. Patrick, Josh, Lamar, and Joe Burrow. And even Burrow has had to go on a 4-game win streak to go 8-8. But here's a number that I want to throw at everybody that, to me, is something that we need to start accepting about quarterback play. We want them to be superheroes. We want them, when things are crumbling around them, to be so amazing. They throw a cape on, elevate everybody, and off you go into the sunset anyway. There are literally, you have too many fingers on your hand to count the people on planet Earth who can do that. 2 years ago, Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold were teammates on a bad team that couldn't decide which one of them they hated more. And they kicked both of them out of town. 2 years later, these two men have combined for 74 touchdowns. And I would argue both are about to finish in the top 10 in the MVP race, which tells you what? Quarterbacking is always about your surroundings. Stop making this a Brock issue. Oh, he's a product of his environment. Can't elevate. That's quarterbacking. And we can do this all over the league. Does C.J. Stroud suck now? Are those Texans supposed to just be like, nope, that's not the answer? No one's saying that. Tua. We could have a conversation around Tua. We could have a conversation that changed from the beginning of the year to the end with regard to Jalen Hurts. Justin Herbert, amazeballs, yet never won a playoff game in his life. And now he has Harbaugh. And so they're going to the playoffs. But no one wants to say anything about that. I just think that Brock is no different than all of these other guys. There are a lot of good quarterbacks in the league who you want to be your starting quarterback, and you're going to have to sit with the idea that, yes, things are going to have to be going well around him for it to be perfect.
Is it bad that when you bring up Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold as examples of you got to have things around you be solid in order to be a good quarterback, unless you are just the magician that Mahomes is, or as talented as Lamar or Josh Allen or whatever the case is? Joe Burrow, by the way, who, if I had an MVP vote, would be my MVP. He's been incredible this year.
He's been incredible.
But my mind first goes, when you talk about Darnold and Baker, my mind first goes to, those are like the two most team-friendly quarterbacks in the NFL this year, considering the contract that they're on.
Well, for the moment, because Sam's is about to get rebooted. It's going
to change. Yeah. And Baker is going to get a new contract in a couple of years too. And if he continues playing like this, he's going to go up there right now. But if you're a team that has the option to pay not one of the elite quarterback money, but they're not that elite quarterback, the track record of success there is like almost zero. Like, in terms of winning a Super Bowl, it's almost zero. I mean, and more often than not, it craters your entire team.
Well, to make that the bar, I would respond to that and say is a bit unfair, because Lamar Jackson is potentially going to win. By the way, quick aside, should be winning his third MVP this year. Go ahead, get mad at me, look at the numbers, and if you're a Josh Allen person, you literally have no argument. There is not one number where he is beating Lamar this year, but I digress.
Done more with less, but whatever.
If you say so. I think both of them have a pretty decent surrounding cast. Both of them have a good running back, and both of their receiving cores are but whatever. Not the point. The point is if that's going to be the marker, then Lamar has failed. And Josh has failed. And Joe, while he has failed. And Brock has been as far as Joe. That's all I'm saying. I just don't think that it's as offensive as we've sort of made it sound. This idea that as a quarterback in the NFL, your coach needs to be good, your offensive line needs to be good, your weapons need to at least be passable, your team needs to be healthy and playing well. It is not always the other way around, that simply just, you have good quarterback, therefore you have good team. That is incredibly rare. Incredibly rare. And I will give that to Lamar, and I will give that to Josh, and we'll give that to Patrick, even though he's actually doing it with defense this year. But the bottom line is that doesn't really exist, and I do think that paying quarterbacks who are in the next tier is a hell of a lot better than going on the search again. That's what I would argue.
Yeah, how are the Cowboys feeling about that?
Well, I don't know.
How are the Jaguars feeling about that?
I don't know. Those guys both got hurt.
How are the Giants feeling about it a few years ago?
And I think you're naming quarterbacks who are worse than Brock. I think how do the Lions feel about it? Let's talk about them. They're giving $52 million to a quarterback who many throughout the last 3 years would find very comparable to Brock Purdy.
They're also in a different era of their roster. Like,
for sure.
The Niners are looking at biting the bullet on a $50 plus, $55, $60 million per year to their quarterback when they're already paying 8 other people on their roster top 10 money.
Fair point. At the same time, I'd argue Jared Goff is a great person to look at for those of you who are either worried about or want to debate Brock Purdy. Jared Goff has been to the highs. He's been to the Super Bowl and fallen short against Tom Brady. Brock has been to the Super Bowl and fallen short against Patrick Mahomes. And then Jared went through a period of time where it was like, you can't play football. We don't want you on our team anymore. We're going to pay a bunch of money and draft picks to get you the hell off of our team, in fact. And they did. And now he's back on the top of the mountain. He's the second-rated quarterback in the league. He's probably going to be the 1 seed, and he might go to the Super Bowl again. Is that good enough? I don't know. If he gets to the Super Bowl, he'll probably be the second-best quarterback in the game. But that's a good comp, and I'd argue, yes, you want that guy over getting a search party together to go find a new one.
Yes, of course. You would rather have a good quarterback than a bad quarterback.
Well, that means paying him.
I know, but the difference with the Lions conversation, and this is going to become kind of circular, is, well, Goff has the best offensive line in the NFL.
Absolutely.
And he has Amon-Ra St. Brown, and he has Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery until recently.
And a good coach.
And he, when healthy, you have Aiden Hutchinson. But wait until Hutchinson is due for a record-breaking contract on defense. Wait until the Lions have to decide about Jahmyr Gibbs. Do they want to make him the highest-paid running back in the NFL? And then you get to all those contracts, and then your quarterback is up. And I know it's not a fair comparison because at that point, Goff will be pretty old and Purdy is still pretty young. But are you willing, when you have so much money tied up everywhere else, to give your quarterback that money if it means saying bye to Penei Sewell because he's going to walk out and you can't afford to pay him as the highest paid tackle in the NFL anymore?
That's the job of a front office, and I would rather have a good quarterback than a great anywhere else, because it is the most important player on the field. And you can all look at the teams that don't have a quarterback and see where they end up every year. You want to play like the New Orleans Saints play football? Knock yourselves out. You want to play like the New York Giants play football? New York Jets? Knock yourselves out. Cleveland Browns? That's what it looks like. But even
the Cleveland Browns got into this mess because they paid a quarterback an absurd amount of money who isn't good.
But they paid that quarterback all guaranteed for a lengthy period of time,
Niners
which is
won't
not
do
what the 49ers are going to do. Gene in Oakland wants to weigh in. Hey, Gene, thanks for calling. What's up? Jake Hutchinson, our guy on the Niners beat, is going to join us in about 7 minutes. Hey, Gene, what's going on?
Hey, fellas. Hey, listen, Willard, I just think you're too anxious to throw max money at Purdy when he's really not proven himself to be worth it. I mean, you're talking about elite money for a quarterback that has not proven himself to be elite, and frankly, I'm not sure he can prove himself to be elite. He's shown that if you put a bunch of stars around him, sure, he can do what he needs to do. He's got those other skills, seeing the field, accuracy and so forth. But, the problem is, once again, if he's willing to take $35, $40 million, I think we're all on board. But he wants $50, $60 million that's going to detract or, hurt our situation to where we're not going to be able to put all those stars around him.
So Gene, before you go on to a new topic, let me respond to that. First of all, I'm not anxious to give him any money. The time is now. There is no time other than now. Anyone who wants Brock to wait and play for $1 million next year with no extension, you're living in a fantasy world. He won't do it, and the Niners will suck. So there's that. I'm not anxious to do anything. It's simply what needs to be done. And then my question to you is, if I go to your side of the fence, what is it you would like to do? So you want to give Brock 35. He says no. Your next move is what?
Okay, so listen, why not consider other options? I'm going to bring it up again.
Okay.
I mean, if Sam Darnold, has proven himself to be able to do what Brock was able to do with the proper pieces around him, and he's got the physical size and skills that Brock will never have, and maybe he's willing to play for $40 million, why wouldn't you at least seriously consider that?
Let me answer that. And we're up against it, Gene. I'd love to talk to you more about this, and I know we're going to have an opportunity to do it over the next handful of months. So thank you for the call. Here's my answer to that. Please understand that signing Sam Darnold next year costs you more money against the cap. Even if he's making 40, that makes more money, much, much, much more money on the Niners cap next year than Brock would, because Brock would max out at about 10 because he still has another year on his rookie deal. So that actually hamstrings you way more with regard to the rest of the roster. Secondly, I love the idea that Sam Darnold has now, quote, proven that he can do what Brock can't. They both have done the exact same thing the last 2 years. When surrounded by great coaching, health, great players around you, a team that's playing well, they're going to produce MVP-type numbers. Sam is doing this year exactly what Brock did last year. Same exact thing.
You'd rather have Brock than, if money was equal, you'd rather have Brock over Sam Darnold?
I would. Yes, but again, money is not equal. Sam will cost you more next year than Brock. Maybe not the year after that, But for those of you who are worried about keeping Dre Greenlaw or any of these other, Deebo Samuel, Aaron Banks, becomes a markedly harder if you go after Sam. Just the facts.
But the contract down the road would be cheaper for Sam than it is.
Now we're 2-3 years down the road in the NFL. To me, that's a million years from now. We're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. We can continue the conversation next with our man on the Niner beat, Jake Hutchinson, right here on Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
Can you sing with that voice? Literally. I did Daddy Warbucks in middle school, and it was talk singing. What I'm telling you, Kelly Savalas. Why see? That's singing.
On 95.7 The Game.
Something like that. Say hi to Grandy, everybody. He's in for Dibbs. Happy New Year to each and every one of you. We say it now because we want to duck back out of here and show back up in 2025 after this game tonight. Warriors and Cavs, Niners and Lions. Warriors in action with Warriors Live right around the corner. In fact, less than 2 hours away. We're going to hand it over to E-Dog. Evan Giddings will take it over. It's all presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. And this is the kickoff show presented by Habas Law. You've been wrong. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. We're talking it out live here in Santa Clara, and our man on the Niner beat here at 95.7 The Game is Jake Hutchinson, and good time to talk it out because it's going to be another interesting offseason ahead. Jake, how are you, man? What's going on?
Hey, I'm good, fellas. I'm good. It's unfortunate that this game really means nothing, but, you know, sometimes that happens in life.
Yeah, it's relaxing, though. I'll tell you that. We're going to go in there and have a good time tonight. There's food, there's drink, and, you know, just like people are all looking at their fantasy apps and all of that stuff, it's much more relaxing.
Yeah, you get to watch some fourth-string offensive linemen. It's everybody's dream.
I mean, okay, fine. You just made it serious now with that. Like, should Brock Purdy be playing behind this line? What's your take?
Yeah, he should. I think at this point, this is the last game. I would expect. I mean, maybe they play him in Week 18, but this is the last game. You get a real chance. And for one reason alone, I think it's worth it. The Lions play so much man coverage, and that's been the one thing that has just really destroyed the Niners schematically this season. I think if there's any team that you want to line up against going forward, you want to get these reps against the Detroit Lions. And if you can do anything, if you can move the ball on offense against the Lions, I know their defense is decimated, but if you can, you know, attack that scheme that has troubled you all season long with some pretty bad offensive linemen, I think that bodes pretty well going forward and at least gives you information even if it doesn't go well.
Jake, you're talking about the offensive line and some fourth stringers and some names that I'm sure a lot of us haven't even heard of. I know you, though, describe yourself as a sicko, so you know all of these guys. Tell us we should be keeping an eye out for on the offensive line, because there's, again, going to be a lot of guys that most of us haven't even heard of. Who do you have your eyes on tonight?
So even as a sicko, I won't pretend that I've watched Austin Pleasant's tape, and it appears that he is not a creative player, but a real NFL player who is now starting at left tackle, from what we can tell. And if he goes out or they rotate, it'll be a man named Charlie Heck. So that's not exactly a more believable name. But that guy, I think Charlie Heck was with the Houston Texans. Nick Zakel, I think, is probably going to be their left guard. He went to Fordham. He is best known for being Brock Purdy's roommate. He's kind of ridden his coattails a little bit there. So those guys don't really have me excited. I think if Drake Nugent, a guy they bumped up on the practice squad, he went to Michigan. He's been a guy that we've talked about as a potential, center option moving forward. If he gets any time tonight, I'd have my eyes on him.
Jake Hutchinson with us here on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game, getting ready for Lions and Niners. Jake, I made the comment a handful of minutes ago that with regard to Brock Purdy and his future, I think that all of us are having a conversation that the Niners aren't. I just don't feel like they're debating it the way we are. So, to the best of your ability, warn 49er fans what to be ready for this offseason. What do you think is going to happen?
Yeah, they're going to extend him, and it's going to be a number that's going to make some people vomit. And if they don't vomit, they're going to be a little nauseous, or some people are going to say, I don't care. And so that's just what the number is going to be. But the real number that Brock Purdy is going to make is probably going to be closer to Jordan Love. And if you look at Jordan Love's contract, it's not really, what is it? I think $55 million a year.
Right.
It's really, he's getting more like $35 million a year for the first 4 years. That's kind of how it breaks down on the cap. And then his fifth year is something like $75 million. And the way it works in the league is once you get to that number, unless you're the Dallas Cowboys who are going to pay Dak Prescott like $80 million next year on the salary cap, they're not exactly doing well. If you're not them, what you do is you restructure that money and you extend it. So instead of having $70 million hit your cap, you rework it and you keep pushing it down the line and you keep kicking the can because the salary cap keeps going up. And I know this isn't a sexy topic, but the reality is Brock Purdy's actual money the 49ers are going to have to face for probably the first 4-ish years of the deal, it's going to be more like a, 40-ish, 35 to 40-ish million sort of guaranteed, maybe a little higher than that depending on, how the market looks. But it's really going to be more like that number, which I think if that was the number people were hearing, it would scare you a lot less if you're saying, okay, Brock Purdy's a $40 million quarterback, not a $65 million quarterback.
Jake, I think I'm going to generalize a bit, but speak for Niner fans. I think some of the concern when you're paying Brock Purdy however much money it is, near top of the line quarterback money, it is, well, can you fix everything else that's wrong with the roster? I mean, we just got done talking about Austin Pleasance and Nick Zakelj and other offensive linemen, and I know this is a unique situation because of all the injuries, but how would you respond to a Niner fan who says, I'm just not comfortable paying Brock that much money because there's holes everywhere else, and if they do that, are they able to fix the roster elsewhere? How would you answer that?
Well, I'm not sure they can fix they're going to have a hard time fixing the roster as it is, but that's not because of Brock Purdy. Like, the reality is you have to look at Brock Purdy on his own, and Brock Purdy is a young, ideally, I think you would still think, ascending quarterback who's been faced on a team with a lot of injuries, a team that has not answered schematic challenges very well. And he hasn't played at his best, but he's also, made plays. Is Brock Purdy a top 5 quarterback? Is he Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes? Of course not. But is he an above average young quarterback with the potential to get better and still be good for, say, 5 years down the line? Absolutely. The rest of the guys that you've paid, where you got Trent Williams and George Kittle's been steady, and Fred Warner's been steady, but you also paid Javon Hargrave like $20 million a year. You've had Deebo Samuel hitting your cap. You've got a lot of these veteran, aging guys, and they're taking up a lot of cap space. And so that, I think, is where the money is coming from, and that's where you get limited. I still think with the way the NFL salary cap keeps going up and sort of the maneuverability you have, you can probably go get, you can make an attempt to go get like Drew Dolman, like a center from the Falcons, who's a guy that they liked, who's a local kid who went to Stanford, and he's like 25 and on the right track. You can make a real opportunity and go after a guy like that. But are you going to be able to take swings at, 3 or 4 of those guys in free agency? No, but that's just the reality. That's where the 49ers are in the life cycle of these deals. And the reality is they're going to have to do really well in the draft, where they'll probably have about 10 picks, and that's how they're going to have to rebuild the roster. And that's kind of what the Los Angeles Rams have done.
Jake Hutchinson is with us here on Willard and Dibs, talking Niners as we get ready for the last home game of the year. Jake, what does the wide receiver room look like next year?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I think the number one is Deebo Samuel a part of it? I could see that going either way. They save a little bit of money if they, post-June 1 him. Post-June 1 is a post-June 1 cut where you can sort of designate that early and give a guy a chance to go and make a free agency decision. But I think they're facing sort of a situation where they're not saving a ton of money, so he could be on the roster. And I could really see that going either way. I think they should move on from him. It's sort of stagnant with what he brings. He's not a real receiver. From what I've seen, he can run a limited route tree, and he's dynamic with the ball in his hands. But he really doesn't play the modern position of receiver. And the 49ers keep facing man coverage, and he can't beat it. So I could really see that going either way, but I think you've got Brandon Ayuk, you've got Ricky Pearsall. Obviously, we don't know what Ayuk's timeline is going to be. You've got Juwan Jennings, Jacob Cowling, and then, they might either have to go get sort of a mid-tier wide receiver for cheap or draft one in sort of the middle, later rounds. I think that's a way that you have to look at it. There's a lot of really talented young receivers in college every single year, and it's worth always, picking one up, especially if you have 10 picks.
Jake, one of the other big questions that I'm sure we're going to be debating for a lot of the offseason is what the Niners do with the trio of free agents on defense. One of them, Mooney Ward, inactive tonight. Another one, Dre Greenlaw, who is going to be shut down for the final 2 games of the season. And then Talanoa Hufanga, who's missed a lot of time this year, but is back and healthy and playing pretty decently now. It feels like the writing kind of on the wall with Mooney Ward because of the extension they handed out to Diamador Lenore. So I would imagine you think he's not on his way back. But specifically about Greenlaw and Hufanga, what do you think their futures are?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they prioritize those deals. Greenlaw coming back and looking great and then having the injuries, I think sets them up in a spot where both sides will probably be able to come to a deal, something where 2 years, I would guess, probably like in the 10 or so, 12 million range. It could be anywhere from, 4 million to 6 or 7 million. I could see that being the deal, and I think that just makes a lot of sense. You saw Greenlaw. He lets them play defense in the run game, and they really can't play run defense without him next to Fred Warner, and that was pretty glaring. I would expect that those two sides find a way to get a deal done this offseason. Hufanga will be interesting, what his price range is. I mean, he was technically an all-pro, and listen, he's a good guy, but he is not a cover safety. He's a guy that can play in the box and is dynamic, and there's no question they missed him this year, given that Jair Brown hasn't been what they want him to be. He's a guy where if I don't know what his market's going to look like. He's a really interesting player, and I think they would want him back if they can do it for cheap, somewhere $4 million or below. $4 million even seems high. But if it's like $3 million, they might get a deal done. He could go either way, but he obviously helps them in the run game, but isn't a complete safety.
Jake, I'm sure in their mind's eye, Christian McCaffrey plays a bunch of games next year. But somebody who can at least somewhat mimic his production, I would think they would want to bolster themselves with some people behind him. Mason is a free agent. Garendo sits here. What does that running back group look like next year?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, it's going to be a pretty competitive market, I would imagine, for Jordan Mason, who's a guy that ran so effectively, and teams in the NFL are copycats. And what you saw this offseason was all of these veteran running backs getting paid, and all of them pretty much succeeding in new schemes. And it does feel like there's sort of a resurgence in valuing that running back who's proven himself. And I wonder if they just get priced out of Mason, given that, other teams are probably going to have better opportunities for him and will probably be willing to pay him more. I think Elijah Mitchell, a guy that's just been so injured, so always, like, do they just take another one-year flyer and say if he's healthy, he's in this room? I think they're going to probably have to look elsewhere other than Mason, because I think other teams might value him more. But they can also, they've been decent at getting undrafted free agents, late-round rookies, and I think that's another option for them to approach that too.
No conversation about the Niners is complete without a question about special teams. So I'm curious what you think about Jake Moody and his future, because it was pretty clear how frustrated Kyle Shanahan was after he missed, a 41-yarder against the Dolphins in Miami, and the way he addressed it post-game, it kind of felt like he was over the whole Jake Moody experiment. But he came back out this week leading up to this game and talked about how he's, still defending and still believes in Jake Moody. Do you think his time in San Francisco is coming to an end, or the Niners are going to go into next season with Jake Moody as their kicker again?
Well, Kyle Shanahan probably has more disdain for special teams than almost any other coach in the NFL. In his mind, he just wants the field goal to be good from wherever, and it's this funny thing of him being an offensive coach who hates special teams and then puts so much faith in all of these kicking getting a field goal, and then has no interest in really the operation of it. And maybe that's harsh on Kyle, but I think the reality is that he just doesn't like special teams, doesn't enjoy it. The only time they've run a fake his entire time on special teams is when Mitch Wishnowsky just did it on his own, and then it was called back because of penalties. He's not a guy that likes to innovate. He wants special teams to be sound and safe and do its job. And so when it's wrong, he cares so much more about that than when it's right. So for me, I think Jake Moody, I'd be surprised. I'd be pretty shocked, honestly, if they just outright cut him. That doesn't make any sense to me. I think the fact that he had a pretty bad ankle injury and he came back quicker than the initial timeline was expected. And he was productive his rookie year, but obviously it looked shaky. I think what they'll do is maybe consider bringing in a veteran kicker to compete with him. And then you just see how that competition goes. But I would expect, honestly, that Moody is still their kicker next year. He's really good on kickoffs. He was pretty good before the ankle injury. I think you give him an off season to get back healthy, and we'll see. And maybe they just bring in somebody else that's a veteran. But I think Moody is still their kicker next year if I had to bet.
Jake, what does Kyle Shanahan need to do differently next year?
I think he needs to take a long break and, maybe not go the Aaron Rodgers route, but have a deep spiritual journey. Maybe go to New Zealand, go to Middle Earth, find himself somewhere and sort of evaluate where his scheme is at. Maybe you bring Bobby Slowick and Mike McDaniel and you all have discussions about how your offenses have struggled and you bro hug it out. But you really need to go into the lab, go somewhere weird, and just, take a breather and say, all right, how do I beat man coverage? Is my scheme evolving? Because it has felt stagnant this year. It has felt like in years past he built on something. They would add emotion that really elevated the offense. And this year it felt like their whole plan was, all right, well, Christian McCaffrey's going to come back and save us. And he didn't. And teams just kept throwing the same game plan at him, and they had no other plan. So I do think Kyle just needs to say, all right, I'm gonna shut football out of my brain for a second, and then I'm going to ask some big questions and just be open to unique solutions, be a little bit more malleable, maybe be more practical. Maybe you get rid of Kyle Juszczyk and you just go with 11 personnel going forward. I don't know. I don't know exactly what the answer is, but I think Kyle has to take a look in the mirror and say, what is the real answer? What are the options going forward? And be open to things that he might traditionally not be open to.
Do you think the coaching staff looks the same, or are there a couple of people who are kind of on the fence right now?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do defensively. He's talked, given Nick Sorensen a vote of confidence, but I don't think anyone would express a lot of, admiration for the 49ers defense or their scheme this year. That said, Kyle likes to keep it pretty, tight and limited and be simple on the defensive end. So I'm not sure if they will move on from Sorensen. I do think that if Jeff Ulbrich, a guy that they kind of wanted last offseason, if he's available, you might just say, all right, well, he's a guy who's proven. We're going to go with him over Sorensen, and maybe you go that way. But I do think they're going to need to add some more young talent. I think in years past, that's been one of Kyle's strengths. And this year, I'm not sure that they had that, where they added a lot of good young coaches this year. I'm not sure I've seen that, and I'm not sure that there's been a real boost in the coaching ranks. So that's something that will be interesting to see how they handle this offseason.
Jake, great work this season, and I know we're not done yet, and maybe the offseason's going to be even a bigger deal than the regular season, but thanks for all your work, and we look forward to talking to you again soon.
Hey, appreciate you, fella. Thanks for having me on.
All right, there it is. Jake Hutchinson, our man on the Niners beat, and just talking to him and the line of questioning that we just threw out there, almost all of it was about how would you change this and how would you change that, and is this guy going to be back and is that guy going to be back and who's available out there. I just had a moment because this was such a game that was circled on everyone's calendar the second that the schedule came out, and the fact that we're sitting here right now on the second to last night of 2024, going into a Lions-Niners game where Lions fans and Niners fans are literally having drinks together, just chatting because they're like, yeah, whatever, man. Like, it doesn't really even matter what the final score is tonight. It is bananas. I can't believe that this is the way this all went.
Yeah, when we found out that this was the second to last game on the schedule, I think a lot of us thought, winner of that game might be the 1 seed.
Yeah.
There's a lot on the line here.
On the line.
And one team held up their end of the bargain for that.
Sure did.
But even then, with that, it does not matter if they win or lose this football game.
I know. We found a way. Although Dan Campbell refuses to believe that or hear that, he's going to go all out in this game.
I think we have sound from Dan Campbell. I think the guys in the back have it ready. Dan Campbell talking about how they want to win this game. Guys, if you haven't, fire it off. Dan Campbell wants to win this game still.
I'll make this easy for everybody. That way all the critics can jump out and start attacking. But that way you don't have to debate them anymore. We're bringing everything we got to this game, and we are playing, and I don't care what it looks like and where it's at or who's this, who's that. We're going out to play and win this game out on the West Coast. There you go.
There it is.
Sounds like Dan Campbell.
It sounds exactly like Dan Campbell. And I'll just tell you, this is one of those things, and I've got no criticisms for the guy. I think he's done an unbelievable job in changing the culture. Obviously, his openness to creativity. You've got the Lions out there. Jared Goff is faking falling over and all these plays that they're running. I think he deserves a ton of credit for everything that has gone on with the team. But well, look, we've already watched it once, and it's funny to me how many people will be like, well, the Lions are going out there to avenge what happened last year. They're not. It doesn't matter. They could win by 40 tonight, and you don't avenge anything. You still didn't go to the Super Bowl. And so I get it. I understand why everyone loves the guy. At the same time, every year you go into the playoffs, you are running the risk of making the wrong call at the wrong time. And I'm not guessing because we already watched it. He has gone to the playoffs once, and he literally punted the game away to the 49ers, or should I say didn't punt enough, like he didn't kick the ball enough. And so, I just don't think that you go into anything in life with only one pitch. And Dan's got one pitch. It's a great pitch. But if somebody hits it out of the park, you lose, brother.
I know this isn't a Campbell versus Shanahan conversation, but I would also say I feel like Shanahan goes into situations like that with one pitch. His one pitch is the exact other extreme.
Interesting.
And it is ultra conservative. It is not taking risks. And it is punting or trying a 50-yard field goal when your kicker is kind of iffy instead of going for it on 4th and 2.
No, that's all fair. It's a fair criticism. I do think he's gone for it on 4th down a lot more this year in certain spots. These things are always easy to sort of hindsight being 2020. I hear you. I would love for Kyle to loosen it up at times, and he clearly needs to make adjustments. But specifically come playoff time, I really wonder what Dan's got for us this year.
Same thing as last year.
And he's got a defense that is very compromised, and they're going to be going against very high-powered offenses. Like the Lions, if they do get that 1 seed, really good chance that the first team they see come to town is like a Commanders or a Vikings or a Packers or something like that. It's going to be somebody who can come in and sling it. And
seems like even more reason to go for it on 4th down to keep the ball away from the opposing offense and to put more points on the board.
Maybe. Unless it doesn't. And so, again, I know everybody's allergic to field goals. They would have put the Lions in the Super Bowl last year if they had kicked them. All right, we're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. If you got anything to say Lions and Niners related, let's do it. 888-957-9570. We'll also start to transition back to Golden State Warriors basketball. The Kuminga question, how to finish the puzzle for the Warriors as they get ready with the Cavs in town tonight, a game that you'll hear right here. Grandy is in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
I walked over here, supposedly this tough guy. He just told a story. That just said, Ronnie, have you done that?
On 95.7 The Game.
Oh, man, the great Ronnie Lott gives us all the feels, and the crowd is making the pilgrimage into Levi's Stadium for the last time this year. The kickoff show presented by Habas Law. You've been wrong. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. Dubs fans, a really big, long-ranging conversation has been planned for 10 minutes from now with the voice of the Dubs, Tim Roye. Kind of a state of the union, if you will, of the Warriors addressing everything. That's what we're planning to talk to him about. We'll do that in 10 minutes, so stay tuned for that. I will say as we enter this football game, though, Mark, I like Grandy's in for Dibs. I don't know why, but for some reason, I still find something about this game that matters. And it's not even necessarily the final score, because the more people we talk to who are on their way in, everybody is doing the exact same thing. They're just telling each other what they need in fantasy tonight. That's all anyone's doing. Oh, I need Amon-Ra to get 18 points, and this person over here's got Purdy, and this person has Debo, Jahmyr Gibbs. It's literally like a big fantasy football party has started here in Santa Clara, because the outcome of the game doesn't matter. But, man, Grandy, I'm with Kyle Shanahan a little bit that I would like to see the San Francisco 49ers just do better. To figure some things out. And maybe this week, and if they even play their starters next week, maybe that can be step one into whatever they need to do to fix what ailed them this year.
I hear you. I would like the offense to look a little better and smoother, and if they can do that with this offensive line, that could be saying something, and maybe someone that we've never heard of on the offensive line introduces themselves, and maybe that's a future piece for you down the road. I would want them to look good, but I'm rooting for them to lose, because
I get that. I really do. I get it.
Get a better draft pick.
Sure.
Maybe you get one of the premier tackles in the draft. Maybe you get a good defensive lineman, and that is a piece that legitimately makes you a better football team next year as a result of losing this.
Listen, we talk about it a lot less when it's in the neighborhood of 12, 13, or 14 than we do with, say, what the New York Giants did yesterday.
Yeah.
Guaranteed.
Or what the Raiders have done the last 2 weeks.
The fans are looking at each other going, what the hell are we doing?
Why are we winning games
Why
now?
is Drew Lock scoring 42 points in a football game?
Colts, what are you doing? Oh, my God.
I mean, if you're Shedeur Sanders, how do you feel about what took place yesterday? Nobody knows marketing better than the Sanders family. And New York is sitting there waiting for you. And it might have just turned into Nashville, Tennessee. Like, that's what happened yesterday.
Also, quarterbacks go to die with the Giants, too.
Fair. But, you got Malik Neighbors. You got your guy already there. Like, that could have been interesting, and I'm not saying it's a dead issue. But you've got – and Cleveland. Cleveland is looming. Do you want to end up there? Literally quarterback graveyard. Baker Mayfield is slinging the ball 5 touchdown passes, and Cleveland's looking at it going, well, we picked Deshaun Watson. I mean, it's crazy. So I get where you're coming from on that. Let me throw a scenario at you, all right? So the Lions are up 27-26, and Jake Moody is lining up from 48 yards with 2 seconds to go.
I'm waving it wide left.
Okay.
Miss it. Shank it.
You're rooting for it to
Shank
miss.
it. Yes.
Okay.
Just for the sake of entertainment, doink it. Miss it off the upright.
I mean, think of all that goes into that, though. You were just asking Hutch about Jake Moody's future. I don't know, man. Like, this for me is one of those moments where the rational and the irrational start fighting with one another. Because I totally get what you're saying, that it probably makes more sense. The Niners are supposed to lose tonight. Go ahead and lose tonight. I think there is it's not even just draft position. It's who's going to get that 4th place schedule next year. This is a fun exercise, Niner fans. Go look at what is slated to be the NFC West 4th place schedule. I'm not kidding you. There is not one hard game. Not one. You will play, and look, they're football games, so I'm not saying they'd go undefeated. My point is, you do not have one game on the schedule that would lay out as like, oh, a road trip to Kansas City. Oh, we got to go to Baltimore. Oh, look, the Bills are coming to town on Sunday. None of that. It's literally none of that. Your hardest opponent would be the Houston Texans. That's it. The Houston Texans, who are 9-7. That's your hardest opponent next year. So I get what you're saying, man. Grab that fourth place schedule and have a season. So I get it. I just don't know if I'm wired to root for them to lose.
Yeah, so you'll play obviously your division teams twice. You will play the corresponding team in where you finish in your division for the divisions in the NFC East and the AFC North.
That's
so if
the
you finish,
Giants and Browns.
To finish last, you'll be playing those two teams, and then you play everybody in the NFC and AFC South, which you could argue two of the worst divisions in football.
There is a 9-7 team. And are the Bucs also 9-7? There are two 9-7 teams. Yeah. Those are the only teams over 500 in the entire.
You get to play the Panthers. You get to play the Saints. You get to play
the Titans.
Yeah.
The Colts.
Yep.
The Jags. That's who you're playing next year if you lose out.
Lose.
Although, by the way, it's true if you just lose next week.
Because the Cardinals are the team you're vying with for last place.
So there you go. So you can go ahead and win this one.
No,
doesn't matter.
Better draft pick. Lose tonight. Lose next
12th
Sunday.
Pick, 14th pick, whatever. Whatever.
They get the 14th pick. They'll probably pick another wide receiver because the offensive lineman they really wanted went one pick ahead of them, and they don't reach in the first round.
If he's a stud, then you'll love having him.
Yeah, we're picking a wide receiver works so well for him this time.
Well, be nice to Ricky Pearsall. He's had a hard year. You're not down on Ricky, are you?
No, but have you looked at what some of the other receivers around him have done this year?
Well, around him, meaning what? First round? Or
Ricky Pearsall went 31.
Yes.
Lad McConkey went 3 picks later at 34.
Okay.
He's have 1,000 yards and 5+ touchdowns.
Very, very good.
My God.
Xavier Worthy went a couple of picks ahead of him. He's had a much better end of the season, 5+ touchdowns, almost 600 yards now.
Oh my God.
A lot of it is Ricky Pearsall and what has happened off the field.
And
I know that.
And he's joining a team that did not have starting aspirations for him this year.
No doubt.
Lad McConkey joined a team that literally caught both of their receivers.
As it turns out, though, you could have used help from a first-round pick at other spots.
I'm not arguing it. I just think your point in this moment is a little circumstantial.
Maybe we see Ricky Pearsall tonight.
I would love that.
See him in a big way the last couple of games.
I would love that. The wide receiver room for me is actually where the intrigue lies this offseason. I know that all of the talk is going to be about quarterback. I understand that. I know that the 49ers need a much better offensive line, and there's a Dre Greenlaw contract to figure out. All these things are absolutely worth our time. The wide receiver room is the one that I look at right now, and I go, I have no idea. In fact, Ricky Pearsall and I guess Jawan Jennings are the only two that I'm like, I know exactly where they're going to be week one. Assuming nobody gets shot. I know where those two are going to be. I don't know if Debo's going to be on the team, and I'm pretty sure that Brandon Ayuk will be inactive that day. So, what else do you do around it? I don't know, man. That's one thing that I'm watching this offseason.
It's just so sad that we're at a spot where we're at the end of the year and there's nothing left to play for. I was just looking back at the schedule from last year. A year ago today, we were busy reacting to the Christmas Day loss against the Ravens.
Yep.
All those interceptions and how bad that was. But they still had a chance to clinch the 1 seed with a win in Washington against the Commanders and getting a little bit of help from Kyler Murray and the Cardinals, who were in Philly. Both those things happened, and they were busy celebrating the 1 seed, a bye through the first round of the postseason, and 365 days later, we're sitting here talking about a Monday Night Football game against the team that you beat, came back from 17 down to the NFC title game last year, and now this game suddenly means absolutely nothing.
It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. All right.
It's sad. You only get so many of these games every year, and it's meaningless.
No joke. And the Lions are a 3.5-point favorite tonight. We mentioned it earlier. Dibs says take the Lions, so go ahead and fade the Dibs. Kukush, yeah. And then do you need anything tonight? I feel like before Tim joins, we should put something out into the universe if you need something. Do you need something
I'm
tonight?
Unfortunately out in
or
my
you've been
fantasy
eliminated
leagues.
of everything.
I'm not in a title game. I put up 170 in the semis, and an opponent put up 180.
You didn't lay a bunch of money on the Niners or anything. Like, you have nothing cooking. You're just going in there to eat. That's literally it?
I'm just going in there to eat.
All right.
Yeah.
That's fine. All right. Good luck. Go in there and have
I don't need luck. I'm going to get that job done.
I'm pretty sure that's going to work out for you. All right. That sounds good. I need 4.5 points from Juwan Jennings and the Lions kicker, Jake Bates.
I don't want to jinx it, but you feel pretty safe.
Oh, and this is not safe. I'm going to lose to Guru in the third place game in our league.
Oh, no.
Unless Amon-Ra St. Brown gets 38 points. He's done it twice this year.
It would be fun to watch.
He's done it twice.
But I wouldn't count on it.
Even the Niner defense could probably stop him from doing that.
Probably.
Maybe. All right. Here comes Tim Roy. He's going to join us here momentarily, the voice of the Dubs, with a far-ranging conversation we're planning. State of the Warriors as we get ready for the best team in the NBA coming to town tonight. Cleveland is here. Warriors Live is an hour away. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.